The cruise liner struck a reef. I opened my eyes faintly. Before me was a dirty beach, dense coconut palms, and the boundless sea. It was a deserted island. Am I alive? Struggling to stand, I gasped heavily for breath. I wondered what had happened to the rest of my colleagues. We had been on a corporate trip. Our general director, Soo-yoon, had taken the entire staff on a cruise. No one expected the liner to run aground on a reef. I stood up and looked around. At the water's edge, where the waves washed the sand, lay a woman's figure. It was her. I rushed forward. Lying on the sand was Soo-yoon. Her face was pale and twisted with pain, her delicate brows furrowed, her long white legs slightly parted. She had clearly swallowed too much water. I bent down and began performing artificial respiration. I am Yi-fong, a simple low-level employee. In ordinary life, I wouldn't even dare to look at her. But now, on this island, I suddenly had a chance for such close contact. Gulp. I swallowed hard and pressed my lips against hers. Her lips were sweet, fragrant. The taste turned out unexpectedly pleasant. As I breathed air into her lungs, the most forbidden fantasies swarmed in my mind. Some time passed, and suddenly she opened her eyes. Instead of gratitude, I received a resounding slap. My cheek burned from the blow. She screamed, calling me a pervert. I tried to explain myself, but all I heard in return was her scorn. Moreover, she recalled the words of Wong Tao, my supervisor, who had always tried to drown me. That bastard constantly poured filth on me, painting me before Soo-yoon as vile and obscene. And worst of all, he had stolen away the girl I had dated for 3 years, buying her with sweet promises and money. Now, even here, on a deserted island, she looked at me through the prism of his words. To her, I was still a disgusting type. She picked up a stone and ordered me to stay away. I felt anger. I had saved her, and yet she not only failed to appreciate it but also insulted me. In the office, I would have kept silent for the sake of my salary. But here, on this island, where survival was uncertain, I had no intention of enduring humiliation. We settled in different spots beneath the palms, about 10 meters apart. A cold war arose between us. The sun blazed mercilessly. She was tormented by thirst, her strength dwindling after vomiting. I, however, sat calmly with eyes closed, as if resting. Half an hour later, she came up to me and asked for fresh water. I opened my eyes and, with a lazy smirk, reminded her that she herself had wanted to keep away from me. Irritated, she turned away again. Later I heard her cry out. But it was no beast. Soo-yoon was sitting on the sand, clutching her bruised hip. She had tried to climb a palm for coconuts and had fallen down. She turned to me again, now desperate. Help me get the coconuts. Do this, and later, when we're rescued, I'll give you a promotion and a raise. I sneered coldly. For me, who had grown up by the sea, climbing a palm was nothing. But her arrogant tone gnawed at me. Even here, on this island, she still acted like a director. I said, if you want coconuts, I'll lift you onto my shoulders. She blushed and grew angry. In a skirt, it was humiliating. But she had no choice. Taking off her shoes, she carefully stood on my shoulders. I lifted her light body with ease. A faint fragrance drifted from her, and heat spread through me. Soo-yoon was a rich woman, a pure and untouchable beauty, more stunning than many actresses. In ordinary life, I would never have been able to approach her. But now her legs stood upon my shoulders, her skirt barely covering her body, and I felt her warmth so close. My thoughts grew dirtier and dirtier. And I couldn't resist. I lifted my head. Yi-fong had just started to lift his head when Soo-yoon, above him, lowered her head and shouted. Still a little short, you stand on tiptoe. Yi-fong was startled, embarrassed to look up, and stood on tiptoe with both feet, raising himself a bit. Did you reach it? Ah? Still just a little short, you push harder. Soo-yoon's voice was filled with excitement. Oh, got it, finally reached it. Soo-yoon shouted, her voice full of joy. Then, a coconut dropped down, followed by a second, then a third. After she had picked 5 in a row, Yi-fong was already a bit tired. One coconut brushed past Yi-feng's nose and slammed heavily onto the sand. Yi-feng was shocked. If that had hit his head, wouldn't it have split his skull open? Damn. Be careful. Yi-feng instinctively looked up and saw the view under her skirt. His eyes widened. It was black lace. I didn't mean it. Soo-yoon lowered her head and looked at Yi-feng, but saw him staring under her. She screamed and fell straight from his shoulders. It hurts. Soo-yoon held her but, tears coming to her eyes. Get up. Yi-feng tried to help her. Get lost, you damn pervert, peeping freak, disgusting. Soo-yoon slapped his arm hard. What Wong Tao said was right, Yi-feng really was a creep, even peeping at that place of hers. Yi-feng's face turned dark, and he walked away carrying 2 coconuts. He picked up a sharp reef stone, scraped the coconut's outer skin, then carefully cut the shell again and again. Soon, he was drinking the milky coconut juice. Meanwhile, Suyun awkwardly lifted a coconut over her head and smashed it hard on a reef. Each strike made her chest shake violently. Yifeng, watching from the side, was dumbfounded. Normally Suyun dressed conservatively, but with her buttons undone, she was surprisingly big. Suyun had already noticed Yifeng's method, but her pride wouldn't let her copy it. Yifeng drank his coconut juice coldly, already laughing in his heart. He never thought that usually capable President Su would have such a childish side, like a sulking child. Huff, huff, huff. Suyun wasted another coconut. Breathing heavily, she secretly glanced at Yifeng. Helpless, she had no choice but to imitate him, using a sharp reef stone to cut again and again. Sensing Yifeng's mocking gaze, she glared angrily. What are you looking at? I didn't copy you. Actually, I already thought of this way long ago. You've got issues. Yifeng muttered helplessly. By now it was already around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, the sun still scorching. Yifeng and Suyun had both drunk coconut juice, and their Cold War resumed. They stayed 10 meters apart, ignoring each other. Yifeng touched his stomach, 2 meals missed, and he was hungry. But what was there to eat on this deserted island? Yifeng stood up and walked east along the beach. When she saw him about to disappear from view, Suyun panicked and stood up too. Where are you going? I forbid you to leave. Out here in the wilderness, if Yifeng left, she would be all alone. Where I go is none of your business. With that, Yifeng's figure disappeared behind the rocks. Suyun swallowed hard and sat down under the coconut tree again. But her eyes kept anxiously glancing toward the rocks. After a while, Suyun suddenly felt the urge to pee. She lifted her skirt, ready to go into the forest. But it looked dark and eerie, and she was afraid of wild animals. Forget it, just on the beach. Suyun hesitated for a few seconds, then slowly lifted her skirt and pulled her panties down to her knees. But her eyes stayed fixed on the rocks, afraid Yifeng would suddenly return. Behind the rocks, Yifeng had caught 3 fish in the shallow waters. Having grown up in a fishing village, catching fish was nothing to him. Holding the fish, Yifeng looked toward the forest, planning to gather branches to roast them. He went into the forest, picked up some sticks, and circled back. I'm back. Yifeng suddenly emerged from the forest, and immediately saw a big white butt in front of him, with droplets of water falling down. Suyun, still watching the rocks, didn't know Yifeng would appear from behind. Ah? Startled, Suyun tried to pull up her panties, but in her panic, she only made things worse. With one tug, she tore them. Yifeng opened his mouth wide, stunned as he stared at Suyun. Just now, he had seen everything. He hadn't expected that not only was Suyun's face beautiful, but even her second face was so perfect. Her panties ruined, Suyun could only lower her skirt, glaring at Yifeng with utter disgust. You bastard, you're such a pervert, sneaking up behind me to peep. Suyun was furious, storming toward Yifeng. I wasn't peeping at you. I went to get sticks to roast the fish. How was I supposed to know that the great President Su would just pee anywhere? Still making excuses? I'll slap your filthy face. Suyun raised her hand to slap him. Get lost. Yifeng pushed her away, but by accident, his left hand grabbed something soft and smooth, with amazing elasticity. Suyun froze, then quickly covered her chest and backed away, staring at Yifeng in fear. You've got some nerve. When we get back, I'll fire you for sure. Suyun shouted. Yifeng's face darkened, and he sneered, Fire me then, I don't want the damn job anyway. You. Suyun was at a loss for words. She didn't know how else to threaten him. Yifeng couldn't be bothered with her. She still had strength now, but after going hungry for a while, she would bow her head. He took a stick, placed some dry wood shavings on a dead branch, and began spinning the stick to start a fire. After some effort, a spark finally lit. Yifeng gently added dry twigs, the fire grew stronger, and he skewered the fish on branches, roasting them over the flames. Before long, the fish sizzled with oil, releasing a rich fragrance. Suyun stared at the 3 fat fish, her mouth watering. She hadn't eaten in 2 meals, her stomach growling with hunger. She hesitated, but couldn't resist any longer, and walked over. Yifeng, I forgive you. Give me a fish to eat, and I'll let the past go. Suyun swallowed and looked at him. Save it, I don't need your forgiveness. Yifeng sneered. She was still putting on airs, acting like she was above him, as if this were still the company. What a joke. Today, he was going to fix Suyun's rotten attitude. He'd show her who the boss really was on this deserted island. You. Suyun frowned, turned angrily, and walked away. Soon, the fish were roasted. Yifeng picked one up and bit into it, his mouth full of oil, deliciously fragrant. Suyun sat not far away watching, even hungrier, her vision blurring. She swallowed and stood up, walking toward Yifeng. Yifeng, it was my fault earlier, I misunderstood you. I apologize. Can you give me a fish to eat? Suyun bit her lip, looking at Yifeng. This time her tone finally softened. Yifeng gnawed on the roasted fish, looked Suyun up and down, and spat out fish bones. President Su, sorry, but even these 3 fish aren't enough for me. If you want to eat, go catch them yourself. Yifeng, I beg you, I'm really starving to death. If not a whole fish, then at least half. Suyun took a deep breath, pressed down her anger, and pleaded. Since you look so pitiful, here's half. Yifeng handed her the half-eaten roasted fish. You want me to eat what you've already eaten? Suyun looked disgusted and said helplessly, give me half of a new one. Eat it or don't. Yifeng sneered and threw the half-eaten fish on the ground. Why can't you just give me half of a new one? Suyun frowned. No. Just this half. Eat it if you want, if not, forget it. Yifeng picked up another fish and continued eating. Suyun looked at the half-eaten fish on the ground, furious and resentful, but helpless. After struggling for a while, her hunger unbearable, she was about to pick it up and eat when suddenly a figure appeared. Supervisor Wang, you're alive. Seeing Wong Tao alive, Suyun was overwhelmed with excitement, as if seeing a family member. Yifeng frowned when he saw Wong Tao. That bastard was still alive. Yes, President Su, you're alive too, I'm relieved. You don't know how worried I was about you. Wong Tao looked at Suyun and smiled, then turned to Yifeng, who was sitting on the ground eating roasted fish. Coughing, he put on airs and said, well, Yifeng, your luck's not bad. You survived and even got roasted fish to eat. Not bad. I'm hungry too, give me one. If you want to eat, catch them yourself. These fish aren't even enough for me. Yifeng gnawed at his fish, showing Wong Tao no respect. At the company, he had endured Wong Tao's bullying. But here on the island, he would not. What the hell did you say? Me eating your fish is giving you face. Don't be ungrateful. Wong Tao, used to barking orders at the company, was enraged when Yifeng resisted. Supervisor Wang, ignore that lunatic. Didn't you win the survival championship before? If he can catch fish, you surely can do better. Let's go to the rocks and catch some. Then we'll eat and won't give him any. Suyun quickly said, here on this island, your survival skills are better than his. Let him show off now. Later, he'll come begging us. Yes, President Su, don't worry. Follow me, and you'll eat well. Wong Tao said proudly. The two of them left for the rocks. Yifeng finished the last fish. After a long time, Suyun and Wong Tao returned, both empty-handed. Yifeng wasn't surprised. Catching fish wasn't easy, even for him it had taken effort. Wong Tao, a fake survival champion, catching fish? Impossible. From a distance, he heard Wong Tao making excuses. President Su, I really am a survival champion, but I was just too hungry, that's why I didn't catch any fish. Their voices drew closer as they returned. Suyun's face was pale. After 2 missed meals, she had no strength left. That useless Wong Tao came over, glaring at Yifeng and said coldly, Yifeng, I'll give you a chance. Go catch a few fish. Then I'll forgive you. Otherwise, you'll face the consequences. Catch your mother's fish. Get lost. Yifeng snorted coldly. What the hell did you say? You think I'm giving you a choice? Wong Tao exploded. He had already been doubted by Suyun at the shore. Now he seized the chance to vent his anger and cover up his incompetence. If I don't deal with you, you won't know your place. Wong Tao roared and charged, punching Yifeng in the chest. But though tall, his body had long been weakened by wine and women. He had no strength. Fuck off. Yifeng kicked him, sending Wong Tao down on the sand. Don't mess with me here. I won't tolerate it. Wong Tao hadn't expected Yifeng to be so strong. He might not be his match, so he didn't dare act tough anymore, only swallowed his anger. The sky darkened, and a cool breeze blew from the sea. Suyun, starving to faintness, looked at Yifeng and said, Yifeng, see can you catch us some fish? No, Yifeng said flatly. Suyun almost coughed blood in anger, but her stomach was truly empty. At worst, I'll buy them. When we're rescued, I'll give you 10,000 yuan. Suyun said. No. Hearing 10,000, Yifeng only wanted to laugh. Who knew if they'd even get rescued? That promise was nothing but empty words. Time passed slowly, until about 8 or 9 at night. The island's weather was strange. In the day, 40 degrees of scorching heat, at night, the temperature dropped to around 10. Suyun hugged her knees tightly. She was cold, hungry, and tired. Wong Tao couldn't take it first. Staggering, he walked up to Yifeng. Yifeng, 20,000 per fish. Go catch some for us. Wong Tao said weakly. Heh, no. Yifeng said playfully. 50,000 per fish, 50,000. Don't push it too far. Wong Tao's eyes bulged, on the verge of breaking down. At this point, Suyun also came over. Yifeng, I guarantee it, 50,000 per fish. As long as you provide my food and water until rescue comes, when we return I'll give you 500,000. Soo-yoon said seriously. She wasn't short of money, but if Yi-fong didn't catch fish, she could starve to death. Fine. But besides money, I want something else. 500,000, Yi-fong was tempted. Rescue wasn't certain, but if it came, at least there was reward. And Soo-yoon was already at her limit. If she didn't eat soon, she might die. If they were stuck on this island for life, having a woman would be far better than not. Now that Soo-yoon was starving, if he made an excessive demand, she would have no choice but to agree. You still want something else? Soo-yoon's heart sank. Seeing Yi-feng's look, she felt uneasy, frowned tightly, and said coldly, I'm telling you, don't push your luck. I can only give you money. Don't even think of anything else. Forget it then. What use is money on a deserted island? Yi-feng sneered. If Soo-yoon still stayed this stubborn, he didn't care if she starved to death. Only a tamed lamb was interesting. Soo-yoon swallowed, her stomach growling loudly. Then, what condition do you want? Simple. Call me husband once. If you call me, I'll catch you a fish. Yi-feng leaned forward, looking as if he was very trustworthy. In your dreams. Soo-yoon's face was full of anger. As a high and mighty female president, to call this loser husband was worse than death. Don't be like that. Just one word, husband. Think about how delicious fish meat is. And the ocean here is unpolluted, the fish fresh and tasty. Yi-feng tempted her. Gurgle. It wasn't Soo-yoon's stomach, but Wong Tao's. He came over with a hopeful face. Yi-feng, how about this, if I imitate a woman's voice and call you husband, to satisfy your emptiness, will you also give me a fish? Slap. Yi-feng smacked him. Disgusting. But after being slapped, Wong Tao crawled over again. Then, how about this, if I persuade President Soo to call you husband, can you also reward me with a fish? Wong Tao asked unwillingly. Yi-feng ignored him, picking his teeth with a stick. Soo-yoon, beside them, was shocked. She hadn't expected Wong Tao to betray so easily. She had once liked Wong Tao, but now her face was full of disappointment. Yi-feng, so your meaning is, if I call you husband, I get to eat fish? Soo-yoon asked. Yes. Yi-feng nodded. He had planned it, first make Soo-yoon call him husband, then peel away this cold president layer by layer. Who, husband? Soo-yoon said humiliatingly. Louder. Yi-feng barked without mercy. You. Soo-yoon's face flushed red, her eyes filled with shock and humiliation. Who, spanned. After Soo-yoon said it, tears slid down her white cheeks. That's more like it. Yi-feng finally went to the shallow sea. That night, luck was good, many lanternfish were feeding. Soon, Yi-feng caught 5 or 6 fish. As he rounded the rocks, he saw that useless Wong Tao talking to Soo-yoon. So Yi-feng hid behind the rocks and listened with the sea breeze. President Soo, now is a special time. Just endure that loser, flatter him, so we can survive. Once we're back in civilization, I'll have my big brother teach him a lesson. Wong Tao said. But Soo-yoon's face was cold. Wong Tao, didn't you say you were a survival champion? Why can Yi-feng do it but you can't? Haven't I been starving for days? When Yi-feng gives you fish later, just secretly pass it to me. Once I'm full, I can catch lots and lots of fish. Then we'll never have to beg that loser again. Wong Tao said selfishly. You're sure once you're full you can catch fish? Soo-yoon doubted him. President Soo, didn't I show you my championship certificate? Don't you trust me? Back then, Wong Tao had bought a fake certificate online, making Soo-yoon trust him. Fine, I'll believe you one more time. Soo-yoon nodded. Yi-feng decided the time was right, deliberately making loud footsteps as he returned to the fire. President Soo, this fish is yours. The rest are mine. Yi-feng said, tossing a small fish to Soo-yoon. Soo-yoon picked it up and exchanged a look with Wong Tao. Yi-feng had already seen through their little trick, but he didn't expose it. He wanted this spoiled fool to clearly see Wong Tao's true face. Soon, Soo-yoon roasted the fish. Yi-feng, I want to go eat near the rocks, is that okay? Do as you like. Yi-feng nodded indifferently. So the two of them went behind the rocks. Soo-yoon, dizzy with hunger, still handed the roasted fish to Wong Tao, unwilling to suffer Yi-feng's humiliation. That useless Wong Tao devoured it in a few bites. Supervisor Wang, now can you catch fish? Soo-yoon asked. President Soo, now that I've eaten, why catch fish? Remember, I'm a Taekwondo black belt. Follow me, I'll make Yi-feng obediently catch fish. Wong Tao's meaning was clear, he wanted to use force to make Yi-feng catch fish. No, if you can catch fish, do it yourself. Why must you fight? Soo-yoon wasn't pleased. She faintly felt tricked. Come on, just watch the show. Wong Tao patted his chest, then tied a black cloth around his waist for ritual. Yi-feng was dozing when the two came back. But Wong Tao's aura had changed, looking murderous. What are you doing? Yifeng watched him warily. By logic, this trash should be catching fish. What am I doing? Yifeng, cards on the table. I'm a Taekwondo black belt. Now I order you to catch 50 fish, or else I'll beat you. Wong Tao posed in a Taekwondo stance. But his steps were weak, all show, no power. Beat me? Then try. Yifeng almost laughed. From a martial arts village, he could tell at a glance Wong Tao had no skill. Ah, take my whirlwind kick. Wong Tao mustered strength, spinning in the air with a fancy kick. Yifeng raised his leg and kicked. Wong Tao flew 2 meters, landing curled up like a shrimp. Wong Tao, why are you beaten again? Suyun nearly fainted. After a while, Wong Tao weakly stood, then vomited the roasted fish. President Su, my stomach hurts, it must be too long since I practiced Taekwondo, I'm rusty. That trash. Wong Tao started making excuses again. You. Suyun's body weakened, collapsing on the sand in hunger. Hope shattered, her heart sank into despair. Taekwondo black belt, truly impressive, respect, respect. Yifeng mocked, then looked at Suyun. He saw her slowly close her eyes, as if dead. Shit, don't die. He quickly lifted her up. She hadn't yet become his shape, dying now was a waste. So he roasted a fish, tore off small pieces, and put them in Suyun's mouth. A dog mustn't be fed too full, or it won't obey. And a dog like Wong Tao even less so, if fed, it would bite its master. After 2 mouthfuls, Suyun finally woke. Yifeng, is there more? Suyun looked at the remaining roasted fish. There's none. From now on, you're not allowed to call my name. You have to call me husband, or even dead ghost if you like. Yifeng said seriously. You? A blush crept onto Suyun's pale face. She glanced once at that useless Wong Tao, then withdrew her gaze, her eyes slowly firming. Dead ghost, is there more fish to eat? Suyun asked. You really know how to take advantage, huh? But there's no fish today, wait until morning. Now go to sleep. After saying that, Yifeng lay down again by the fire. The night was very cold. At first Wong Tao sprawled out like a big character, but soon curled into an S-shape. Suyun hugged her knees tightly, her whole body trembling. With no food in her stomach, the cold struck especially fast. By midnight, Suyun couldn't bear it anymore. She had to find someone to huddle with for warmth. She first looked at Wong Tao. He was lying in his own vomit, his body curled up like a U. By contrast, Yifeng was much cleaner. In her extreme fear of cold, she quietly squeezed against Yifeng's back. Yifeng was sleeping soundly when he suddenly felt 2 springy things pressing into his back. He rubbed his eyes and looked back. It was Suyun. Could it be? Did I underestimate my charm? Several question marks popped up on Yifeng's forehead. Whatever, Yifeng turned over and pulled Suyun's soft body into his arms. At dawn, Yifeng slowly opened his eyes. The next moment, his eyes widened. That useless Wong Tao was gnawing on a raw fish, growling as if guarding food. Wong Tao, why can't you keep your hands clean? Stealing my fish? Yifeng roared, startling Suyun awake in his arms. Hearing the voice, Wong Tao swallowed the fish in one gulp. What do you mean, dirty hands? It's just a fish. When we go back, I'll give you 1,000 yuan, isn't that enough? Wong Tao said shamelessly. Enough your mother. Yifeng kicked him. What else could he do? Got Wong Tao. Wong Tao turned to Suyun. President Su, as a dignified CEO, how could you sleep pressed against him? Tell me, didn't he push against you in the night? Suyun's face flushed red with shame. Shut up. He definitely did. Men know men best. President Su, come to me, so he doesn't take advantage of you. Wong Tao shouted. Yifeng was about to teach Wong Tao a lesson, but after hearing this, he stopped. He wanted to see what Suyun would choose. If Suyun still sided with Wong Tao, then there was no reason to be soft anymore. Shut up. You braggart, you can't catch fish, can't fight. Tell me, those fake certificates of yours, where did you get them? Finally, Suyun's CEO intelligence switched on. Before, she had assumed Wong Tao was trustworthy. Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief, sat back down, and waited to see how this trash would explain. Me? I really am a survival champion, and I really am a Taekwondo black belt. Wong Tao still refused to admit defeat. This trash liked to brag about being capable of anything, to attract women's attention. That trick often worked. Nowadays, women misled by social media thought the world was full of rich, tall, handsome men. So only liars could meet their expectations. You liar, braggart, I'll never listen to you again. After cursing him, Suyun turned to Yifeng. Yifeng, from now on, the fish you catch will be for us too, not for him. President Su, don't be like that. No matter what, I'm still your trusted aide. Wong Tao was dumbfounded. But Yifeng's face went cold. Yifeng? Is that what you call me? Call me husband. And another thing, why should my fish be shared between us two? Only if I give it to you, you can eat. If I don't, you go hungry. Suyun said nothing, obediently lowering her head. All right, wife, I was a bit harsh earlier. It's just that I still don't fully trust you. Once we've spent more time together and built trust, I won't treat you this way. Yifeng softened a little. From now on, I'll listen to you. Suyun nodded. Good. Roast these two fish. That will be our breakfast today. Yifeng leaned back, ordering Suyun to work. He couldn't waste his energy, he had to save strength for dealing with Wong Tao and the dangers of the island. When the fish were roasted, Suyun hesitated, then handed the bigger one to Yifeng. Yi. Yi, dead ghost, eat your fish. At last, Suyun changed the way she addressed him. Yifeng, satisfied, took the fish and bit into it, praising, wife, you learn fast. Already roasting fish with 70% of my skill. Oh. Suyun lowered her head, nibbling the fish in small bites. Wong Tao squatted in front of them, staring straight at the roasted fish, drooling. Yifeng, there's not much meat on the fish head. Can I have it? Wong Tao asked. Call me daddy, and I'll reward you. Yifeng said playfully. What? You? Wong Tao exploded, but his rage lasted only 3 seconds. Daddy. His eyes turned bloodshot. Catch. Yifeng threw the fish head far away. Wong Tao, like a husky, howled and ran after it. Meanwhile, Suyun finished her fish. I'll go gather some firewood. I can't just eat for free. Wait. You're my wife now. How could you do rough work? Hey, son, get over here. Yifeng waved at Wong Tao. Suyun froze for a moment, but inside, she felt an odd warmth. It startled her. Before, many rich heirs had given her cars and bags worth millions, yet her heart never stirred. Why now, on this deserted island, over just a fish, did she feel warmth? No. Suyun, you can't be so cheap. Wong Tao's eyes lit up. He rushed over, since Suyun still had another fish head. Go fetch some firewood from the forest. Then you can eat that fish head. All right, I'll go right now. Wong Tao barked excitedly and dashed into the forest. Yifeng smiled with satisfaction. Back at the company, Wong Tao often lorded over him. At last, revenge. A while later, Wong Tao came back carrying a big pile of firewood, looking at Yifeng expectantly. I brought the firewood. Now I can have the fish head, right? He asked. No, Yifeng said flatly. Why? You're breaking your word. Wong Tao fumed, but he couldn't beat Yifeng, so he only glared with bloodshot eyes. Yifeng sneered inwardly. He wanted Wong Tao to get used to his inconsistency. That way, if someday he didn't keep a promise, Wong Tao wouldn't hold a grudge. After all, fetching firewood was something anyone could do. But catching fish was a skill. At the same time, he did it for Suyun to see, so that if someday he didn't give her fish, she wouldn't resent him either. Sure enough, Suyun's attitude became much more compliant. I don't keep my word, so what can you do? Yifeng spread his hands. Me? Angry, Wong Tao shrank to the side, muttering under his breath. After a while, the sun slowly rose. Suyun suddenly picked up a stick and walked toward the open beach. What are you doing? Yifeng frowned. I want to write SOS on the sand. If a rescue plane passes by, they can see it. Suyun replied. I already said, you're my wife. Leave this rough work to Wong Tao. After saying this, Yifeng waved at Wong Tao. Wong Tao, come here. Go write a big SOS on the beach, at least 200 square meters. If you do it well, you'll get the leftover fish head at noon. Wong Tao quickly stood up, but immediately shrank back down. What if you break your word again? After being tricked once, he didn't want it to happen a second time. Are you writing or not? Yifeng asked bluntly. Wong Tao hesitated again. If he didn't write, he might starve to death. If he wrote, even if he was fooled, at least there was still a chance. So, dizzy and weak, Wong Tao picked up the stick. Suyun's heart was full of conflict. She hated Yifeng's overbearing ways, but deep inside, she actually felt a trace of superiority. At least she wasn't as miserable as Wong Tao. She even enjoyed being treated like the mistress of the house. Thinking of this, Suyun sat down next to Yifeng, slowly becoming obedient. Wife, last night so you wouldn't freeze, you pressed my arm with your head all night. Now my arm is sore to death. Yifeng pretended to hammer his own shoulder. I'll massage it for you? Suyun said instinctively, then immediately regretted it. How could I let you? Go ahead. Yifeng turned his back toward her. So Suyun began massaging his shoulders. Wong Tao, writing SOS under the burning sun, saw the two of them being intimate in the shade. His whole body trembled, and he quickly turned away. He couldn't let that bastard Yifeng see the hatred on his face, or else he wouldn't get food at noon. When I get back, I'll have someone break his legs. Yes, I must. I'll make him go to work in a wheelchair. Then I'll tease him on purpose. Ha, that'll be fun. Thinking this, Wong Tao smiled. In the future, any hard work, let Wong Tao do it. We'll keep our strength. Yifeng pointed at Wong Tao, smiling foolishly in the distance. This? Isn't that too cruel? Suyun felt uneasy. Cruel? Yifeng sneered. Back at the company, he had a girlfriend named Chenli. They were together for over a year. Then this trash Wong Tao parachuted in and, within 3 days, used sweet words to take Chenli away. Stealing his girlfriend was one thing, but Wong Tao flaunted her in front of him every day, making Yifeng lose sleep for a month. Don't worry about how cruel I am. Now my legs are sore. Massage them too, Yifeng said flatly. It seemed Suyun wasn't fully tamed yet, still missing a little. To her surprise, Suyun felt a twinge of pity. After all, since they landed, Yifeng had been working nonstop. This high and mighty female president finally began to feel empathy for an ordinary man. Just then, a scream came from the forest. All three looked toward the trees. Soon, a beautiful woman ran out, clutching her thigh. Help! I was bitten by a poisonous snake. When Suyun saw the girl, she ran over joyfully. Shaoli, you're still alive. That's great. Suyun grabbed Chenli's hand. President Su, seeing you alive, I'm relieved. But I don't think I can last. Just now, when I went to relieve myself, a snake bit me. Chenli cried loudly. Suyun didn't know what to do at first, but soon thought of something. Wong Tao, come here. Your girlfriend's been bitten by a snake. If you suck the poison out, she'll be saved. At that moment, Chenli noticed Wong Tao, tan like a native under the sun. Tao, thank goodness. Suck the poison out for me. Maybe I won't have to die. Chenli, as if grabbing her last hope, staggered toward him. Wong Tao's face was full of joy, but when he heard this, he recoiled in fear. If I suck the poison, won't I die too? I'm not sucking it. He shook his head furiously. Then what do I do? Chenli cried again. Wong Tao's eyes rolled. Honey, didn't you practice yoga? You can bend down and suck it yourself. But I never trained that far. I can't reach. Tao, remember when you chased me? You swore eternal love, never leaving me. Now you won't even suck out some poison for me. Chenli wept. Wong Tao looked embarrassed, but this useless man had plenty of excuses. Lili, you're bitten, I'm sad too. But sometimes, better one person dies than two. Besides, I need to protect President Su. You're her best friend, surely you don't want her to be in danger. After saying this, Wong Tao even gave Suyun a suggestive smile. He knew Chenli was going to die, so he was already looking for a new woman. Suyun's face was blank, almost nauseated. She suddenly turned to Yifeng. Yifeng, no, husband, Shaoli was bitten by a snake. You're capable, you must have a way to save her. Yifeng had once shared feelings with Chenli. He hesitated, then said, gather more firewood, or else her cremation won't burn clean. Yifeng, you petty waste. Chenli stopped crying, pointing at Yifeng and cursing him. Yifeng ignored her, sitting down to roast fish. Heavens! How miserable I am. Seeing him ignore her, Chenli wept loudly again. Husband, you're a good man, please help Shaoli. We're all from the same company. Suyun walked over and leaned against Yifeng, her soft body lightly pressing on his strong arm. How can I help? She was bitten in a sensitive place, and I'm not her boyfriend. Yifeng calmly turned the roasting fish. This. Suyun was helpless, then turned to Wong Tao again. Wong Tao, you really won't do it? President Su, I don't want to die. And to be honest, when I first joined the company, the one I liked wasn't her. As for who I really like, you should already feel it. Wong Tao looked deeply at Suyun, making her shiver with goosebumps. Yifeng, help me suck out the poison. Even if not for me as your ex, at least for letting you play with me for a year. Chenli cried. Play with you? Didn't you play with me too? We just used each other. You couldn't hook a rich man, so you came to me to practice. And once you mastered your skills, you kicked me away immediately, didn't you? Yifeng said calmly. Chenli was silent. That was indeed her way of thinking back then. Husband, for my sake, please save Shaoli, alright? She's my best friend. Suyun pleaded. Suyun, you're becoming more and more unruly. Yifeng's expression turned cold. This? Fine, as long as you save Shaoli, I'll agree to one condition of yours. As Suyun said this, her pretty face flushed red. Hearing that, Yifeng's heart grew hot. Any condition? He glanced at Suyun's figure. After breaking up with Chenli, she had been the one he fantasized about every night. You? Facing Yifeng's lustful gaze, she couldn't help but press her legs together. President Su, please agree to him, or I'll die. Chenli urged. Huff. Yifeng, as long as you save Shaoli, I'll agree to any request you have. Suyun nodded heavily. But Yifeng leaned back, looking at Suyun's unwilling face, as if he disgusted her. Don't force yourself. If you don't want to, then forget it. Yifeng said calmly. Yifeng, I'm not forcing myself. Save Shaoli quickly, or the poison will spread to her heart. Suyun gritted her teeth. I think we better forget it. You're not doing this willingly. Yifeng shifted lazily. Chenli was furious, almost spitting blood. She wanted to rush over and kill him. Husband, I really do mean it. Actually, you're handsome and capable. I'm sincere. Suyun forced herself to look willing. Inside, she hated Yifeng to death. Making her, a dignified CEO, lower herself to beg without dignity, all for her best friend. You may be willing, but I'm not. I, Yifeng, am a man who values purity. Yifeng said seriously. You bastard, hurry and save Shaoli, I really want to hit you. Suyun flared up, swinging her fists. Hey, don't hit, I'll go, alright? Can't a husband joke with his wife? Yifeng laughed, finally walking over to Chenli. Where did the snake bite? Yifeng asked coldly. On my upper thigh. Chenli blushed. It sure knows where to bite. Take off your pants, I'll suck the poison out. Yifeng said. Chenli glanced at Wong Tao in the distance, then gritted her teeth and slowly pulled her pants halfway down. Just then, Wong Tao suddenly rushed over, furious. Touch my girlfriend and I'll kill you. Wong Tao's face was red, his neck bulging, holding a stick. Wong Tao, earlier I told you to suck it and you refused. Now Yifeng is doing it and you're jealous? What do you want? Suyun quickly blocked him. Me? Wong Tao was speechless. Either you suck or Yifeng does. Choose. Suyun's chest rose and fell with anger. Fine, let Yifeng do it. President Su, I feel Yifeng and Chenli are a pair, and we too. Wong Tao hesitated. Shut up. Suyun turned her head away. By then, Yifeng had already brought his face close to Chenli's wound. On her thigh was a mole, the bite right on it. Spread your legs a bit, I can't reach the wound. Yifeng said sternly. Ah? Chenli blushed scarlet, but still spread her legs wider. The shameful act couldn't be more degrading. Yifeng quickly saw the wound. There was only a little blood, not discolored. He squeezed the spot, no bubbles came out. He was certain, the snake wasn't poisonous. But he had to fake it, otherwise how would Suyun keep her promise? So he plucked a few leaves, chewed them, and spat them onto the wound. Alright, I used herbs to neutralize the poison. Do you feel better now? Yifeng asked. Ah? It really does feel better. Chenli rejoiced, slowly pulling her pants back up. Wong Tao hurried over to hold her. Wife, thank goodness. I was so worried. Even though I didn't save you just now, do you know how much I suffered inside? With another woman present, Wong Tao started pretending again, especially in front of his girlfriend. Chenli pulled her hand away coldly. Wife, you must be starving. There's fish here, I'll roast some for you. Wong Tao pointed at Yifeng's fish, revealing his true motive. Sure enough, Chenli's face softened a little. Then roast it quickly, I haven't eaten for days. Chenli said. All right. Wong Tao strode toward the fish, but Yifeng blocked him. Supervisor Wang, you're generous with things that aren't yours. Yifeng sneered. Hey! Your ex just lost blood, she needs nutrition. You'd let her die? Wong Tao shouted. She's your girlfriend, not mine. Catch your own fish. Yifeng crossed his arms. Wong Tao, helpless, returned to Chenli. Wife, I can't help it. See? Yifeng won't share his fish. Chenli glared at Yifeng. Yifeng, you're this stingy? Stingy? I just saved your life, and you forgot already? Didn't Wong Tao say he's a survival champion? Let him catch fish for you. Yifeng sneered. Suyun blushed deeply. They had all been fooled by Wong Tao's bragging. How embarrassing. That's right, Tao, you're the survival champion. Catch fish for me, I'm starving. Chenli urged. Of course, no problem. Watch me. Wong Tao, forced to save face, grabbed a stick and marched toward the rocks. As expected, half an hour later, he came back empty-handed. Tao, where's the fish? Chenli asked in disappointment. I've been starving for days, and Yifeng kicked me. Otherwise I'd have caught plenty. Wong Tao made excuses again. Ah? Chenli's face was full of despair. Yifeng watched coldly. Suyun's eyes on Wong Tao were icy, no trace of trust left. Then what do I do? I'll starve to death. Chenli squatted, stealing glances at Yifeng's fish. Yifeng, lend me that fish, please? When we return, I'll pay you 10 times. Chenli asked. Lend my ass. Even I can catch fish, and your boyfriend's supposed to be a survival champion. Let him help you. Yifeng said, putting his fish back on the fire. Just then, Suyun pointed to the distance. Look! There's a suitcase floating on the sea. Maybe it has food inside, she shouted. Yifeng looked closely, and sure enough, a pink suitcase was floating on the sea. Maybe it had clothes and some useful things inside. So he put down the roasted fish and walked toward the sea. The waves crashed onto the beach one after another, then flowed back into the sea. Going to get the suitcase now might mean being dragged into the deep ocean. So Yifeng looked at Wong Tao. Wong Tao, go bring the suitcase back, and I'll give you 2 fish. I'm not going. What if I get dragged into the deep sea? Wong Tao shook his head hard. Maybe there's food inside the suitcase. Yifeng tempted him. Wong Tao hesitated for 3 seconds, then suddenly looked at Chenli. Wife, you go bring the suitcase back, maybe there's really food inside. This useless man wouldn't risk himself, but urged his girlfriend instead. But I can't swim. Chenli shook her head. At that moment, Suyun spoke, I'll go. I have to do something, I can't just eat for free. After saying this, Suyun lifted her skirt and slowly walked toward the beach. This made Yifeng feel a little moved. Suyun was stubborn, but at least she didn't like to take advantage. Forget it, wife, I'll go. Yifeng sighed, took off his shirt and pants, revealing a lean, strong body. Suyun's pretty face turned red, her eyes shining. Yifeng's muscles weren't bulky like those from a gym. Instead, they had a wild, aggressive feeling that made her heart pound like a deer. Thinking of this, she secretly lowered her gaze, then quickly covered her mouth. So big. Without comparison, there was no harm. Wong Tao, feeling inferior, covered his own part. Yifeng dived straight into the sea. The waves were fierce, but with a few strokes he grabbed the suitcase. Yet when he tried to swim back, the receding waves pushed him toward the deep sea again and again. Within moments, Yifeng felt half his strength was gone. He took a deep breath, and when a wave pushed forward, he threw the suitcase hard toward the beach. Then he dived underwater, swimming quickly toward the shore. Swimming underwater, the waves affected him less. After much effort, Yifeng crawled back onto the beach, gasping. Just then, he saw Wong Tao secretly eating his roasted fish. Chenli stood by, staring eagerly. Tao, leave me some, leave me some. Chenli begged. Get away. Wong Tao pushed Chenli aside and quickly finished the fish. At that moment, Suyun ran over, sand stuck to her body. Yifeng, you finally came back. I tried to stop Wong Tao, but he pushed me down. Suyun said anxiously. Yifeng nodded, set the suitcase on the sand, and strode toward Wong Tao. Wong Tao swallowed the last bite, stood up slowly, and looked Yifeng in the eyes without fear. Wong Tao, you useless trash, you need a beating. Spit the fish back out. Yifeng said coldly. Ha ha ha, Yifeng, before I lost to you because I hadn't eaten. Now it's different. If you've got guts, come on. Wong Tao struck a taekwondo stance. Fuck off. The two fought quickly, but after only 3 moves Wong Tao was down on the sand, even kicked in the face. Still pretending? Yifeng sneered. Wong Tao said nothing, standing up in humiliation and brushing the sand off. Wong Tao, you can't even beat Yifeng? Didn't you say you were a taekwondo black belt? Chenli looked shocked. That's because I just ate fish, my body hasn't digested yet, so my reaction is slower. If I were full and rested an hour, even 10 Yifengs couldn't beat me. Even after being beaten, Wong Tao still bragged. Oh. Chenli held her stomach. She was starving. Yifeng opened the suitcase. Inside were some women's underwear and a few bags of snacks. Suyun was overjoyed. She quickly tossed a bag of snacks to Chenli. Shaoli, catch. Chenli, starving, tore open the bag and poured it all into her mouth. Before he could stop her, the snacks were gone. Suyun, next time, without my permission, if you act on your own, don't blame me for leaving you behind. Yifeng said coldly. Husband, I was wrong. Suyun admitted with some shame. After all, Yifeng had risked his life to bring the suitcase back. Yifeng searched through the suitcase, and suddenly saw a box of Durex. Both of them froze slightly, glanced at each other, then quickly looked away. Suyun's face turned red, her hands fiddling with her skirt. This can be used to hold water. Yifeng, as if possessed, slipped the box into his pocket. Suyun said nothing, only picked out a pair of shorts. She liked cleanliness, and wearing the same underwear for over a day was uncomfortable. After a while, everything in the suitcase was sorted. There was also a makeup bag with a small eyebrow knife. That knife could be used to cut open fish bellies, so no need to tear by hand anymore. The rest didn't seem useful. Let's go. Yifeng dragged the suitcase back to the fire with Suyun. Wong Tao and Chenli sat under another coconut tree. Now the 4 were split into 2 camps. But Wong Tao's camp was unstable. Chenli kept sneaking hungry glances at Yifeng. Wife, why do you keep looking at him? Sure, he's good at survival, but if I weren't hungry, I wouldn't be worse. Besides, what's the point of survival skills? Back in society, he's still just a poor loser. Wong Tao quickly tried to reassure Qinli. Sure enough, Qinli withdrew her gaze and held his arm. Yifeng sighed. Having been with Qinli for a year, he knew her well, she would never stay with a weak man. By noon, Yifeng felt a little hungry. Wife, I'll go catch some more fish. Stay here and wait for me. With that, Yifeng walked to the shallow sea. During the day, fish were scarce. He caught only 2, barely enough for 2 people. But he didn't plan to catch more anyway, otherwise Wong Tao might steal them again. Huh? What fruit is this? I've never seen it before. Yifeng hurried to a small tree. On it grew 3 white fruits. But as he approached, the fruits shrank as if alive. Strange. His instinct told him these fruits were unusual. He quickly plucked the last one before it vanished. The other 2 had already shrunk out of sight. Yifeng swallowed hard, then bit his teeth and swallowed the fruit whole. The next moment, a wave of heat swept through Yifeng's whole body. The strength he had just lost instantly returned, and the heat seemed to still be moving inside him. So amazing! Could it be a ginseng fruit? Yifeng was overjoyed and felt much more energetic. So he walked back to the beach with light steps. As soon as he arrived, he saw Wong Tao and Suyun pulling at the suitcase like in a tug-of-war. President Su, give me the snacks from the suitcase, Wong Tao shouted. No, Yifeng risked his life to bring this back. Suyun pulled hard. We're on the same side, how can you side with that useless Yifeng? After saying this, Wong Tao pushed Suyun down onto the sand. Wong Tao, you dog, what are you doing? Yifeng was furious. Wong Tao jumped in fright, quickly dropped the suitcase, and ran back to his camp. Now he was a bit afraid of Yifeng. Yifeng first helped Suyun up, then checked the suitcase. Luckily, nothing was missing. But his anger was out of control. Wife, you roast the fish first. Yifeng stood up, ready to deal with Wong Tao, but Suyun quickly grabbed his arm. Husband, don't go. You need to save your strength. Suyun looked at him with concern. It's fine, wife. To deal with that trash Wong Tao, I don't need much strength. With that, Yifeng walked up to Wong Tao. A trace of fear flashed across Wong Tao's face, but when his eyes fell on Qinli, he regained his confidence. No matter what, he couldn't lose face in front of his girlfriend, he had to act like a man. Yifeng, now that I've digested my food, do you really think you can still beat me? Wong Tao said seriously, taking a fighting stance. Fuck off. This time, Yifeng directly lifted Wong Tao up and slammed him hard onto the sand. A big imprint appeared in the sand. Yifeng froze for a moment. He felt his strength had doubled compared to before. With Wong Tao's height and weight, yet he had lifted him so easily. Could it be because of that white fruit? Ah. Yifeng, I feel like my bones are broken. If I die, you'll be fully responsible. Wong Tao lay on the sand wailing. Luckily, it was sand, if it had been concrete, he might really have broken apart. Yifeng stepped on his face. Next time you cause trouble, I'll break both your legs. Got it. Don't fight, Qinli quickly rushed over to stop them. She felt torn. If she didn't please Yifeng, she might starve, but if she didn't please Wong Tao, then once they got back, she couldn't be the girlfriend of a rich man anymore. She had seen Wong Tao's family background before, living in a villa, far better than Yifeng. Yifeng released Wong Tao and strode back to the fire. Husband, time to eat fish. Suyun took down a fish, tore off a piece of meat, and gently fed it into Yifeng's mouth. Just now, Yifeng had fought fiercely and looked so strong, it stirred something in her heart. No matter when, women admired strength, and Yifeng was clearly a strong man. Wife, you eat some too. Yifeng tore off some meat and fed Suyun. From a distance, Qinli watched them feed each other, and for some reason, her heart felt sour. Yifeng used to be my boyfriend, didn't he? President Su, how can you steal my man? Wong Tao was burning with rage, grinding his teeth almost to pieces. Don't worry, wife. With Starlink invented, the rescue team will find us in less than a day. When we return to society, I'll marry you. Wong Tao painted a big promise. Qinli's body trembled slightly at those words. Marrying a rich man was her ultimate goal. Gurgle. Her stomach growled. Tao, will you really marry me? But, can you get me something to eat first? I only had a small bag of snacks, and now I feel even hungrier. Qinli held her stomach. Eat? All you know is eat. Don't you know I'm struggling too? A woman should learn endurance. If you can't even handle this, how can you be my woman in the future? The useless man lashed out in shame. Oh. Qinli lowered her head with red eyes, then secretly glanced at Yifeng again. Don't look at him. You're my woman. I want your body and heart to be 100% loyal to me. Wong Tao roared. Don't go too far, Wong Tao. Qinli finally snapped. Too far? Isn't this just the loyalty between boyfriend and girlfriend? I promise not to find another woman, and you don't look at another man. Wong Tao said righteously. Yi Feng couldn't listen anymore, but he didn't step in. After all, Chenli had dumped him before, he could only watch and secretly enjoy the show. After finishing the fish, Yi Feng suddenly rested his head on Su Yun's thigh, preparing for a nap. Su Yun's legs tensed, but in the end, she didn't push him away. Have you two quarreled enough? Yi Feng is trying to sleep. Su Yun finally spoke. She didn't know why, but she suddenly stood by Yi Feng's side. Happiness came from comparison. The couple over there didn't even know where their next meal was coming from, but with Yi Feng, she had food and drink. Yi Feng closed his eyes, a faint approving smile on his lips. No one knew how long he had slept, but soon he was woken by a noise. Ah! It's here, finally here. It was Chenli's excited voice. Yi Feng quickly opened his eyes. Was the rescue plane here? But when he looked carefully, he saw Wong Tao swaggering back, carrying a sea turtle. His attitude was like a triumphant general. Chenli ran over to take it, but immediately covered her nose. This turtle is dead, she asked in surprise. Of course, could I catch a live one? It's not completely rotten yet, let's roast it quickly. Wong Tao said, then walked over with Chenli proudly. Yi Feng, don't think you're the only one. I'm not bad either. See this turtle? Enough to feed me 3 or 4 meals, no problem lasting until rescue. As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance at Su Yun. Congratulations, Yi Feng said calmly. Congratulations is useless. I won't share it with you. Wong Tao then sat right by the fire, ready to roast the whole turtle. Hey! Get away. This fire is mine. Make your own fire. Yi Feng looked down at him. Huh? Just borrow your fire for a while, what do you lose? You're that stingy? Wong Tao's face turned red with anger. At this moment, Chenli spoke, Tao, you're the survival champion. Let's make our own fire, don't always beg others. Fine. I just wanted it easier. Watch me. Wong Tao returned to his camp. He carefully recalled how Yi Feng had made fire, then picked up a stick and started rubbing. Yi Feng watched coldly. This fool didn't even put dry shavings underneath. Like that, even in 10,000 years, he wouldn't get a fire. Sure enough, an hour later, Wong Tao's hands were full of blisters, and he was drenched in sweat. Aga! My hands are killing me. Wong Tao threw the stick far away. Tao, what's wrong? Chenli looked disappointed. I don't know why, but suddenly I just can't make fire anymore. Wong Tao sat weakly on the ground. With no other choice, Chenli walked toward Yi Feng. Yi Feng, can you lend me a spark? When I get the fire started, I'll help you collect some dry wood. This time, Chenli lowered herself a lot. Lend you my ass, let your champion make the fire. Yi Feng said lazily, while putting his hand on Su Yun's thigh. Su Yun's face flushed red, and she quickly pressed his hand down, otherwise it would wander deeper. You! Chenli glared angrily at Yi Feng. At this time, Wong Tao walked over. Yi Feng, if I bring you a bundle of dry wood, that should be worth a little fire from you, right? Wong Tao asked. Yi Feng thought for a moment, then nodded. Fine. So Wong Tao and Chenli went into the forest, and soon came back with a bundle of dry wood. See? This pile is enough for 1 or 2 days. He squatted down, ready to borrow fire. But Yi Feng suddenly kicked over and put out Wong Tao's spark. You, breaking your word again? Wong Tao was furious. If he had a knife now, he might really kill Yi Feng. No, this would just cancels out the fish you stole from me at noon. Yi Feng sneered. Revenge doesn't come late, he remembered everything clearly. At this moment, Chenli suddenly said cleverly, then I'll go collect another pile of wood, that should be worth your fire, right? I don't need more wood now, didn't Wong Tao already bring me a bundle? Yi Feng pointed at the firewood beside Wong Tao. Aga! His powerless roar echoed across the beach, startling a flock of seabirds into flight. Su Yun glanced at Chenli, feeling a bit sorry for her, but didn't speak. Wife, do you want to plead for Chenli? Yi Feng asked. No, but we're all from the same company, I can't help but feel a little soft. Su Yun said. Fine. Chenli, since my wife spoke, I'll let you borrow fire, but only tonight. Yi Feng sneered. That means I still have to wait hours? Chenli held her stomach. But Wong Tao perked up, he had stolen some fish at noon and wasn't hungry. Come on, wife, can't you endure just 1 meal? He dragged Chenli away. Yi Feng sniffed the air. The turtle's rotten stench was getting stronger. Finally, evening came. Chenli quickly ran over. Take this torch. Yi Feng handed her a flame. But when Chenli happily lit the fire, she saw worms crawling from the turtle's mouth and nostrils. Even with fire it's useless. The turtle's full of maggots. Chenli gagged. Wong Tao frowned hard. Damn you, Yi Feng. You deliberately delayed till night so the turtle would rot before lending me fire. Now how am I supposed to eat? Wong Tao stormed over. Not my problem. Rotten stuff can still be eaten. Haven't you seen Bear Grylls eat maggots? Yifeng said mischievously. Wong Tao thought about it, then went back to roast the turtle. The smell was awful. Chenli quickly ran to the upwind side. Before long, Wong Tao had roasted the turtle. He tore off the head, forced himself, and chewed. After just a few bites, he clutched his stomach and vomited. Ha ha ha! Yifeng couldn't hold back anymore and burst out laughing. He hadn't thought Wong Tao would be so stupid as to eat maggots. You're terrible, Suyun lightly hit Yifeng's shoulder. It felt more like a massage. Chenli looked at Wong Tao, then at Yifeng. Gritting her teeth, she walked straight to Yifeng. Yifeng, can I follow you? Chenli asked. That's not good. I'm afraid President Su will misunderstand, and so will your boyfriend. Yifeng looked troubled. Ah Feng, even though we broke up, deep down I've always loved you. Every night when I think about our memories, I can't help but cry. Chenli said emotionally. Disgusting, aren't you? Yifeng frowned, feeling like he had swallowed a fly. But Suyun spoke. Ah Feng, she's telling the truth. After breaking up with you, she said she wasn't happy. Just help her, okay? Then the two of us can serve you together, keep watch, collect wood. Please? Suyun shook Yifeng's arm. No, I'm a man of loyalty. How can I let two women serve me? That would be too hard for me. Yifeng shook his head firmly. Just do it for me, okay? Suyun pleaded. She really was close to Chenli. Yifeng knew the truth was mostly that Chenli flattered her, making this silly girl happy. Wife, for you, I'll suffer a little. After all, I love you. Yifeng spoke sweetly, then turned to Chenli. Chenli, I allow you to join my camp. His tone toward Chenli was cold. This woman had no principles, she followed whoever had money. She needed to be watched. Great, Yifeng, I knew you still had feelings for me. Chenli quickly squatted by the fire. Don't flatter yourself. I let you join so you can take better care of me and Suyun. From now on, at night, you'll stand guard, fan away mosquitoes, and add wood to the fire. Most importantly, whenever there's work, you must do it without me telling you. Because I don't like repeating myself. The day I have to tell you, will be the day I kick you out. Understand? Yifeng's tone hardened, his expression serious. Chenli's smile slowly faded. She looked at him in disbelief. Ah Feng, you weren't like this before. Back then, when I was sick, you biked 10 kilometers to see me and held me until I slept. Once at midnight, I wanted iced milk tea, and you biked more than 10 kilometers to buy it for me. But now, why are you like this? Before, I was a fool. I'm not anymore. Now, I want you to pay it back. Yifeng said bluntly. If she hadn't brought it up, fine. But now, he remembered how he had been a lapdog, and it disgusted him. Ah Feng, don't be like this. I know you still love me, don't you? Chenli pressed. Chenli, if you want to eat and drink with me, then do as I say. If not, leave now. Yifeng pointed toward Wong Tao. Wong Tao, that useless man, was forcing himself to swallow pieces of half-rotten meat. Chenli felt sick just watching, but at last she nodded in humiliation, tears streaming down. Yifeng, from now on, I'll listen to you, Chenli said obediently. Call me Brother Feng. Who told you to just call me Yifeng? Yifeng scolded her loudly without mercy. You, brother Feng. Chenli's dignity was ground into the dirt. She felt worse than death, and hatred began to grow in her heart. Seeing her submit, Yifeng softened his tone. As long as you behave well and gain my trust, you don't always have to act like a servant. You can enjoy equal treatment with me, no need to divide master and follower. He gave her a little sweetness. Chenli wiped her tears, her eyes suddenly firm, as if she had just eaten the capitalist's pie, now full of fighting spirit. As long as I serve Yifeng and President Su well on this island, I can eat my fill. Then, when we return to society, President Su will definitely trust me more, life and death friendship. By then, I'll get promoted and rich, and reach the peak of life. No matter how you count it, this business is not a loss. Thinking of this, Chenli turned her tears into a smile. Yifeng looked at her strangely, then cuddled with Suyun again. His hands were restless, teasing Suyun until she almost lost control. No, if this went on, Yifeng would completely break through her defenses. So Suyun suddenly acted spoiled. Husband, you're so good at catching fish, can you teach me and Xiaoli too? Teach you? Yifeng narrowed his eyes, sneering inside. Fine. Let's go to the shallow sea. I'll teach you how to fish. Oh, and bring valuables with you, in case wild dogs take them. After saying this, Yifeng glanced at Wong Tao, who was eavesdropping in the distance. Then the three went to the shallow sea. Yifeng picked up a wooden spear, aiming at a fish. See? Judge the fish's path, then stab at its head. When scared, fish swim forward, so if you aim at the head, you'll actually hit the back. He finished, then swish, the spear flew out. A 2lbs fish was lifted by Yi Feng. Amazing, Yi Feng, husband, you're amazing. Suyun clapped. Chenli also looked delighted, carefully memorizing his posture and moves. In the cracks of the reef, Wong Tao was secretly copying. But Yi Feng already noticed. If watching a few times was enough to learn, it would be too easy. Each fish had different habits. What he just showed was only 1% of his skills. After a few more demonstrations, Suyun was eager to try. Just then, Wong Tao came out with a wooden spear, looking confident. President Su, wife, I ate half a turtle earlier, my strength is back. Now I can catch fish too. Wong Tao pretended proudly. Really? Suyun looked doubtful. Chen Li's eyes lit up, looking at Wong Tao with hope. After all, Wong Tao was a rich second generation. She had to think long term, not just about food. Watch me. Wong Tao stood on a rock, copying Yi Feng, aiming at a fish's head. But this kind of fish scattered when frightened, not swimming forward. Take my spear. Puff. He hit nothing, instead scaring most fish into the deep sea. Wong Tao, Suyun started to speak but stopped. Wong Tao blushed, I'm a little rusty. My last survival training was 3 years ago. Let me practice a few times. He failed over 10 times in a row. Meanwhile, Yi Feng had already speared 5 fish, enough for 3 people. Chen Li quickly went to him, her soft body brushing against him. Ah Feng, you're amazing. This? Amazing? Fine, just a little better than the so-called champion. Yi Feng said. Wong Tao went crazy, smashing his stick hard against a rock. Let's go roast fish. Don't disturb the champion fishing. Yi Feng laughed. Suyun couldn't help but giggle. The 3 walked back to the beach and soon disappeared from the reef. Wong Tao gnashed his teeth, sitting on the rock. His eyes swept around and spotted a fruit nearby. He swallowed, ran over, but found only a pit. The fruit had been eaten. Still, a little pulp was left on it. He picked it up and chewed. Better than starving. He didn't care and gnawed seriously. A wave of heat surged through his body. From half dead, he suddenly felt full of energy. Could it be my luck turned? Did I eat some immortal fruit? Thinking this, Wong Tao punched the air. The force was much stronger, about a third more powerful than before. At that moment, his eyes narrowed, and a sly smile crossed his face. Yi Feng, you think you can fight? Now, I'll make you my slave. With that thought, Wong Tao strode toward the beach. There, he saw Chen Li feeding Yi Feng, who looked reluctant. Bitch, I'll clean house first. Wong Tao took a deep breath, like a hero returning from a cliffside martial arts training, and walked to Chen Li. You're my girlfriend, and you please him? You ungrateful slut. He slapped Chen Li hard across the face, nearly deforming it. Ah? Chen Li fell onto the sand. Wong Tao savored the feel. It really was much stronger than before. Yi Feng pulled Suyun up. Wong Tao, even a dog's owner must be respected. Chen Li is at least working for me now. What are you doing? This is my family matter, none of your business. Wong Tao grabbed Chen Li's hair and kicked her into a shrimp curl. Yi Feng crossed his arms, watching him bully at home. Ha ha ha, I've mastered peerless martial arts. President Su, I know you've endured till now, but I can handle it now. I'm fine now. Leave Yi Feng, that loser. Wong Tao said confidently. Suyun shook her head. Now I feel you're more disgusting than Yi Feng. Oh no, I didn't mean that, husband, let me explain. Suyun's flustered look was so cute. Yi Feng stroked her hair. It's fine, I understand. Before, Wong Tao often badmouthed him in front of Suyun, painting him as disgusting. Her bias was normal. Yi Feng, stop pretending. Let's duel, man to man. Axi ba. Wong Tao posed in taekwondo stance. Fine. The two fought again. This time, Yi Feng did feel Wong Tao was stronger, but still far behind. After 3 more moves, Wong Tao was lying flat on the beach, one of his front teeth knocked out. Yi Feng clapped his hands. Trash will always be trash, wasting my time. After saying that, he went back to put his arm around Suyun. Wong Tao struggled to get up, when suddenly a graceful figure flashed before him. Chen Li kicked him right in his family jewels. Ah! My balls, my balls. Wong Tao rolled on the ground in agony. I'm not so easy to bully either. After that, Chen Li returned to Yi Feng's side. After a while, Wong Tao weakly went back to another campfire. Watching Yi Feng flirt with the 2 beauties, he could only swallow his bitterness in silence. When we get back, I'll get some guys to break your legs. Wong Tao cursed, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. After a while, Suyun and Chen Li went hand in hand into the woods to pee. When they came back, Suyun looked at Yi Feng with a mysterious smile. Hubby, guess what I just found? Suyun laughed. Did you find Chen Li's parents' corpses? Yifeng's face grew serious. Chen Li's expression immediately darkened. Back then, the reason she dumped Yifeng had partly to do with her parents. They were practical people, thinking Wong Tao had a better future. No, I found chili peppers. Usually the fish tastes bland, but with chili peppers it'll be delicious. She opened her palm as she spoke. Yifeng froze. These aren't ordinary chilies, they're Indian ghost peppers. Ghost peppers are still just peppers, aren't they? Suyun looked puzzled. Wife, you don't understand. Our bodies can't be compared to our brothers from India. They've been drinking Ganges water for years and are immune to poison. To them ghost peppers are nothing. But to us, one bite and we'll ascend on the spot. Yifeng explained. Ah, that's too bad then. Suyun was about to throw the ghost peppers away. Wait, keep them. Maybe they'll come in handy. Yifeng finished, then glanced at Wong Tao in the distance with a sly grin. That trash loves stealing fish, doesn't he? Tomorrow morning, I'll pretend to roast a fish, coat it with ghost pepper, and leave with the two girls. That guy is sure to steal and eat it, let him learn a lesson. How can you guard against a thief every single day? It's too draining. Just then, a voice came from the woods. Lily, is that you? A middle-aged couple walked out. Ah, Dad, Mom, thank goodness, you're alive too. Chen Li's face lit up with joy, and she rushed forward to hug them. Yifeng's face darkened. It was his ex-father-in-law Chen Jihua and his ex-mother-in-law Bai Guifen. My precious daughter, as long as you're alive, your father and I can rest easy. Bai Guifen gently patted Chen Li's back. Then her eyes swept around and suddenly spotted Su Yun. Ah? President Su, you're alive too. Heaven has opened its eyes, good people survived. The couple hurried over to Su Yun, fussing over her warmly. Not just me, look, Yifeng is alive too. Su Yun pointed at Yifeng. Immediately, two sharp gazes shot at him. Bai Guifen's face darkened. This trash is alive too? Looks like heaven only half opened its eyes. Mom, please say less. Actually, Yifeng isn't that bad. Chen Li whispered. Not bad? He's a poor nobody, doesn't know how to deal with people, doesn't know drinking table etiquette. What future can someone like that have? My foolish daughter, choosing Wong Tao was the right choice. Too bad we don't know how Tao is doing now. This time it was Chen Jihua speaking. Ah, Uncle Chen, I'm still alive. Wong Tao hurriedly ran over. Child, oh, you don't know how I've worried about you two these past days. You're alive, that's what matters. Chen Jihua hugged Wong Tao. Suddenly his stomach growled loudly. His face reddened. Wong Tao, your aunt and I are starving. You're the wilderness survival champion, can you get us something to eat? Bai Guifen also looked at him expectantly. Ah? Wong Tao hesitated. Chen Li looked embarrassed. Of course, no problem, watch me. Not wanting to lose face, Wong Tao picked up a spear and led the two elders toward the shallows. But Chen Li was still standing beside Yifeng. Chen Jihua turned back. Lily, what are you standing there for? Hurry and follow, don't stay with that trashy Yifeng, or Tao might misunderstand. Yes, Lily, come here to Mom. Bai Guifen also called out. Chen Li had no choice but to follow, glancing back at every step. Then Chen Jihua looked at Su Yun. President Su, what are you doing? Come with us, we're on the same side. Don't stay with that guy. Su Yun sighed and shook her head firmly. President Su, you may be the boss, but you're still young. Stay away from scum. You don't know how Yifeng tricked my daughter back then. Don't let trash like him fool you. Some trash talks big but has no real ability. Bai Guifen said earnestly. Auntie, actually, Yifeng is very capable. He can catch fish. Su Yun hinted. If she said outright that Wong Tao was useless, the couple might blow up. Yifeng couldn't hold his anger. Mother-in-law, I don't like what you're saying. Back then, Chen Li and I were together willingly. And the first time, she was the one who asked me out and made me pay the bill. How did it turn into me tricking her? What did you say? Our Lily asked you to pay? Hopeless. A man like you, quibbling over such a small thing, will never achieve anything. President Su, if you really won't come with us, then take care of yourself. With that, the four of them disappeared among the rocks. Don't be angry, hubby, I'll roast fish for you. It's almost dark. Su Yun comforted Yifeng. All right? Yifeng sat down. After eating, the four returned. But Chen Li's parents looked unhappy. From afar, Wong Tao's voice was heard making excuses. That's how it is, I haven't eaten in days, and Yifeng even knocked out one of my teeth, otherwise I'd have caught a pile of fish already. Child, no need to explain, your uncle and I believe you. It's all that trashy Feng's fault, beating you like this. When we get back, I'll report him to the police. Bai Guifen weakly comforted him. These past days, she and Chen Jihua had survived only on wild greens, without any fat to replenish them. The four sat by another campfire, saying little. Chen Li hesitated, then walked toward Yifeng. Daughter, what are you doing? Chen Jihua quickly stopped her. Dad, you've been hungry so long. I'll ask Yifeng to lend us 3 fish. Chen Li said. Don't borrow from him. I, Chen Jihua, care about my reputation in the company. How can I borrow from trash? Chen Jihua declared righteously. However, Bai Guifan pushed him and said, Old man, let's fill our stomachs first. Right now everything looks double to me. At worst, when we go back, I'll apply to the board to give him a little more bonus. Bai Guifan worked in the finance department, and Chen Jihua was the warehouse manager. The two held important positions in the company. All right? But I think doing this is too humiliating. The old man was still muttering. Chen Li finally walked over slowly. Yifeng, can you lend me 2 fish? Lend what? Don't waste time, just go back. Yifeng held Suyun with one arm while roasting fish with the other. The 3 in the distance were secretly eavesdropping. At this moment, Bai Guifan couldn't hold back anymore, striding over. You won't even lend 2 fish? What will it take for you to agree? A 40-year-old woman is like a tigress, and since Chen Jihua couldn't satisfy her, her temper was fiery. Wife, Xiaoli, come back. We must have dignity, don't beg him. Chen Jihua, who had always put on airs, finally spoke. Mother and daughter looked at each other and had no choice but to sit back down. Yifeng soon roasted 2 fish, feeding each other with Suyun, acting very intimate. Chen Jihua sighed. President Su is still too young. She'll regret it in the future. Old man, at a time like this you still care about that? We should be solving the food problem. Bai Guifan said angrily. How to solve it? We can only wait until Atao's wounds heal, then he can catch fish for us. Right, Atao? Chen Jihua asked. Yes, once I recover I can catch fish. Wong Tao quickly nodded. He had eaten a dead sea turtle to barely hang on. But Chen Li's family couldn't hold on anymore. By now it was near midnight, and the 4 of them lay down on the beach, curling up like worms. With no food in their stomachs, their body temperature was very low. The next day quickly came. Yifeng got up early. Suyun's face showed a bit of pity. Hubby, I'll go catch them a few fish. Don't touch the ones you caught. After speaking, she took the spear and ran to the shallows. When Suyun completely disappeared, Yifeng sneered coldly, placed the remaining 3 fish on the fire, then took out the ghost peppers and crushed them with a stone into juice. A pungent smell instantly spread, making Yifeng's eyes water. Ghost peppers were indeed powerful. When the fish were ready, Yifeng poured the ghost pepper juice all over them. A strong aroma drifted far away. The 4 on the opposite side couldn't sleep, secretly peeking this way. Ow, suddenly my stomach hurts badly. I have to go into the woods. Yifeng held his stomach and then looked into the distance. Wong Tao, while I'm gone, don't steal my grilled fish. Who the hell would steal your grilled fish? Am I that kind of person? Wong Tao's face flushed red as he cursed back. Yifeng sneered in his heart and pretended to hurry into the woods. From behind the trees, he peeked through the leaves toward the beach. The 4 of them stared fixedly at the 3 grilled fish. In just 2 minutes, Wong Tao stood up. What are you doing? Really going to steal? Chen Jihua scolded, but he couldn't stop swallowing his saliva. Uncle, don't worry. At worst, when we go back I'll repay him 100 times. Wong Tao said and ran toward the fish. After grabbing them, he ignored the burning heat and swallowed them directly. Yes, he swallowed, without even chewing. Hey, good son-in-law, at least leave me a little. Bai Guifan shouted from a distance. Hunger had ruined her image as a beautiful woman. But Wong Tao only stuffed his mouth, ignoring his mother-in-law's words. In just a short while, Wong Tao swallowed all 3 fish. Ah Tao, you didn't even think to leave me some? Bai Guifan grew angry. Sorry, I was too hungry just now. I accidentally ate it all. Wong Tao apologized. You. Bai Guifan almost fainted. Auntie, it's fine. Among the 4 of us, only I can catch fish. As long as I'm full, I can catch a lot for you. After hearing this, Bai Guifan fell silent, her face ugly. Yifeng felt the time was right and rushed out of the woods. Wong Tao, you really can't change your nature. Tell me, did you steal my fish? Yifeng questioned loudly. Wong Tao rolled his eyes. Bullshit, I'm not the only one on this beach. There are seabirds too. Yes, seabirds stole it. After speaking, Wong Tao felt his mouth swelling. If it was seabirds, then fine. Anyway, I smeared ghost pepper all over those fish. After eating, they'll have bloody diarrhea for 3 days. Yifeng said with a wicked grin. Ah? Wong Tao finally realized. His mouth and stomach were burning, and the pain grew stronger. You. Before he could finish, Wang Tao clutched his stomach and collapsed, rolling on the ground in agony. Chen Jihua and Chen Li rushed to check on him. Bai Guifan swallowed hard, but looked toward Yifeng in the distance. She was really starving. So she gritted her teeth and walked over to Yifeng. Feng, as long as you catch us a few fish, when we go back, I'll let Lily continue with you. Sorry, I don't love her anymore. Yifeng shook his head. Then what will it take for you to agree? Bai Guifen's expression suddenly shifted. Yifeng had eaten at her house before. She had keenly noticed that Yifeng often secretly peeked at her. Bai Guifen was confident in her figure. Since marrying Chen Jihua, she had hardly done housework, hiring maids instead. So even at 40, her looks and figure were no worse than a freshly graduated college girl. What's more, she had the experience that young girls didn't. Don't waste time. Yifeng shook his head firmly, but his gaze was slowly drawn. When Bai Guifan lowered her head, her neckline opened wide, faintly revealing her full, fair chest. In this regard, Su Yun and Chen Li couldn't compare. Bai Guifan knew well, seizing the chance, Yifeng, good boy, as long as you guarantee our food on this deserted island, I can trade anything with you. You understand? Her words were full of seduction, making Yifeng's heart stir. Indeed, he did have some thoughts about Bai Guifan. After all, he was a normal man. In the finance department, Bai Guifan was considered a flower. Though usually cold and harsh, that only made her more of a conquest, and with her voluptuous figure, she was very alluring. Well? Bai Guifan gave him a flirty look behind her husband's back. Yifeng was about to answer when Suyun appeared from the reef. She was holding a fish, smiling brightly. I'm back. Suyun had caught a fish for the first time, so she was very happy. Bai Guifan glanced at the small fish and felt disappointed. Then she leaned closer and said mysteriously, how about this, Feng, tonight, when they're all asleep, let's sneak into the woods and talk about the conditions again. Don't worry, I'll agree to any condition you ask. After saying this, she suddenly bit her lip, then left. In fact, Bai Guifan also had her own troubles. If her husband was good in that area, her temper wouldn't be so fiery. So be it. Anyway, this deal could satisfy both her stomach and her body, so why not? At worst, when they got back, she would bury this matter deep inside her heart forever. Suyun still didn't know Bai Guifan's scheme. She voluntarily handed over the fish. Aunt Bai, take this. The fish is a bit small, but it's enough to fill the stomach a little. Then thank you, President Su. Bai Guifan took the fish, but Wang Tao, who was lying weakly on the ground, shouted, Auntie, give it to me. My stomach hurts so badly, burning hot, I feel like I'm dying. Please let me eat a normal fish to ease it, otherwise I'll really die. No, if I don't eat, I'll starve to death. Bai Guifan frowned and said. Chen Jihua quickly said, Wife, give it to Ah Tao. He really looks like he's in pain. If you treat him well now, he'll be filial to us in the future. Yes, Mom, give it to Brother Tao. Maybe the rescue team will come soon. We won't miss this one small fish. Chen Li also spoke to Bai Guifan. Wang Tao swallowed his saliva and said, Auntie, Uncle is right. If you help me now, in my most difficult time, later I will definitely treat you and Uncle like my own parents. Bai Guifan hesitated too. But who could be sure when the rescue team would come? What if they didn't arrive for a long time? While she was struggling, Chen Jihua directly grabbed the fish, roasted it, and gave it to Wang Tao. Wang Tao took it and immediately swallowed it in big bites. Bai Guifan's face turned green. Suyun was speechless. She had worked so hard to catch a fish, and in the end Wang Tao ate it again. Yifeng saw the scene and sneered in his heart. He pulled Suyun into his arms and onto his lap. Suyun sat down but instantly jumped up. What's wrong? Why such a big reaction? Suyun pointed at Yifeng's pants. Yifeng's old face turned red. I always react like this. Wife, you actually caught a fish just now, you're learning fast. Of course, I'm not weak. Suyun looked proud. This was the first time in her life she caught a fish, and she felt she had improved a lot. You're still far off. How about this, I'll teach you to catch fish. Yifeng said, then took Suyun to the shallows. He taught while catching, and soon caught more than 10 fish. But for some reason, in his mind, Bai Guifan's words kept echoing. No, how could I think about that? Too shameless. Yifeng shook his head hard, trying to drive away that voice. But the more he tried not to think, the more uncomfortable he felt, and in the end he faintly began to look forward to it. He really wanted to slap himself. At a time like this, how could he be thinking about that kind of thing? After catching fish, Yifeng and Suyun walked back to the beach hand in hand. Passing by Bai Guifan's fire, Yifeng's heart softened. After all, she was once his mother-in-law. He couldn't be too heartless. So he threw 3 fish next to Bai Guifan. Here, these 3 fish are for you. But if you share them with Wong Tao, then sorry, even if you starve to death in the future, I won't show mercy again. After Yifeng finished, he walked away. Bai Guifeng picked up the 3 fish, looked meaningfully at Yifeng's back, and smiled seductively. Just now when Yifeng was fishing, his clothes were all wet, showing his strong body, which made her heart burn. By comparison, Wong Tao was only tall but full of fat, disgusting to look at. As for her husband, ugh, hopeless. That old man couldn't do anything. Wife, hurry up and roast the fish, we're all starving. Chen Jihua's voice came. Bai Guifeng panicked and quickly returned to the fire. After all, this was the first time in her life she had done something like this. Her heart was pounding wildly, and she didn't know if Yifeng would go into the woods with her at night. The 3 fish weren't big, barely enough to fill their teeth, and made them even hungrier. Time passed, and night quickly fell. Yifeng leaned against a coconut tree to rest, but his half-closed eyes kept glancing at Bai Guifeng's camp. Wong Tao curled up in a ball, looking half dead. Chen Jihua and Chen Li were fooled by Wong Tao's promises, tending to him attentively. Bai Guifeng sat to the side, winking at Yifeng on purpose from time to time, even tugging at her clothes to tease him. Time passed again, and soon it was midnight. The sound of snoring came from the beach. Yifeng hugged the sleeping Suyun, but couldn't sleep. His lower abdomen burned hot. Half asleep, he suddenly opened his eyes. He saw Bai Guifeng standing in the distance, pointing her finger toward the woods. Yifeng took a deep breath and closed his eyes again. Better not to see. He already had Suyun now. But after only 2 seconds, he opened his eyes again. Under the moonlight, Bai Guifeng suddenly pulled open her neckline. That snow-white glow faintly revealed in the moonlight. Damn it, whatever. It's Bai Guifeng making the move. Yifeng swallowed hard. This kind of thing Bai Guifeng wouldn't dare talk about anyway. Seeing this, Bai Guifeng sighed in relief and walked quickly into the woods. The moonlight in the woods was even dimmer. He noticed Bai Guifeng step by step walking up to him. Yifeng, tell me, what price must I pay for you to keep providing food? Bai Guifeng whispered. As she spoke, she glanced at the beach, sneaky like a thief. Heh, weren't you always so harsh before? Now you're learning to lower yourself? Yifeng suddenly said coldly. Although his body was honest, in his heart he was still unhappy, wanting to vent the anger he had suffered before. Feng, I really was too much before. I apologize to you. Bai Guifeng said with difficulty. She had been spoiled by her husband, a mature woman who thought the whole world should revolve around her. Now you're only apologizing because you're in trouble. Yifeng snorted coldly. A trace of humiliation flashed across Bai Guifeng's face, but she still smiled slightly. Feng, let's not talk about the past. It's already over. Now they're all asleep. You can do whatever you want. Besides, I've already had surgery, so you don't need to worry about consequences. Hearing this, Yifeng's hair stood on end in excitement. Didn't that mean he could really do whatever he wanted? Seeing that Yifeng still hesitated, Bai Guifeng bit her lip and directly undid her clothes. Yifeng took a deep breath, his whole body excited. This scene was all seen by Bai Guifeng, who couldn't help but swallow. A guy in his 20s, how could you be a match for me? Just a little trick, and I got you to take the initiative. Feng, come here, we need to hurry, if they wake up, we're finished. After saying that, she turned and leaned against a tree. Who cares, anyway no one will know. Yifeng lunged forward, hugging the plump Bai Guifeng, so soft, so fragrant. The next moment, his hair stood on end. From the depths of the forest, pairs of green eyes lit up. Wolves? Yifeng was shocked, grabbed Bai Guifeng and ran. Wolves? Bai Guifeng was also scared stiff. The wind was strong on the beach, so Suyun and the others still hadn't woken up. Wake up, wolves are coming! Yifeng shouted, waking everyone up. Really wolves? Suyun hugged Yifeng tightly from behind. Don't hold on to my back. Yifeng's face was serious, he picked up a wooden spear from the ground, while Suyun took out her eyebrow knife for defense. On the other side, Chen Jihua and the other 3 also woke up, hiding behind Wong Tao. Why are you hiding behind me? Wong Tao quickly moved and hid behind Chen Jihua. Woo woo! Roars echoed. Out of the jungle walked 6 or 7 animals covered in spots. Spotted hyenas? Yifeng's eyes widened. How could there be spotted hyenas in a tropical rainforest? No time to think, he held the spear and moved closer to Wong Tao and the others. With more people together, maybe the hyenas would back off. Do they eat people? Chen Li's voice trembled. Wong Tao, you're the wilderness survival champion. You can't catch fish, but you should know how to deal with hyenas, right? Bai Guifeng asked. I don't know, in my survival training, I never met these creatures. This useless Wong Tao was making excuses again. The others pressed their lips tightly, not daring to speak. Yifeng knew the habits of hyenas. He slowly raised his spear, aiming at the hyena queen. The next moment, the spear flew. Ayo! The hyena queen was wounded, letting out a howl. The other hyenas, seeing their queen hurt, quickly fled back into the forest. Yifeng, now weaponless, didn't dare to chase, only watching them disappear. Great, Ah Feng, you drove the hyenas away. Suyun happily hugged him, letting her softness press against him. Not bad, Ah Feng, you do have some skills. Chen Jihua had to give him a thumbs up. Bai Guifan glanced at Yifeng, then at Wang Tao. Ah Tao, why can't you ever compare to Yifeng? That useless Wang Tao's eyes rolled, and he started making excuses again. Who says I can't compare? Do you know what momentum is? Just now, I stared the hyenas down, used human momentum to suppress them, that's why they fled. Shut up. Chenli couldn't hold it in anymore. Yifeng stared at the spot where the hyenas vanished, looking worried. They're gone, what are you still worried about? Suyun supported him to sit down. Dogs hold grudges. I just injured the queen, sooner or later she'll come for revenge. That means from now on, the beach is not safe. Yifeng didn't say the other thought in his heart, hyenas shouldn't exist in a rainforest. This place was strange, sinister. Then why didn't you just kill the queen? Wang Tao finally seized a chance to loudly question Yifeng. Kill? With a wooden spear? You useless fool, shut up. If you and I had stood at the front just now, with 2 spears, maybe we could have killed her. But now it's too late, we must move our camp. Yifeng said coldly. Wang Tao fell silent, lowering his head. Ah Feng, where do we go next? Chen Jihua now used the word we. Where you go doesn't matter, but Su and I will head deeper into the forest. Best to find a cave, so hyenas won't drag us off at night. Yifeng said flatly. Su Yun's heart felt sweet. Yifeng only cared about her life and death. Don't be like this, against hyenas we must unite, no more dividing into groups. Chen Jihua said fearfully. Yifeng sneered, wasn't faction-making Chen Jihua's specialty in the company? But he didn't argue further, because against a pack of hyenas, unity was necessary. Fine, I'll assign tasks. He stepped onto a stone. Tonight, we'll still rest on the beach. Wang Tao and Chen Jihua take night watch, let me and the 3 women rest. Tomorrow morning, we'll search for a defensible cave, best if we find water. Anyone object? Wang Tao, that useless man, was the first to oppose. Why should we? You think you're the leader? If you don't listen, then tomorrow don't follow us. Stay here on the beach. Yifeng said bluntly. Wang Tao finally shut up. On a deserted island, being alone meant death. Next, Yifeng had the 4 of them gather together around the fire to sleep. Wang Tao and Chen Jihua stood watch near the forest. Uncle, don't worry, once we enter the jungle, I'll show my real skills, I won't lose to Yifeng. After all, I trained for jungle survival, not beach survival, so Yifeng is only stronger than me here on the sand. This useless Wang Tao was still covering his incompetence. Chen Jihua just nodded perfunctorily. Meanwhile, Yifeng had fallen asleep when he noticed Bai Guifan beckoning him. He thought she had some clever plan, so he followed. Ah Feng, we didn't finish earlier. Once we find a stable camp, I won't shortchange you. Then you can do whatever you want, as long as my husband doesn't find out. Bai Guifan whispered. Hearing that, Yifeng got excited again. That one hug earlier had left him lingering with desire. We'll talk later. Yifeng turned back, then hugged the sleeping Suyun. Time passed slowly, until dawn finally came. Yifeng was the first to wake, and saw Wang Tao, near the forest, already snoring. Only Chen Jihua was still standing guard with a stick. Yifeng burned with anger, ready to scold Wang Tao. But his eyes turned, and he changed his mind. Wake up, quietly, don't disturb Wang Tao. Yifeng woke the 3 women, then nudged Chen Jihua. The 5 of us will head into the forest now. Morning is cool, not hot to walk. By noon, the jungle will be like a steamer. Yifeng whispered. Huh? Not bringing Wang Tao? Chen Jihua pointed at the sleeping Wang Tao. This useless man is no help, only a burden. If you want to bring him, then we'll split up. Yifeng threatened. This, fine. Chen Jihua nodded with difficulty. So, the 5 of them started preparing. Yifeng used the eyebrow knife to cut some tree bark, then wrapped it around his ankles, winding it up below his knees. Why are you doing that? Suyun asked curiously. The forest is full of thorns. This way I can protect my legs from being scratched. Yifeng explained. The other 4 began copying him. An hour later, they had finished wrapping their legs. Suyun, who liked looking pretty, not only wrapped her legs but also wrapped bark around her wrists. Let's go. Yifeng picked up the only wooden spear and went in front to clear the way, while Chen Jihua dragged a suitcase behind. This was a subtropical island, the ground full of thorns and overgrown weeds, mostly hardwoods and evergreen trees. Luckily Yifeng had prepared protection, otherwise those thorns would have torn their legs bloody. So damn tiring. After clearing the way for a while, Yifeng was sweating heavily. Let's take turns clearing. You're important, you can't get worn out. After Suyun said this, she stepped forward. But Yifeng pulled her back and said to Chen Jihua, you go in front. Chen Jihua was about to nod when suddenly rustling sounds came from behind. Not good, is it hyenas? The five of them quickly huddled together. But out from the weeds came that useless Wong Tao. Seeing the group, his eyes turned red. When I woke up just now, I was alone on the beach. Why did you leave me? Why? Wong Tao was truly furious, shouting with clenched teeth. He had been terrified moments ago. Yifeng nearly spat blood in anger. He hadn't expected that useless Wong Tao to catch up. Shut the hell up, or you'll bring carnivores here. Yifeng snapped. Wong Tao quickly covered his mouth. He had just been too desperate, so he lost control. You came at the right time. Go in front and clear the way. Yifeng pointed forward. Why me? It was definitely your bad idea to leave me, and now you want me to clear the way. Wong Tao shouted. Not clearing? Next time I'll dump you again, because you're worthless. Yifeng said coldly. Wong Tao gritted his teeth and finally went forward. But since his legs had no protection, soon the sharp thorns cut him until blood was flowing. After they went about 2 li deeper, Yifeng's eyes moved, and he pointed left. Wong Tao, clear that way, there should be water. Because there were wild bamboos on the left, and bamboo loved water, so there might be a source. Don't underestimate 2 li in the jungle, it was like 20 li in normal land, since they had to clear a path and watch for poisonous snakes in the grass and toxic bugs falling from trees. 2 li took them nearly an hour, everyone drenched in sweat. Especially by Guifen, her sweat made her clothes stick tightly to her body, her 2 full curves exposed in the air. It's so hot, Wong Tao, hurry up clearing. Suyun urged. Inside, Wong Tao raged, just wait, I'll get you, you cheap woman. After another 20 minutes, Wong Tao finally reached the bamboo. Yifeng tilted his ear. Behind the bamboo, there seemed to be water. There's water ahead. He rushed forward, pulled apart 2 stalks of bamboo. Behind was a small stream, water clear and clean, with trout struggling to swim upstream. The others came over, faces full of joy. Ha ha ha, great, I haven't bathed in days. Suyun stumbled forward, scooping up stream water to drink. Ah Feng, come quickly, the water is sweet. Suyun waved to Yifeng. With a splash, Wong Tao leapt into the stream, and the clear water instantly turned muddy. Ha ha ha, so damn cool. Just now, clearing the way nearly gave me heatstroke. He rolled around in the stream like a buffalo, and the downstream water turned into mud soup. Yifeng really wanted to beat him to death, but that useless man still had some value clearing the way. For now, keep him. When danger came, he could be the sacrifice. Let's go upstream. The 5 of them went 10 meters upstream. Yifeng drank a sip of the water. It really was sweet, it should be a mountain spring-fed stream, rich in minerals. Suyun dipped her pretty feet in the stream, kicking up water, then leaned to Yifeng's ear and whispered something. Yifeng's eyes widened, and he quickly pressed down his pants. Giggle, giggle. Suyun laughed like silver bells. Bai Guifen stood in the stream, lifting her skirt to reveal her white calves, washing them slowly. After washing, she gave Yifeng a meaningful look. Yifeng took a deep breath, then started observing the surroundings. Near water, animals usually came to drink at night, so this place was even more dangerous. Everyone, wash up quickly. In 3 hours, we'll keep going deeper into the forest, see if we can find a cave or a crack in the rocks. Yifeng shouted. Huh? No way. Still walking? The 3 women immediately refused. Women loved cleanliness, once they saw fresh water, they didn't want to leave. Wong Tao sneered, walking up from downstream. Yifeng, are you crazy? We finally found water, and now you want to cause trouble again. You're addicted to being a leader. He hated Yifeng, and now he had a chance for revenge. By water it's unsafe. Only by finding a cave can we guard against hyenas. Yifeng said. Sometimes, professional explanation seemed pale. Fine, go find your cave, but we'll stay here. Wong Tao claimed Suyun and the others to his side, trying to isolate Yifeng. At this moment, Suyun unwillingly asked, Ah Feng, we finally found water, can't we just stay here? You don't know, some carnivores like to drink by water at night. That makes water sources even more dangerous. Yifeng finally explained clearly. Hearing this, the 3 women trembled, their eyes darting nervously around. That useless Wong Tao instantly shut up, hurrying to stick with the group. Then we'll bathe behind that rock. Suyun said, then went with Chenli and her daughter behind the rock. Yifeng also sat in the stream, scrubbing his dirt. After days without bathing, he was filthy. Chen Jihua came over to help scrub his back. Only now did he realize Wong Tao was just a braggart, Yifeng was the reliable one. Uncle, help scrub me too. Wong Tao called from the side. There's a tree there, use bark to scrub yourself. Chen Jihua said flatly. Me? Wong Tao had no choice but to do it. Yifeng enjoyed the back scrubbing service, but his eyes turned to the rock, his mind imagining the three women bathing naked, his heart full of longing. Behind the rock, from time to time came the silver bell-like laughter of Suyun and Chenli. Then, 3 pieces of washed clothes were thrown onto the rock to dry. Chen Jihua, let's also wash our shirts and pants, just wear underwear. After saying that, Yifeng put his shirt and pants into the water, beating them with a stick. Suyun and the other 2 women were still behind the rock, waiting for their clothes to dry. They couldn't run out naked, could they? Yifeng's heart swayed. He really wished hyenas would appear now, then the 3 women behind the rock would definitely rush to him. Ah! At that moment, a scream came from behind the rock. Yifeng was startled, and without thinking, ran over in only his underwear. Wife, are you okay? Ah, don't come over, don't. But it was too late. Yifeng had already gone around the rock, his green eyes staring at the 3 women. They were all squatting in the water, with only their heads above the surface, everything else covered. You're still looking? Suyun scolded lightly. But Bai Guifen shifted her body upward. The stream water was so clear that Yifeng could almost see all 3 shapes clearly. Close your eyes. Suyun was a little angry. Yifeng quickly closed his eyes. Just now I heard you scream, I thought it was hyenas. Yifeng explained, holding his lower body with both hands. No, it was just an eel swimming over, we thought it was a snake. Suyun said. Indeed, an eel had swum close just now, almost slipping inside. Then I'm relieved. I'll go. Yifeng said, ready to turn away. Wait, bring that suitcase, aren't there clothes inside? Suyun suddenly called out. Yifeng's heart thumped. There were clothes, but all were lingerie. Did the 3 women plan to wear those? Okay. Yifeng strode downstream, dragged the pink suitcase, and pushed it over. Then, he heard the sound of the suitcase being opened, along with women's exclamations. So little fabric, what can this cover? Chenli complained. Ugh, might as well not wear anything. Bai Guifen's voice followed. Yifeng felt secretly delighted, sitting properly downstream, ready to enjoy a fashion show. At this moment, he noticed Wong Tao also peeking sneakily at the rock. Wong Tao, go collect some firewood from the bamboo forest, I'll need it to grill fish. Yifeng pointed. He didn't want that useless man to enjoy the view. You. A flash of resentment crossed Wong Tao's eyes, but he still went obediently. Ah Feng, what's the name of these fish, so fat? Chen Jihua pointed at the trout in the water. They're called trout. Every year they swim upstream to spawn. Yifeng said. Didn't expect you to know so much. Chen Jihua praised. I don't know as much as your son-in-law, the champion. Enough talk, you make fire, I'll catch fish, Wong Tao collects firewood. Let's split tasks. After saying that, Yifeng picked up the only spear and began aiming at the trout. Chen Jihua looked embarrassed, just standing there. While catching fish, Yifeng muttered, weren't trout from cold regions? But this was clearly tropical rainforest. After catching 6 fish, Chen Jihua indeed hadn't made a fire. Yifeng had to do it himself. At that moment, Bai Guifen came out, still looking shy. Hiss! Yifeng's hand stopped rubbing the fire stick. Bai Guifen wore only a thin veil. Her white thighs, plump body, faintly visible under the fabric. Chen Jihua flushed red, shouting loudly, nonsense! Who told you to wear that? Go change back. Bai Guifen had felt shy, but upon hearing this, she grew angry. Change into what? The other clothes aren't dry. I'll change when they're dry. But dressed like this, you're letting Ah Feng laugh at you. Chen Jihua stomped angrily. Yifeng awkwardly withdrew his gaze, he had been staring too intently. What's the problem? I'm his elder, he won't have dirty thoughts about me. Bai Guifen didn't care, sitting down beside Yifeng. A wave of mature woman scent overwhelmed him. Yifeng blushed, speeding up the fire-making. Poof! A small flame finally rose, and Yifeng quickly fed it. Ah Feng, you're amazing. Bai Guifen smiled. Oh. Yifeng squatted, not daring to stand, or his pants would look bad. Behind the rock, Suyun and Chenli looked at each other, embarrassed to come out. If they came out, wouldn't they be completely seen? Mom, what do I do? Do I just stay in the water? Chenli called. Daughter, it's up to you. Come out if you want, or wait till the clothes dry. Bai Guifen said casually. Her mindset was now open, giving her daughter the choice. In the end, the two girls couldn't bear the shame and stayed in the water. Luckily, the sun was up. In less than 2 hours the clothes would dry. By the fire, only 3 people were left. Suddenly, Bai Guifan had an idea. Old man, Wang Tao hasn't returned from collecting wood, maybe something happened. You go check, Ah Feng, and I will grill fish. You're right. Chen Jihua smacked his head and rushed into the bamboo forest with the spear. Now, only Yi Feng and Bai Guifan remained. Bai Guifan quietly glanced behind the rock, making sure no one was there, then sat close beside Yi Feng. Her watery eyes dropped to Yi Feng's pants. Ah Feng, thank you for providing food. Auntie has nothing else to repay you. If you want, later we can go upstream, away from them. I washed very clean. She exhaled her mature breath. Yi Feng groaned, feeling like his pants would explode. Don't be like this, okay? He swallowed hard. What are you afraid of? I told you, I had surgery. You can do whatever you want, and after washing, no one will know. You think I don't know you always peeked at me? This is a deserted island, don't be so polite. Bai Guifan finished with a flirtatious wink. Auntie, let's wait until after the fish. My head is messy now. Yi Feng said with difficulty, almost agreeing. Don't worry, heaven knows, earth knows, you know, I know. We can be secret. I can give you some sweetness. Look, my body isn't worse than those college girls, right? You can take a little interest now, no one will see. After saying this, Bai Guifan leaned closer. The thin veil couldn't hide her curves. Yi Feng finally couldn't hold back. At this moment, Wang Tao's voice came from the bamboo forest. Uncle, I must have been too tired and fell asleep just now, so don't blame me. Ugh. Why are you so useless? You can't do anything right, even picking firewood you can fall asleep. When the words fell, the two came back, only Chen Jihua carrying a small bundle of firewood. Yi Feng and Bai Guifan had already separated, pretending to chat about unimportant things. Ah Feng, can you help me stick this in? I don't have much strength. Bai Guifan held a branch, wanting to pierce it into the fish's belly. Oh. Yi Feng helped her push it in, and finally it went through. Seeing the warm scene, Chen Jihua smiled slightly. His wife was really skilled in dealing with people. As long as she was there, Yi Feng would catch fish for them. The fish were finally roasted, the aroma spreading, making the two women behind the rock sniff the air. President Su, let's put on our outer clothes first. As for the underwear, it's still not dry, so let it keep drying. Chen Li suggested. Won't that be obvious? Su Yun hesitated. If only Yi Feng was outside, she might not wear anything at all. But with Chen Jihua and that useless Wang Tao there, she was unwilling. It's fine, just hunch your back, no one will notice. Chen Li chuckled, putting on her outer clothes first. Su Yun's stomach growled with hunger, so she could only obey. Yi Feng laid out the roasted fish and called toward the rock, Wife, come out, Just as he said a few words, his eyes widened. The two women had come out from behind the rock. As they walked, their backs hunched, but their chests still swayed slightly. The outlines were faintly visible. Not good. Yi Feng quickly stood, blocking Wang Tao and Chen Jihua's line of sight. Chen Jihua, Wang Tao, turn your backs to the fire and eat fish. Without my permission, you're not allowed to turn around. Yi Feng ordered. Chen Jihua immediately turned his back. But Wang Tao was unwilling. Why? Chen Li is my girlfriend. Why can't I look? If you insist on looking, I'll abandon you next time. Yi Feng threatened. Wang Tao had no choice but to turn around. In his heart, he only wanted Yi Feng dead. Su Yun and Chen Li, seeing the two men turn away, finally lifted their heads and walked out proudly. Yi Feng's eyes turned red. These three women could only belong to him. Wang Tao didn't deserve to see them. Eat the fish, I've roasted them for you. Yi Feng pointed at the fish on the ground. But Bai Guifen's eyes moved. She tore a piece of fish, blew on it with her red lips, then held it in front of Yi Feng's mouth. Yi Feng. Su Yun was right there, wasn't this too bold? Ah Feng, we all rely on you. So serving you is natural. Eat, I've cooled it down. Bai Guifen smiled, every move full of mature womanly charm. Chen Li saw her mother's way and understood. Without Yi Feng, they'd all die. So she too tore a piece of fish, blew on it, and held it to Yi Feng's lips. Yi Feng swallowed hard. He wanted to eat, but had to care about Su Yun's face. Sure enough, Su Yun's expression changed, and she quickly grabbed his arm. Yi Feng immediately felt her softness. Different from Bai Guifen, Bai was soft and hot, while Su Yun's softness carried resilience. Enough, you all eat yourselves. Let Su Yun serve me. Yi Feng refused with difficulty. Bai Guifen wasn't jealous, only smiled and ate by herself. But Chen Li looked unhappy. Before, Yi Feng had been her lapdog. Why was he now taken by Su Yun alone? Su Yun's heart was sweet. Look, Yi Feng only wants me to serve him. That proves my place in his heart is irreplaceable. So she too tore a piece of fish and gently fed it to Yifeng. Yifeng was overjoyed. Who would have thought, stranded on an island, even the arrogant female CEO would compete to serve him? Wang Tao ate with his back turned, but he heard all their conversation. He hated. He raged. Why? Why could a useless nobody win the favor of 3 beauties at once, while he, a rich heir, couldn't even look? Chen Jihua, however, thought differently. He believed his wife was just flattering Yifeng for food, nothing more. The fish was quickly finished, and the clothes had mostly dried. The 3 women went to change, putting on their underwear as well. Now that we're full, it's time to search for a cave. Wang Tao, you lead the way. Yifeng said. Yes, brother Feng. Wang Tao suddenly became obedient. Bai Guifen glanced at Yifeng, then her eyes moved as she spoke. Wait, I think we should split into groups. 2 by 2, 1 group upstream, 1 group downstream, and 2 stay here to cover. What do you think, Ah Feng? As she said this, she secretly threw him a wink. Yifeng's heart burned. She was right. Splitting up would make finding a cave more likely. Of course, in his heart he only thought of finding a cave, nothing else. Ant Bai makes sense. Then I'll assign tasks. Chen Jihua and Wang Tao go downstream, Su Yun and Chen Li guard here, and I'll go upstream with Ant Bai. Any objections? Yifeng asked. Chen Jihua frowned. Ah Feng, let me go with my wife, you go with Wang Tao. Yifeng's face reddened, about to agree, but Bai Guifen cut in first. Ah Feng and Wang Tao together? They'd fight before finding a cave. But you and Wang Tao are fine, your relationship is good. And I, as a former mother-in-law, get along with Ah Feng too. We can go together. Wife, you really know how to arrange things. Chen Jihua agreed, taking Wang Tao downstream. Bai Guifen looked again at Yifeng's red face. Come on, Ah Feng, I'll take you to find a cave. Hopefully with water nearby. All right. Yifeng raised his backside and followed her upstream. Indeed, a cave needed water nearby, fetching water and bathing would be much easier. The 2 walked along the stream. Beside it were many animal footprints and droppings. It showed how dangerous it was near water. Bai Guifen walked in front, her full hips swaying lightly. Yifeng followed behind, 30% of his attention still on the bamboo forest by the bank. After walking a while, Bai Guifen suddenly turned back and looked downstream. Su Yun and her daughter's figures were completely gone. She stopped pretending, directly turning her gaze toward Yifeng's pants. The next moment, she covered her red lips with her hand, her frightened eyes carrying a trace of secret delight. Yifeng felt a bit proud. When he was young and bathed in the river, he already stood out above the whole village. As an adult, even more so, he could almost step beyond the nation and face the world. Back when he was with Chen Li, she begged for mercy every day. Ah Feng, do you want it in the water, or on the shore? I think in the water is better. Bai Guifen looked at Yifeng with eager eyes. But Yifeng suddenly looked toward the bamboo forest. For some reason, he felt movement inside. Auntie, let's keep walking upstream. It doesn't feel safe here. Yifeng said with meaning. However, Bai Guifen misunderstood. She thought Yifeng was only afraid her voice would be too loud and Suyun downstream would hear. All right, I'll listen to you. After speaking, she twisted her waist and walked farther upstream. Yifeng felt more and more uneasy. Ever since eating that white fruit, his 6th sense seemed sharper. Just now, in the bamboo forest, something seemed to be watching. Stop! Yifeng called out to Bai Guifen. She was already unbearably restless. Hearing this, she immediately turned back and grabbed at Yifeng's pants. Ah! That's not what I meant, you? Yifeng felt immense pleasure, but reason made him push her hand away. He leaned close to her ear and whispered, I think something's watching us in the forest. I'll pretend to go in the bamboo to relieve myself, see if I find anything. Hearing this, Bai Guifen also grew nervous. Could it be my husband? Shouldn't be. You wait here. After saying that, Yifeng took the spear and went into the bamboo. Sure enough, some weeds were pressed flat, with a trail of small human footprints. He followed the prints, then suddenly looked toward a 2-meter-tall weed. Who's there? Come out, or I'll throw the spear. With that, Yifeng raised his spear. Ah! Don't throw. A terrified voice sounded, and a raggedly dressed girl ran out. Yifeng looked closely. She was about 14 or 15, her short skirt torn, her socks ruined, blood flowing from knees to thighs. Were you spying on me? Yifeng lowered his spear. The girl had a doll-like face, chubby cheeks, looking very cute. But right now, her doll face held only fear. Why didn't you come out to meet me? Yifeng asked. I was afraid you were bad. Unexpectedly, though young, the girl was very cautious. It wasn't her fault. She had originally washed ashore with a bald man. At first, in the first day or two, he cared for her, catching fish. But after the third day, he changed, his eyes toward her became strange. She fled into the forest, the bald man chased. Only last night did she escape him. Don't worry, I'm a good person. Come, follow me out. Looking at such a cute little girl, Yifeng liked her instantly. The girl hesitated, but followed him out. Bai Guifen had been watching the bamboo. When she saw Yifeng walk out with a light bulb, her heart let out a sigh of despair. Just now, she had been itching to death. Now, clearly, nothing could happen. Mother-in-law didn't expect we'd find another companion. She's pitiful. If we don't help, she'll die. Yifeng said. Fine. Bai Guifen sighed. Little sister, the three of us will walk upstream, see if we can find a cave or rock crack. In an hour we'll return. I'll roast you fish. Yifeng smiled with fatherly kindness. The little girl was too cute. Oh. Her sense was sharp. Yifeng didn't seem like a bad man, at least not like the bald one. She obediently took the lead, clearing the way, leaving Yifeng and Bai Guifen with free hands. Bai Guifen walked beside Yifeng. Ah Feng, what I wanted to give you just now it's impossible. She pressed her hot skin against him, making his pants bulge awkwardly again. Don't, I need to focus on finding a cave. If you really want, once we're settled, then we'll have time. Yifeng said. He had figured it out. On a deserted island, no law, no morals, he could do as he wished. Yes, then you'll have time. Did you see that little girl ahead? Your size is about a third of her waist. Later, you can too. I'll persuade her. Bai Guifen suddenly said. She feared Yifeng might refuse her later, so she gave him more fantasies. In normal society, she cared about face, surrounded by acquaintances. But on this island, she could no longer suppress her fire. She also relied on Yifeng to feed her. Yifeng's face changed. Auntie, don't joke. She's just a child. Say that again and I'll turn against you. He still had principles. All right, I get it. You young people are too reserved. In ancient times, girls married at 13 or 14. On this island, you don't need modern morals. Bai Guifen leaned close again. She could feel Yifeng's hidden thoughts. I won't argue with you. To cover his embarrassment, Yifeng switched places with the girl in front. They walked upstream for 5 kilometers, before Yifeng finally stopped. They had found the source of the stream. A waterfall poured down from halfway up the mountain. Beside it was a huge rock crack. Come, this crack can be our camp. Yifeng rejoiced, leading them into it. The deeper they went, the narrower it became. After 10 meters, they could go no farther. But that space was enough to fit everyone, though they'd have to sleep cramped. Huh, what's this? The little girl picked up a helmet. Yifeng quickly took it. It had turned dark green-black, its original look unrecognizable. This looks like a German soldier's helmet from World War II. Yifeng thought, could German troops have once landed on this island? Great, Ah Feng, this helmet can be used as a pot, to boil water, make fish soup. Bai Guifen's eyes lit up. Then keep it. We'll call the others back. From now on, we'll live here. Yifeng quickly led the 2 women downstream. But after just 1 li, his face changed. He pressed the 2 women down into his arms and crouched in the grass. A huge black bear was drinking by the stream, its dung-yellow eyes watchful of the surroundings. Don't make a sound. Yifeng covered the 2 women's mouths, otherwise they would have screamed. After drinking for a while, the bear waded across the stream and disappeared into the bamboo forest on the other side. Yifeng waited another 10 minutes before finally standing up from the grass. From that moment, he realized the true danger of the deserted island. The 3 of them looked grim. Go. Yifeng continued downstream, but not as boldly as before. When they returned, they saw Wong Tao and Chen Jihua had already come back. That useless Wong Tao was gnashing his teeth, muttering nonsense, clearly still hadn't lost his filthy habits. Ah Feng, you're finally back. Suyun rushed into Yifeng's arms. Wife, thank goodness, I was so worried. Chen Jihua also wanted to hug Bai Guifen, but she pushed him away. I'm exhausted, I need to sit. She sat by the fire. Just then, Wong Tao's eyes lit up as he walked toward the little girl. Little sister, you look familiar. Were you on the cruise ship too? That useless man's eyes gleamed green, frightening the girl into hiding behind Bai Guifen. They all sat around the fire. Yifeng told them about the black bear. Now, everyone should understand our situation. From now on, no more scheming against each other. Especially you, Wong Tao. No matter what, our grudges are cancelled. At least on this island, we must work together. Yifeng said sincerely. He couldn't afford to bicker anymore. Wong Tao rolled his eyes, then pretended to look earnest. Brother Feng, from now on we'll all listen to you. You're our leader. Yifeng nodded, then looked at the little girl. My name is Yifeng, what's yours? I'm Ding Tuanchuan. Yifeng almost burst out laughing. Such a cute name, matching her doll-like face with its chubby cheeks. Don't laugh at me. Ding Tuanchuan frowned adorably. Alright, I won't. Everyone, tell her your names too. They all introduced themselves. Ah Feng, should we go to that cave now? Suyun asked. Wait, before we go, let's make some weapons. Yifeng got busy. Having grown up in a martial village, he was skilled at crafting cold weapons. To his surprise, Wong Tao even helped break bamboo, seeming as if he had truly changed. Before long, Yifeng had made 7 bamboo spears, sharpened with stone tips. He also made a bow and 10 bamboo arrows. You're amazing. Suyun couldn't help but praise him when she saw the bow. Yifeng was pleased, pulled the bow, and shot at a distant tree. Shoo! The bamboo arrow sank 3 centimeters into the trunk. Enough to deal with small and medium animals, as long as they didn't encounter tigers or bears. Let's go. Wong Tao, who's taking the lead? Yifeng hesitated, then let him choose. Brother Feng, of course me. Hasn't it always been me? Wong Tao walked ahead with a bamboo spear, the others quickly followed. Yifeng carried the bow, constantly watching the bamboo along the banks. If any predator appeared, he'd shoot without hesitation. Carnivores were masters of ambush, never attacking head-on. They liked to hide and strike suddenly, usually biting the throat. Once attacked, saving someone would be impossible. Ding Tuanchuan clung to Yifeng's clothes like a little tail. She might be young, but the weaker sensed the strong more keenly. Finally, they heard the waterfall. Chenli glanced to the side and her face flushed red. The crack in the rock there looked too indecent. Ah Feng, look at this crevice, grass, water, it's the perfect habitat. Bai Guifen said suddenly, her gaze on Yifeng's pants. But this time she was disappointed, her teasing didn't work. His pants remained unchanged. Just a cave isn't enough. We need to cut down some trees and build a gate at the entrance. That way we'll have at least some protection and warning. Yifeng said seriously. After seeing the black bear, he was on edge. Even enjoyment had to wait until safety was secured. But we don't have an axe. How can we cut trees? Wong Tao's face flushed after asking. He had bragged earlier about being a jungle survival expert. Yifeng didn't mock him. Instead, he circled around, then picked up a stone from the stream. These stones, washed by water for years, are sharp like knives. Now, everyone together, we'll use them to cut trees. With many hands, we can split thicker trunks into usable wood. As for building the gate, leave it to me. So everyone began cutting trees. Meanwhile, Yifeng used vines to measure lengths. He had learned carpentry skills in the countryside. Skilled carpenters could build wooden houses without a single nail, using only joinery. Ah! Just then, Ding Tuanchuan screamed from the forest. Yifeng rushed in immediately. She was covering her mouth, pointing at half a corpse on the ground. Yifeng also gasped. It was a dried corpse, half buried in leaves, only the upper body exposed. Its tattered clothes still clung to the remains. Yifeng took a deep breath, picking up an old rotted rifle beside it. The rifle was unusable, completely decayed, but its bayonet, after sharpening, might still work. He detached the bayonet and examined it. The others gathered, staring in fear at the corpse. This corpse must be old, right? Chen Jihua's face was pale. At least decades. But because of the environment here, it didn't rot, only dried. Yifeng cleaned off the dirt. Despite the years, the bayonet had only minor corrosion. With some sharpening, it could really be used. A soldier's corpse? Wong Tao asked. Can you tell what country? Yifeng said. Not sure, but looks European. Wong Tao replied. Yifeng nodded. Men liked military knowledge, he was no exception. From the tattered uniform, it seemed to be a German soldier from World War II. That meant the bayonet too was German-made. And in World War II, Germany's metallurgy was the best in the world. That's why this blade survived. So strange. How could Germans be on this island? Yifeng said, then forced down his disgust and turned the corpse over, revealing a waste pouch. I'll keep this pouch. It can hold things. Everyone else, keep working, don't waste time. Yifeng urged. So the others returned to their tasks. As leader, Yifeng sat by the corpse, using the bayonet to pry open the pouch's rusty buckle. The metal was rusted shut, so he had to pry it apart. Inside was a box of useless rotten bullets, a small black notebook, and a metal box. Yifeng opened the notebook first, hoping to learn the island's location. But it was all in German, and he couldn't read a word. President Su, come here. Yifeng called. I won't, you come to the cave side. Just seeing that corpse makes me uncomfortable. Helpless, Yifeng went over and handed her the notebook. You studied in Europe, right? Do you know German? Yifeng asked. Suyun only glanced at it, then handed it back. No. Yifeng. Keep working. They worked until evening and finally cut down one tree, enough, since its branches were thick, good for making a door. As night fell, 7 people sat around the fire roasting fish. At night, one person keeps watch while the rest hide in the cave. It'll be cramped, but we have no choice. Some predators are skilled at ambush. Yifeng said, spitting out a fish bone. The others paled and nodded quickly. After eating, no one felt sleepy. They lingered near the cave entrance. Suddenly, Suyun beckoned to Yifeng. Ah Feng, come with me. Yifeng's eyes lit up and he quickly followed. They walked downstream for a li. Suddenly, Suyun hugged him and kissed him. She too felt a crisis. By a woman's instinct, she sensed Bai Guifen and Chen Li were competing for Yifeng. So Suyun didn't want to lose her unique place in his heart. Yifeng felt she must be inexperienced, clumsy, but sweet and fragrant. Soon Suyun went weak all over, because Yifeng's hands were wandering inside her clothes while he kissed her. When his hand reached for her skirt, Suyun panicked and quickly held his hand. Ah Feng, not here. Wait until we return to civilization. Then you can pass the last step, okay, she said. On the island, pregnancy could be fatal, no nurse, no hospital, no safe place for a baby. You mean, as long as we don't go all the way, everything else is fine? Yifeng suddenly asked, excited. Though not as skilled as Bai Guifen, Suyun was youthful, pretty, and sweet. Suyun lowered her head shyly. Yifeng's body thrilled with excitement, holding her tightly, his rough dark hands roaming her soft white skin. No, if you keep going, I won't be able to control myself. Suyun panted, eyes nearly tearing. Not being able to control is good. Yifeng grinned. Bai Guifen's words had loosened all his restraint. This was a deserted island, no civilization, only savagery mattered. No, really no, Ah Feng. Not there, wait, I just remembered, in that notebook, there was one word I recognized. Suyun quickly changed the subject. Yifeng froze, then lifted his head. Oh? What word? He asked. It said something like, Institute of Plant and Animal Hybrid Research. Suyun said, clutching her chest. During World War II, Germany built many research institutes. Could this island have been one of them? So that's it. That explains why animals from different regions are gathered here, maybe they were brought in by humans. Yifeng muttered, as if realizing something. Let's go back. Suyun had already dressed, her eyes shining with watery light. All right, let's go. Yifeng strode ahead. Behind, Suyun's face was full of conflict. Back at the cave, the 3 women had already gone inside to sleep. At the entrance, only Wong Tao and Chen Jihua remained. Brother Feng, you're back. I thought about it, I'll keep watch tonight. After all, only 3 men here. Uncle Chen is old, can't stay up late. And you're our leader, how could you keep watch? Wong Tao said flatteringly. His change was too sudden. All right. Wong Tao, actually I owe you an apology. I shouldn't have tricked you with the ghost pepper. Don't hold it against me. Yifeng said, not knowing his scheme. I'd forgotten that already. Go rest inside, I'll keep watch. Wong Tao smiled. Ah Tao, I'll join you. I may be old, but I'm steady. Chen Jihua said. No need, really. How not? Fine, Chen Jihua, you keep watch with him. Yifeng gave the order, and Wong Tao had to obey. Yifeng, of course, went inside to rest. The women had cleaned the cave, laying dry grass on the floor. But there was only a small patch of grass. Did he have to squeeze in between 4 women to sleep? Who cares? Yifeng lay down and closed his eyes. On his left was Bai Guifen, her body hot like a ticking bomb. Suyun hesitated, then slipped into his arms, back facing him. After some time, Yifeng felt softness against his back. Turning, he saw Bai Guifen hugging him from behind, eyes shut tight as if in sleep. Yifeng glanced at the entrance. Chen Jihua and Wong Tao sat chatting 10 meters away, not paying attention. A strange thought rose in him. He quietly reached out and undid one of Bai Guifen's buttons. Seeing the sight beneath, Yifeng sucked in a breath, his body ready to explode. Just then Suyun rolled over. Yifeng quickly closed Bai Guifen's clothes. Beyond her lay Ding Tuanchuan, fast asleep. Her short skirt had ridden up to her belly. Yifeng looked once, took a deep breath, and pulled it back down. Ding Tuanchuan was still just a child. Yifeng couldn't let his thoughts wander. Just as he was about to pull his hand back, suddenly, Bai Guifen slowly opened her eyes. Yifeng's heart trembled, so she had been hugging his back on purpose. Bai Guifen raised a finger to her lips, her eyes hazy, leaning close to Yifeng's ear and whispering, "They're all asleep now. I'll turn my back. We can do it secretly, no one will find out." Yifeng's whole body burned with excitement, his breathing quickened. This Bai Guifan was too crazy. Hey! No, Shaoli, wife, wake up! At that moment, Chen Jihua's voice came from outside the cave. Yifeng was shocked, quickly stood up. A huge black bear was circling the fire, while Chen Jihua tried to fend it off with a bamboo spear. Wang Tao screamed, dropped his spear, and ran into the forest. Quick, everyone wake up! Yifeng ignored his exposed pants, grabbed the rusty bayonet, and rushed out. Chen Jihua was already fighting the black bear. Calling it a fight was too much, it was just resistance. The bear's giant paw swung, snapping the spear in half. Dad! Husband! Two screams, Bai Guifan and Chen Li had woken. Especially Chen Li, who wanted to rush forward, but Bai Guifan pulled her back. What do we do, Yifeng? Su Yun's face was pale, clinging tightly to Yifeng's arm. Yifeng didn't answer. He shook her off and strode toward the entrance. Don't go! Su Yun hugged him from behind. Anyone could see, that bear weighed nearly a ton. For a man to go forward was suicide. Brother, don't go. Ding Tuanchuan also ran up, grabbing Yifeng's clothes. The bear kept pressing Chen Jihua back toward the cave. Dad, run to the side, don't face it head on. Chen Li screamed. But Chen Jihua turned to glance at his wife and daughter, his rage boiling over. Beast, I'll fight you. He grabbed a torch and swung it hard at the bear. The bear struck back with its paw. Bang! His arm bent unnaturally, and Chen Jihua fell, crying out weakly. Yifeng swallowed hard, nervous, but he couldn't retreat now. Don't go. Su Yun pulled him again. You all squeeze deeper into the crack. The bear's body is too big, it won't fit. Yifeng pushed Su Yun's hand aside and rushed out. You bastard, come back. Don't throw your life away. Su Yun cursed, tears streaming. Seeing Yifeng, the bear suddenly reared up, nearly 3 meters tall, roaring at him. Roar! The foul hot breath blew Yifeng's hair straight up. Chen Jihua, run into the cave! Yifeng shouted, then leapt, stabbing at the bear's eye. Puff! But his aim was off, the blade only struck its face. The bear swatted back, knocking Yifeng off the ground. Yifeng spat blood, clutching his chest, as if hit by a truck. Damn it, I can't beat it. Still, his attack bought Chen Jihua time to escape downstream. He had run 10 meters, but couldn't leave his wife and daughter behind. Into the cave! Yifeng staggered back, clutching his chest. Roar! Blood dripped from the bear's face. As king of the forest, it felt insulted. It stomped into the cave. The entrance was wide, letting it squeeze in, but the deeper it went, the narrower it became. What are you four staring for? Crawl deeper, hurry! Yifeng roared. The women scrambled to the back. Ding Tuanchuan, smallest, went first. Su Yun, slender, went second. Chen Li, fuller from Yifeng's training, went third. Last was Bai Guifan, her hips too large, squeezed into fourth. Finally, they all pressed into the narrowest space. Yifeng jammed himself right behind Bai Guifan. The bear followed, but at 8 meters in, its bulk was stuck. Yifeng pressed tight against Bai Guifan's back, breathing out a long sigh of relief. But then, he felt Bai Guifan shift slightly. In an instant, Yifeng's pants bulged. Roar! The furious bear pushed forward, hot breath blasting Yifeng's head. Can we squeeze farther? Terrified, Yifeng thrust with his hips against Bai Guifan, trying to push everyone deeper. No more space. I'm about to be crushed. Ding Tuanchuan's voice came from the very back. Yifeng, don't do that to my mom. Chen Li screamed when she saw Yifeng's desperate thrusts. Yifeng froze, embarrassed. But the bear suddenly stretched out a meter-long arm, claws swiping for Yifeng. Shit! With no choice, Yifeng rammed Bai Guifan harder. Her face flushed bright red, biting her lip tightly. Yifeng had no choice. If he didn't push deeper, he'd be caught and killed. Even so, he was too slow. The bear's claws slashed. Rip! His belt snapped, pain flaring at his backside as blood trickled. Not good. Push farther, the bear clawed my ass. Yifeng's face burned as he shoved with all his strength. Bai Guifan's whole body went weak. His torn pants, without the belt, slipped down. From behind, the motion looked far too indecent. After pushing more, Yifeng felt the group had moved another 10 centimeters deeper. Finally, the bear's claws couldn't reach him. Yifeng collapsed against Bai Guifan, panting hard. Bai Guifan also gasped softly, eyes brimming with tears. Her body felt like it was falling apart under Yifeng's pounding. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, a deep roar came from the depths of the deserted island, and rocks above the cave fell down with a crash. The black bear, after hearing this roar, tucked its tail and ran away. Only after confirming that the black bear had gone far did Yifeng let out a long sigh of relief and collapse to the ground in exhaustion. Bai Guifan was also drenched in sweat, her body weakened, and she fell beside Yifeng. The other women were also in bad shape, collapsing onto the ground, gasping heavily. Yifeng felt severe pressure and pain in his chest, and blood was still flowing from behind his buttocks. Exhausted and in pain, he tilted his head back and fainted, without even pulling up his pants. No one knew how much time had passed before Yifeng finally woke up, only to find himself lying flat at the entrance of the cave, with his pants already pulled up by someone. "You're awake?" Bai Guifan walked over, her eyes full of care. When Suyun saw Yifeng awake, she suddenly pushed Bai Guifan aside, placed Yifeng's head on her own lap, and there was a trace of anger in her eyes. Chenli said nothing, hugging her knees, sulking. So Yifeng turned his gaze to Ding Tuanchuan. This little cutie also seemed to be paying attention to him. When his eyes met hers, she immediately covered her face with both hands like a child. Yifeng chuckled and was about to get up, but a sharp pain in his left chest surged, worse than when he had been hit before. Damn, could it be internal injuries? A trace of panic flashed across Yifeng's face. On a deserted island, suffering internal injuries could be fatal. "Yuner, where are Chen Jihua and Wang Tao?" Yifeng asked. Suyun was about to answer, but from downstream came Wang Tao's arrogant voice. "Ha ha ha, now your arm is broken, and Yifeng has internal injuries. So from now on, I'm your boss, and you all have to listen to me. Ah Tao, let me tell you, when the black bear came just now, if you had stood with me, maybe it would have been scared away. Why did you run away immediately?" As they spoke, the two figures appeared. Wang Tao was holding a tiny dead fish, clearly with little harvest. "Ran away? You dare say I ran away? I was trying to lure the bear away with my own body, but the bear didn't chase me. What could I do?" After speaking, Wang Tao suddenly saw the awakened Yifeng. A trace of mockery flashed across his face as he put the fish over the fire to roast. For a moment, the four women began swallowing saliva. "Wang Tao, why did you only catch one fish? What are we supposed to eat?" Suyun questioned. "All you know is eating. Don't you know catching fish is tiring too? Right now, I'm the only whole man left, so this fish is mine alone. Skipping a few meals won't kill you." After saying that, Wang Tao stuffed the roasted fish into his mouth. Suyun bit her lips tightly, then suddenly turned to Ding Tuanchuan. "Tuanchuan, help me take care of Yifeng. Don't let the other women touch him. I'm going to catch fish." "Ah, me? Take care of him?" Ding Tuanchuan's face instantly turned red. "Yes. Only if Yifeng recovers will we have a way to survive," Suyun said. "Then okay." Ding Tuanchuan came over and sat next to Yifeng, while Suyun placed Yifeng's head on her slender thighs as a pillow. Yifeng instantly caught a faint scent at the tip of his nose, the fragrance of a virgin. He could tell. It was refreshing and uplifting. "Oh, be good, I'll catch you a fish later to eat." Ding Tuanchuan didn't know how to take care of someone. She just recalled how her mother cared for her when she was little and tried to imitate it to comfort Yifeng. Yifeng found it hilarious inside but still enjoyed it. At this moment, Wang Tao finished eating the fish, glanced at Yifeng, and jealousy flashed in his eyes. "Little girl, don't let that pervert trick you. That guy is a freak, he even has thoughts about his ex-mother-in-law. Don't think I don't know." Wang Tao said coldly. "Shut up!" Chen Jihua shouted angrily. "I won't shut up. I'll say it. Yifeng, ask your conscience, isn't it true you want Bai Guifan? She may be almost 40, but that figure, that charm, which man wouldn't want her?" Wang Tao continued. "Wang Tao, stop talking nonsense. I'm much older than Ah Feng. He only respects me, he never had such thoughts." Bai Guifan blushed, scolding too. "Ha! Aunt Bai, you only know someone's face, not their heart. This kid wasn't honest in the company either, always sneaking peeks at President Su's back. Don't think I didn't notice. You'd better guard against him, or he'll take advantage one day." Wang Tao pretended to sound earnest. "Enough. Ah Feng isn't that kind of person." Chen Jihua's face flushed, his neck thick with anger. If his arm wasn't broken, he would have rushed to beat Wang Tao. Yifeng narrowed his eyes and slowly sat up. His left chest still hurt, and his left arm couldn't be used. But even with just his right hand, dealing with trash like Wang Tao was no problem. "Wang Tao, if you keep spewing filth, don't blame me for beating you." After saying that, Yifeng stood up. "Ha ha ha, you're still acting tough when you're injured? Perfect. Today, I'll show you who the real boss is." With that, Wang Tao clenched his fist and charged forward. As expected, this piece of trash couldn't even withstand Yifeng's one good hand. After 5 moves, Wang Tao was on the ground again, another front tooth kicked out. "Well? Do you submit or not?" Yifeng stepped on Wang Tao's chest. Wang Tao was shocked and furious. He hadn't expected that even injured, he still couldn't beat Yifeng. "I submit your mother." Wang Tao was completely unconvinced. "If you don't submit, I'll knock out every last one of your teeth." With that, Yifeng picked up a stick and aimed it at Wang Tao's mouth. Ah, no. I submit, I submit. Wang Tao's words admitted submission, but his tone was full of resentment. Yifeng couldn't be bothered with him. After all, for now, this guy was still useful. If you submit, then get up and, according to my instructions, make these trees into properly sized wood pieces. Yifeng said coldly. Helpless, Wang Tao had no choice but to do the labor. The size must be exact, not even 1 centimeter off. Trash will always be trash. Isn't the measuring stick I made right there? Sharpen this end a little more. Yifeng's left arm hung uselessly while his right hand pointed at Wang Tao's nose. Wow, big brother, you're amazing. Ding Tuanchuan's eyes widened as she stared at Yifeng in shock. She thought Yifeng couldn't beat Wang Tao, but he had defeated him with just one hand. Little girls always admired the strong. If only Yifeng were her father. Yifeng felt proud and puffed out his chest. Ouch! His left chest still hurt, but inside his body, a strange energy was repairing his internal injuries. Ah Feng, come with me downstream. I have something to tell you. At this moment, Chen Jihua spoke. After saying that, he walked off downstream by himself. Yifeng's old face turned red, like a primary school student who had done something wrong, and he followed along. After all, between him and Bai Guifen, although they hadn't really done that, it was almost like just a thin piece of paper away. As long as there was the right chance, surely it would. After walking more than 10 meters downstream, Chen Jihua sat down, then pointed to a stone across from him, telling Yifeng to sit. Yifeng's mind spun quickly, thinking of all kinds of excuses. Ah Feng, you may not know, but in the past 10 years, your aunt and I have been sleeping in separate beds. So, I have something I want to trouble you with. Chen Jihua opened his mouth with a shocking statement. What is it? Yifeng looked at Chen Jihua with caution. The problem with an old husband and young wife is just this, when I can, she can't, when I can't, she's like a hungry wolf. Maybe this is fate. Watching her suffer every night, I feel sorry for her. Do you understand what I mean? Chen Jihua sighed, hesitant to say more. I don't understand. Yifeng shook his head. Ah. To be honest, last year I even thought of finding her a young man, but I couldn't bring myself to say it. You know your aunt's character, she's very concerned about reputation. But now, on this deserted island, I can't let her stay lonely anymore. Can you help me with this? But there's one condition, you can't tell anyone. Only I know, you know, and your aunt Bai knows. Especially, you mustn't let Xiaoli find out. Chen Jihua's meaning gradually became clear. Yifeng didn't speak, just looked at Chen Jihua in confusion. What the hell was this old guy saying? Uncle Chen, what exactly are you talking about? Yifeng asked back. Don't you get it? I want you to find a chance to take care of your Aunt Bai. Look, just from me saying this, your pants have already become like that. Chen Jihua pointed at Yifeng's pants. Uncle, don't talk nonsense. I'll just pretend you're joking. Yifeng quickly covered his pants, feeling too embarrassed. Don't be shy. I know what's in your heart. But the only trouble is, your Aunt Bai definitely won't agree. After all, she's a chaste woman. I know her well. Chen Jihua sighed. Yifeng almost laughed to death. Are you sure you really know your wife? So I've thought it through. Tonight, when your Aunt Bai falls asleep, I'll draw the others away, leaving you two alone. Chen Jihua said seriously. He knew his wife had been enduring this loneliness, but he himself couldn't rise anymore. Uncle, stop. If you keep talking, I'll get angry. Yifeng's face was full of embarrassment. Hearing this from Chen Jihua's mouth felt really weird. Ah Feng, don't feel embarrassed. I've thought about this carefully. At first I wanted Wang Tao to help, but that useless guy ran away when he saw the black bear yesterday. Only you were brave enough to rush out to save me. You deserve it. And your Aunt Bai just happens to need it. Why are you being so polite? Chen Jihua shook his head. Uncle Chen, I still can't accept it. Yifeng felt resistance inside. If it was secretly with Bai Guifen, maybe he could accept it. But if Chen Jihua also knew, that was too embarrassing. Look. Chen Jihua pointed upstream at Bai Guifen, speaking in a tempting tone. Your Aunt Bai may be almost 40, but her figure, her skin, there's no difference from a female university student. And her body definitely won't disappoint you. Yifeng didn't speak, lowering his head, as if he agreed. Haha. That's better. But there's one trouble, your Aunt Bai will definitely resist. So tonight, when she's asleep, I'll lead the others away. After it happens, even if she realizes it wasn't me, she won't be able to resist. Chen Jihua suddenly revealed a secret. Who? Yifeng let out a long hot breath. This Chen Jihua, he was too much, making even him feel powerless. Uncle Chen, the door isn't finished yet. Talking about useless things now is pointless. We should first finish the door. Once we're safe, then we can think of a way home, Yifeng said. Ah yes, I understand. Let's wait until the door is done. Chen Jihua smiled meaningfully. Men understood men best. He believed Yifeng had the thought. By the way, uncle, is your arm broken or dislocated? Yifeng suddenly asked. He felt that Chen Jihua's arm wasn't broken but rather dislocated. I don't know. Can you check? Chen Jihua asked. I'll try. After some effort, Yifeng endured the pain in his left chest and set Chen Jihua's dislocated bone back into place. Then he used 3 branches to fix his left arm. In 3 days, once the bone was stable, it could be removed. When they returned, Wong Tao, who had been slacking, suddenly sped up. Just then, Bai Guifan secretly gazed at Yifeng with soul-stirring eyes behind her husband's back. Yifeng remembered Chen Jihua's words again and quickly turned his head away, afraid he couldn't control himself. By the way, last night, what was roaring? The sound seemed to come from more than 10 li away. It sounded like a dinosaur. At this moment, Chen Li spoke. Swish. Everyone's attitude immediately became serious. That roar last night was too terrifying. Was it an elephant? Ding Tuanchuan asked. Because only an animal that big could make such a roar. No, an elephant's voice isn't like that. It was more like a tiger. But a tiger's roar couldn't scare off a black bear. It should be some other creature. Yifeng pondered. He had originally thought of being the local emperor on the island, living with 3 wives and 6 concubines. But now he gave up that idea. Better to go home safely. At this moment, Suyun returned, carrying 2 trout in her hands, but her whole body was trembling. Clearly, catching these 2 fish had cost her great effort. It wasn't worth it, because the calories in these 2 fish might not even make up for the energy she spent catching them. Ah Feng, you're injured. Let me roast the fish for you to eat. Suyun said weakly, her face pale. No need, you're too tired. I'll roast it myself. Yifeng took the fish with concern. I'm not tired. You don't know what I saw downstream. As Suyun said this, her face grew even paler. Was it a striped hyena? Yifeng's heart sank. He almost forgot, besides black bears, striped hyenas were also fierce enemies. No, I can't even describe it. Forget it, eat first. Suyun sat down, fear flashing deep in her eyes. When she was in the water catching fish, suddenly a strange snake appeared. The snake was about as thick as her thigh, but the strange part was that on its head, it had a red rooster's comb. Soon, the fish was roasted. Thinking of his internal injuries, Yifeng ate all of it by himself. The others were sensible. Even though their stomachs were growling, none of them asked for a bite. They understood clearly, if Yifeng healed, then they would all have food to eat every day. By noon, Wang Tao was drenched in sweat from exhaustion. Brother Feng, I'm too tired. Can I rest for a while? Wang Tao asked. No. The wood must be finished before dark, otherwise the black bear will definitely come back. Their memory is very strong. Yifeng gave him no face at all. The others' expressions changed. Then let's help too. Otherwise, none of us will dare to sleep at night. Suyun said and hurried to help. Yifeng didn't stop her. So, the 4 women also joined the labor. Time passed again. Yifeng felt that his left chest wasn't as painful anymore. Strange thing, it was such a serious injury, normally he should have needed at least 3 days of rest. But after just 1 day, he was almost fine. So, he carried his bow and walked more than 10 meters downstream. 3 arrows, all hitting their targets, one of them even brought down 2 fish at once. He came back carrying 4 fat trout. Since the trout he caught were big, they were more than enough for everyone to eat. After roasting the fish, Chen Jihua and the 4 women gathered around, biting into the fish with big smiles. Much better than following Wang Tao. That useless guy wasn't just incompetent, he was selfish too. Wang Tao could only swallow his saliva from the side. Considering that this useless man still needed to do hard labor, Yifeng threw half a fish onto the ground. Here, yours. Thank you, Brother Feng, you're the best. Wang Tao didn't care about the dirt, he picked up the fish and gnawed on it. He had been a little chubby before, but after a few days on the deserted island, he had already grown thin from hunger. After eating, Yifeng began building the wooden door. He used the mortise and tenon principle, fitting more than 10 logs tightly together. But even so, it wasn't secure enough. Wang Tao, in the forest there are some ailanthus trees. Go scrape some ailanthus oil, I'll use it as glue. And if you find thorns, bring some back too. Yifeng ordered. Yes. Wang Tao seemed completely subdued and obediently went into the forest. But Yifeng could see it, there was still hatred in his eyes. If given the chance, Wang Tao would definitely be the first to make a move against him. The women all gathered around, admiring Yifeng's work. Amazing, without using a single nail, you made a door. Suyun touched the wooden door, her face full of joy. Big brother is awesome. Ding Tuanchuan shouted with admiration. Chen Jihua's family didn't say anything, but their eyes were full of approval. Come, let's lift the door and set it at the cave entrance. They all worked together, lifting the door weighing several hundred lbs, then pushed the stakes into the soil at the bottom. Still uneasy, Yifeng used more wood to wedge it into the grooves in the rock. This way, no matter if the bear pushed or pulled, it wouldn't be able to open the door quickly. From now on, when we go in and out, we'll squeeze through this side gap. After going in, block the gap with a stick. It'll not only stop the bear, but also the hyenas. Yifeng taught them how to enter and exit. Great, tonight we can finally sleep well. After Bai Guifan said this, her gaze intentionally or unintentionally landed on Yifeng. By then, night was falling. Wong Tao returned dragging thorns and ailanthus oil. Ailanthus oil was sticky, good as natural glue, and its smell could repel mosquitoes. Put the thorns downstream. If any animal comes up, it'll step on them and cry out, acting as an alarm. Yifeng ordered. Yes, brother Feng. Wong Tao dragged the thorns downstream, while Yifeng took the ailanthus oil and smeared it on the door joints. Not only did it make them tighter, it also prevented insects from eating the wood. Not good. Not good. Those dogs are back. Wong Tao shouted like a donkey from downstream, stumbling back in panic, his calf bleeding. Behind him came the sound of barking. The striped hyenas from the beach had returned. But this time, there were more than a dozen. The hyena queen had brought all her followers. Quick, into the cave. Everyone rushed inside. Yifeng used a stick to block the 30-centimeter gap. Hey, I haven't gotten in yet. Wong Tao shouted from outside. Wong Tao, run to the side. See if you can lure them away. Yifeng said coldly. Now that the door was built, Wong Tao's fickle nature was no longer tolerable. It was about time to abandon him. Ah, please, I don't want to die. And I can't outrun these dogs. Wong Tao jumped around outside in panic. You can climb a tree. Hurry, or they'll catch up. Yifeng pointed behind him. Wong Tao looked back, the hyenas had already surrounded him. Yifeng, you bastard. If I die, I'll haunt you even as a ghost. After cursing, Wong Tao still chose to run into the forest. But only 3 hyenas chased him. The rest stayed, surrounding the wooden door, growling. At this moment, something soft touched Yifeng. Suyun hugged his arm. What do we do, Ah Feng? If they stay here, we'll be trapped to death. Hearing this, fear showed on everyone's faces. If besieged too long, they would eventually have to go out to eat. Through the gap, Yifeng counted carefully. There were 12 in total. 3 had gone after Wong Tao, meaning he had to deal with 9, including the biggest, the hyena queen. Don't worry. Leave it to me. He pulled out his bow and aimed at the nearest hyena. The bamboo arrow hit its backside. The hyena, about to eat, suddenly jumped up. The others, startled, backed off a few steps. Only that hyena tried to pull out the arrow, but it was useless. Yifeng's face was full of killing intent. He drew another arrow. The second hyena was hit on the side. But unfortunately, bamboo arrows had limited power, only a few centimeters deep before being stopped by muscle. Now they realized how dangerous Yifeng was. They scattered downstream but didn't go far. Great! Ah Feng, your aim is so accurate. Suyun exclaimed happily. Yifeng's expression stayed serious. He drew a third arrow, pulling the bow to its maximum. This time he was lucky, the arrow struck a hyena's eye. It fell, twitching on the ground. Finally, the hyena queen led her pack away, disappearing downstream. At that moment, the bowstring snapped with a sharp twang. Let's go out. Throw the body far away, or its corpse will trigger the food chain within hundreds of meters. Yifeng strode out of the wooden door. At this moment, in the eyes of the 4 women, his figure grew tall and imposing. Bai Guifan's eyes shone as she looked at Yifeng, liking him more and more. But suddenly, a bent figure blocked her view. Wife, are you scared? If you're afraid, I can hold you. Chen Jihua said gently. No need. Bai Guifan's face instantly turned cold. Yifeng walked to the hyena. The beast wasn't completely dead yet, still twitching violently, struggling to stand up. Suyun, all of you come here. Each of you stab it once with a bamboo spear. Stab it until it's dead. Yifeng ordered. Ah? I haven't even killed a chicken before. Suyun resisted. That's exactly why I want you to practice your courage. Yifeng said calmly. So, the women came over and together stabbed the hyena. In a short while, the beast was completely dead. Yifeng grabbed its hind leg and threw it into the stream, letting the current wash it downstream. Come, sit by the fire. I think I should teach you some skills. Otherwise, if one day I fall, you'll have no ability to survive. After saying that, Yifeng sat by the fire. The women obediently stood and listened. First, how to bring out the full power of a spear. The hyena's body was soon carried downstream. In an area covered by water plants, suddenly, a huge creature shot out, splashing water everywhere, dragging the hyena corpse into the depths. Now, have you learned it? Yifeng thrust the spear forward hard, stirring a strong gust. I understand, body coordination is very important. Suyun, after all highly educated, was the first to react. Good. You hold the spear and practice a few thrusts. I'll make you a scarecrow, treat it as an enemy to stab. So the women began training again. After only half an hour, they were drenched in fragrant sweat. Stop, that's enough for today. Yifeng called them to stop. Training must be gradual, if too harsh at the start, they would lose interest. Suddenly, Bai Guifen's eyes turned. I want to go downstream to bathe. Who will stand guard for me? After saying this, her gaze glanced toward Yifeng. Wife, let Afeng go with you. My arm is injured, I can't protect you. Chen Jihua suddenly said. Ah? Yifeng instantly understood Chen Jihua's meaning, but it was really embarrassing. No need, you and your daughter can go with her. Ah Feng will come with me to bathe under the waterfall. Suyun suddenly took Yifeng's arm. Ah? Then what about me? Won't I be left alone at the cave entrance? Ding Tuanchuan stood up nervously. Suyun thought for a moment, then said, then you come bathe with me, and let Ah Feng stand guard for us. He won't look at you. MHM. Ding Tuanchuan quickly nodded. So, the 6 of them split into 2 groups, going to bathe in different places. Suyun and Ding Tuanchuan soon disappeared behind the waterfall curtain, while Yifeng scanned the surroundings sharply. There were too many dangers, leaving him no mind to sneak a look. Men are born warriors, they can sense danger in the air. At night on the deserted island, strange cries echoed endlessly. From time to time, rustling came from the bamboo forest, as if countless ghosts were hiding inside. Yifeng glanced again at the direction where Wong Tao had disappeared. That useless guy hadn't come back. Maybe he had already been eaten by dogs, but Yifeng didn't care. Now, he had to protect 1 old man and 4 women. The pressure was indeed heavy. Unless iron weapons could be made. Thinking this, Yifeng drew out the rusty bayonet and began grinding it on a rough stone. After half an hour, the tip became sharp again. Yifeng then used thin vines to tie the bayonet firmly onto the bamboo spear. This way, when facing large predators, he would at least have a fighting chance. At this moment, Suyun and Ding Tuanchuan came out from behind the waterfall curtain. The 2 young girls had bright smiles on their faces. Suyun, youthful and beautiful, with wet hair draped across her shoulder. Ding Tuanchuan, small and cute, her damp hair stuck tightly to her chubby cheeks. Yifeng's eyes went hazy. Such beautiful women, he must not let them be eaten by beasts. He had to protect these wonderful things. What are you staring at foolishly? Suyun walked over, sat her fragrant body in Yifeng's lap, then suddenly stretched out her hand, stuffing a grape-like fruit into his mouth. Yifeng quickly spat it out. What is that? Just stuffing it into my mouth like that? Yifeng asked. Don't worry. I already tried it, it's sweet and not poisonous. Suyun said, then stuffed another one in. Sure enough, it was sweet. But Yifeng's heart felt even sweeter. Ding Tuanchuan, still in wet clothes, went to the fire to warm herself. Don't dry like that. When you're old, you'll definitely get rheumatism. Go into the cave, take off all your clothes, then let Sister Suyun bake them for you. Put them back on after they're dry. Yifeng said quickly. Ding Tuanchuan's face instantly turned red. Covering her face, she ran back into the cave. At this moment, Chen Jihua and the others also returned. In his hand, he was holding something like a shovel. Ah Feng, we dug this just now from the soil near the stream. It's so sharp, it even cut Guifen's skin. Chen Jihua said, handing the object to Yifeng. Yifeng took it and looked. This looked like an entrenching shovel used by combat engineers. But the edges were sharp, and the handle was fully forged from steel, with only a little paint peeling off. This thing is very useful. Yifeng swung it twice in the air, wind whistling instantly. After that, the women all went into the cave, stripped completely, and one of them brought out the clothes to dry by the fire. After a few rounds, all their clothes were dry. Chen Jihua was a proper man, he didn't even glance inside the cave. Yifeng was also upright, he only peeked a few times. But the cave was too dark, he couldn't see clearly, only faintly felt a few white figures moving inside. Now it was about 10 at night. The 6 of them sat around the fire, chatting in pairs. Suddenly, Yifeng's expression changed, looking toward the place where Wong Tao had disappeared. Brother Hu, this is the place. There are lots of beauties inside this cave. Wong Tao's voice sounded. Yifeng quickly stood up. Soon, the bamboo was pushed aside, and 4 men walked out. Wong Tao, like a dog's lackey, led the way. Behind him were 3 men. Leading them was a bald strong man, bare-chested, his muscles bulging. The other 2 were not muscle-bound, but still strong men. Oh? Fish to eat? The bald man strode forward, didn't even greet Yifeng, and grabbed the leftover roasted fish to eat. The 4 women quickly stepped back. Especially Ding Tuanchuan, trembling all over in fear. Yifeng felt something wrong. He quietly stepped back and grabbed his spear, the one with the bayonet tied on. After finishing the fish, the strong man patted his stomach. He didn't even bother introducing himself, he directly looked at the 4 women. Little Tuanchuan, why did you run here? Come, to uncle. The bald strong man said and walked toward Ding Tuanchuan. Ah. No, you're not my uncle, you're a bad man. Ding Tuanchuan shrank back in fear. Yifeng couldn't hold back anymore and blocked in front of her. Friend, you came and ate my fish without even greeting me? Yifeng said coldly. Brat, get out of the way, or I'll beat you up. The bald man got angry seeing Yifeng, not even 1.8 meters tall, blocking him. He himself was very tall, about 1.88 meters, while Yifeng was only 1.78, shorter by 10 centimeters. Beat me? Yifeng narrowed his eyes. Of course he wasn't afraid of this bald man, but behind him there were 2 more men, clearly all together. Damn it. The bald man swung a punch. Yifeng met it head-on, grappling with him. Because of the pain in his left chest, Yifeng took a punch in the face, but still pressed the bald man down to the ground, punching his face 5 or 6 times until he was powerless to resist. What are you 3 standing there for? Kill him. The bald man roared. So Wong Tao and the other 2 rushed over, ready to attack. You dare? Suyun shouted angrily, picking up a spear and charging forward. Yifeng also got up, bent his bow, fitted an arrow, and, panting, aimed at the 3. The bald man scrambled up and retreated to his own group. At this moment, 2 sides were formed. Chen Li and the other women also picked up spears, joining the standoff. Whoever comes, I'll stab. Your granny isn't easy to mess with. Suyun, unlike her usual gentleness, spoke fiercely. Bai Guifen pointed at Yifeng's bow. See the bow in my son-in-law's hand? If you act recklessly, he'll shoot. Sure enough, the 4 men stepped back a few steps. They weren't afraid of spears, but arrows were different, an eye shot could kill. Let's go, downstream. The bald man decided immediately. Ah, brother who, not deal with that Yifeng? Wong Tao panicked. What are you rushing for? We'll talk downstream. The bald man left with the 2 men, leaving only Wong Tao. He shivered, then quickly followed them. Yifeng's face turned grim. Not only did he have to deal with animals, now there were 4 more bad men. Actually, if those 4 men had attacked together, Yifeng's side would have suffered greatly. After all, he was the only one with fighting strength. Rumble. Just then, a muffled sound came from the sky. Dark clouds covered the moon. A fierce wind blew from downstream, lifting the women's skirts straight up. Quick, into the cave to hide from the rain. Yifeng shouted loudly, the wind drowning his voice. As soon as he finished, a thick bolt of lightning split from the clouds, spreading into the depths of the island, almost across the whole tropical forest. Then, torrential rain poured down. Yifeng had already rushed with the women into the cave, watching the sky through the gap in the door. The rain was so heavy, Yifeng had never seen such rain in the countryside. It was like buckets of water being poured down. At the same time, insects and ants began crawling into the cracks, trying to get inside to hide. In the dim light, Yifeng lifted a small snake with his spear and threw it hard out of the cave. The snake too had come inside to hide from the rain. The women huddled together, screaming. Because the stone walls were covered with insects, scorpions, and small snakes. A swarm of mosquitoes also flew into the cave. The rain came fast and went fast. An hour later, the sky cleared, the air fresher. Yifeng and the others quickly ran out. The cave had become a kingdom of insects and mosquitoes. Look, my hands are covered in bites. Suyun stretched out her white arm in front of Yifeng. Ah, tomorrow morning I'll pick some herbs for you. Yifeng gently held her hand, heart aching. Above the waterfall, the water doubled. The stream rose, almost flooding the bamboo forest on both sides. Some animal corpses were washed down from the mountain, turning the water muddy. Luckily, this crack was more than 10 meters from the waterfall, or it would have been flooded too. Yifeng lit a fire again, then moved it inside the cave, covering it with green leaves. Thick smoke billowed out. The mosquitoes and insects were smoked out, and the cave was finally clean again. Yifeng endured the smoke, moved the fire back outside, and let the women rest inside. Chen Jihua, looking weak, leaned against the wooden door and fell asleep, holding a spear. As the leader, Yifeng didn't keep watch. He lay down and squeezed in with the women to sleep. After hardships, he no longer thought of romance, he slept deeply. Morning soon came. Yi Feng was the first to wake, feeling his chest injury had recovered 90%, only a slight dull pain remained. Wake up, wake up. Yi Feng called everyone. But since Chen Jihua had kept watch last night, Yi Feng let him sleep more. The girls, still drowsy, sat outside the cave, waiting for Yi Feng's orders. Today, I'll search along the mountain foot for sulfur stones or limestone. We'll sprinkle the cave to stop snakes and insects from crawling in. Also, I'll gather some herbs for you to rub on your skin against mosquito bites. Yi Feng spoke seriously. Ah? If you leave, what if that bald uncle comes back? Ding Tuanchuan was startled. The women's hearts tightened, and they stood up. They didn't want Yi Feng to leave. All right, I'll leave the bough. If they come back, shoot them. Yi Feng pointed at the bough on the ground. Suyun nodded and picked it up. Then Yi Feng caught 5 or 6 trout for them and prepared to head into the forest. Ah Feng, wait. It's dangerous for you to go alone. I'll go with you. Bai Guifan suddenly said. Fine. 2 can take care of each other. If one steps into a swamp, the other can pull them out. Yi Feng nodded. Suyun glanced at Bai Guifan but said nothing. She believed that in such a situation, everyone had a sense of crisis and wouldn't think about man and woman matters. Saying goodbye, Yi Feng and Bai Guifan walked into the forest. They followed along the mountain foot, walking more than 2 li. The sun rose. Bai Guifan stayed behind, her eyes fixed on Yi Feng's back. So strong, so secure. The fire in her heart, once extinguished, burned fiercely again. Ah Feng, I feel itchy here, must have been bitten by mosquitoes last night. It's still swollen. Can you check it for me? Bai Guifan suddenly said. Yi Feng calmly turned, only to see Bai Guifan lifting her skirt. Aunt Bai, do you think this is the right time? Wong Tao and those 4 are still lurking downstream. We should hurry. Yi Feng said. But his pants reacted. Ever since he ate that white fruit, he felt his yang energy kept leaking out. What are you afraid of? Doing it once won't delay us much. If you're afraid of wasting time, you can push me along while we walk. Bai Guifan's face was full of seduction as she stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. Yi Feng felt his hair stand on end. She really knew how to play. Even thinking of this kind of move. Better not. Another time. Honestly, I want it too, but now isn't the time. Once we've built the camp properly, then you can do whatever you want. How about that? Yi Feng didn't pretend anymore and spoke his true thoughts. Only then did Bai Guifan smile and walk side by side with Yi Feng. But the fire in her heart hadn't completely gone out. From time to time, she teased Yi Feng with words. Ah Feng, you're still too young, you don't know how to play at all. I've seen big bosses before. In the clubs, they'd find over 10 beauties, line them up, then go one by one, front to back to front. Whoever made them finish would get a 10,000 yuan bonus. Bai Guifan spoke seductively. They're big bosses, of course they can play like that. Me? Just a poor guy. Where would I get the money to play? Yi Feng said. But this is a deserted island. Me, plus my daughter, President Su, and that Ding Tuanchuan, you could play 4 in a row. Bai Guifan shamelessly said. For some reason, seeing Yi Feng forcing himself to endure made her want to say more filthy things. Don't joke. Even if you agreed, and your daughter agreed, what about Su Yun and Ding Tuanchuan? They'd never agree. Besides, Ding Tuanchuan is still so young. Yi Feng shook his head, then suddenly froze. In the depths of the forest after the rain, a small tree appeared. On it grew 3 white fruits. Don't talk. Yi Feng gestured for silence and carefully approached the tree. Just as the white fruits were about to shrink back, he struck with the entrenching shovel. 2 fruits fell to the ground. The last one quickly shrank away. Haha. Yi Feng picked one up and popped it into his mouth. 2 powerful waves of heat rushed through his limbs and bones. In an instant, Yi Feng felt his whole body burning. His pants bulged, as hard as a steel rod. Oh my god. Bai Guifan couldn't help covering her mouth. She lost control, immediately bending down. This time Yi Feng didn't refuse, time, place, and people were all right. Bai Guifan's mouth skills were impressive, but she felt another place also needed pleasure. So, she turned around, hands on a rock at the mountain foot, presenting herself. Yi Feng took a deep breath and roughly tore things open. At that moment, he saw clearly, every hair on his body standing up. Then, I'll go? Yi Feng panted heavily, eyes blood red, like a bull ready to charge. Don't be so polite. Do it harder. Bai Guifan bit her lip. Ah. Help. Help me. Just then, a plump young woman stumbled toward them, happening to see the scene. Especially when she saw Yi Feng's lower body, she gasped in shock, covering her mouth. Yi Feng panicked and quickly pulled up his pants. Bai Guifan, embarrassed, pulled her skirt down. He, pretty one, let us brothers play too. 4 men suddenly rushed out. It was Wong Tao's group of 4. Their pants were bulging, faces lewd. The woman glanced at them, then at Yifeng, gritted her teeth, and hid behind him. Her clothes were ripped, exposing glimpses of her body as she moved. You again, bastard? Wong Tao immediately spotted Yifeng. The bald man narrowed his eyes, pulling out a dagger. This time he only has 2 people. Let's finish him. And that mature woman by his side, I want her first. He walked toward Yifeng. What do we do? Bai Guifeng clung tightly to Yifeng's arm. The young woman also hid behind him. Yifeng gripped the entrenching shovel tightly, his heart pounding. The bald man was strong, but Yifeng had 70% confidence against him. But with 3 more, it was uncertain. Whoever comes closer, I'll split him with this shovel. Yifeng said coldly, taking a fighting stance. But the bald man shook his dagger. Really? Then come on. The fight broke out immediately. Yifeng swung the shovel, sending the dagger flying. Wang Tao suddenly grabbed Yifeng's leg, holding him down. Bang! Yifeng took a punch to the chest. Fuck you! Furious, Yifeng elbowed Wang Tao's back. The useless man fell like mud, spitting blood. At the same time, Yifeng took a club to the face. The battle was fierce. Soon, Wang Tao's group was panting from exhaustion. But Yifeng fought harder and harder. The white fruit he had eaten kept flooding him with energy, giving him endless stamina. Damn, we can't beat him. The 4 gasped, backing away from Yifeng's ferocity. Yifeng's arm was cut, but the 4 were also injured. Neither side had the advantage. Brother who, fight or not? Wang Tao wiped blood from his mouth. Yifeng's elbow earlier had left him with a minor internal injury. Fight? The bald man paused, then looked at the women beside Yifeng, smiling wickedly. Brother, you're strong. Why fight us? If you join us, you can use these women however you want. Knock them up and toss them aside. On this island, it's a once-in-a-lifetime chance. In civilization, losers like us couldn't even drink their foot water. But here, it's different. We should enjoy ourselves, use them hard. When rescue comes, just get rid of them all. No one will go back to report. What do you say? The bald man grinned. You, shut up. Bai Guifen's heart skipped. If Yifeng agreed, wouldn't that mean her whole family was doomed? The young woman also looked terrified, quietly edging away from Yifeng. Bullshit. Doing this makes you worse than animals. Get lost, or I'll take you down right now. Yifeng swung the shovel. The bald man's face darkened. Fine. I hope you don't fall into my hands one day. Then the 4 had no choice but to leave. Any more fighting would have meant mutual destruction. The beautiful young woman let out a sigh of relief and leaned closer to Yifeng, though the fear in her eyes hadn't faded. Thank you, little brother, big brother, thank you, she said gratefully. You're welcome. My name is Yifeng, this is Bai Guifen. What's your name? Yifeng looked straight at her, trying not to glance at her chest or thighs so as not to scare her off. Now, 1 more person meant 1 more strength. My name is Tian Shuetao. But, my child is missing, woo-woo, he's still so little. At this, Tian Shuetao couldn't control her emotions and began crying. Yifeng then noticed her full breasts, as if she was still nursing. After a shipwreck, a baby would hardly survive. Bai Guifen quickly hugged her shoulders to comfort her gently. She had also given birth and understood her pain. After a while, Tian Shuetao calmed down and looked pitifully at Yifeng. Now, let's go find limestone or sulfur stones. They can prevent insect bites. Yifeng said, holding the entrenching shovel as he walked ahead. Wait, did you say limestone? I remember, when I was running earlier, I saw a pile of white stones that gave off a sharp smell. Tian Shuetao said suddenly. Let's go. Yifeng was overjoyed and let Tian Shuetao lead the way. But he noticed that every so often, Tian Shuetao pressed at her chest with her hand, looking very uncomfortable. Finally, they arrived. Yifeng looked at the pile of white stones with delight. This is limestone. He took off his shirt, wrapped 3 pieces, and carried them on his shoulder. Around the limestone was a patch of bare land where nothing grew. Its smell was too pungent, keeping plants and animals away. Let's go home. This trip was worth it, 3 gains in 1. Smiling, Yifeng led the way, and soon they returned to the cave. Suyun and the others hurried up to surround Yifeng. You're finally back. Suyun's face was full of fear. Look, this is limestone. Put it in a helmet, fill the helmet with water, hang it over the fire, boil it into hot lime water, then pour it all over the cave. After that, no bugs will dare come in. Yifeng smiled. Suyun nodded and, with Chen Li, went to work. They were so worried about Yifeng they didn't even notice the voluptuous new woman. Who is this sister? Ding Tuanchuan asked, looking at Tian Shuetao. Little sister, I'm Tian Shueitao, hello. Tian Shueitao hugged Ding Tuanchuan tightly. Ah, so stuffy. Ding Tuanchuan quickly pulled away. She felt this new sister's gaze on her was full of motherly love, making her uncomfortable. Ha ha ha, Aunt Bai, introduce everyone to her. I'll go downstream to catch more fish. Since we have a newcomer, we should welcome her. Yifeng was happy too. Now there were 5 women. The team was stronger, and with night watches in pairs, he could relax more as leader. Downstream, Yifeng easily caught more than 10 fat trout. He also felt, perhaps just an illusion, that his vision had greatly improved, along with his strength and speed. It seemed that white fruit was truly a miracle medicine. When he returned with the fish, the women were rushing in and out of the cave, quickly escaping again. They were pouring limewater inside, but the smell was too harsh. I'll roast the fish. Bai Guifan took the fish and started grilling. Big brother, come here, come here. Ding Tuanchuan suddenly called Yifeng. What is it? Yifeng hurried over. Ding Tuanchuan pointed strangely at Tian Shueitao. That sister is weird, she's kinda like that. Ding Tuanchuan whispered. What do you mean? Yifeng frowned. He didn't want discord in the team. Just now, she asked me to help her. She said she was in pain from swelling, but I'm already grown up, I won't suck it. Ding Tuanchuan said. Yifeng understood. Nursing women get engorged, if they don't express milk, it hurts badly. He could understand. Ha ha ha, you're the youngest here. Why don't you just help her? Yifeng laughed. I won't, I'm not a child. Ding Tuanchuan covered her face and ran off. At that moment, Tian Shueitao turned and looked at Yifeng with watery eyes. Their gazes met briefly, then quickly parted. As if by telepathy, Yifeng swallowed hard, and Tian Shueitao also cast a veiled look at him. Come eat fish. Bai Guifan had finished roasting. Yifeng took a deep breath, sat by the fire, and divided the fish, giving Tian Shueitao an extra one. After all, nursing women needed fish for nutrition. Tian Shueitao sensed his kindness and gave him a grateful look. After eating, Yifeng began assigning tasks. From now on, we've left civilization and entered the savage era. Women must also learn skills, like making dried fish, storing food. If we get trapped by the bear again, we could starve to death. And, everyone must learn to use bows and spears. I'll train you slowly. Yifeng said seriously. I agree, I agree. I want to be the jungle queen. Ding Tuanchuan raised both hands. First make sure you don't get eaten. Yifeng sighed, patting her chubby head. The women exchanged glances, covering their mouths with laughter. Tian Shueitao, overflowing with motherly love, hugged Ding Tuanchuan tightly, squeezing her cheeks. Suyun stood up, picked up the bow, and aimed at a tree in the distance. Twang! The bamboo arrow flew off course. At the same time, Suyun cried out and clutched her chest. The bowstring snapped against me here. Suyun's eyes welled with tears. Wife, let me check. Yifeng hurried over and held her. But the next moment, Ding Tuanchuan drew the bow, released, twang. The arrow stuck into the tree, and she was unharmed. Haha, I'm not hurt. I'm stronger than Sister Suyun. Ding Tuanchuan said proudly. But the women's eyes drifted to her small chest, their expressions odd. Only then did Ding Tuanchuan realize, lowering her head in shame. While everyone was practicing archery, Tian Shueitao quietly slipped behind the waterfall. Her breasts were so painfully engorged she felt they would explode, she had to release them. So swollen, it was unbearable. She squeezed for a while, but using her hands still didn't help much. She thought about lowering her head to suck herself, but she couldn't reach. She grew so anxious her eyes filled with tears, feeling like she was about to explode. So, she looked through the curtain of water at Yifeng's back. No, he already has a girlfriend. He definitely won't agree. What should I do? It hurts too much. Tian Shueitao stomped her foot hard, her chest trembling. Bai Guifan, who had been through this before, saw Tian Shueitao disappear and then glanced at Yifeng, immediately understanding. When she was pregnant with Chen Li, she also suffered from painful swelling every night until Chen Zhihua grew tired of helping her. From noon to evening, the women kept practicing spears and archery. Ding Kur improved quickly in archery, reaching nearly 30% of Yifeng's level. Bai Guifan also did well with the spear, she could throw it 10 meters with some killing power. The other women were average, but still made some progress. Instructor Yifeng, holding a bamboo stick, casually corrected them, making their progress even faster. He believed that in a few more days, even without him, these women could drive off Wong Tao's group of 4. Downstream, the bald-headed group of 4 sat together. Wong Tao was the most miserable, reduced to their slave. Wong Tao, you're fucking useless. You can't catch fish, can't make fire, you even made me catch a cold. Keep catching fish. If you don't get any, don't come back. The bald man cursed harshly. These past days, they had managed to catch 6 or 7 fish by sheer luck, but Wong Tao was only given the heads with no meat. All the flesh went as tribute to the other 3. Wong Tao regretted it deeply. Following Yifeng had been tiring, but at least he could eat his fill. Now with the bald men, he was not only exhausted but also hungry. Luckily, he still had some body fat left from civilized life, or else he would have collapsed by now. Yes, brother Hu, I'll go upstream to catch fish for you. Wong Tao grabbed a stick and quietly sneaked upstream. Before long, he heard women's laughter from under the waterfall. He saw Yifeng sitting on a rock, training the women. The atmosphere was relaxed, with laughter now and then. By the fire, a few half-eaten fish still lay there. Wong Tao swallowed, his heart burning with envy. Finally, he clenched his teeth, steeled himself, and strode forward. Yifeng spotted him immediately and stopped the women's training. Wong Tao, you useless trash, what are you doing here? Where's the bald head? Yifeng said coldly. Me? Brother Feng, I'm sorry. Please take me back. I'm starving. That bald guy is an animal. I eat bones every day, there's no food left in my stomach. Wong Tao fell to his knees. What's it got to do with me? Get lost, or I'll use you as a live target. Yifeng raised his spear. Ah? No, wait. Panicked, Wong Tao looked at Chenli. Lily, you're my girlfriend, please ask Brother Feng to forgive me. Chenli shook her head coldly, her eyes full of disdain. So Wong Tao turned to Chen Jihua and Bai Guifan. Uncle, Auntie, I'm really a rich second generation. If you ask Brother Feng to let me rejoin, when I go back, I'll have my dad buy you a villa. You want bags, luxury watches, cars? I can buy them all for you. Wong Tao begged. Bai Guifan said nothing. She picked up a spear and aimed at him. Thud. Her aim was still off, it struck just beside him. Ah? Wong Tao was terrified and ran off. Both frightened and furious, he ran 2 kilometers downstream, when suddenly his face changed. A black bear rose up on 2 legs, fixing its yellow-brown eyes on him. Shit! With no choice, Wong Tao ran back toward Yifeng's camp. The black bear thundered after him, shaking the ground. Back at Yifeng's side, training had become easy again. Just then, Tian Shuitao waved at Yifeng. Big brother, come here for a moment, she said softly, her face flushed red. What is it? Yifeng walked over. Tian Shuitao pulled him behind the waterfall. What's the matter? Yifeng asked again. I feel awful. Can you help me? Her cheeks were burning red, spreading down her neck. Gulp. Yifeng swallowed, studying her carefully. Her body was perfectly ripe, and since she was still nursing, she was unbelievably tempting. Tian Shuitao noticed his gaze, her heart pounding. She only wanted him to relieve her pain. But men were men, what if he lost control? Not just Yifeng, even she feared she might lose control in such a fiery moment. On this deserted island, once the beast in a man's heart was unleashed, it could mean disaster. Help you with what? Yifeng's eyes burned, hot air blasting from his nostrils, his breathing heavy. You know, my baby is gone. If this stays blocked too long, it could cause illness. Many breast cancers come from this kind of blockage. Tian Shuitao said, forcing herself to speak. All right, I'll help you. Yifeng was nearly drooling, impatient. This was also highly nutritious, on this island, it was a treasure. Okay. Tian Shuitao took a deep breath, moving her hand behind her back. But then she hesitated. Big brother, please, don't get any ideas. Just take it as me begging you. This is a deserted island, it's no joke, she warned. Don't worry, I know my limits. Yifeng nodded. The waterfall was loud, so Suyun couldn't hear their conversation. Yifeng also had his own thoughts, since she was his teammate, they should help each other and build trust. Otherwise, when disaster struck, everyone would only fend for themselves. And such a team could never defeat the bald-headed four. Oh no, help, something's wrong, it's coming, it's coming. Suddenly, Wong Tao's miserable scream came from outside. Tian Shuitao was startled and quickly pulled back her hand. Yifeng also walked out of the waterfall, looking at that useless Wong Tao. That guy rushed into the camp and hurried straight toward the cave. Several women looked confused, not knowing what Wong Tao was doing. But the next moment, the weeds downstream parted, and a fat, strong black bear appeared. Its body fat shook up and down as it stomped into the camp with earth-shaking steps. Ah! Facing such a top predator, the women immediately scattered and fled. Some ran into the forest, some ran toward Yifeng, but none went into the cave. Because hot lime water had just been poured inside, and the smell was especially strong. The black bear wasn't picky and rushed straight toward the cave. Wong Tao had just crawled a few meters inside when he couldn't stand the smell, almost suffocating. So he quickly turned around, just in time to see the big black bear clawing at the wooden door. Damn it, God, are you trying to kill me? Wong Tao covered his nose and could only stay in the cave. Yi Feng coldly observed from under the waterfall. The black bear's strength was too great. With just a push, the solid wooden door creaked as if it would fall apart. At the same time, when it pulled back, 2 of the stakes wedged in the cracks of the rocks were ripped out. Ah, brother bear, don't eat me, I'm really dirty, go somewhere else. Wong Tao panicked, kneeling inside the cave and kowtowing non-stop. Tian Shuitao tightly gripped Yi Feng's arm, leaving marks. This door doesn't seem able to keep the black bear out? Tian Shuitao said nervously, using Yi Feng's arm to squeeze some liquid out, leaving his arm sticky. Yi Feng also felt troubled. This big black bear seemed to have targeted them as easy prey. If it wasn't dealt with, it could attack at any time. Letting it linger was no solution. The black bear shook the wooden door a few more times, then seemed irritated by the smell inside. Finally, it roared, shook its head, and walked downstream. Phew! Yi Feng let out a long breath and led Tian Shuitao out of the waterfall. From the bamboo forest, Su Yun and the others also came out, looking shaken. Cough, cough, cough. That useless Wong Tao also crawled out of the cave, clutching his chest and coughing hard. Great, it seems that black bear doesn't eat people, Ding Tuanchuan said. But Yi Feng shook his head, that black bear's belly is full. It didn't chase us only because it's not hungry. But next time, if it's hungry, even if we hide in the cave, it will break in. So, we must find a way to kill that black bear. Once it's dead, nothing nearby will threaten us. As he spoke, Yi Feng sat down by the fire. The women also sat down one after another. That useless Wong Tao rolled his eyes and carefully sat at the back, afraid Yi Feng would notice him. Wong Tao, do you want to follow me? Yi Feng called him out. Brother Feng, as long as you let me stay, I'll do anything, Wong Tao quickly pledged. Good. Now I'll teach you how to dig a trap. Take the entrenching tool, dig a big pit right here, start now, Yi Feng ordered. Got it. Wong Tao was overjoyed, picked up the tool, and started working. Yi Feng didn't idle either. He went to the bamboo forest, cut more than a dozen stalks with his bayonet, and sharpened them to place at the bottom of the trap. This time Wong Tao worked very hard, laboring for 2 hours straight without complaining. Yi Feng thought for a moment, then tossed him a grilled fish. After eating, Wong Tao kept working. Time slowly passed, the pit trap grew larger, and Yi Feng prepared over a dozen sharp bamboo stakes. 5 kilometers downstream, the bald man and his 2 lackeys waited and waited, but Wong Tao never returned. That useless guy didn't get eaten by dogs, did he? The bald man stood up with his 2 underlings, ready to go look for Wong Tao. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He saw 3 men and 2 women walking from downstream. One of the men was tall and somewhat resembled the useless Wong Tao, like an older version of him. Beside that man was a hot, curvy beauty. Wang Xiong immediately spotted the bald trio, but his expression stayed calm. Instead, he pulled out a photo of Wong Tao. Have you seen my son? This is his photo. Wang Xiong asked. As a major client of Su Yun's company, he had also joined the cruise trip. He was nearly drowned, but thanks to his 2 bodyguards risking their lives, he and his mistress survived. The hot beauty beside him was his lover, Zhang Yan. Huh, isn't this? The bald man instantly recognized Wong Tao in the photo, but deliberately didn't answer. Of course we've seen him. Ah? Wang Xiong was overjoyed. Where is my son? Why should I tell you? Tell me, I'll give you money. I don't want money. That beauty next to you, let the 3 of us have her. After we're done, we'll tell you, the bald man said. Wang Xiong narrowed his eyes and slowly reached for his waist. His family made mechanical molds, so of course they could build guns. At his waist, he carried a homemade pistol with 7 bullets inside. Originally, there had been 12, but after facing danger in the jungle, 5 were already used. Now the bullets were precious. In the end, Wang Xiong didn't pull out the gun. Instead, he signaled his bodyguard with a glance. A dark-skinned bodyguard stepped forward. If you know what's good for you, tell us. Otherwise, I'll kill you. The black bodyguard spoke naturally, not like he was joking. Ha ha ha, kill me? Then come on. After much effort, the trap was finally dug 2 meters deep, but it was still far from enough. Yi Feng told Wong Tao to go rest on top, then jumped into the pit himself and continued digging. His speed was much faster. In just 3 hours, the loose soil piled up 2 meters high above. All right, throw the sharpened bamboo down. Yi Feng shouted from 5 meters deep. I'll do it. Wong Tao picked up the sharpened bamboo, ready to throw it down. But the next moment, a trace of struggle flashed in his eyes. In the end, he still threw the bamboo beside Yi Feng. Yi Feng spent more effort, finally planting the sharpened bamboo, but he was panting heavily, exhausted. Pull me up with the rope. Yi Feng shouted from below. Once he came up, Suyun quickly rushed over to wipe Yi Feng's sweat, while Bai Guizong used her sleeve to fan him. Ding Tuanchuan rolled her eyes, suddenly ran over, and blew air at Yi Feng. Yi Feng laughed so hard he pinched her cheek. What are you doing? Big brother, didn't you smell how fresh my breath is? I just found mint leaves and gave some to the sisters to brush their teeth. Ding Tuanchuan said proudly. Yi Feng brought his nose close to her mouth and sniffed. Sure enough, there was a faint mint fragrance. Very good. If you don't brush your teeth for a long time, bacteria will grow in your mouth. I'll brush later too. Yi Feng smiled. Wong Tao stood behind, forcing a smile, but inside he was full of anger. I just dug for half a day, and when I came up, no one cared. Now Yi Feng comes up, and all of you surround him. Damn it. Wong Tao, go get some leaves and cover the trap. The disguise must be good, or the black bear won't fall for it. Yi Feng said. Yes, right away. Wong Tao quickly gathered a pile of branches and began covering the trap. Yi Feng did it on purpose to tire Wong Tao out, otherwise, once that guy regained some strength, he would start causing trouble again. Often, the road is so wide. What if the black bear doesn't pass here? Bai Guifan slowly spoke. I know. Put some fish meat over the trap. When the black bear comes to eat, it'll fall in naturally. Ding Tuanchuan said cleverly. But it seems black bears don't like fish that much, and there are plenty of fish in the stream. It won't be tempting to them. Suyun objected. Yi Feng smiled faintly. Black bears seem to target humans. So we can use a human as bait. After saying this, his eyes slowly turned to Wong Tao. Wong Tao's whole body trembled, and his movements slowed down. The others also fixed their eyes on him. Just then, the bald trio appeared from downstream, and behind them followed 3 men and 2 women. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes, picked up his bow, and the women grabbed their spears. But in the next moment, Yi Feng was stunned. The bald trio's faces were bruised and swollen, as if they had just been beaten. Dad, oh, Dad, why did you come only now? Wong Tao, upon seeing the middle-aged man behind them, instantly jumped up excitedly and rushed over, flailing his arms. Wang Xiong was equally overjoyed, striding forward and hugging Wong Tao. Son. Oh, Dad was so worried about you. It's good you're alive, good that you're alive. Wang Xiong gently patted Wong Tao's back. But Yi Feng's gaze was drawn to Zhang Yan behind Wang Xiong. This woman. Could she be a reincarnated fox spirit? Every glance, every movement was seductive. She seemed born only for matters between men and women. Zhang Yan also noticed the disheveled Yi Feng, and a trace of displeasure flashed in her eyes. Brother Xiong, that filthy loser is staring at me. Zhang Yan's voice was sweet and drawn out, making Yi Feng's bones feel soft. Secretary Zhang, are you talking about that trashy Feng? Wang Tao finally calmed down, turned around slowly, and looked sharply at Yi Feng. Yi Feng raised his eyebrows and tightened his grip on the bow in his hand. Dad, you don't know how much I've suffered on this deserted island. It was that trashy Feng. He poisoned the fish he gave me, beat me so badly I got internal injuries, and even stole my girlfriend. Wang Tao began twisting the truth. Suyun couldn't hold back anymore. Of course she knew Wang Xiong, he was the company's biggest client. Otherwise, could that useless Wang Tao have become head of the R&D department? It was only because of Wang Xiong's face. President Wang, that's not the truth. These days we've all relied on Yi Feng catching fish, or else we'd have starved. Wang Tao, stop distorting facts. Suyun said coldly. Wang Xiong's gaze was calm as he looked at Wang Tao again. His complexion was bad, he was thinner, and most importantly, 2 of his front teeth were missing. No matter what, since my son says he's no good, then he must be no good. Son, how do you plan to deal with him? Wang Xiong asked. Don't kill him yet, I want to slowly torture him. This dog bastard made me suffer miserably. Wang Tao spoke like a resentful woman. Yi Feng chuckled and stepped forward. Torture me? Big words. If you've got the guts, come at me. Ever since eating 3 ginkgo nuts, Yi Feng felt the power in his body slowly growing stronger. By now, whether in endurance or strength, he was several times stronger than before. Plus, with a bow and arrows, and a spear in his hands, dealing with these few people was no problem. Xiao Dao, knock out his 2 front teeth first. Wang Xiong said. The black bodyguard stepped forward, moving toward Yi Feng 1 step at a time. To be fair, Yi Feng handed his bow to Ding Tuanchuan. The 2 immediately began to fight. To Yi Feng's surprise, this big black man's punches and kicks were vicious, with hints of military training in his moves, far beyond the bald man. But in the end, relying on his martial foundation since childhood, Yi Feng knocked the black bodyguard to the ground. Yi Feng breathed heavily. What? Still want to torture me? Yi Feng asked coldly. But as soon as he finished speaking, all the hairs on his body stood up. A dark gun barrel was pointed right at his head. "Don't!" Suyun shouted from the side. The other women's faces turned pale with fear, stepping back. "Weren't you acting all tough?" Wang Xiong held the pistol, his tone full of mockery. Yifeng didn't reply, his face sinking. Now it was Wang Tao's turn to gloat. He jumped around like a monkey. "Ha ha ha, Yifeng, hurry up and kneel. First kowtow 3 times, no, 30 times. After kowtowing, smash your own teeth, then wait for my orders." This useless man vented all his pent-up resentment. Yifeng pressed his lips tightly, his gaze locked on the gun barrel. "Damn it, are you kneeling or not?" Wang Tao grabbed the pistol, aimed at Yifeng's head, his finger rubbing the trigger as if ready to pull it any second. Yifeng's back arched like a leopard ready to pounce. He could fight, but no matter how strong, against a gun he had no way out. "If you kill me, you'll end up in prison too. There's no wall that can block the wind. Even if you kill everyone here, what about your bodyguards? What about your mistress? Maybe they won't talk right away, but with time, who can say for sure?" Yifeng said slowly. As expected, Wang Xiong's eyes flickered. But Wang Tao didn't care, pointing the gun forward. Bang! A bullet whizzed past Yifeng's head and hit the stone wall. "Ah!" Several screams rang out. A cold bead of sweat slid down Yifeng's forehead. "Damn it, I'll ask one last time. Are you kneeling or not?" Wang Tao shouted angrily. At this moment, Chen Zhihua stepped forward, offering, "Just kneel for now. If you die, there's no chance to turn things around." Bai Guifan also stepped up, gently tugging Yifeng's arm. "As long as the green hills remain, there's no need to fear for firewood. Just kneel first." Yifeng pressed his lips tightly, his gaze sweeping over the women behind him. Suyun's face was iron blue, fear flashing in her eyes. Ding Tuanchuan stared straight at him, eyes filled with expectation. Chen Li, however, looked at Wang Tao, her expression complicated. "Impossible," Yifeng said, then slowly raised his spear. "Fuck you!" A flash of killing intent flickered in Wang Tao's eyes. Yifeng pulled his body back. Even if he died, he would throw the spear that represented his dignity. He would never be slaughtered like a pig. Roar! A deafening roar came. A huge black shadow charged from the forest, biting down on the last woman in the line. "Ah! Help me, brother Xiong, save me!" The woman was clamped in midair by the black bear, blood spraying everywhere, clearly doomed. "Oh my god!" The bald trio screamed in terror and rolled away, fleeing downstream. The bloody scene was too horrifying. They were all talk but had never actually killed anyone. At that moment, the black bodyguard suddenly snatched the gun from Wang Tao's hand and aimed directly at the bear. Bang, bang, bang. The magazine was emptied. But only one bullet hit the bear's eye, the rest all missed. Roar! The bear felt burning pain in its eye, immediately dropped the woman, and scratched frantically at its eye with one paw. "Give me the bow, give me the bow!" Yifeng would not miss the chance. He took the bow and fired 3 arrows in a row. But all were blocked by the bear's massive paw, not even piercing the skin. Damn! Yifeng tossed the bow aside, grabbed a spear, and thrust it at the eye. It struck the face. The bear swung its paw, sending Yifeng flying 2 meters and crashing heavily onto the ground. The black bodyguard then drew a dagger and stabbed fiercely into the bear's back. Roar! The bear tried to turn and grab him, but the bodyguard had already dodged. Roar! 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 The bear had suffered greatly. Feeling it couldn't handle these humans, it stomped away, shaking the ground, and disappeared into the bamboo forest. Yifeng slowly stood up, clutching his arm. It didn't hurt that much. Perhaps those ginkgo nuts had really strengthened his body. Qingjie, Wang Xiong's mistress, Zhang Yan, was standing beside the fallen woman, her long fingers covering her mouth. "Brother Xiong, Qingjie, she's dead," Zhang Yan said, then leaned her head against Wang Xiong's shoulder. "It's just a subordinate who died. What are you crying for?" Wang Tao spoke coldly. At his words, a flash of anger appeared on the 2 bodyguards' faces, but it quickly vanished. Wang Xiong frowned, glaring at Wang Tao. This son of his seemed not to have inherited his good traits at all. Suyun helped Yifeng sit on a rock, then looked at the other women. But to her surprise, Chen Li suddenly gritted her teeth and strode straight toward Wang Xiong. "Hello Uncle Wang, I am Atao's girlfriend, Chen Li." Chen Li said obediently. "Oh?" Wang Xiong looked at Wang Tao. "Heh." Wang Tao sneered, snatched the pistol from the black bodyguard, and aimed at Yifeng again. "Yifeng, kneel and sing conquer for me, or I'll blow your head off," Wang Tao said coldly. Wang Xiong frowned. He had already heard the gunshots earlier and knew there were no bullets left, but he didn't say it aloud. Bluffing was still useful. "Young Master Tao, there are no bullets inside." the black bodyguard suddenly said bluntly. What? Wong Tao was shocked. Wang Xiong's face immediately darkened, and he shot the bodyguard a cold glare. The black bodyguard then pretended to look terrified and stepped back like a schoolboy who had made a mistake. Yifeng felt something strange and glanced at the bodyguard in the back. He saw the bodyguard secretly nod at him. This bodyguard was called Long Wu, once a retired Special Forces soldier. Yifeng had just beaten him fairly, earning his respect, a respect for strength. Wang Tao quickly checked the magazine. It really was empty. His eyes darted around, and he could only reach out to Wang Xiong. Dad, do you have another magazine? No. Wang Xiong sighed. The rescue plane hadn't come for so long. It seemed his money power could no longer bind the two bodyguards. He had always treated them harshly, and now without wealth as his shield, his situation would only get worse. Wang Tao took a deep breath and threw the pistol to the ground. Brother Feng, I was just joking with you earlier. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to be so tough. I really admire you. Wang Tao said sincerely. He he. Yifeng sneered, knocked an arrow to his bowstring. Then now, I'll test how tough you are. Kneel, or I'll shoot you dead. Yifeng said coldly. Plop. Wang Tao kneeled straight to the ground and even raised both hands high. Kowtow. 300 times. Not one less. Yifeng said coldly. Dong dong dong. Wang Tao had no backbone at all and kowtowed right away. Ding Tuanchuan quickly rushed over to count aloud. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Wang Xiong saw his son's forehead bleeding. Finally, he couldn't hold back and stepped forward. Yifeng, right? I am Wang Xiong. You must have heard my name. Let my son go, and when we return, I'll give you 1,000,000, or name your price. Yifeng's eyes were cold as he aimed the bow at Wang Xiong. You're good with words. Then share half your son's burden, kowtow 150 times. Otherwise, I guarantee I'll kill your useless son. You? You want me to kowtow? Wang Xiong was angry for the first time. A big figure still carried some pressure. Yifeng almost felt shaken. Meanwhile, Wang Tao was still kowtowing desperately. Wang Xiong loved his son and could only kneel down to share the load. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Ding Tuanchuan now stood beside Wang Xiong counting. Chen Li's face turned awkward. She hesitated, then obediently walked over to Yifeng's side. Zhang Yan hesitated too, but in the end, she also stood by Yifeng, and even threw him a flirty glance. Women were like that, following whoever was stronger. Hadn't she first been attracted to Wang Xiong's money? Enough, enough. Save some strength. Clean up that corpse, and wash the blood off the ground with stream water. Don't pollute my territory. Yifeng thought of how blood would attract predators and finally sent the father and son to do the dirty work. The woman had died terribly, half her head bitten off. The father and son stood up. Long Wu, go handle the corpse. Make it clean. Wang Xiong ordered. Long Wu hesitated but eventually obeyed. After all, there was still a chance of returning to civilization. He didn't want to lose this 30,000 yuan a month job. Once everything was cleaned up, Yifeng pointed downstream. Gentlemen, I'm afraid you're not welcome here. Please move along. Wang Xiong let out a breath of relief and left with Wang Tao. The two bodyguards followed. This beautiful lady, I don't think we know each other. You should go too. I don't have the ability to feed you. Yifeng said coldly. Ah? But, no buts. Go. Even if you follow me, I won't give you food. So Zhang Yan reluctantly walked downstream. At this time, Yifeng looked at Chen Li. Miss Chen, follow your boyfriend. Yifeng gestured politely. Ah? Chen Li was dumbfounded. Chen Zhihua and his wife hurried over to plead. Afeng, forgive her. She's young and foolish. Yes, Afeng, let Shili stay with you. At worst, let her be your girlfriend. And if you want, both she and I are fine. But Yifeng shook his head. No need. I already have President Su, Ding Tuanchuan, and Tian Shuetao. They can work with me. He would never keep people who weren't united. Afeng, please give me another chance. I don't know why I did that just now. How about this, when you sleep, I'll let you sleep on me, use me as your mat. Chen Li begged. Yifeng stepped back, pointed his spear at Chen Li's chest, and pushed her toward downstream. Go. Don't force me to act rough. His tone was cold as ever, leaving no room for negotiation. You? Fine, Yifeng, I can leave. But my parents always stood by your side. Can you let them stay? Chen Li asked. This? Fine. But you must go, Yifeng said. So Chen Li could only say goodbye to her parents in tears and chase after Wang Tao's group downstream. Uncle, Auntie, you two may have been weak just now, but at least even under Wang Tao's gun, you still thought of me. I remember that. You can stay. Yifeng said. The two said nothing, looking as if they wanted to speak but didn't. Say nothing. Everyone was frightened. I'll catch some fish for you to eat. Yifeng then took his bow and went downstream. As soon as he got there, he saw Zhang Yan running upstream in the opposite direction, crying, with 5 finger marks on her face. Ah! Brother Yifeng, I beg you, take me in. Wang Xiong doesn't want me anymore. How can I live? Wu, Zhang Yan covered her face and cried. Yifeng ignored her and shot a trout dead with 1 arrow. Brother Yifeng, are you really this heartless? Zhang Yan asked pitifully. Yifeng glanced at her delicate look. He had to admit, Zhang Yan's figure was slim yet curvy, born to be a natural plaything. You want to join my team, but what's your value? At first glance, you can't do anything. Yifeng skewered the trout with a bamboo stick. But Zhang Yan's eyes rolled, and she slowly undid 2 buttons on her chest. At once, a snowy white view dazzled Yifeng's eyes. Who says I can't do anything? Don't worry, I know a lot, and I've had special training. Do you know the spinning splits? I'll let you see later. After speaking, Zhang Yan slowly lifted 1 leg all the way to her head, stretching into a perfect split. Gulp. Yifeng swallowed, and his pants immediately became awkward. This woman. But in a way, she was pitiful too. Serving that half-old man Wang Xiong was miserable, almost like his own situation. All right, since you're pitiful, take the fish. Come back with me later, I'll give you some training. Yifeng said and tossed her the fish. After losing Chenli, his team was smaller. Zhang Yan wasn't bad, she could be trained, and with enough effort, she might become a big help. Zhang Yan caught the fish, a flirtatious gleam flashing in her eyes. She suddenly brought her lips close to Yifeng's ear. Ah? You, don't say such things, you're distracting me. Yifeng blushed. This woman seemed naturally skilled in such matters. He really didn't want to hear her lewd talk. After 2 hours, Yifeng only caught 4 fish, mainly because his legs wouldn't move freely, slowing his agility. Finally, he returned to the cave and saw Chen Jihua boiling lime water in a helmet. Why are you still boiling lime water? Didn't we disinfect the cave already? Yifeng asked. It's like this. That black bear will definitely come back. When it falls into the trap, we'll splash boiling lime water on its face. Then it'll be blinded, and we can ambush it until it's dead. Chen Jihua explained. Yifeng froze for a moment, then slowly gave him a thumbs up. This move was cruel, but effective against the black bear. After all, its hide was so tough even bullets couldn't pierce it. This was the only option. At that moment, Su Yun and the other women walked out from behind the waterfall. Afeng, why did you bring her back again? Su Yun clung to Yifeng's arm, glaring at Zhang Yan. This woman was too seductive. Any woman seeing her would feel threatened. I wanted to add manpower. She followed me shamelessly, I couldn't shake her off. Don't worry, with training she'll be useful. Yifeng tried to reassure Su Yun, guilty inside. He didn't dare look Zhang Yan in the eyes. One glance from her and his pants would turn awkward again. Su Yun nodded, then looked at Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan, I know you're Wang Xiong's secretary. You should know who I am too, right? Yes. President Su, we've met before. Zhang Yan replied coyly, her tone carrying a trace of disdain. I also have another identity, I am Yifeng's girlfriend. When we return, I'll marry him. Su Yun warned. Oh. I thought he was already your husband. So he's just your boyfriend? That means other women still have a chance. Zhang Yan's voice was soft but extremely aggressive. You. Su Yun's face turned red with anger. She gripped Yifeng's arm tightly. Afeng, tell me, will you marry me when we go back? Yes. Yifeng nodded. Zhang Yan, unwilling to lose, leaned closer. Brother Yifeng, then I wish you happiness. Seems I have no chance. Such a pitiful fate. Soon, the 2 women were arguing. Yifeng could only hide to the side and fix the door in silence. The black bear's strength was too great, even thick wooden beams had cracks. Night fell, and the women's voices finally went quiet. Su Yun sat sulking on the side. Zhang Yan leisurely dressed herself up. She was especially good at making herself look attractive, using whatever was around her. Now that we have a new member, everyone must take responsibility. Don't think about slacking off in the team. Tonight, Chen Jihua will keep watch. If you get too sleepy, you must wake someone else before resting. Yifeng stood on a rock, assigning tasks. Brother Yifeng, what does slacking mean? Is it the same as cheating? I don't understand. Zhang Yan asked softly. Shameless. Su Yun muttered angrily, turning her head away. She knew she couldn't beat Zhang Yan in a war of words. Tian Shuitao wasn't paying attention at all. Her chest felt too uncomfortable, she needed someone to suck it out. None of the women would agree. Only the men were left. And among the men, only Yifeng and Chen Jihua. Now, I'll teach you how to shoot arrows. Yifeng picked up the bow. Among his female students, only Ding Tuanchuan learned quickly, but she was still far from real combat. Zhang Yan suddenly walked over, turned her back to Yifeng. Brother Yifeng, can you teach me hand in hand? I've always been shot at, never shot someone myself. Headache. This woman was too seductive. He feared that if his self-control slipped, he might lose himself in front of Su Yun. Of course, deep down he didn't dislike it. After all, on a deserted island, his thinking wasn't so conservative anymore. Once the black bear was dead and the cave fully secured, he wouldn't let his brothers suffer. All right, first hold the bow and pull the string. Yifeng gently pressed his chest against Zhang Yan's back. A soft, delicate feeling spread through him. Su Yun almost ground her teeth to dust, turning her head away. An arrow finally shot out. Oh no, brother Yifeng, you missed. Can you shoot me again? Zhang Yan pouted, stamping her feet softly, her hips brushing against Yifeng's pants. Relax your left arm, don't hold it too tight. Otherwise, the bow will shake and lose accuracy. When you pull the string back, release smoothly. Once you reach my level, you won't need to aim, you can hit by instinct, always striking on the first shot. Yifeng passed on his experience to Zhang Yan, knowledge he had built over 20 years. If not for being stranded here, he would never have taught it. After teaching for a while, Yifeng felt it was enough. He couldn't let them get tired of learning all at once. Everyone get ready to sleep. Chen Jihua will keep watch. After saying this, Yifeng strode into the cave. The women smiled and followed him inside. As usual, Yifeng slept holding Su Yun, with Bai Guifen hugging his back. Surrounded front and back, Yifeng soon fell into a deep sleep. He didn't know how long he slept before Chen Jihua shook him awake. You're tired? Yifeng asked. Too old, I can't hold on anymore. Chen Jihua looked about to collapse. Yifeng had no choice but to take the spear and keep watch himself. Sitting outside the cave, he tossed a piece of wood into the fire, letting the flames shine farther. Alone, he finally had time to think. Clearly, this deserted island wasn't within satellite monitoring range, maybe affected by some magnetic field. Otherwise, with today's technology, rescue planes would have found them within 2 days. He believed the others realized this too, but they still clung to a little hope and didn't want to say it out loud. For him, it wasn't much of a loss. He was just a loser. Back in society, he was nothing but a beast of burden. But here on the island, things were different. Su Yun, Tian Shuitao, Ding Tuanchuan, Zhang Yan, Bai Guifen, all beautiful women of different ages. If he wanted, he could have them anytime. Back in society, he was certain Su Yun would never marry him. What she said was just nice-sounding words, just a moment of impulse. Just then, light footsteps came from behind, along with a faint milky fragrance. You're not sleeping, why are you here? Yifeng turned his head and asked. I couldn't sleep. Tian Shuitao sat by the fire. Yifeng's eyes lit up at once. Her hair was pinned high, her whole body radiating nobility. She reminded Yifeng of a big shot's wife he had once seen on the cruise. Ma Xikong, the little ship king, what is he to you? Yifeng suddenly asked. Back then, he had seen Ma Xikong from afar, that billionaire boss. Even President Su and Wang Xiong tried to please him. Yifeng hadn't remembered Ma Xikong's face, but he remembered his young wife well. Her hair pinned high, holding a baby, wearing a red kimono, like an untouchable queen. Ma Xikong is my husband. Tian Shuitao said slowly, a trace of pride in her eyes. Though Ma Xikong was more than 20 years older, marrying such a man was the dream of countless women. No wonder. So, how is the little ship king now? Yifeng asked again. He should still be alive. He's a great swimmer, with many bodyguards and several ship engineers. Tian Shuitao said firmly, clearly confident in her husband. Then I hope you two reunite. Yifeng sighed. Such a woman was forever beyond his reach. If they returned to society, Ma Xikong had power and wealth, he could ruin him in countless ways. Though Yifeng didn't believe they'd return to society, what if? Yifeng, don't we still have unfinished business between us? Tian Shuitao suddenly lifted her head, looking at him boldly. Unfinished business? Yifeng looked puzzled. Did you forget? We hadn't even started before that black bear came and interrupted us. Tian Shuitao's face turned red. Her chest had never been touched by anyone other than her husband, Ma Xikong. Yifeng leaned back, watching her cautiously. Your name isn't Tian Shuitao, is it? Yifeng said calmly. Ah? Tian Shuitao looked up sharply, surprised. How do you know? 2 years ago, Ma Xikong married a woman. It shocked all the news. I remember it. If I'm not wrong, he married a woman from the islands, named something Raimai. You must be Japanese. Yifeng said, staring into her eyes. Fine, you guessed it. At that time, because I wanted you to help me, I didn't want to reveal my real name. But since you figured it out, I hope you keep calling me Tian Shueitao. My real name is Yukahat Rimaiko. Tian Shueitao spoke. Yukahat, Raimai? Yifeng tried not to think further, but his pants already betrayed him. For convenience, just call me Miko. But I have one request, don't tell anyone else my real name. If we return to society, my reputation would be ruined, and Ma Sikong would be angry. Rimaiko said. All right, I won't say a word. Yifeng stood up. It was time to bring honor to his country. Let's go by the waterfall. It's not convenient here, too easy to be seen. He pointed. Then, please. Miko nodded gently, her cheeks faintly red. Burp. Yifeng let out a full belch, white nourishment dripping from his mouth. Wasn't the taste bad? Rimaiko put her chest away, looking nervous. If Yifeng disliked the taste, she would be too embarrassed to bother him again. No, just too much, hard to digest at once. Yifeng wiped his mouth. In truth, he found it delicious, rich in nutrients, leaving him full of energy. Thank you for not touching anywhere else. Rimaiko bowed 90 degrees, finally showing the grace of a Japanese woman. Don't worry, I keep my word. Unless you let me, I won't do anything. After saying this, Yifeng helped Tian Shueitao walk back from behind the waterfall. Inside, Rimaiko felt grateful. When Yifeng had been drinking, she almost let out a cry from her soul. 7 days, it was the first time she had been emptied. The feeling was unmatched, better than flying in the sky. Thinking of this, Rimaiko gazed at Yifeng with moist eyes. Actually, when Yifeng was helping her, her body had gone soft. If he had tried something more, she wasn't sure she could have resisted. Go back and sleep. I'll continue keeping watch. Yifeng pointed to the cave. Rimaiko walked back in small steps. But as soon as she entered, she saw Zhang Yan staring at her. I just went to relieve myself. Rimaiko said nervously. Zhang Yan didn't reply, just scanned her up and down. No, it couldn't be the same person. How could the Ship King's noble wife have such a plain name like Tian Shueitao? Yifeng sat by the fire, keeping watch. He wasn't idle, carving a dozen bamboo arrows with his bayonet, and even making another bow. The second bow he made with care, combining 2 bows together. This way, the power would be stronger. Once the bowstring was pulled, both bows would create tension, fully unleashing the arrow's penetration power. The only pity was that there were no iron arrowheads. If there were, even a black bear could probably be killed. So Yifeng wandered around by the stream again. Soon, he dug out a lump of red clay with his hands and sniffed it. It had a rusty smell. This soil was rich in iron bacteria. If he spent a month, he could use precipitation and firing methods to refine some iron. But it was too time-consuming and labor-intensive. Hundreds of pounds of red clay would only yield a few ounces of iron. The effort was not worth the result, so Yifeng didn't consider it. That's right, hard stones? Yifeng was overjoyed and quickly searched the stream. Some hard stones, as long as they were sharp enough, could be made into arrowheads. Though not as good as iron, they were still stronger than bamboo. After choosing stones, Yifeng sat by the fire and ground them. With enough persistence, even an iron rod could be worn into a needle. Time slipped by, and soon morning came. The women lazily got up. Suyun, still half asleep, walked to the fire and rested her head in Yifeng's lap. The others went to wash and brush their teeth, laughter echoing by the waterfall. No, I won't give it to you, bad woman. At that moment, Ding Tuanchuan hid her hands behind her back. Little sister, be good, give me just a little mint leaf. No, I won't. Yifeng felt a headache coming. Little Tuanchuan, give your sister Yen some mint leaves to brush her teeth. We're one team, don't be stingy. Yifeng called from the fire. Reluctantly, Ding Tuanchuan handed over a leaf. Suyun also wobbled over to brush her teeth. They peeled off willow bark, smashed the inner fibers with stones, making a brush-like tool that could be used for teeth and body. After brushing, Suyun gave Yifeng a mint leaf. Brush well. I brushed clean too. Suyun hinted. Oh. Half an hour later, fish roasted by the fire. Ding Tuanchuan sat by Yifeng, puffing little breaths at him like a spoiled child. All right, I know you're capable, finding mint leaves. Yifeng rubbed his forehead, smiling bitterly. That was how little girls were. After doing something small, they wanted endless praise. Though they were one team, it had split into 2 smaller groups. Suyun, Ding Tuanchuan, and Bai Guifen were close. Yukihat Rimaiko and Zhang Yan stuck together. Yifeng, we can't stay on this island forever. We must find a way to leave. Rimaiko suddenly said. Her words struck a chord with the women. Yes, the rescue plane probably won't come. But we can save ourselves, like building a bamboo raft. Suyun agreed. Yifeng. Wife, your face is a little swollen. Didn't you sleep well? He changed the subject. Wasn't ruling the island good enough? Why leave? Besides, after living with these women so long, he hadn't even gone all the way with them yet. No, it's because we haven't had salt for days. Of course our faces are swollen. Suyun replied. Yifeng slapped his forehead. It was true, they hadn't had salt recently. At first it didn't show, since in society everyone already had excess salt in their bodies. But after several days, salt had to be replenished. Otherwise they'd grow weak and even swollen. Alright, I'll take one person to the beach to get sea salt. The rest of you shape these stones into arrowheads. If the bear comes back, don't hide in the cave, scatter or climb trees. Yifeng instructed. I'll go with you. I grew up by the sea, I know how to get salt. Rumiko said. She really had lived by the sea, Japan was just a bigger island, after all. But I also want to go. Zhang Yan refused to be left behind. Rumiko, oh no, Tian Shuetao, come with me. The others stay. I've calculated the time, sun-drying and filtering salt will take more than 10 hours. We'll return once we have it. You all behave here. Yifeng said. After giving instructions, he left with Rumiko. She carried a spear, while Yifeng had a bamboo spear and bow. The other bow he left with Ding Tuanchuan. After walking 5 kilometers downstream, Yifeng stopped. There were some torn women's clothes, he faintly remembered them as Chen Li's. Chen Li? Rumiko covered her mouth nervously. Let's go. From here, cut through the bamboo forest. 2 or 3 kilometers more, and we'll reach the beach. Yifeng said flatly. He already treated Chen Li as a stranger. Whatever happened to her, he didn't care anymore. They cut into the bamboo forest and hurried to the beach. The seawater had to be dried, then the white residue collected. That was only the first step? Afterward, they had to use plant ash to filter out heavy metals, step 2, but it had to be done back by the stream. So for them, time was precious. Further downstream, 7 men and 1 woman wandered aimlessly. Chen Li wore only short shorts, covering her chest with 2 banana leaves. Wang Xiong led the group, saying, as long as you obey me, my daughter-in-law is yours to play with. Look at her figure, her face, not bad at all. Another way to win loyalty. Though Chen Li hadn't been used yet, it was only a matter of time. The bald trio's green eyes were already burning with impatience. Yifeng and Rumiko finally reached the beach. Immediately, Yifeng scooped seawater with his helmet, pouring it into a rock hollow to dry. But Rumiko took her spear and wrote a giant SOS in the sand. For her, returning to civilization was most important. She belonged to high society. Back there, she could live like a noblewoman again. Yifeng didn't care, he only focused on making salt. The sun was fierce. In less than 2 hours, the first batch of white residue was dry. Yifeng scraped it into a prepared bag, then began drying the second batch. Rumiko knelt on the sand, staring at the horizon, eyes filled with exhausted hope. Stop staring. No ships will pass. Come rest in the shade. Yifeng waved from under a coconut tree. Rumiko nodded, then suddenly unfastened her top. Her fullness spilled into view. Yifeng, can you help me again? Do it more thoroughly this time, then I can endure for 2 days. Rumiko said. Roar. Yifeng pounced on her directly. Rumiko's face turned completely red. Enough, I'm already emptied. Facing Yifeng's greed, Rumiko panicked a little. His pants were in a terrible state, and she feared if he continued, he'd turn his attention elsewhere. Miss Rumiko, can I? When around many people, Yifeng always acted refined, but here on the beach, alone with a woman, he dropped the act. Absolutely not. Rumiko stepped back, nervously staring at Yifeng. Yifeng was a bit too excited now. She knew she couldn't stop him if he really tried. Haha, just kidding. I was only testing you. I didn't expect you really are a virtuous woman. Yifeng awkwardly excused himself. Although lustful, he would never force a woman, that was his bottom line. But if a woman offered herself, he wouldn't refuse either. Rumiko let out a breath of relief, then her eyes shifted. If you can build a raft, it's not impossible I'd give myself to you once. Yifeng. Hurry and dry the salt, don't waste time. Once it's dark, the jungle road will be hard to walk. Yifeng said calmly. What was so bad about living like a king on this island? Build a damn raft for what? They worked until afternoon. Yifeng gathered several kilos of white residue, and midway, he helped Rumiko once more. Her balloons shrank, but her face looked much more relaxed. Ha ha ha, finally caught you. Just then, Wang Tao's voice came from the other side of the beach. A group of men appeared, their sharp eyes locking onto Yifeng. Yifeng's face darkened, he grabbed his bow. Rumiko hurried to fasten her bra and picked up her spear. I thought you'd all starve to death. Didn't expect you were still alive. Yifeng's hands trembled slightly as he held the bow. If he were alone, he could just escape into the jungle. But now, he had to protect Rumiko. 7 men quickly surrounded Yifeng. Longwu hesitated, then blocked the forest exit, preventing Yifeng from fleeing. Though he respected Yifeng, they were on different sides. A soldier's duty was obedience, ingrained in his bones, unchangeable in a moment. Now it's just you two. Today, I'll kill you for sure. Wong Tao stepped forward with a stick. Jianghu rules, one-on-one. Who will fight me first? Yifeng asked. One-on-one my ass. Everyone together. Kill this trash. Wong Tao roared. The fight began. Yifeng first punched Wong Tao down, but then took a kick from Longwu on his back. The bald man tried to sneak attack, but Yifeng kicked him in the groin. That guy, surprisingly tough, clung to Yifeng's legs. I've got his legs, quick, kill him, the bald man shouted. Right then, Yifeng struck both his ears hard with the double wind through ears move. Ah! The bald man's head buzzed, and he collapsed. But Yifeng's back took another punch, another bodyguard strike. After half an hour of fierce fighting, Yifeng sat on the beach, exhausted. On the other side, the bald trio and Wong Tao were all knocked out. Unfortunately, Wang Xiong and his 2 bodyguards were still standing. They hadn't spent much strength and remained dangerous. Wang Xiong, I know you. You're acquainted with my husband, Ma Xikong. Please, spare Yifeng, I'll repay you when we return. Rumiko lifted her hair as she spoke. Wang Xiong wiped his eyes. So you're the Ship King's wife. Now that you've fixed your hair, I recognize you. But it's useless. This Yifeng dared to make me kneel, he must die. Wang Xiong shook his head. How about this, I'll kneel in his place, for Yifeng. Rumiko knelt on the ground. Wang Xiong swallowed hard. Truthfully, he had played with countless women, but this was different, this was the Ship King's wife. What would it taste like to have her once? Kneeling won't do. But if you serve me once, maybe I'll spare him. Wang Xiong said, unzipping himself. He planned to let Rumiko willingly serve him, then kill Yifeng after. Otherwise, she wouldn't serve wholeheartedly. What? Rumiko was horrified, backing away. Wang Xiong's face sank. He gave Longwu a look. Just then, Yifeng suddenly lunged, pressing his spear against Wang Tao's neck. Wang Xiong, let me leave, or I'll cut his throat. Yifeng twisted Wang Tao's ear, he woke up screaming. You! Wang Xiong almost spat blood. He never expected Yifeng to take a hostage. You go clear the way in the forest, we're retreating. Yifeng told Rumiko. Okay. She reacted quickly, grabbed the supplies, and rushed to the edge of the forest. In the blink of an eye, Yifeng dragged Wang Tao into the forest. After them. Wang Xiong shouted, chasing with the rest. Chenli hesitated but followed at the back, conflicted inside. She had thought siding with Wang Tao would win her Wang Xiong's favor, but he only treated her as a toilet, using her body to lure subordinates. Yifeng had abandoned her, so she had no choice but to follow this dark road. After running 2 miles into the forest, Yifeng saw they were still being chased. His eyes shifted, he ripped off a vine and tossed it back. Here, a black mamba for you. Yifeng shouted. Ah? My God! Dodge! The pursuers panicked, then realized they'd been tricked. Yifeng used the moment to stab Wang Tao's thigh with his spear, deepening the wound. Run! After the dirty strike, he pulled Rumiko along, sprinting toward the stream. He had wanted to kill Wang Tao, but that would make Wang Xiong chase endlessly. So he only gave Wang Tao a crippling wound, not fatal. This way, they'd have to spare people to care for him, slowing their pace. As expected, when Yifeng and Rumiko reached the stream, no one followed. Wang Xiong had to tend to his son, making pursuit secondary. Can you keep running? Yifeng asked, seeing Rumiko's pale face. Yes. Rumiko stood firmly. Get on my back. Yifeng carried her and kept running upstream. After less than half a mile, they saw a leopard drinking from the stream. Hiss! Yifeng stopped, spear raised. The leopard glanced at him, then leapt across the stream and vanished into the bamboo forest. It jumped so far, Rumiko said from his back. Yifeng also let out a breath, kept running upstream, his heart pounding, his potential pushed to the limit. That leopard had leapt 4 meters in one bound. If a human was unprepared, they could never block such an ambush. At that moment, he even felt like going home. Yifeng was drenched in sweat, but finally saw the camp. Suyun spotted him first. Ah! He's back, he's back. Hearing this, Yifeng fell to his knees and collapsed with a thud. The fight on the beach, the escape in the jungle, the exhausting sprint while carrying weight, and the leopard scare, all had drained his spirit and body. Now, seeing people he trusted, he could no longer hold on. Downstream, Wang Tao let out a donkey-like cry. No, no! For men held Wong Tao down, exposing the wound on his thigh. Long Wu picked up a red-hot dagger, step by step approaching. He could have used some coagulant plants to stop the bleeding, but he refused. He wanted to use the dagger to cauterize. Son, endure it. Soon it will be fine. Wang Xiong pressed his son's arms. White smoke rose. Wang Tao's eyes rolled back, and he fainted, his body twitching. Long Wu felt secretly pleased, put the dagger away, still carrying a piece of scorched flesh. Brother Xiong, for the next days, young Master Tao won't be able to walk. We'll need to make a stretcher to carry him. Long Wu said. Thank you, Long Wu. When we return, I'll reward you with 500,000. I keep my word. Wang Xiong promised with empty checks. Thank you, Brother Xiong. Soon, the stretcher was ready. The bald trio took turns carrying Wang Tao, panting heavily, nearly ready to strike. Yifeng slowly woke up, and in front of his eyes was pure whiteness. Why am I lying in your arms? Yifeng looked at Rumiko. You fainted and couldn't eat. So, with your girlfriend's permission, I've been feeding you this way. Rumiko gently stroked his hair. Oh, so they all saw me sucking from you. Yifeng sat up. He wasn't injured, just drained. After one sleep, he was fully recovered. Big brother, you woke up? Ding Tuanchuan walked into the cave. Can't you talk with more depth? Of course I woke up. Call everyone to the fire, I want a meeting. Yifeng regained his leader's tone. Soon, he sat by the fire with the women, holding Suyun in his arms. Suyun was tearing pieces of fish and feeding him. Everyone, this island is full of danger. So don't think about living here like some emperor with 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. We must build boats to return home. Since we have no tools, we'll make 2 rafts, push them down the stream into the ocean. I believe this stream leads to the sea. Once at sea, we tie the 2 rafts together for balance. No objections, right? Yifeng asked. No objections. Completely agree. Not a single objection. Then, Ding Tuanchuan looked at him suspiciously. Big brother, none of us ever thought about 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. Did you accidentally say your true thoughts? Yifeng's face turned red. Looked like he had imposed his will on the women. At that moment, Rumiko raised her hand. Then we must prepare enough fresh water. If we drift for months, we'll die of thirst. Yifeng got a headache again. The 2 rafts weren't that big. Even if they carried water, it would only last 3 to 5 days. Often, if you built a wooden door without nails, doesn't that mean you could also use mortise and tenon to build a big ship? Chen Jihua said. Yes, we can make a big ship. Ding Kur jumped with joy. The other women, except Rumiko, also looked excited. Yifeng's face darkened. Build a big ship? First, the keel couldn't be solved. Keels are usually steel, otherwise one big wave would shatter the ship. Sure, it could be wood, but that's a massive project. Even years might not be enough. Looks like this plan must be shelved again. Yifeng shook his head. Forget it, better to be emperor of this island. Leopards were troublesome, but easier to deal with than black bears. Just then, loud footsteps came from downstream. Yifeng's face changed. He quickly stood up. The black bear had returned, charging straight at them. Bears held grudges. After its eye was injured, its dominance was challenged. Even a leopard had entered its land to drink. That made it furious. It must tear Yifeng's group apart. Don't panic, lead it into the trap. Yifeng spoke calmly. But turning back, he saw the women had already fled into the forest. Yifeng. Wait for me. He also ran. The bear's pressure was too strong. Even though they had a plan, facing it directly, fear overwhelmed them. The bear stepped into their territory, swaying its huge body. It rose on 2 legs, roaring. Roar! Roar! After only 2 cries, it fell into the pit trap, crushing the bamboo spikes. None pierced its skin. But one stabbed into its soft rear. Roar! The bear roared in fury, claws scratching upward. If it climbed out, slaughter would follow. Quick, Uncle Chen, pour the boiling lime water into its eyes. Yifeng was first to rush out. The women, emboldened, followed. I forgot to boil it today. Chen Jihua looked guilty. Damn. Then start boiling now. Others, follow me, stab it with bamboo spears, don't let it climb up. Yifeng grabbed a bamboo spear and stabbed at the bear. Just as its head came out, he struck its face. Enraged, it clawed wildly, falling back into the pit. Surround it. Hurry, damn it. Yifeng cursed for the first time. If they didn't kill the bear now, they'd live in constant fear. Suyun was the first to stand at the pit's edge, thrusting her spear. The bear grabbed it, yanking hard. Ah! Suyun screamed, nearly being pulled into the trap. At the last moment, Zhang Yan grabbed her clothes. Thank you, Suyun said. You're welcome. You owe me a favor. Zhang Yan smiled charmingly. Next, Chen Jihua was in charge of boiling lime water, while the others surrounded the pit trap. Whenever the black bear tried to climb up, they struck it down, forcing it back. Is the lime water ready yet? Yi Feng asked, stabbing the bear back into the pit with another spear. Almost. Chen Jihua kept feeding wood into the fire. At this time, the bear went completely mad. Ignoring Yi Feng's stabs, it climbed upward recklessly. They looked clumsy, but were actually clever, knowing the bottom of the pit brought no advantage. The spear pierced into the bear's mouth. Blood gushed out. Yi Feng's hand shook, his body tilted to the side. The bear had bitten and torn the spear away. Now half of its body was already out. Go to hell. Bai Guifan thrust her spear. The bear slipped down a bit, but its raw strength still pushed it upward. Not ready yet? Yi Feng shouted in alarm. Almost. Chen Jihua glanced at the nearly boiling lime water. Without caring that the helmet was burning hot, Yi Feng grabbed it barehanded and splashed the liquid into the bear's face. White smoke rose. Roar! The bear clung to the pit's edge, growling low. But its endurance was terrifying. Despite the pain, it did not fall. With a few heaves, it climbed out. Scatter! Yi Feng had just spoken when the bear's paw slammed into his back, making him stagger 5 or 6 steps before steadying. Mother of! The women screamed and scattered, staring at the beast in horror. The bear clawed at its own face. In just a few swipes, the skin peeled off, one eyeball still hanging. The sight chilled Yi Feng to the core. The bear felt burning, itching, and its flesh still corroding. Roar! It bellowed again, but now blind, unable to see anything. It groped its way to a tree and shoved with its paw. A thigh-thick tree snapped. Yi Feng swallowed, took the spear with bayonet from Bai Guifan, and stabbed it deep into the bear's back. Then he quickly retreated, giving it no chance to strike back. The bear sniffed, circling at the cave entrance. Run! The women screamed, playing hide-and-seek with the monster. Ding Tuanchuan kept shooting arrows at its face, only making it rage more. Blood poured from its face. Yi Feng suddenly had an idea. He grabbed a burning log and smashed it into the bear's head. Roar! Finally, with an unwilling roar, the bear collapsed. The ground trembled slightly. Stab its eyes. Find weak spots. Finish it off. Yi Feng charged first. The women gathered courage and joined in stabbing. The bear twitched for a full 10 minutes before finally dying. Everyone collapsed, gasping, like after a group battle. If outsiders saw, they'd think wrong. Just then, Chen Jihua clutched his belly, blood spreading across it. Husband? Bai Guifan lifted his clothes. She covered her mouth. On his stomach was a giant paw mark, with intestines spilling out. Yi Feng rushed over, pressing the wound. In the chaos with the bear, Chen Jihua had taken a fatal hit. Honey, it's fine, the rescue plane will come soon. Bai Guifan forced a smile, soothing him. He lay weakly, lips turning purple. On this island, such wounds couldn't be saved, not even by gods. Wife. Lily, he stammered. Don't worry. I'll take care of her. Tears poured down Bai Guifan's face. Over 20 years of marriage, the passion had gone, but deep affection remained. Chen Jihua shook his head, turned his gaze to Yi Feng. Feng, I beg you, my daughter, help her. Yi Feng's eyes flickered. Uncle, don't worry. The rescue plane is coming soon. You must hold on. This wound, it's nothing, you'll recover. Yi Feng tried to comfort him. No, it's too late. Feng, promise me, take them home. Only you can. You can even, let them obey you, serve you. Blood spilled from his mouth. Me? All right, I promise you. Yi Feng nodded. A faint smile appeared on Chen Jihua's face. His legs stretched out slowly. On the island, he had suffered much, night watches, arm injuries. Now, he could no longer endure. His life ended. Bai Guifan collapsed, crying over his body. The women hurried to comfort her. Yi Feng felt heavy. A teammate dead so soon? And he had been dreaming of a harem life here. Wasn't that selfish? Why cry? Don't we have food and drink? Wong Tao lay on the stretcher, watching Chenli weep. They had returned to the beach. I feel, my father has died. Chenli looked up at the sky, tears falling like broken kites. Dead is fine. Your old man was useless anyway. Wong Tao said indifferently. You? Chenli glared with growing hatred. Beside the cave, a grave was raised. Yi Feng carved a tombstone, grave of Chen Jihua. Bai Guifan knelt before it, looking soulless. When her husband lived, she thought him cowardly and useless. Now, she felt she had lost the most important part of her life. Grill me some fish. After eating, I'll go bring Chenli back. Yi Feng sighed. It was a dying wish. He'd give Chenli one more chance. If she still behaved like scum, he would drive her away without guilt. Bai Guifan wiped her tears, took 2 fish, and began roasting. Offing, I'll go with you. Xiaoli is mine and Jihua's only child. I must bring her home safely. Bai Guifan said. No, auntie. You're not well. I can go alone. Yi Feng resisted. No more words. I must go. Bai Guifan insisted firmly. All right. Yi Feng could only agree. After all, Chen Jihua's death had a little to do with him. It was because he had made Chen Jihua keep night watch every day, which slowed his reactions, so he couldn't avoid the black bear's indiscriminate attack. While eating roasted fish, Yi Feng looked around, and saw Ding Tuanchuan kneeling in front of Chen Jihua's grave, muttering something softly. This gave him a bit of comfort. This little girl still had a kind heart. So, he quietly walked over, wanting to hear what Ding Tuanchuan was saying. Uncle Chen, don't come looking for me at night. I'm really afraid of ghosts. If you want to look for someone, go find someone else, like Zhang Yan, or Sister Su Yun, or even Brother Yi. Just don't come into my dreams, please, please. After saying this, Ding Tuanchuan kowtowed. Yi Feng was instantly furious and pinched her chubby cheeks. You little brat, go peel off the bear's skin. After drying it, we'll use it as a bed sheet. Yi Feng scolded angrily. Ah? Ding Tuanchuan picked up a dagger and went to work. After finishing the fish, Yi Feng took Bai Guifan on the road. Yi Feng judged that Wong Tao, being seriously injured, needed to constantly replenish water, so he should be recovering downstream, far away from his own camp, to avoid conflict. Auntie, let's keep walking downstream. Yi Feng said. This time Bai Guifan didn't say anything flirty, her eyes showing a hint of urgency. They walked downstream for 6 or 7 kilometers, and Yi Feng encountered several groups of carnivores. There were hyenas from before, but when they saw Yi Feng, they ran away. They had a psychological shadow of him. Dogs are like that, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Hyenas are no exception. We've walked so long, why haven't I seen my daughter yet? Bai Guifan asked anxiously. Let's keep looking, Yi Feng replied. But Bai Guifan rolled her eyes, suddenly walked up close to Yi Feng, and hugged him. Yi Feng? Ah Feng, I know you're not really trying to find Lily. Just do it for my sake, alright? I can give myself to you right now. After all, there's no one here, and before my husband died, he also said I could be your woman. After saying this, Bai Guifan slowly took off her top. Yi Feng felt very resistant inside. After all, Chen Jihua had just died. If he did this, it would be too despicable. But he was a normal man, in the prime of his youth. Don't do this, auntie. I will search seriously. Yi Feng said with difficulty. There's no one here. Don't feel burdened. If I give myself to you, you'll take finding Lily more seriously. I know the rules, don't be polite. After saying this, Bai Guifan directly pushed Yi Feng down to the ground. Yi Feng. Auntie, don't think too much. I've always been serious about finding Chenli. If I promise something, I'll do it. But, if Chenli acts like last time again, I won't care about any promises, I'll abandon her again. Just as Yi Feng finished speaking, Bai Guifan had already started. You? Yi Feng had only said one word before he was stunned. That feeling was incomparable. After a while, Bai Guifan wiped the corner of her mouth, then slowly turned around, bracing herself on a rock. Ah Feng, come on. After I give myself to you, you'll search for my daughter more seriously. I understand men's hearts, don't be polite. Yi Feng's eyes instantly turned red, his reason overwhelmed by desire. I really didn't mean this. Yi Feng swallowed, already barely able to control himself. His whole body's blood was surging. But Bai Guifan didn't care at all, and threw herself at him. Yi Feng finally couldn't control himself, and they had a passionate moment. This time, he released everything he had suppressed for years, all at once. An hour later, Bai Guifan sat weakly on the rock, washing her body with her hands. After washing, her eyes flashed seductively, and she helped Yi Feng wash as well. Ah Feng, did it feel good just now? Bai Guifan asked with a teasing look. I've never felt so good before. Yi Feng said seriously, stroking her hair. Bai Guifan smiled slightly, then suddenly covered her lips, shocked as she looked at Yi Feng's pants. You want it again? Yi Feng looked embarrassed. Chen Jihua had just died, and here he was, worse than a beast. But he couldn't help it. A young man's body recovers fast. Bai Guifan hesitated a bit, then once again braced herself on the rock. Above the bamboo forest, paradise birds chirped melodiously, their calls tender and mournful. In the water grass by the shore, a male frog climbed onto the back of a female frog. An hour and a half later, Bai Guifan sat weakly on the rock, completely out of strength. Yi Feng had to help her. Ah Feng, you're just too amazing, so amazing. Yi Feng laughed. Stop it, you were too fierce. I can't handle you alone. But it's fine, as long as you find liar. Bai Guifeng covered her mouth, laughing softly. But, can you still walk now? Yifeng asked. It should be fine. Bai Guifeng, eager to find her daughter, tried to stand, but immediately fell into Yifeng's arms. Let's rest for a while. Yifeng said, laying her back on the rock. You released so much just now, I've never seen that before. Do you have some kind of problem? Bai Guifeng suddenly asked. Yifeng also found it strange. He had never released so much before. Maybe it had something to do with the white fruit. After eating the white fruit, he felt especially strong, stronger than he could imagine. No, it's just pure strength. Yifeng chuckled. But you're way too strong. I'm afraid in the future, neither I nor Lily will be able to hold you. But it doesn't matter. Aren't there plenty of women in the cave? I believe they're willing, especially that Zhang Yan. The way she looks at you is full of desire. As long as you nod, she'll definitely give herself to you. Bai Guifeng said sourly. She could only blame herself for being incapable of restraining Yifeng. Since she couldn't, she might as well let him run free, as long as he could take care of her and Lily on the deserted island. They rested until noon. Bai Guifeng could barely walk, but from behind, her legs were trembling badly. Walking downstream for a few more kilometers, it was already afternoon, the weather growing hotter and heavier. Yifeng suddenly stopped. At the very end of the stream was a lake about a kilometer wide, with many herbivores gathered there. Some were drinking, some were grazing, and some were lurking in the bushes, watching intently. Yifeng's heart tightened, and he quickly pulled Bai Guifeng behind him. The next moment, a crocodile leaped out of the lake, directly biting a half-grown buffalo. The lake instantly turned red. At the edge of the grass, a leopard flashed by, biting the neck of a spotted deer. In the place covered with water plants, a large splash suddenly appeared, and a small sheep was dragged into the lake. Go, this place is too dangerous. Wong Tao and the others can't possibly be staying here. Yifeng's face changed greatly, and pulling Bai Guifeng, he started to run. After running just over 10 meters, Bai Guifeng fell to the ground. On your back. Yifeng carried Bai Guifeng on his back and began to sprint wildly. Finally, they returned to the place where the battle had just happened. Yifeng was gasping for breath. Where water plants are lush, competition is also fierce. It seemed he was lucky to have stayed at the head of the stream, so he hadn't met these carnivores. What should we do? Not looking for Xiaoli anymore? Bai Guifeng asked from his back. Wang Tao and the others probably aren't at this stream. Another possibility is they're on the beach. Anyway, it's impossible they're in the jungle, because there are too many mosquitoes in the jungle. His thigh was stabbed by me, mosquitoes would lay eggs in his wound. Let's go to the beach. After saying this, Yifeng put Bai Guifeng down. Bai Guifeng felt sorry for Yifeng having carried her running wildly just now, so she took the initiative to walk in front and open the way. That tempting figure made Yifeng feel excited again. Sometimes, once the gate is opened, the beast in the heart can no longer be locked. Yifeng took a deep breath and suddenly hugged Bai Guifeng from behind. Ah? Bai Guifeng cried out in surprise. No, you're too fierce. If it happens again, I'm afraid I won't even be able to walk. Bai Guifeng said in fear. Yifeng looked ashamed. At a time like this, he was still thinking about that. Sorry. The one who should say sorry is me. I'm the useless one. But it's okay. After we find Xiaoli, let her help you twice, to share my burden. Bai Guifeng looked at Yifeng and said. Let's go to the beach first. After saying this, Yifeng took the initiative to walk in front. Otherwise, if he looked at Bai Guifeng's figure from behind, he wouldn't be able to control himself again. Finally reaching the beach, Yifeng looked toward the south side. There was a reef area, where fish could be caught. You stay here, hide in the woods and don't come out. I'll go check the reef area. Maybe I can find someone. Then be careful. Yifeng made an okay gesture, holding a bow and arrow, and quietly approached the reef area. No one. Only here could fish be caught. If Wang Tao and the others were on the beach, they would usually choose this place as a camp. It could be seen that Qinli was also not on the beach. This was troublesome. To find someone in the tropical rainforest was like finding a needle in the sea. Another possibility was that Qinli might already be dead. Yifeng? Is that Yifeng? At this moment, a woman about 30 stood up from behind a reef. As she stood up, she was pulling up her pants. Clearly, she had been urinating there. You? Assistant Su? Yifeng's eyes lit up. The woman in front of him was about 30, with a fit body and sharp eyes. Wasn't she Su Yun's personal bodyguard? This kind of athletic woman, Yifeng had fantasized about on countless nights. He hadn't expected her to survive too, but it wasn't surprising. After all, she was a bodyguard trained by the Su family since childhood, with some survival ability. Didn't expect you to be alive too. Are there others? Sushan asked calmly. Her complexion looked good, clearly she was living well on the deserted island. At the same time, her impression of Yifeng wasn't good. After all, in the company, Wong Tao had made Yifeng's character clear, lewd, vulgar, liking to peep. A man like that, she despised. Of course not, no one else. Yifeng's expression also turned cold. He felt Su Shan's dislike toward him. And he was this kind of person: if you like me, I like you, but if you truly hate me, even if you are sexy and beautiful, I will not like you. I wonder how President Su is doing. Su Shan frowned, slowly turning sideways. Immediately, her S-shaped figure was fully exposed to Yifeng's gaze. It had to be said, Su Shan's was not only big, but also firm and full, her whole body radiating a healthy aura. Any man who saw her would want her to help bear a child. After all, humans are also animals. When they want to reproduce, health is the first concern. But modern thinking has shifted, first caring about beauty. In the countryside before, old people judged women first by whether they were strong and whether their hips were wide. Wide hips meant good for childbirth. And Su Shan not only had the face of an angel, but also an athletic body. It was said she was an orphan, raised by old Master Su since childhood, finally becoming Su family's top bodyguard, dedicated to protecting Su Yun. So she and Su Yun, though called master and servant, were in fact like sisters. She was quite pitiful too. To protect Su Yun, at 30 she had never been in love, never thought of marriage. Let's go. Anyway, we are from the same company. Follow me, at least I can make sure you won't starve. After saying this, Su Shan took out a wooden spear from behind the reef. Yifeng. Actually, President Su is still alive, Yifeng said. Ah? Su Shan was overjoyed and grabbed Yifeng's shoulder. Where is she? Su Shan's voice trembled with excitement. In her bones was engraved the instinct to protect Su Yun. In the forest. It takes about 7 or 8 kilometers to get there. I've been taking good care of her. Yifeng said. You've been taking care of her? Su Shan grew alert. After all, Yifeng's reputation in the company had been completely ruined by Wong Tao. So, in her mind, Yifeng's so-called care had another meaning. Assistant Su, is that you? At this time, Bai Guifan also walked over, looking at Su Shan with joy. Sister Bai from finance? Su Shan was also delighted. The two women hugged tightly at once. Bai Guifan was almost squashed out of shape. Yifeng was speechless. This really was a female war goddess. Come, let's go back to see Yun Yun. After saying this, Su Shan was ready to head toward the forest. But the next moment, footsteps came from the forest. A huge wild boar rushed out, 2 rows of tusks flashing with a cold light. Yifeng was shocked. This thing was an omnivore, which meant it also ate meat. So, he rushed in front of the two women. Let me handle it. Yifeng had just spoken, when Su Shan yanked him aside. Get out of the way. Do you want to die? Let me do it. Su Shan stole Yifeng's line. Yifeng froze for a moment, but still put away his spear. He wanted to see what Su Shan's combat ability was like. Su Shan pulled the spear back, left hand fully open, guarding the spear tip. The next moment, her well-developed glute muscles tightened, and her body stretched into a straight, athletic line. Puff! The wooden spear was thrown fiercely, directly piercing through the 200-pound wild boar. Clang! The wild boar let out a shrill scream and hurriedly rushed into the forest. Go, don't waste this food. Su Shan drew a dagger from her waist and strode after it. Yifeng felt delighted inside. Su Shan's combat power was not bad. From now on, there would be 2 strong fighters in his camp. As for the other women, basically they had no combat ability. Following the blood trail for more than 100 meters, they finally found the wild boar lying dead in the grass. Yifeng, come help, drag it to the beach and dismember it. Take the parts with the most meat, and then we'll go find Yun Yun, Su Shan said. Okay. The two quickly dragged the wild boar to the beach. Su Shan began skillfully dismembering the boar. Yifeng also really needed lard. In civilized society, greasy things harm health, but on a deserted island it was different. Fat became a precious thing. It not only made hair shiny but also formed a protective layer of oil on the lips. After breaking down the pork, Su Shan threw away the bones and pig head, directly hoisted up a bloody half of the pork, then pointed to the other half. You and Bai Guifan carry the other pork. Yifeng, do you have the strength? Yifeng's face immediately turned red. Damn woman, looking down on me. No need to carry together, I can lift it alone. Yifeng also lifted the other half. The 3 began running along the forest toward the creek. They had to run fast, since their bodies were all covered in pig blood. From the dense forest around them came rustling sounds. At least dozens of animals had set eyes on them. Luckily, there weren't many large carnivores along the coastline, otherwise they would never make it back to the creek. By the time they reached the creek, Su Shan was panting hard, while Yi Feng looked calm and relaxed, which made a trace of doubt flash in her eyes. If you're tired, breathe in big gasps. That can relieve pressure on the lungs. Otherwise, holding it in will cause problems, Su Shan said. All right. Yi Feng pretended to take a few big breaths. He understood women like Su Shan. She was very domineering, and strong women usually didn't want someone stronger than them around, because it gave them a sense of crisis. Sister Su, let's wash the blood off the pork, and also wash ourselves. Otherwise, the fresh blood will stir up the jungle's food chain, Yi Feng said. No need. If those beasts dare come, just kill them. Su Shan said sharply. Yi Feng. After resting for 5 minutes, Su Shan continued carrying the pork, running again. Yi Feng walked second, admiring her glutes from behind. This woman was truly healthy and very strong. This instead stirred Yi Feng's desire to conquer. He remembered there was a lewd man in the company who often secretly took pictures of Su Shan's back. After taking the photos, he would rush to the bathroom, and 5 minutes later, come out looking weak. It showed that there were not few men with thoughts about Su Shan. How much longer? Su Shan asked from the front. Almost there. Yi Feng looked up at the sky, and suddenly his face changed. In the sky upstream, 5 or 6 vultures were circling, making noisy cries. Not good. Yi Feng no longer pretended. Using all his strength, he whooshed past Su Shan. Su Shan's pretty face instantly turned red, and she also used her full strength, trying to surpass Yi Feng. But Yi Feng quickly left her far behind. Did this guy take some kind of drug? Su Shan gasped for breath, her chest heaving up and down, as if it were about to burst. Let's go, maybe Ah Feng has spotted danger. Bai Guifen hurriedly led the way in front. At the cave entrance, nearly 10 hyenas were tearing and biting at the corpse of the big black bear, while Suyun and the other women used bamboo spears and bows to drive them away. But the hyenas didn't care. A few even began surrounding Suyun. Xiao Tuanchuan, shoot them. Suyun shouted. Ah, my arrows are already gone. Ding Tuanchuan hid behind the others. Ouch! Zhang Yan suddenly let out a scream, her thigh instantly covered in blood. Get back behind. With Yi Feng absent, Suyun took on the role of leader. A hyena slyly circled to Suyun's side, biting toward her plump hip. One must know, these hyenas usually ate carrion, and their mouths were full of bacteria. If bitten, one would lose half a life even if not dead. Careful! Ding Tuanchuan shouted. Just then, a long spear shot from the downstream direction. Puff! That hyena was pinned to the ground by great force. Suyun turned her head and saw a strong man rushing over at high speed. He yanked the spear from the corpse and stabbed it forward again. Ah! The fiercest hyena was pierced through the mouth and killed instantly. Yi Feng swept his spear to the side, and another hyena was flung away. The other hyenas instantly stopped eating and rushed toward Yi Feng. Beasts, bullying lionesses when the lion isn't home? Yi Feng shouted angrily, thrusting his spear forward, skewering an old hyena, then flung it away. Awoo! The hyena pack let out a mournful cry. Led by the queen, they fled into the bamboo forest. After all, Yi Feng was too strong. As soon as he arrived, he had killed 3 hyenas. Trying to run? Yi Feng pulled his spear back. Puff! The hyena queen was pinned to the ground. Huff, huff, huff. Yi Feng panted, strode forward, pulled out the spear with a puff, and stabbed it into the hyena queen's eye. The vultures in the sky had wanted to eat some leftovers, but unexpectedly a super fierce apex predator had appeared. So, they flapped their wings and flew away from the upstream sky. Downstream, Su Shan covered her mouth in shock. Just now, Yi Feng's moves had been fierce, clean, and quick. She feared that even if she had done it herself, she might not have such skill. Could it be, I underestimated him before? For a moment, her mood became complicated. Wife, are you alright? Yi Feng quickly hugged Suyun. As long as you're back, it's fine. You scared us to death just now, woo woo woo. Seeing her backbone return, Suyun finally couldn't help crying. She had been terrified just now, thinking she would become food for hyenas. Yi Feng gave her an immense sense of security. Big brother, you finally came back. Ding Tuanchuan also rushed over and hugged Yi Feng from behind. Then Zhang Yan also rushed over, taking the chance to touch him. Only Remizi stood still, but her eyes were full of admiration. Sister. Su Shan finally walked over. Hearing this voice, Suyun's whole body trembled, and she slowly raised her eyes. Sis. Sis. The 2 beauties hugged each other tightly, unwilling to let go. Yi Feng looked full of relief, then went downstream to drag back the 2 halves of pork. Zhang Yan suddenly fell to the ground, clutching her thigh in pain. Yi Feng quickly went over and placed her slender thigh on his lap. What should I do? Will it leave a scar? Zhang Yan asked nervously. You still care about scars? A hyena's mouth is filthy, very likely carrying rabies virus. Su Shan spoke coldly. Of course she recognized Zhang Yan. Wasn't she Wang Xiong's lover? She had no good feelings for this kind of woman. Ah, brother Yifeng, you must save me. I'll repay you. Do you remember the spinning split? You haven't seen it yet. Please don't let me die. Zhang Yan said in terror. Shut up, there are so many people here. Yifeng scolded angrily. Come on, get on my back. I'll take you into the forest to find herbs. Yifeng squatted into a horse stance. Zhang Yan, terrified, directly jumped onto Yifeng's back. You? Suyun muttered a few words behind, then looked fearfully at Su Shan. Su Shan was equivalent to her steward. Usually, whenever she wanted to indulge herself, Su Shan would stop her immediately. Carrying Zhang Yan into the forest, Yifeng began searching for herbs to clear blood. First, he would let as much stagnant blood as possible flow out from the wound, then find herbs to clot blood so the wound would slowly heal. But scarring was inevitable. After 2 hours of searching, Yifeng finally found all the herbs. By then, they were already 2 kilometers away from the camp. There was no water source here, so Yifeng had no choice but to pull up Zhang Yan's skirt. In that instant, a pair of semi-transparent short underwear inside was revealed. Are you in such a hurry? Zhang Yan asked. No, this way I can see more clearly. After saying this, Yifeng chewed the herbs in his mouth, then spat them onto Zhang Yan's thigh. Her thigh twitched once, and liquid slowly flowed down her leg. It made Yifeng's pants look ugly again. Earlier, Bai Guifen hadn't let him fully release his pressure. He feared he wouldn't be able to control himself. After all, the beast had already been let loose. Blood kept flowing from Zhang Yan's wound. Her rosy lips turned pale, as if she had just finished her period. Once the flowing blood turned to normal color, Yifeng wiped the wound clean. That springy feeling almost made him lose control. He then chewed the hemostatic herbs and spat them onto the wound. Is it done now? Zhang Yan asked. Not yet. Do you have any cloth? I need to bandage the wound. Yifeng said. Cloth? Yes. If Zhang Yan hadn't lost so much blood, he would have wanted to take her right there on the spot. I feel so dizzy. Because of blood loss, Zhang Yan's head was spinning. Holding her head, she sat right into Yifeng's lap. Ah, no, that's not okay. You aren't wearing anything underneath. If something happens by accident. Yifeng warned. He was already trying hard to restrain his beastly nature. If Zhang Yan teased him again, he wouldn't be able to hold back. But Zhang Yan didn't care. Her whole body pressed into Yifeng's chest. Yifeng swallowed hard. But the next moment, Zhang Yan had already closed her eyes in his arms and fell into unconsciousness. Yifeng felt that just one push and he could. But he still forced himself to hold back. Let's go home. He carried Zhang Yan in his arms and walked back. At the cave entrance, Suyun quickly came over. Is she dead? Suyun asked coldly. No, just lost too much blood and fainted. Let's go roast some fish. After saying this, Yifeng carefully placed Zhang Yan on the ground. Su Shan gave Yifeng another look. This Yifeng wasn't as bad as Wang Tao had said, was he? But the next moment, Yifeng had just set Zhang Yan down, and his ugly pants were exposed. Su Shan's face instantly flushed red. Yifeng, Wang Tao was right. You really are a lewd man. She's injured, and you're still thinking about that. You're nothing but a beast. Su Shan cursed angrily. Actually, though her words were harsh, in her heart she was jealous of Zhang Yan. After all, she had lived 30 years, never dated, never even held a man's hand. Whenever she saw young couples pass by, she couldn't help but feel hostility. If Yifeng had just held her instead, she would definitely have been delighted, but she would never admit it. This is a normal physiological reaction for men. Besides, I wasn't the one who started it just now. Yifeng grew angry too. People said Su Shan was the tigress of the company, and it was true. Plus, she had never dated in 30 years. The men in the company all gossiped that her place down there would bite and never let go. I can't be bothered with you. Shameful. Su Shan said, then directly pulled Suyun to her side, not allowing her to walk with Yifeng. Suyun was helpless and could only quietly make a resigned gesture to Yifeng. Since childhood she had been controlled by Su Shan, and she was a little afraid of this strict older sister. Just then, a delicious smell drifted over. It turned out that Nair Maisie had roasted a pig leg, even sprinkling filtered salt on top. While Yifeng and Bai Guifen had gone out, Nair Maisie had used plant ash to remove the impurities from the white substance, leaving mostly salt. Though there were still a few impurities, on a deserted island no one cared that much. She hesitated a moment, then handed a piece of meat to Yifeng. Yifeng, you work the hardest. You eat the fattest part. Nair Maisie said gently. Thank you, Tian Shuetao, Yifeng said. She's not Tian Shuetao. You really have no eyes. She's the wife of the little boat king. Su Shan said coldly from a distance. Her words stirred up a hornet's nest. A whole group of women turned their gaze toward Nair Maisie. Nair Maisie's pretty face instantly flushed red. The matter of her being sucked by Yifeng was now known by all the women in the cave. If they returned to civilized society, the little boat king would surely abandon her. Sorry for deceiving you, but I had my own difficulties. After Li Maisie finished speaking, she went to take care of Zhang Yan again. At this time, Su Shan was helping Su Yun dress up. Come, let's go behind the waterfall. I want to check if anyone has taken advantage of you. Su Shan said. Sister, don't, again. Su Yun's pretty face flushed red, but she still obediently followed behind the waterfall. Yifeng sat gloomily to the side eating a pig leg. He felt like he had brought back a housekeeper. It seemed that the life of 3 palaces and 6 courtyards would have to be put on hold for now, unless he conquered Su Shan too, making her kneel in front of his big shorts and sing, Conquer. They said she had been single for 30 years, and that teeth had grown down there. Yifeng thought, I may not be worthy, but I really want to try. Bite me to death. Come bite me to death. After eating pork, the women needed their blood to circulate to digest the food, so all of them became drowsy. But Yifeng couldn't sleep no matter what. He felt his position as leader was being challenged. Just then, Bai Guifen walked downstream. As she was about to disappear from Yifeng's sight, she suddenly turned back and gave him a flirtatious wink only he could understand. Yifeng took a deep breath and hurriedly followed. An hour later, Yifeng lay flat on the ground, while Bai Guifen lay in his arms, tracing circles with her fingers. How was it just now? Did you release the pressure? Bai Guifen smiled seductively. You're still the best. I basically let out 70 to 80%. Yifeng gently stroked her hair. Now it was settled, he had to bring Chenli back. Otherwise, it would be too unfair to Chen Jihua. In fact, he really wanted to say he had only released about half. After all, Yifeng had already been strong, and after eating that white fruit, he had become the king of kings. Guifen, let's wait until tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll trick that one into going with me to search for Chenli. After all, her strength isn't bad. Yifeng said. Gratitude flashed in Bai Guifen's eyes, and she directly lowered her face down. It wasn't clear how long had passed before the two returned to camp separately. This was Bai Guifen's insistence. She said she couldn't delay Yifeng and Su Yun's affairs. Where did you just go? Su Shan asked. Downstream to bathe. Yifeng replied. All right. From now on we're a team, so everything we do must have rules. First, I thank you for taking care of my sister these days. After I return, I'll have old Master Su promote you. Second, starting tomorrow, every so often we must send 2 people to the beach to wait for the rescue plane. Otherwise, in the jungle, the leaves cover the ground completely, and even if the plane flies over, it won't see us. Su Shan said slowly. Yes. Miss Su Shan, you're absolutely right. Li Maisie said excitedly. Sister, you're amazing. Su Yun also looked at Su Shan sincerely. The other women also looked excited. Yifeng. You're amazing. Why didn't I think of this before? Yifeng said awkwardly. Su Shan gave Yifeng a meaningful look, making his heart skip a beat. He didn't know why, but in Su Shan's eyes there was no charm, no sexual hint. Yet just one look from her stirred something deep inside him. Perhaps this was the special ability developed after 30 years of abstinence, one glance, and he hardened. Did you not think of it, or did you not want to think of it? Forget it, let's not talk about this now. We must work together. If no rescue plane comes, we'll build bamboo rafts and leave. We can't sink into decay on this deserted island. Su Shan's words instantly gained her many followers. Of course, Bai Guifen was an exception. After all, she had already tasted Yifeng. Especially after the first time, she felt the past 40 years of her life had been wasted. With Yifeng, she could give up anything. Now, I'll skin the bear and dry the hide. At night, we can lay it over the hay, and it'll be softer. Yifeng picked up the dagger beside Su Shan and began working. The other women also started working, cutting the bear meat and boar meat into strips, stringing them with fine bamboo, and hanging them on branches to dry. As they dried, they smeared a layer of salt on top. This could prevent the meat from molding or rotting. As soon as the wild boar meat was preserved, all the salt was used up. The leftover bear meat that isn't preserved, let's roast it all to eat. The uneaten meat we'll press under the waterfall, so the bloody smell won't attract other predators. Yifeng suggested. That night, Yifeng sat by the fire with 6 beauties. Chen Jihua had just died, so everyone was in low spirits. Don't be too sad, everyone. Jihua would want us to live happily. How about this, I'll tell a joke. Bai Guifan suddenly said. All right. Everyone listened carefully at once. Bai Guifan told a very crude dirty joke. Although crude, it stirred the thing between men and women. For a moment, Yi Feng looked at Su Yun, and Su Yun was also secretly glancing at him. As for Su Shan, although she pretended to look disdainful, Yi Feng could clearly feel she was a little moved. I had a buddy. His girlfriend ran off with a black man. 2 years later, she came back from Black State wanting to marry him again. On their wedding night, that buddy took off his girlfriend's pants, and suddenly looked shocked. Why is it stretched so big? Why is it stretched so big? His girlfriend then asked, why did you say it twice? My buddy was confused. He said, I only said it once. Do you understand? The hole was too big, so there was an echo. Yi Feng also told a joke. Pfft. Ha 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 ha. Bai Guifan burst out laughing. The other girls also couldn't hold back their laughter. Only Ding Tuanchuan looked dumbfounded, her face full of big question marks. Su Yun's face turned red, burying her head in Su Shan's arms. Su Shan rolled her eyes at Yi Feng, a blush creeping onto her cheeks too. What a disgusting joke. Don't tell that again. Su Shan scolded lightly. Just now, she almost laughed too, but managed to hold it in. After saying that, Su Shan seemed less hostile toward Yi Feng. After all, a laugh can erase grudges. By the way, what about Wong Tao and the others? Su Shan suddenly thought of something. Su Yun's face sank, and she told Su Shan all the disgusting things Wong Tao had done these days. That's impossible. Supervisor Wong always looked upright and dignified. I even saw his champion trophy with my own eyes. How could he not even know how to catch fish? Su Shan looked shocked. Heh, give me 50,000 yuan, and I'll make you an Olympic champion trophy. Then coat it with a layer of gold. Who wouldn't give a thumbs up after seeing it? Yi Feng sneered. Mentioning that useless Wong Tao made his anger rise. Alright, let's talk about something else. Next, whose turn is it to tell a joke? Yi Feng asked. Then, the other girls each told a joke, but none of them were funny. Yi Feng almost fell asleep, but he still forced himself to squeeze out a smile. After chatting for a while, Yi Feng went to skin the bear. For skinning, he used Su Shan's dagger. The dagger was extremely sharp, clearly made of good steel. After finishing this, Yi Feng soaked the bear hide in water. There were many parasites on it, so it had to soak for 2 days before it could be taken out to dry. Once dried, it could be used as a bed. Everyone must be tired. From now on, I'll assign tasks. Yi Feng stood on a rock. Tonight, let's have 2 people keep watch. Ding Tuanchuan, you and Tian, forget it, no need to pretend anymore. You and Nair Maisie will keep watch. The rest of you go inside to sleep. After speaking, Yi Feng led Su Shan and the others into the cave. As soon as Su Shan entered, she frowned. There's only one place to sleep? Where will you sleep at night? Su Shan asked Yi Feng. All together. In the jungle, the temperature difference between day and night is big. Yi Feng said. No. You're a man. What are you doing squeezing in with women? This way, you lay more hay and sleep on the other side. Su Shan said. At this time, Su Yun spoke. Sister, forget it. Ah Feng is very tired. Let him sleep together. Otherwise, if he sleeps alone at night, he'll freeze. This? Fine. Who's willing to squeeze with Yi Feng to sleep? Su Shan asked. Swoosh. All the women leaned toward Yi Feng. Including Su Yun. Su Shan glared at her fiercely. Only then did Su Yun unwillingly step back. Then it's decided. Yi Feng sleeps at the edge. Sister Bai, you squeeze with him. The others sleep inside. Su Shan said directly. Yi Feng looked unhappy, but could only squeeze with Bai Guifan to sleep. In the middle of the night, Yi Feng felt it was especially cold. He couldn't help but press closer to Bai Guifan, but found her skin was burning hot, her body trembling slightly. He quickly touched Bai Guifan's forehead, and his heart sank. Not good. Everyone wake up, Aunt Bai has a high fever. Yi Feng shouted. The other women, frozen and uncomfortable, immediately woke up. What should we do? Su Yun asked with her eyes closed, looking like she might fall asleep at any moment. Ah. When it rains, it pours. I'll go find some herbs to reduce fever. You there, wash the helmet clean and boil some water in it for her to drink. Yi Feng said, then rushed outside. Ding Tuanchuan had long since fallen asleep nearby, only Maisie was on watch. She was holding a dagger, whittling a piece of wood. Nanny? What happened? Maisie asked. Someone has a fever. I must collect some herbs, otherwise on a deserted island, high fever can be fatal. After saying this, Yi Feng pulled a torch from the fire, grabbed a spear, and rushed into the dark forest. As soon as he entered, Yi Feng was startled. He saw a python as thick as a wrist struggling to swallow a wild rabbit. He took a deep breath and quickly went around. The torch flickered left and right in the jungle wind. Yifeng was burning with anxiety. In the cave, Bai Guifan weakly opened her eyes, her face flushed red from fever. Her husband's death had hit her hard, and with Chenli missing, she was extremely anxious. Finally, she fell ill. "Auntie, drink some boiled water. I've cooled it." Ding Tuanchuan held a helmet of cooled water. Bai Guifan gave a weak smile, took a small sip, and then coughed violently. Su Shan squatted in the corner, suddenly looking toward the depths of the jungle. Can Yifeng handle it alone? Could it be dangerous? Ah? Sister, hurry and find him, bring him back. Suyun grew anxious. Su Shan's face darkened. Don't tell me you like him? Ah, no. Suyun quickly explained. At this moment, Yifeng finally returned, holding a bundle of herbs. These 3 herbs, put into cold water and boil. These 2 herbs, put in after the water boils. This last one, put in 10 minutes after boiling. Yifeng instructed Maisie. You understand Chinese medicine? Maisie's eyes lit up. Of course, I'm from a family of Chinese medicine. Yifeng said proudly. He lived in Wu village, where neighboring villages often fought, so injuries were common. Over time, they had become doctors themselves. Maisie took the herbs to decoct, while Yifeng looked at Bai Guifan. Bai Guifan was very weak, her eyes half closed. Lily. Bai Guifan said 2 words. Yifeng felt sad. Probably because of too much psychological burden, Bai Guifan had fallen sick. Herbs could only treat the symptoms. The real problem was her heart. It seemed Chinli had to be found, otherwise Bai Guifan's illness couldn't be cured. Don't worry. Tomorrow, yes, tomorrow, I'll definitely bring Chinli back. Yifeng held Bai Guifan's hand firmly. Sure enough, a faint smile appeared on Bai Guifan's face, and she slowly fell asleep. In the corner, Suyun nudged Su Shan. Sister, look, Yifeng is really a good person, not like Wong Tao said. Suyun said. Su Shan's expression eased, but her words remained harsh. Knowing a person's face doesn't mean knowing their heart. Who knows if he's pretending? Su Shan said coldly. Just then, a scream came from outside the cave. Not good, a venomous snake. Maisie was jumping around by the fire, almost spilling the helmet of medicine. Yifeng rushed out like a leopard. He saw a pitch-black snake moving near the fire, mouth wide open, trying to bite Maisie. Yifeng looked closely, and his face changed. Because the inside of the snake's mouth was completely black. This is a black mamba, get away! Yifeng shouted, throwing his spear. But the black mamba easily dodged, striking toward Yifeng. Damn it! Yifeng was terrified too, quickly dodging sideways. The black mamba then slithered toward the cave. Yifeng had no choice but to grab the boiling medicine and pour it onto the black mamba. Finally, it worked. The black mamba hissed, then quickly slithered into the stream. Phew! Maisie let out a sigh of relief and fell to the ground. Did it bite you? Yifeng carefully checked Maisie's thighs and arms. If this thing bit, even gods couldn't save her. Even sucking out the venom would still be fatal. No, I wasn't bitten. Maisie quickly patted her body, and suddenly the shape of her chest shifted. That's good. But this cave entrance isn't safe either. Yifeng frowned. This cave didn't seem suitable for living. First, there were no natural defenses. Any wild beast could come out of the forest to attack. Second, venomous snakes, impossible to guard against at night. Su Shan also came out, her face not looking good. Although her combat power wasn't weak, women were naturally afraid of snakes. The others couldn't sleep either, so they all came out to warm themselves by the fire. This can't go on. Tomorrow, I'll go find Chinli, Zhang Yan, you take Su Shan to find limestone. After you find it, bring it back and grind it into powder. Sprinkle a circle around the cave. Although lime powder can't stop wild beasts, it can at least prevent snakes and insects. Yifeng said. All right. Su Shan nodded. It was the first time she had obeyed Yifeng's order. This is only the first step. After I find Chinli, I'll also have to figure out a way to cut wood and fence the cave entrance to make a yard. That way, we can block wild beasts. Everyone has no objections, right? Yifeng asked again. Great, then we'll have a yard. We can move around freely inside it. Ding Tuanchuan said excitedly. The other women didn't speak, but their expressions also showed agreement. But Su Shan shook her head. Our main goal should be to build a bamboo raft, find a chance to leave this deserted island, not to build some shelter here. Alright, the raft also has to be built. But shouldn't we secure our lives first? Stabilize the basics, then think of leaving the island. That's the right order, don't you agree? Yifeng asked Su Shan. Su Shan hesitated, then finally nodded. Then it's settled. Tomorrow, I'll go alone to find Chinli, Zhang Yan will take Su Shan to look for limestone. The others will stay here to take care of Aunt Bai. If you encounter danger, you should. Yi Feng couldn't go on. Without himself and Su Shan at the camp, the other women had no combat ability at all. If it were wild beasts, fine, they could just hide in the cave and block the entrance. But if they encountered Wong Tao's group of humans? Su Shan, once you find the limestone, come back as fast as you can. I'll also look for Chenli as fast as I can. Yi Feng said again. All right. Got it. Ah Feng, how about I go with you tomorrow? Maisie suddenly said. No. You have to stay here and take care of Aunt Bai. You're experienced. As for Ding Tuanchuan, she's too young and unreliable. And President Su, well, she's all talk and can't take care of people. Yi Feng said seriously. Who are you saying is all talk? Suyun immediately rushed over and started hitting Yi Feng with her little fists, making him cry out. Ding Tuanchuan turned her back angrily, muttering under her breath. Soon it was daylight. Yi Feng carried his bow on his back, holding a spear in his hand. The women surrounded him, repeating words of caution and safety. Ah Feng, be careful on the way. There's a whole family of women waiting for you to come back and protect us. Suyun helped straighten Yi Feng's ragged collar. Brother Yi, safe journey. Ding Tuanchuan said. Yi Feng. At this moment, it was Su Shan's turn. Be careful. Don't go and get yourself killed. Su Shan said calmly. Yi Feng sighed, looked up at the sky, and recited, the wind rustles, the Yi River grows cold, the warrior goes and does not return. Suyun, if I don't come back, find someone else to marry. Don't wait for me. After saying this, Yi Feng rushed downstream with a whoosh. Su Shan and Zhang Yan exchanged glances, then also entered the forest from the side. At the spot, only one sick person and 3 weak women were left. Yi Feng ran downstream along the creek. Since Wang Tao's group wasn't at the creek, nor at the reef area on the beach, there was one possibility: they should be on the north side of the beach. So after running several kilometers along the creek, Yi Feng cut into the forest, heading to search the northern beach. The sun hadn't risen yet, and Yi Feng moved easily, since there were old paths. After an hour of running, Yi Feng finally saw a coconut grove. His eyes moved, and he suddenly crouched low. At the reef area of the beach, he saw a group of people walking around. They were Wang Xiong and the others. Wang Xiong's slicked back hair had lost its aura, with 2 strands hanging down on his forehead. And on the bald head, a layer of stubble had grown. 2 bodyguards were sitting on a reef, discussing something. Among the group, only those 2 bodyguards had energy. The others, including Wang Xiong, were all listless. As for Wang Tao, needless to say, he was still lying on a stretcher asleep. Where's Chen Li? Yi Feng narrowed his eyes, looking farther. From behind the reef, a blonde, blue-eyed foreign woman suddenly walked out. This woman was about 1.75 meters tall, wearing a bikini. Her figure could no longer be described as hot, only explosive. Then, Chen Li also walked out behind her. Looks like they've got new members on their side. Yi Feng muttered, judging the situation. He wasn't afraid of the others, but he was wary of the 2 bodyguards. Thinking of this, Yi Feng looked again at the foreign woman. He had to admit, European women's skin was white, too white. Meanwhile, after weeks in the jungle, he had become dark and muscular. The contrast of their skin tones was stark, like black and white. Alice, didn't you say your boyfriend already built a boat to go find rescue? Why hasn't he come back yet? Wang Xiong couldn't help asking. As for the 3 bald men, they stared directly at Alice, their eyes almost shooting flames. Don't worry, he'll come back for me. Alice showed a bright smile. Yi Feng judged that Alice was probably only 18 or 19, but Europeans looked older. At 18 or 19, she looked like she was in her 20s or 30s. But her figure was truly top-notch. Just in terms of body, none of the women in the cave could compare. At this moment, the bald man could no longer hold back. Brother Xiaodao, just let me have her once, just once. These days I'm dying from holding it in. The bald man begged. But Long Wu shook his head, no. If her boyfriend really finds the rescue plane, he'll have us all sent to prison. Wait 2 more days. If the rescue plane still hasn't come, then I won't care about these 2 women anymore. Long Wu still had principles. These days, he had been protecting Chen Li and Alice. But since they weren't related, if no rescue came, he couldn't go against the whole group and would have to give them up. But he could guarantee that he himself wouldn't touch them. As a former soldier, he had uprightness in his bones. Although he liked beautiful women, he would never force one. Wang Xiong glanced at Long Wu, feeling anxious. 3 days ago, he could no longer command the 2 bodyguards. If this went on, he would become nothing but a bystander. No, he had to find another way to establish his power. Thinking of this, Wang Xiong walked over to Long Wu. Xiaodao, didn't your daughter always want to study in Europe? Don't worry, if I get back, I'll definitely send her to Europe. I have 2 companies in Germany. Oh. Longwu nodded absent-mindedly, turning his gaze to the distance. Just then, Alice suddenly walked toward the forest, right toward Yifeng. What are you doing? The bald man suddenly asked. I'm going to relieve myself. Problem. Facing the bald man, Alice's attitude was cold. Don't think about running. I'll be watching you. The bald man said, swallowing hard. Fuck. Alice cursed, walking openly into the forest. Yifeng's heart jumped. If this woman saw him, would she scream and draw the others? So, just as Alice was about to pull down her shorts, he suddenly jumped out and covered her mouth. Damn, this woman's body was blazing hot. Just one touch of her skin made Yifeng feel dizzy. Alice struggled a few times, but the difference in strength was too great. She couldn't make a sound at all. Don't scream, I'm a good person. I came to save you and another girl. Her name is Chenli, she's my ex-girlfriend. Her mother is with me. I want to take her back to reunite with her mother. Yifeng whispered in Alice's ear. Alice froze for a moment, then hurriedly blinked desperately. Only then did Yifeng slowly release her mouth. The next moment, Yifeng felt his pants were a little wet. Damn. This foreign chick actually peed on his pants. Not surprising. Just now, he had ambushed her suddenly. She must have thought she was attacked by a wild beast, so she got scared and peed. Are you Yifeng? Alice asked in a low voice. Yes. Chenli mentioned me. Yifeng was stunned. She often talked about you, said she regretted betraying you. What should we do now? Alice's Chinese was not bad, just her pronunciation wasn't very precise. Now, find a chance to bring Chenli into the forest. We'll run straight to my camp. There are bows, spears, weapons there. Wong Tao's group won't dare provoke us easily. Yifeng said. I understand. Alice immediately pulled up her shorts. Just now, she had already finished peeing and had soaked Yifeng's pants. Looking at the wet stain on his pants, Yifeng instead felt even more excited. Didn't this mean he had indirectly contacted this foreign beauty already? Hey, Xiaoli, do you need to go? Alice asked. Go? Didn't I already? Right, I need to go. Chenli suddenly realized. The 2 women immediately walked hand in hand into the forest. On the beach, only the bald man was watching them closely. Seeing this, he stopped Alice. Didn't you just go? Why are you going again? The bald man asked, his eyes roaming all over their bodies. What if there are poisonous snakes in the forest? I can help keep them away. Alice explained. I don't believe it. So this time, I'll go with you, the bald man said. You? Doesn't your Yanxia country have a saying, men and women shouldn't touch? If you're there, how can Xiaoli relieve herself? Alice snapped. I don't care. I'm going. Heh, if you don't like it, then let her pee in her pants. The bald man acted like a shameless rascal. Fine, don't regret it. After saying that, Alice pulled Chenli toward the forest. And the bald man really followed. The 2 women slowly went deeper into the coconut grove, soon reaching 10 meters inside. The sunlight here had already grown dim. Yifeng's eyes turned cold as he picked up a stone. Hurry up and go, at least let me have some eye candy, ha ha ha. The bald man's eyes glowed, staring at the 2 women's bodies. His pants already looked terrible. Suddenly, Alice tilted her mouth into a seductive smile, then slowly put her hands on her shorts, lowering them bit by bit. Gulp. The bald man swallowed, leaning his head forward without thinking. Bang! Yifeng suddenly burst out, smashing the stone hard onto his head. The next moment, the bald man didn't even groan before fainting on the ground. Run! Yifeng grabbed Chenli and ran quickly toward the creek. Even though Alice was barefoot, it didn't slow her down. Can you keep up? Yifeng looked back, and froze instantly. As Alice ran, her bikini bounced up and down, almost breaking free. Why are you stopping? Run. Don't let those bastards see us. Alice panted. Oh, okay. Yifeng pulled himself together and kept running toward the creek. Half an hour later, the 3 reached the creek, gasping for breath. Alice sat straight into the water. Drops of sweat slid down her cheeks, down her white neck, dripping onto her body. Yifeng suddenly wanted to lick the sweat off for her. Check my back. It's so itchy. Did something bite me? Alice reached back, scratching her back. Yifeng's eyes lit up. He quickly stood behind her. At the strap, there was a red swollen patch. It must have been some poisonous insect. It's too itchy. Alice kept scratching, but her hand accidentally touched the strap. Pop! It snapped open. The strong visual impact nearly made Yifeng get a nosebleed. Faced with the sudden situation, Alice didn't care at all. European women's thinking was different. They started dating in high school. Sometimes, to celebrate graduation, they even organized boys and girls to streak through the campus. So her thoughts were very open, not as conservative as Eastern women. Yifeng, help me wash my back. It's too itchy. Alice said. Okay, right away. Yifeng was overjoyed and quickly washed her back. He had to admit, European women's skin wasn't as delicate as Eastern women's. It was even a little rough. But their body temperature was very high. Maybe the inside temperature was high too. Chen Li, on the other hand, stood aside, not knowing what to do. All right, once we finish washing, let's go back to camp. Ah Feng, don't worry. From now on, Chen Li, will never play both sides again. I'll only love you. Chen Li swore to the sky. Yifeng hesitated but didn't tell her the news of her father's death. We'll talk when we get back. After saying this, Yifeng helped Alice fasten her clothes again, then pulled Chen Li and ran upstream. After less than 2 kilometers, Yifeng suddenly let go of Chen Li's hand, aiming his spear at the forest. In a moment, a small creature stumbled out of the forest. It was a young black bear, about the size of a dog, silly looking. Seeing humans, the little black bear ran over, rubbing affectionately against Alice's leg. Yifeng recognized it. This must be the cub of that big black bear. As the saying goes, cut the grass, root and all. Alice, kick it away. The meat of young bears is very tender. Yifeng said, pulling his body back. No. Don't. The 2 women suddenly protected the little black bear. Please don't kill it, it's so cute. Alice hugged the little black bear, which stuck out its tongue and licked her white cheek. Ah Feng, don't kill it. How about this, let's tame it, tie it at the cave entrance, and it can act as a guard. Chen Li also begged. Yifeng's eyes flickered, and finally he lowered the spear. Indeed, animals are more alert than humans. If the little black bear is tied at the cave entrance, it can also act as a guard. But you have to be strict with it. Beat and scold it when needed. Otherwise, when it grows up, no one will be able to control it. Yifeng said. If he told Chen Li that Chen Jihua had died at the hands of this little black bear's mother, who knows how she would feel. Move out. Yifeng herded the little black bear from behind, poking its butt with the spear to make it move faster. The little black bear was angry, but helpless. After some effort, Yifeng finally returned to camp. Several women were gathered together, smashing limestone into powder. Su Shan was spreading the powder around the cave entrance. Ah, you're back. Su Yun was overjoyed and was about to throw herself into Yifeng's arms, but Su Shan straightened up and gave Su Yun a warning look. Yes, I'm back, and I brought a foreign friend. Alice, introduce yourself. Yifeng smiled. Hello everyone, my name is AI. Ah? It's so cute. Ding Tuanchuan screamed, grabbed the little black bear, lifted it high and lowered it again. Alice. The women were clearly more interested in the little black bear than Alice, making Alice very embarrassed. After all, the women envied her fiery figure and naturally felt hostility toward her. My name is Nair Rimiko, nice to meet you. Only Rimiko shook hands with Alice. As for Chen Li, no one paid attention to her. But Chen Li seemed to sense something. As soon as she returned to camp, her expression became unnatural. She staggered into the cave. Soon, Bai Guifen's surprised voice came from inside. But after only 5 minutes, Chen Li's crying burst out from the cave. Father! Ah, father! I don't have a father anymore. Chen Li cried miserably, making the women also feel sad. Store the rest of the limestone in a dry place inside the cave. In case of rain, we'll still need it. Yifeng said. Zhang Yan immediately obeyed. She was still limping a little, her thigh wound already cleaned several times. Which meant that under her thin skirt, she had nothing. Chen Li came out of the cave, found Chen Jihua's grave, and cried into her hands. But no one comforted her, not even Su Yun. Obviously, after the betrayal last time, the women in the camp no longer accepted her. Only Alice occasionally spoke a few words to her. Now start cutting wood. Build walls around us. Don't use bayonets and daggers, just smash with stones. Yifeng gave the order. Got it. Yes, Island Master Yi. Ding Tuanchuan half-joked. From noon until evening, Yifeng and the women cut down 3 large trees and stripped off the branches. Ding Tuanchuan screamed in terror at the bugs on the trees, then crawled and rolled back into the cave, refusing to come out again. This scene made Yifeng and the women burst into laughter. As night fell, Yifeng took the bear meat from the water and roasted it. But then, the little black bear came over, rubbing itself against the bear's skin. When this beast grows up, it might take revenge. Yifeng warned. No, it won't. It's so cute. Ding Tuanchuan hugged the little black bear tightly. Yifeng didn't bother saying more. He would just find a chance to kill the cub, otherwise its size would grow until it became uncontrollable. A little later, Bai Guifan actually walked out of the cave. Although still weak, her complexion had improved. With her daughter back, she had recovered. Mom. Chenli helped Bai Guifan sit by the fire. Yi Feng counted. In total, 7 women. He felt like Wei Xiaobao. If he could build a shelter, becoming the little emperor of a deserted island wouldn't be bad. Return to civilized society? Return to what? Just then, the little black bear stood up, letting out a babyish roar. Yifeng's face changed. He pulled a torch from the fire and threw it downstream. In the flickering light, faces were revealed. Unable to ambush, a few men swaggered out. Wang Xiong, what are you doing here again? Yifeng picked up his bow. The other women also grabbed bamboo spears, standing ready. Why did you take our woman? Hand over Alice. As for Chenli, we don't want her. Wang Xiong held a wooden stick. Behind him were the remaining men. Wang Tao also appeared in the group, leaning on a crutch. Fine, then ask Alice yourself. Does she want to go with you? Yifeng looked at Alice. No. Alice grabbed a stone and shook her head firmly. Alice, these 3 days we caught fish for you, protected you, and you're so heartless to leave us? Listen, come back to the team, I promise the 3 bald men won't touch you. Long Wu finally spoke. Xiaodao, you're an honest man. But, I lied to you. I don't have a boyfriend, and no boyfriend built a boat to search for rescue. Alice dropped a bombshell. What? Long Wu's eyes twitched nonstop, his face flushed red. So, all this time, 7 men had been fooled by 1 woman. Why? Why did you lie to me? Wang Xiong stepped forward, veins bulging on his face. You dare ask me? If I hadn't said that, I would have been assaulted by your men on the first day. I was saving myself, understand? Alice said. Yifeng secretly nodded. This Alice had brains. Much better than Chenli. Wang Xiong hesitated, then suddenly smiled at Yifeng. Yifeng, you've got skills, gathering so many women around you. But what's your plan? Build a boat and go home? If you want to do that, with your people, it would take years to finish. How about this, our 2 groups merge? We men do the heavy work, building the keel and deck. Your women can weave sails. This way, it'll be much faster. Wang Tao said. No need. Go back where you came from. Otherwise, do you see the bow in my hand? Yifeng gave the order to leave. Wait, what he said makes some sense. Su Shan suddenly stepped out. All she thought about was going home, she didn't care about Yifeng and Wang Xiong's grudges. Sis, how can you work with this group? They're really bad. Suyun quickly said. I don't care who's good or bad. As long as we can build a boat and go home, all grudges can be set aside. Su Shan said. I agree too. Rimiko also raised her hand. Yifeng's face darkened. He looked at the women. Except for Su Yun, who opposed, the others didn't speak, but their expressions had already shown everything. The reason they hadn't spoken up to agree was only because they were waiting for him to give the order. If they really joined those beasts, in less than 3 days, they would all be ruined. After all, those men only thought about one thing. Especially the 3 bald heads, who constantly stared at the women's bodies. Ah Feng, they may be bad, but they have a point. And we women can't do heavy work. Bai Guifan whispered to Yifeng in a negotiating tone. Yifeng didn't speak, his face still gloomy. He had just begun to feel like Wei Xiaobao, and suddenly 7 competitors appeared. How could he be happy? Most importantly, he didn't want to go home at all. The deserted island was more comfortable. As if sensing Yifeng's thoughts, Bai Guifan leaned close to his ear and whispered, Don't worry. I won't like any of them. Once the others taste you, they'll be 100% loyal to you. Of course, if you still don't agree, I'll stand by your side. Hearing Bai Guifan's words, Yifeng looked at the others again. Brother Yi, should we work with them or not? Ding Tuanchuan asked. All right. Yifeng sighed, then looked at Wang Xiong's group. Your camp must be more than 20 meters from ours. You'll be downstream, we'll be upstream. This stone will be the boundary marker. Cross it, and I won't be polite. Ha ha ha, good, it's settled then. Wang Xiong nodded, leading his people downstream to set up their camp. Su Shan rolled her eyes, so childish. Setting up a boundary marker like kids playing house. Yifeng had his own plan. Later, he would make Wang Xiong's group cut wood, build fences, and enclose a courtyard. Come here, let's have a meeting by the fire. Yifeng was ready to set rules. The women immediately sat around the fire. Zhang Yan happened to be squatting across from him, her jade legs slightly open. Wang Xiong's group only thinks about one thing, so when working with them, don't talk much. If something comes up, tell me. I'll deal with them, then. Yifeng stopped, because Zhang Yan had spread her legs a little more. By the firelight, Yifeng's eyes went straight. And then what? Su Yun asked. Wait, my head's a bit messy. Yi Feng scratched his messy hair. But Su Shan followed Yi Feng's gaze and saw Zhang Yan. At a time like this, and you're still thinking of that. Yi Feng gave a few more instructions, then sent the women back to the cave to sleep. He stood guard himself. Beasts were easy to defend against, but humans were harder. Sure enough, at dawn, the bald head came to the boundary marker. What are you doing? Yi Feng drew his bow, ready to shoot. Right now, he really wanted to kill Baldy, the most perverted one. Wang Xiong asked me to borrow some food. Tomorrow when we catch fish, we'll pay you back. Baldy's eyes dodged. He had been beaten by Yi Feng several times, already traumatized. Especially the last time, when his head was nearly smashed. Then go hungry. Leave now. Yi Feng stepped forward. Don't be like that, brother. These women are all top-quality playthings. Don't be fooled by them. They obey you here only because they need you. Once back home, you and I are just nobodies. They won't even look at us. That's why we should enjoy every inch of them on this island. When the rescue plane comes, we'll just execute them all anyway. Baldy coaxed. BFF. Arg. Baldy screamed, clutching the bamboo arrow in his thigh. You really dared to shoot? He was both shocked and scared. Yi Feng pressed his lips tightly, pulled another bamboo arrow, and aimed again. This time, he aimed at Baldy's neck. Don't. I'll leave, okay? Baldy limped away, leaving drops of blood on the ground. After he left, Yi Feng sat back by the fire. He had to be ruthless. Otherwise, with 7 men on Baldy's side, they would never take his group seriously. And Baldy's words were dangerously persuasive. Even he, a decent man, almost wavered. Really, faced with so many beautiful women, who wouldn't want to indulge? Luckily, the 2 bodyguards weren't too lustful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to protect the women. Morning came quickly, but Yi Feng hadn't slept at all. The women lazily walked out of the cave, heading to the waterfall to wash. Yi Feng's bloodshot eyes turned to downstream. Wang Xiong's 7 men were also at the stream, washing, their green eyes often glancing upstream. Baldy, even after being shot yesterday, hadn't changed. He stayed close to the bodyguards, whispering nonstop. The birds in the forest chirped too much, so Yi Feng couldn't hear clearly. But from Baldy's lewd look, he knew he was stirring up the bodyguards. After washing, Long Wu personally came to the boundary marker. Yi Feng, on our side, we'll start smashing bamboo with stones, then cut it into suitable lengths. On your side, please weave sailcloth, strip the bamboo skin and weave it. Do you know how to weave? Long Wu asked. Yi Feng looked Long Wu up and down. The man's eyes still had some righteousness. At least he wasn't staring at the women. I know weaving. I'll teach them. You can start. Yi Feng said. Good. Long Wu nodded, showing respect to Yi Feng. Just then, Wang Tao limped up with his crutch. Brother Xiao Dao, this isn't fair. Our side does all the heavy work, while they do handwork. So their side should also provide us 3 meals a day, otherwise we lose out. Wang Tao said loudly. He hated Yi Feng and couldn't resist stirring trouble, hoping to create conflict between Yi Feng and Long Wu. He could also see that Long Wu and Yi Feng had some mutual respect, which prevented the 7 men from uniting as one. The useless man's loud voice drew everyone over. My son is right. Yi Feng's people do the easy work, so they should provide us food. If not, then we'll split. Long Wu looked troubled and turned to Yi Feng. How about doing what they said? Yes, I'll provide food for 6 of you, but not for Wang Tao. Yi Feng crossed his arms. The useless Wang Tao wagged his tail, and Yi Feng already knew what kind of crap he was about to pull. Why? Yi Feng, are you fucking targeting me on purpose? Wang Tao shouted angrily. In his mind, he imagined holding a machine gun and shooting Yi Feng 100 times. The others don't have crippled legs, they can do physical work. But you're a crippled piece of trash, so you can't. Since it's teamwork, your side only counts as 6 people. You don't count. Yi Feng calmly analyzed. Fuck your mother, Yi Feng. Are you fucking targeting me on purpose? Wang Tao's eyes turned red, and he was on the verge of tears. Long Wu glanced at Wang Tao, then nodded. What you said makes sense. Then please provide food for 6 people. What? Wang Tao was shocked. Brother Knife, how could you? We are 7 people, 1 team. Wang Tao was so depressed he almost coughed up blood. Yi Feng isn't wrong. You really can't work. That bald guy also got shot in the leg, but the bamboo arrow didn't go in too deep, so he's still more useful than you. Long Wu analyzed objectively. Me? But we are 1 team. Does getting injured mean being abandoned? Doesn't that mean one day if you get hurt, we can also abandon you? Wang Tao tried to sway Long Wu. Long Wu stayed silent, clearly conflicted. Yi Feng, don't think you can divide us. That trick is too childish. The bald man glared angrily at Yi Feng. His arrow wound wasn't deep, but Yifeng had already messed with him several times. Yeah, don't think you can split us. The bald man's 2 underlings also shouted. Anyway, I'm only giving food for 6 people. If the 3 of you want to side with Wong Tao, then share your food with him. Now hurry up and work. If you don't cut 40 bamboo poles by noon, I still won't give you food. Yifeng ignored them and sat by the fire with the women. Longwu had no choice but to take his people downstream to start smashing bamboo roots with stones. It was hard labor and tough on their hands. After all, force works both ways. When they struck the bamboo with stones, the stones tore up their palms too. Before long, the bald man's group's hands were swollen. Meanwhile, Yifeng had already chopped 2 bamboo poles. As an old bamboo craftsman, he started teaching the women how to weave canvas. See? Just like this. Be careful not to cut your hands. Yifeng sat by the fire, smiling relaxed. You're amazing, big brother. Ding Tuanchuan looked at Yifeng with admiration. Since meeting Yifeng, she felt he could do anything, like a god. The women quickly picked it up. Yifeng thought for a while and decided to make some gloves for them. Otherwise, the sharp bamboo would cut their delicate fingers. By noon, Yifeng checked their work downstream and tossed 6 small fish to them. As for Longwu, Yifeng gave him an extra piece of cured meat. After all, Longwu was the strongest on that side. Yifeng needed to win him over and weaken their unity. The bald trio each got a fish, while Wong Tao stood by, staring pitifully. Don't worry, Wong Tao, I keep my word. Here, each of us will give you a bite. So the 3 split a little for him, and the 4 shared the 3 fish. Time passed slowly. Yifeng's weaving grew faster and faster. At the cave entrance, a 5 square meter bamboo mat was finished, usable as a sail or as a mat. Downstream, Longwu was making holes in the bamboo with a dagger. Yifeng roasted 6 small fish and handed them to Longwu. As always, Longwu also got a small piece of cured meat. The bald trio hadn't eaten enough at noon, so they quickly devoured their 3 small fish. Hey! Share some with me, I haven't eaten yet. Wong Tao panicked. The bald man paused, then said slowly, You barely worked. Missing 1 meal isn't a big deal. But we worked all day. Go sleep. If you sleep, you won't feel hungry. You can't do this. We're a team. Wong Tao was desperate. Wang Xiong came over and handed half a small fish to Wong Tao. Son, eat. But Wong Tao snatched the whole fish and devoured it. That useless man might be worthless, but his size was there. In just a few bites, he finished Wang Xiong's fish. Ah, that feels good. Wong Tao patted his belly with satisfaction. Wang Xiong sighed and could only sit aside, hungry. Suddenly, the smell of roasted meat drifted down from upstream. There, Yifeng was roasting a big piece of meat, sizzling with oil, while the women's laughter rang out. Wang Xiong looked at his side again. Longwu and another bodyguard were already asleep against the rocks. The bald trio curled up on the ground, snoring. Damn, this was like heaven and hell in comparison. Stop it, you'll make me die laughing. Zhang Yan playfully hit Yifeng. Just now, Yifeng had told another silly joke, nearly making the women laugh to death. Even Susan couldn't help turning her head away, or she too would burst into laughter. Ladies, I've also made gloves for you. Tomorrow your hands won't get cut. Yifeng then pulled out 3 pairs of gloves from behind, sewn from bare inner hide. The outer hide was too tough, so it would have made the fingers immovable. Great, I want them. Give me, look at my hands. Big brother, give me one. The women immediately started fighting over them. I'll assign them. Today the fastest weavers were Susan, Bai Guifen, and Raimai. The rest were too slow, so no gloves. Yifeng handed the gloves to the 3 hardworking women. Suyun had worked hard, but being a spoiled young lady, her hands-on skills were weak. As for Zhang Yan, she was even worse, never lifted a finger in her life, and in one whole day she wove less than 20 square centimeters. Ding Tuanchuan was the worst, only able to do odd jobs on the side. Big brother, I'll take night watch tonight. I also want to prove myself. Ding Tuanchuan suddenly said. Fine. Take the bow. You may not be good at most things, but your archery has reached about 30% of my skill. So I officially take you as a registered disciple. Ding Tuanchuan, step forward and receive your title. I now name you Grand Marshal of Night Watch. Yifeng said seriously. Yes. Ding Tuanchuan straightened her chest proudly and took Yifeng's composite bow. The other women exchanged glances and burst into giggles. Just then, Yifeng felt something warm on his foot. It was the little black bear licking him. Gross, get away. Yifeng kicked it, and the bear really rolled away once. But with its thick skin and flesh, it quickly got up and went to lick Alice's foot instead. Should we give this guy a name? I've thought of one, let's call it Little Bootlicker. Anyone disagree? Yifeng asked. That's too sloppy, I think Little Blackie sounds better. Call it Little Tuanchuan. Don't use my name randomly, okay? After some arguing, Little Bootlicker's name was temporarily decided. Finally, it was bedtime. Yifeng worried that Ding Tuanchuan was unreliable, so he volunteered to keep watch with her. Inside the cave, 6 women were already asleep, their cat-like snores coming out. Tuanchuan, I'll nap a bit first. You watch the first half of the night. If you get sleepy, wake me up. Don't just fall over and sleep, got it? Yifeng said. Relax, am I that useless? Ding Tuanchuan said unhappily. Ha ha ha. Yifeng patted her chubby little head and lay down by the fire to sleep. He didn't know how long he had slept when he suddenly sat up. From downstream came shouts. Damn it, something in the trees is throwing shit at us. My head got hit with a lump. Yifeng turned his head and saw Ding Tuanchuan sitting with her back to him, tightly holding a spear, motionless. But with a light push, she toppled right over, snoring like a cat. Ah? Yifeng sighed, picked up his compound bow, and tossed a torch downstream. There, Long Wu and the others had all woken up, running back and forth at the edge of the bamboo forest, glaring angrily at the sky. Yifeng grabbed another torch and hurled it into the bamboo treetops. Monkeys were jumping nimbly above the bamboo, tossing lumps of filth down, making Baldy and his men howl. Long Wu grabbed a bamboo spear, his body straight as a rod. Whoosh! The spear flew 10 meters up but was stopped by thick branches and leaves, falling back down weakly. Yifeng took a deep breath, raised his compound bow under the moonlight. Whoosh! A monkey fell to the ground at once. Ha ha ha, kill this beast! The bald trio rejoiced and rushed to kick the monkey's corpse. Yifeng drew another arrow, aiming at another monkey. But the monkeys were smart, retreating deep into the bamboo. The dense leaves blocked Yifeng's view and the bamboo arrows. After a while, Long Wu came over with a spear. Thank you, Yifeng, your archery is good. He said, then tossed the monkey's body to him. This is your prey, I give it back. But just then, Wong Tao hobbled over. Brother Knife, you're full so you don't know the hunger of the starving. If you don't eat it, you could give it to me. Why give it back to Yifeng? Wong Tao shouted angrily. Long Wu always got not just a fish but also a piece of cured meat, so he wasn't hungry. Wong Tao was different. Yifeng picked up the dead monkey, and suddenly his eyes moved. Wong Tao, if you want food, fine. At dawn, you'll go to the beach alone and dry at least 5 kilos of salt. If you can do it, I'll guarantee your food from now on, Yifeng said. Drying salt took time but no skill. Even trash like Wong Tao could do it. Like hell I'll go. If I go alone and get eaten by a beast, what then? How about Chinli goes with me? Wong Tao said. You useless trash, if you won't go, then starve. Yifeng turned, ready to take the monkey back. Wait, I'll go, alright? Wong Tao's heart was already full of hatred, but for food, he had to give in. Good. Then tomorrow I'll wait for your good news. Yifeng carried the monkey back to the fire, then carried Ding Tuanchuan into the cave so she could sleep well. After all, she was still a 15-year-old girl. Yifeng didn't expect her to help much, only not to betray him. Long Wu looked deeply at Yifeng and nodded slightly. This kind of leader was extremely harsh to outsiders, but overly good to his own. No wonder the women willingly followed him. The night shadows moved, stars shifted, and dawn came quickly. Though Yifeng kept the second half of the night watch, he didn't feel tired. He stood up and looked downstream. Wong Tao had already packed his bag, hugged his father goodbye, and was ready to head to the beach to dry salt. Long Wu was drilling holes in bamboo again. Once finished, they could bring the semi-finished parts to the beach, assemble them, raise sails, and head home. But Yifeng didn't care about their shipbuilding progress. When he turned, Raimai was the first to come out. Afeng, come here, come on. Her voice was both urgent and seductive. Yifeng's heart skipped a beat. Could it be, she wants me to help? So the two secretly slipped behind the waterfall. 20 minutes later, Yifeng came out, burped. Raimai, seems the food's been good lately. But I want a change of taste. Next time, don't eat cured meat, eat more fruit instead. Yifeng said seriously. You're so annoying, that has nothing to do with what I eat. Raimai couldn't help laughing. The bald trio kept working, but they saw everything. Damn, upstream was like heaven, while downstream was hell. They really wanted to join them. Breakfast was ready. Yifeng carried 6 small fish and a piece of cured meat to those downstream. The bald trio had eaten only 2 small fish yesterday, and fish fat couldn't compare to bear meat, so they were still very hungry. Yifeng, next time can we get bigger fish? Like this, you only keep us from starving, but we can't get full, Baldy said. Yeah, you can't be so capitalist. Wang Xiong added. Yifeng glanced at his yard, then his eyes moved. Fine. But you'll have to do extra work for me. Do it well, and I'll add a piece of cured meat to every meal, Yifeng said. What work? Baldy quickly asked. Simple. Chop more thick trees, at least as thick as a thigh. Strip off the branches, sharpen the bottoms, make them into stakes. I'll use them to build a wall, Yifeng said. Building a wall was true hard labor. Yifeng could do it, but it would take lots of time. With these free laborers, why not use them? And cured meat and fish were easy for Yifeng to get. As for salt, Wong Tao could dry it at the beach, and Yifeng only needed to filter it once with ash. Which meant, he basically did nothing, but could make those strong men work for him. It was like getting something for nothing. The bald trio didn't speak, only exchanged glances. By the way, my cured meat tastes great. If you don't believe me, ask Long Wu. Yifeng smiled. Long Wu nodded. Baldy and his two underlings discussed for a bit, then finally nodded slightly. All right, from now on, the three of us will build bamboo rafts in the morning and help you chop wood in the afternoon. We hope you'll keep your word, Baldy said. And me, I'll join too. Wang Xiong and another bodyguard also stepped forward. Because all five of them only had one small fish each, they urgently needed food to restore strength. Fine. Although feeding five of you puts pressure on me, with greater ability comes greater responsibility. Yifeng spread his hands, pretending to look troubled. Actually, on Long Wu's side, only he could catch fish, and even that was very hard. Even though there were many fish in the stream, catching them was difficult. The fish were agile. Yifeng was different. He knew fish habits. Suddenly Long Wu looked at the compound bow in Yifeng's hand. Can I take a look? Long Wu asked. Last night, he had seen with his own eyes the bow's power. One arrow had flown over 30 meters, knocking a monkey from the sky. He could also make bows and arrows, but only simple single-piece bows, far weaker than Yifeng's. And his specialty was firearms. In cold weapons, he was far inferior to Yifeng. Yifeng's body stiffened, but in the end, he handed over the bow, though his hand subconsciously touched the dagger at his waist. Not bad, well made, obviously crafted with care. Long Wu handed the bow back to Yifeng. When there's time, I'll teach you. All right, I'll get back to work. Long Wu went downstream, while Yifeng turned and saw the women busy again. With gloves now, Susan was weaving faster and faster, with Raimai close behind. The others weren't very skilled. Just as he was about to sit down, a scream came from downstream. One of Baldy's men was clutching his bleeding head. At the same time, monkey cries echoed from the bamboo above. Damn, these beasts again? Yifeng drew his bow and aimed at the sky. Though the monkeys were small, in the jungle they were agile and skilled at throwing things from above. A hit to the head could be fatal. Not good, Yifeng, help us quickly. Baldy held his head and shouted. Long Wu and another bodyguard threw bamboo spears into the sky, but they lost power after just over 10 meters and fell weakly. Yifeng took a deep breath, firing 3 arrows in succession. Thump, thump. 2 monkeys were shot down, but the third arrow was deflected by thick leaves. Damn, if these beasts keep throwing things from above, it'll be a huge problem. Yifeng's heart sank slightly. Li Chang, don't die. Baldy cried while holding his underling. Yifeng hesitated, then stepped across the boundary marker. The man's head was bleeding non-stop. He was on the verge of death. The monkeys had thrown stones. Though each was only a kilo or 2, dropped from 20 meters high they could easily kill. Yifeng glanced back at the cave entrance. Luckily, no tall trees stood there, or they would also be in danger. Li Chang won't make it. Baldy shouted. Carry him to me, Yifeng said firmly. It wasn't compassion, he just didn't want to lose a strong laborer. Maybe he could be saved. Baldy and the others quickly carried Li Chang toward the marker. Especially Wang Xiong, who even stepped 1 foot across. Yifeng didn't hesitate, he slashed with his dagger. Ow! Why the hell did you cut me? Wang Xiong clutched his bleeding arm, glaring at Yifeng. Only Li Chang comes over. Don't think about sneaking in. Go back downstream honestly. Then Yifeng grabbed the unconscious Li Chang. His strength was growing, with one hand he lifted the 130-pound man. You all head back downstream. I'm going to try to save him. Yifeng slung Li Chang over his shoulder and said coldly. He's my brother, can I at least stay with him? Baldy asked. What do you think? A cold gleam flashed in Yifeng's eyes. So they could only go back downstream honestly. 2 monkeys had been killed, so for now there would be no more attacks. But monkeys held grudges. They would be back soon. Placing Li Chang by the fire, Yifeng checked his head. There was a dent, likely hopeless, but he would try anyway. Boil some meat soup in a helmet for him. Whether he lives depends on his fate, Yifeng said. The women resisted, but still followed Yifeng's order. Time passed, and soon it was noon. Li Chang still had weak breathing but remained unconscious. Ha ha ha, Yifeng, look, we chopped 5 logs. Baldy and 3 others carried logs to the boundary. Good. Plant them deep in the soil, hammer them with stones, make the stakes firm, Yifeng said. Got it. The four began pounding stakes. Yifeng stood with hands behind his back, directing. Deeper, at least half the wood must be in the ground, or it won't stop big beasts. Use strength, didn't you eat? All right, thank you, here's your food. Yifeng handed them 4 fish and 4 pieces of cured meat. Panting from exhaustion, the four brightened with smiles at the sight of food. Back downstream, they ate. So delicious. I think this cured meat is the best food I've ever had, Baldy said, nibbling bit by bit. Yeah, truly a delicacy, Wang Xiong sighed. He had eaten many fine foods, but this cured meat had its own unique flavor. Yifeng smirked and went back to his camp. 5 stakes, only about 1% of the wall done. To enclose the whole cave entrance would take hundreds. Night fell. Li Chang was still unconscious, but Wang Tao returned. In his left hand was a spear, on his back a dozen bamboo tubes. Yifeng, I'm back. He walked to the boundary and set the bamboo tubes on the ground. Yifeng opened them, inside was a white substance, about 2 kilos. I've been starving all day. Give me food now, Wang Tao said anxiously. He had left in the morning and only returned at night, chewing grass along the way, with no food at all. Yifeng hesitated, then tossed him the smallest fish. Here, eat, Yifeng pointed at the fish. What? I worked all day, risked my life to bring you salt, and you give me just this tiny fish. Wang Tao clutched it, eyes red. I told you, you need to get 5 kilos. Look at this, not even 2 kilos. This little fish I gave you is only out of humanitarian spirit, otherwise you wouldn't even get shit to eat, Yifeng said bluntly. He knew Wang Tao's character well. As soon as this useless man ate his fill, he would start scheming trouble. You can't do this, look at me, I'm already skin and bones. If I starve to death, what good does it do you? Wang Tao's body shook with anger. If you don't want it, give it back. Yifeng reached to take the fish. No, I'll eat it. Wang Tao had no choice but to carry the fish downstream. Raimai, use wood ash to filter this white stuff into salt, Yifeng called. Got it. Raimai busied herself. Yifeng stretched lazily by the fire, looking satisfied. This life was good, he hardly did anything, yet had so much labor at his disposal. No, he couldn't let them realize this. Yifeng suddenly sat up straighter and walked downstream. Baldy, starting tomorrow I'll only need 2 people to help build the wall. The other 2 should keep working on the rafts. After all, getting home is the top priority, Yifeng said, acting troubled. Then, will the ones building rafts also get extra cured meat? Wang Xiong asked suddenly. Sorry, building rafts isn't my private task. So that only earns 1 small fish, no cured meat. Only those helping me with the wall get cured meat. And since my cured meat is running low, I can only hire 2. I can't afford to hire the other 2, Yifeng said. In truth, he still had plenty of cured meat, but he had to make the 4 fight each other. Otherwise, once they realized, they would surely strike together. Whatever. Wang Xiong was the first to catch on. He had been a capitalist before, so he sensed Yifeng's intention. The others turned away angrily. You 4 figure it out among yourselves. I can only hire 2. I'm leaving. With that, Yifeng went back upstream. Rumble. Thunder rolled, and heavy rain poured down. Yifeng quickly led the women into the cave. Downstream, Baldy and his group could only shiver in the rain. The night was already cold, and now their bodies were soaked. Helpless, the 6 men huddled together for warmth, sneezing now and then. Inside the cave, lime water had been sprinkled, so there were far fewer mosquitoes. The women together easily killed the few that remained. Then they stood at the cave entrance, looking at the miserable men downstream. At that moment, they felt a sense of superiority and unconsciously moved closer to Yifeng. Luckily they had chosen the right person, following Yifeng, a survival expert. If they had followed Wang Tao's group, who knew how miserable they would be now? An hour later, the rain stopped, but the night air was still freezing. Longwu finally managed to start a fire after a long time, throwing on wet firewood. The 6 men stripped completely and baked themselves by the fire downstream. That guy just moved. Raimai suddenly spoke. Yifeng quickly walked over. Li Chang opened his eyes and slowly sat up. Seeing the slim and full-bodied women in the cave, his eyes turned red. But then he reached down to his pants. What's going on? Usually when I see you, I would, but now, why? Why can't I feel anything? Li Chang was shocked. He rushed out of the cave to check, then fell into despair. What's happening? What's wrong with me? What's wrong with me? His voice cracked, almost crying. What's wrong with him? Raimai asked, puzzled. At that moment, Alice spoke. His head injury probably damaged the pituitary gland. That part doesn't work anymore. Yifeng immediately looked at Alice with more respect. This foreign girl knew a lot. Ah, so he's basically become a eunuch? Chen Li asked. You could say that. He's no longer functional, but his mind will still have those urges. That's the most torturous, Alice finished, crossing herself. No. I don't believe it. How can this be? I don't believe it. Li Chang roared at the sky, but nothing could change it. Will his body get weaker then? Yi Feng asked again. No. Since he can't reproduce, his energy will actually be stronger than ordinary men, Alice said. Oh? Yi Feng felt secretly pleased. Now the camp had 7 women and only him as a man. Honestly, the pressure was great. If danger came, besides him, the women had no fighting strength. But if Li Chang was around, it would help a bit. So Yi Feng showed a fatherly smile, walked over, and patted his shoulder. This guy was short and stocky, perfect for hard labor. Li Chang, don't be too upset. From now on, follow me. I'll think of a way to cure you. I come from a family of Chinese medicine. With time, I'll surely heal you, Yi Feng said sincerely. Really? Brother Feng, then I'll count on you from now on. Li Chang let out a long sigh of relief. Don't worry. As long as I have free time, I'll help treat you. But normally, you must listen to me. If you obey, you'll not only live in the cave with the women, but I'll also guarantee your food, Yi Feng said. Women? Li Chang glanced at the 7 women, then at his pants, and sighed helplessly. All right, Brother Feng, I'll listen to you. You must cure me. Li Chang had no choice but to follow Yi Feng. Someone roast a piece of cured meat for Brother Li Chang. From now on, he's one of us, Yi Feng said. Soon, Li Chang was chewing meat. But Yi Feng stayed alert, wary of him recovering. The herbs he would give Li Chang later had to work the opposite way. Otherwise, if this guy recovered, the women would be in danger. The night passed without incident, and morning came. Baldy immediately saw Li Chang. Ah, Chang, you finally recovered? Come to us. Baldy waved. But Li Chang looked at Yi Feng instead, then even stepped back. I'm Brother Feng's man now. Don't call me Chang anymore, understand? Li Chang was clear about the situation and betrayed Baldy without hesitation. You? Baldy narrowed his eyes. Yi Feng spoke too. Baldy, from now on you call him Brother Chang. From now on, I'm letting him handle food distribution. If you don't please him, he might spit in your share. You! Baldy flung his hand angrily and stormed back downstream. Wong Tao hesitated for a while, then picked up the bamboo tubes again, preparing to go to the beach to dry salt. He had made up his mind, this time he had to finish the 5-kilo task, otherwise he would go hungry again. After reaching downstream, he chewed some tender grass, only then feeling a little less hungry. Yi Feng was working upstream as a bamboo craftsman. Downstream, only Longwu was busy. The other 4 sat together, angrily discussing something. Sure enough, 5 minutes later, the 4 picked up bamboo spears and rushed to the boundary stone aggressively. Yi Feng, don't go too far. Today the 4 of us have decided, if you want to cut off 2 of us, we'll strike together, Wang Xiong said. Yi Feng let out a sigh of relief. He thought they were coming to fight. Do as you wish. Then from now on, I'll only supply food to Longwu. As for the 4 of you, sorry, not even a small fish, Yi Feng said calmly. You? Damn it, we have 4 men, let's fight him. Wang Xiong spoke, then led 3 men across the boundary. Everyone, come help. Yi Feng shouted coldly, clashing with the bodyguard. That bodyguard was never Yi Feng's match. Now, after several hungry days and heavy labor, he was completely suppressed. Meanwhile, the 7 women plus Li Chang beat Wang Xiong's 3 men black and blue. The fight ended quickly. Yi Feng looked at the bodyguard lying on the ground and sneered. Go back. I didn't even use deadly force just now. Helpless, Wang Xiong and the others had no choice but to return and sit. Downstream, a half-ton jungle tiger was moving slowly forward. Wherever it went, animals scattered in chaos. A monkey on a tree branch 10 meters high screeched, warning other animals. But the sound seemed to anger the tiger. With a leap, the tiger jumped into the tree. Its steel tail swung lightly, keeping balance. The monkey was so scared it wet itself, trying to jump to another tree. But the tiger's climbing ability was strong. With one pounce, it caught the monkey mid-air. With a swipe of its claws, the monkey was torn in 2. After killing the monkey, the tiger kept walking upstream. Actually, its territory was at the lowest lake. Upstream, there was once a big black bear. When the bear was alive, it marked territory with urine every 2 days. But since it died, the smell grew weaker. Last night's heavy rain washed it away completely. The tiger smelled the fading scent and guessed the bear had died or left. So today it couldn't resist entering the bear's land. Though a tiger couldn't beat a bear, for smaller animals, its threat was even greater. Tigers could swim, climb trees, and on land they ran faster than 90% of prey, almost unbeatable in air, land, and water. Brother Xiong, don't worry. We'd rather starve than help him build walls. Trying to use capital tricks to oppress us? No way, Baldy said. As long as we're united, Yifeng can't exploit us, Wang Xiong nodded. But right after speaking, his stomach growled. How about this? Today Dahai and I work for Yifeng, at least we won't starve. Tomorrow you and your brother go. That way it's hungry one day, full the next, and at least no one dies? Wang Xiong suggested. Cut the crap. You think I don't know your scheme? You just want to eliminate us and make us unemployed. Baldy finally dropped the act. Heh, isn't that exactly what you're thinking too? Wang Xiong stood up. Soon, the four quarreled their way to Yifeng's boundary stone. Yifeng, I, Wang Xiong, am willing to chop wood for you, Wang Xiong shouted first. Yifeng, I and my brother are also willing to work for you, Baldy shouted too. Yifeng was eating grilled fish, and while chewing, walked to the boundary. All four of you want to work for me? Yifeng spat out a fish bone and asked slowly. Yes. My brother and I are young and strong, much better than half-old Wang Xiong, Baldy said, flexing his muscles. Wang Xiong refused to back down. I may not be as strong, but I have experience. I know how to use skill, not just brute force. Skill, my ass. You just want to slack off. Who the hell are you cursing? The two argued fiercely, almost giving Yifeng a headache. Enough. Here's how it will be, the four of you get a one-day trial. Whoever chops more wood and does better work wins. But I'll say this clearly, during the trial, there's no food. Yifeng said. Fine, I'll go. Baldy and his underling rushed into the forest. Come on, Dahai, let's go too. Wang Xiong wasn't willing to fall behind. Yifeng shrugged and returned to the fire. By noon, seeing how hard they worked, Yifeng still gave each one a small fish. Not enough to be full, but enough to not starve. As for Long Wu, his conditions didn't change, he still got one fish and one piece of cured meat. After all, he had indirectly helped Yifeng once, and Yifeng was grateful. Not good, the monkeys are back. The four ran out of the forest holding their heads, shrill cries sounding above. Yifeng's good mood was ruined. He immediately picked up his compound bow and aimed at the monkeys. This time he saw clearly, leading them was a big monkey king. If he killed the monkey king, the rest would scatter, and his peaceful life wouldn't be disturbed again. Just as Yifeng aimed at it, suddenly. Chitter chitter. Screech screech. The monkey king looked downstream, then fled deep into the forest, away from the stream. Yifeng felt uneasy. He quickly stood on the boundary stone, looking downstream. The birds in the jungle had gone silent, everything was quiet. Long Wu, at the farthest downstream, also climbed onto a rock and looked farther down. The next moment, he dropped his tools and ran toward Yifeng in panic. What's wrong? Yifeng asked cautiously. Tigers, tigers! Long Wu shouted. What? Yifeng stepped back a few paces, fear flashing across his face. Although his strength was great now, he wasn't arrogant enough to fight a tiger head-on. He knew, tiger muscles made up 70% of their body mass. The strongest human, Bruce Lee, had only 15%. A tiger's bone density was 7 times that of humans. And in the jungle, the tiger was a natural king, able to leap through dense woods with ease. Hurry, into the cave, close the door. As soon as Yifeng spoke, the 7 women and Li Chang had already hidden inside the cave, trembling as they looked downstream. At that moment, Long Wu and the remaining 4 also rushed to the cave entrance. Yifeng hesitated. These people still had some use, so he let them all in, then barred the wooden door. The creek banks grew quiet. Only one alarm bird shrieked urgently from a branch. The next moment, Yifeng's eyes went wide. Downstream, a yellow and black tiger strolled casually forward. Its size was nearly that of a calf, at least half a ton. Everyone keep quiet. Its belly is full, it must have just eaten. Yifeng spoke, slowly backing away. The others realized too, retreating deeper into the cave. The tiger had reached the fire, sniffing the bare hide hanging on the branch. Roar! A low growl came as the tiger suddenly lifted its leg and pissed beneath the bare hide, then turned its dung-colored eyes toward the cave. Yifeng slowly raised his spear, swallowing nervously, both hands trembling. The tiger reached the door, then suddenly stood upright, slamming its paw against the wooden door. The whole door shook, one joint loosening. Ding Tuanchuan covered her mouth tightly. Move farther back, Yifeng whispered. But the cave was only 10 meters deep, already packed with more than 10 people, no space left to retreat. The tiger seemed to smell human scent. It suddenly stepped back, then hurled itself at the door. Creak! The wooden door was made from arm-thick logs. The tiger wasn't as strong as a bear, so it couldn't break through. Yifeng let out a breath, face easing. Damn, good thing we built a door, or we'd all be dead. Seeing no danger, Baldy walked to the front. Give me the spear. He took by Guaifen's spear and stabbed through the crack at the tiger. Roar! The jungle tiger howled in pain, slashing at the door. 5-centimeter claw marks appeared in the wood. Ha ha ha, beast, can't get in? I'll stab again. Baldy thrust again. Don't stab it. Just scare it away, Yifeng stopped him. He could tell the tiger had eaten and didn't want to attack humans. It only came to mark territory. Yifeng, you're too timid. Since it can't get in, give me your compound bow. I'll shoot it dead. Baldy spoke casually. But just then, the tiger looked up. The cave was actually a vertical crack in stone. The wooden door, over 3 meters high, only blocked the wide lower part. Above, there was still a half-meter gap. Roar! In the next moment, the tiger leapt lightly, like a cat, straight onto the door. Damn! Baldy was so scared he nearly pissed himself, shoving into the crowd. You caused this, now block the tiger. Yifeng pushed him toward the door. The tiger was huge, yet it squeezed through the half-meter gap like it had boneless skills, landing with a thud inside the cave. Ah! Ding Tuanchuan screamed first, her shrill cry echoing. Damn, what do we do? Shit! Fight it together? The crowd shoved deeper inside. The tiger strode straight toward Baldy. Damn, let me through. Baldy tried desperately to squeeze inside, but a giant paw landed on his shoulder. Ah! Next moment, with one swipe, the flesh of his right arm peeled away like boiled meat, exposing raw red bone. This can't go on. Fight it. Yifeng grabbed a spear with bayonet, thrusting hard at the tiger. Longwu reacted next, stabbing with a bamboo spear. Roar! The tiger swiped. Yifeng's spear flew from his hands, his whole body slammed sideways. Longwu's bamboo spear jabbed the tiger, but didn't pierce its hide. At that moment, Susan seized her chance. She gripped a dagger backward, pulled back, then let it fly. The dagger struck the tiger's face. Roar! The tiger went berserk, leaping into the crowd, paw striking down. Bai Guifen was smashed flat onto the ground. Mom! Chenli rushed to pull her, but the tiger bit into her shoulder. Blood sprayed everywhere. Fight it! Yifeng had circled to the cave mouth, but instead of fleeing, he picked up the broken spear and stabbed the tiger's hindquarters. Thud! The strike landed, but the tiger's iron tail whipped his cheek, spinning him around and knocking him down. Longwu grabbed the dagger from the ground, jumped onto the tiger's back, stabbing furiously. The tiger howled madly, trying to shake him off. But Longwu clung to its fur with one hand, stabbing with the other. Yifeng knew the moment was now. He grabbed the tiger's tail with one hand, the broken spear with the other, driving it in again and again. The tiger's roars turned to screams. It suddenly rolled, flinging Longwu off, then bit his buttocks hard. Arg! Longwu screamed in agony, blood gushing. The women had huddled at the cave's deepest point, but Susan bravely stepped forward, seizing the compound bow. 1 arrow, 2, 3. Finally, one pierced the tiger's eye. The beast shrieked, bursting with strength, leaping to the door's top and fleeing downstream. After it left, Yifeng touched his face. It was swollen, and his palm was bleeding from the thrown spear. The worst was Chenli, her shoulder collapsed, blood flowing endlessly. Bai Guifen, struck in the chest, was unconscious. As for Baldy, he had fainted, blood pouring, bone exposed from his right arm, beyond saving. Come, carry them outside. Yifeng spoke, slurred. The women needed 5 minutes to recover before fearfully dragging the 3 injured outside. Longwu, but bitten, could only use a bamboo spear as a crutch, standing behind them. Suyun covered her mouth, unable to look at the wounds. Ding Tuanchuan did not flinch, staring straight at the bloody scene. Water, give me water. Chenli was the first to wake, calling weakly. All right. Yifeng hurried to fetch a helmet of water, holding it to her lips. Chenli had just taken 1 sip of water when she vomited it out. Offing, where's my mom? A faint light returned to Chenli's eyes, but Yifeng's heart sank. She just fainted. She'll wake up soon. Yifeng placed Chenli's head on his lap, gently brushing her hair back. Offing, I'm sorry, can you forgive me? Chenli said weakly. You didn't wrong me. In a civilized society, only gold diggers live better. If I were a woman, I'd also choose a rich boyfriend. That's human nature. Yifeng realized something and softly comforted her. Thank you, Offing. You're really a good man. Please, take care of my mother for me. Chenli whispered, blood spilling from her lips. The others stood around, faces dark. Suyun was quietly sobbing. This is what I should do. Even if you didn't ask, I'd still take care of Aunt Bai, Yifeng said gently. Chenli smiled faintly, then suddenly widened her eyes. Offing, is it night already? Why can't I see? Offing, I can't see, am I blind? Her voice carried tears. Yifeng sighed deeply, holding Chenli tightly in his arms. By noon, Chenli was dead. At the moment she passed, the unconscious Bai Guifan twitched. He won't make it either. Li Chang, sitting by Baldy, pointed at his darkened face. Give him some water. Yifeng said, then turned to Long Wu. Long Wu couldn't sit, lying on the ground to rest. Brother Knife, this cave entrance isn't safe. The tiger's jumping power is too strong. Even if I fence it off, it can still jump in and bite. So I plan, once you're healed, for us to hunt that tiger together. Strike while it's weak. Yifeng said. Long Wu's eyelids drooped. He barely nodded, then fell into deep sleep. Yifeng was wounded too, but he didn't dare rest. He carried logs himself, planning to seal the gap above the door. If a tiger could jump in, so could a leopard. He had to prepare. He hefted a 100-pound log, struggling toward the gate. But then, a hand took the log from him. It was Susan. Yifeng, you're hurt. Let me do it. You rest and recover your body. She spoke, then suddenly gave Yifeng a smile. In that instant, the light around him seemed to dim, and that smile engraved itself into his mind. In his memory, Susan was always cold-faced. This smile was like ice melting, flowers blooming, dazzlingly beautiful. Susan carried the log up to work. When the tiger leapt inside earlier, everyone else shrank back. Only Yifeng had fought first. Her feelings for him soared. Yifeng simply leaned against a rock, sitting aside. Raimai hesitated, then suddenly hugged Yifeng's torso, resting her head on his pale, soft thighs. Then, in front of everyone, she began feeding him. The other men's eyes went red, glaring at Yifeng with jealousy. Suyun hesitated but said nothing. She knew biology. After childbirth, women swelled with milk. By feeding Yifeng, Raimai also gave him nourishment. Yifeng ate greedily, but his eyes turned to Susan. Susan had climbed above the gate, trying to wedge the log into the stone crack. From below, her legs were tight, the safety pants outlining her hidden curves. What's that? Raimai glanced at Yifeng's pants. Yifeng panicked, tugging his torn clothes down. But it was obvious. The pants were big and ugly, impossible to hide. Zhang Yan understood. She sat beside Yifeng, using her body to block the embarrassment. Meanwhile, Suyun and Ding Tuanchuan lifted logs up to Susan. Li Chang, go help too. Yifeng suddenly ordered. Li Chang, who had been slacking, had no choice but to get up and help. At that moment, Wang Xiong stood. Dahai and Ma Dong, right now, the three of us men aren't injured. Yifeng and Long Wu are hurt. This is the perfect chance to seize power. Dahai, kill Yifeng. Ma Dong, deal with traitor Long Wu. Any objections? At his words, Yifeng was shocked, forcing himself to sit up. Wang Xiong, you old bastard. Yifeng was injured saving us. How can you kick him when he's down? Zhang Yan cursed first. Wang Xiong narrowed his eyes and slapped her across the face. Bitch. I paid you 300,000 a month to keep you, and you dare question me. Dahai, what do you think? Here, there's no law. As long as we throw off morality, we can do whatever we want. Don't you want to live in the cave at night? Wang Xiong said. Yuan Dahai nodded, bamboo spear in hand, stepping closer to Yifeng. On the other side, Ma Dong also crept toward the sleeping Long Wu. Wang Xiong laughed, brandishing his spear to intimidate the women. You bastard! Don't touch my brother Yi! Suddenly, Ding Tuanchuan rushed in, scratching and hitting Yuan Dahai. Get lost! He slapped her to the ground. Though injured, Yifeng wasn't afraid, watching Dahai carefully. But then, you three forget me? Susan's cold voice came from behind. Just a woman. Let me test you. Heh, little beauty, I'll play with you first. I like that abstinent face of yours. Wang Xiong grinned, lunging at her like a hawk. But Susan's foot kicked straight into his crotch. He collapsed wordlessly, body twitching on the ground. Yuan Dahai froze, turning his spear toward Susan. She quickly picked up the compound bow, drawing it, arrow aimed at his chest. Beauty, put down that toy bow. Even if you hit me, I'll still kill you, Dahai threatened. But before he finished, his head went heavy, and he collapsed. Yifeng tossed aside a rock, clapping his hands. With just this skill, and you dare try to rebel? By now, Ma Dong had aimed a spear at Long Wu, but it was his first time killing. He couldn't do it. Seeing the situation settled, he dropped the spear, knelt with hands raised. Yifeng, what should we do with these three? Susan asked. Miko, bring me the dagger. Yifeng took the dagger, dragged Yuan Dahai to the stream, and pressed the blade against his neck. The dagger cut across, blood spraying into the stream as Yuan Dahai's body convulsed violently. No one knew how long it lasted, but finally, Yuan Dahai stopped moving. Several women turned pale with fright. The admiration they once held for Yifeng was gone, only fear remained. Only Susan stayed expressionless, even giving Yifeng a slight nod. Yifeng's hands trembled. This was his first time killing a man, his heart raced, mouth dry. But he couldn't stop. He grabbed Wang Xiong by the collar, dragging him toward the stream. No! Yifeng, spare me, spare me. I'm still useful. I can help you build walls, hunt for you. When we return, I'll give you 100 million. Wang Xiong's words ended abruptly as Yifeng slit his throat. Blood sprayed into the stream. Yifeng kicked the body into the current, letting it drift downstream so predators wouldn't be drawn near. Now it was Ma Dong's turn. Startled, Ma Dong suddenly bolted downstream. Susan calmly raised the compound bow. Her aim was off, the arrow struck his side. By the time she readied another, Ma Dong had leapt into the stream, letting the rapids sweep him away. Forget it. Alone, he won't last long in the jungle, Yifeng said lightly. Afterward, Yifeng reached to embrace Raimai, but she recoiled in terror, eyes avoiding him. Yifeng's heart sank. Looking at the other women, he saw the same. None dared meet his gaze. It felt like he had lost something. Li Chang, go check if Baldy's dead. Yes, yes, Brother Feng, right away. Li Chang nodded quickly, his face full of fear. When the tiger attacked earlier, he was scared but not horrified. But Yifeng killing men was different, like slaughtering pigs. One slash, blood spilling. The scene terrified him, reminding him of butchering pigs in the countryside. Yi butcher, that's what he was now. Yifeng leaned against a rock, eyes narrowing shut. Susan led the women to patch the gap above. No one knew how long Yifeng slept, until a sharp scream woke him. Opening his eyes, he saw Bai Guifan lying over Chen Li's body, shoulders trembling silently. Yifeng glanced at the sky. Night had fallen. Brother Feng, you're awake? Li Chang asked carefully from a distance, forcing a smile. Where's Baldy? Yifeng asked. He's dead. Sister Susan threw his body into the stream. It should have washed downstream, Li Chang replied. Good. Better dead than suffering. Yifeng stood, strength mostly restored, though his face was still swollen. It would take 2 days to heal. The tiger's tail had been like a steel whip. He even felt some of his teeth loose. Not good. Aunt Bai fainted again, Suyun cried. Yifeng carried Bai Guifan into the cave, then dug a pit beside Chen Jihua's grave. Using woven bamboo mats, he wrapped Chen Li's body and placed a leaf over her face. Bury her. His voice was heavy. He had been with Chen Li for a year. Now she was suddenly gone. A little sadness, but more of a quiet emptiness. After burying her, Bai Guifan awoke. This time she didn't cry. She stood silently before the 2 graves, her eyes hollow. Suyun, go comfort Aunt Bai. Say something kind, don't let her lose her mind, Yifeng said. The others sat by the fire. Only Susan sat beside Yifeng. The rest stayed far away, unable to accept that he had killed men. Don't look at me like that. Let me tell you, maybe from today, we'll be living on this island forever, Yifeng said seriously. No, impossible. We'll be back in a few days. Raimai protested first, eyes full of unwillingness. Haven't you noticed? See this moss? That's from a cold zone. And this here, temperate plants. This isn't a simple island. Maybe it's a place humans shouldn't reach. And striped hyenas, they live in Africa's grasslands. Why are they here in a rainforest? Finally, haven't you noticed? The temperatures are wrong. Daytime, 40 degrees. Night, barely 10, even 7 or 8. Yifeng poured out the thoughts he had suppressed for days. No. You're lying. We can go back. Ding Tuanchuan covered her ears. No, Alice shook her head, panic in her eyes. Suyun trembled all over, then supported Bai Guifan to the fire. Offing may be right. The first day we reached this cave, I went downstream to catch fish. But I saw a strange snake. I swear such a snake can't exist in the world. It was shaped like a python, but with a rooster's comb on its head. Hearing this, even Susan's face turned grim. But the next moment, she chuckled lightly. Enough. Your jokes aren't funny. Don't tell them again. With that, she walked back into the cave alone. Yifeng glanced downstream and suddenly asked, so late, and Wong Tao still hasn't returned with the salt? On the beach, 2 bonfires burned. A dozen men and women sat around, talking loudly. Boss Ma, don't worry. I can guarantee your wife is alive. Wong Tao was speaking to a middle-aged man. Good. Ma Xikong touched his waist. At his side hung a powerful pistol. Only 2 magazines, 14 bullets total. But its penetration was extreme, strong enough to kill an elephant. I've worked with your father. If this Yifeng bullied you, I'll just kill him. This is a deserted island, no laws. And all these people are mine. They won't betray me, Ma Xikong said calmly. A man of his level, even in civilization, killing was nothing, leaving no trace. Thank you, Boss Ma. As long as you stand up for me, it's enough. At dawn, I'll lead you there, Wong Tao said excitedly, his dirty hair combed into a center part. At night, a fire burned at the cave entrance. But Yifeng wrapped himself in thick bear hide and hid with Susan beneath a banyan tree downstream. From this position, one could faintly see the entrance of the cave. Beside the campfire sat Long Wu and Li Chang. All the other women had gone into the cave to sleep. This was Yifeng's decision. Since the tiger had suffered a loss, it would definitely return. So, before Long Wu's injury healed, they had to arrange 2 sentries in the open and 2 in hiding. Once a tiger attacked, Yifeng could keep shooting arrows from the banyan tree. In his hands was a new bow, a 3-part composite that required great arm strength to pull. As for the bowstring, it was twisted from century-old vines. Even a tiger could not withstand a single arrow from it. The only problem was the arrowheads. Yifeng had a bayonet and a dagger, but no arrowheads. So he ground 3 arrowheads out of hard green stone. You sleep for a while first. I'll wake you when I get tired, Yifeng said to Susan. Susan wore safety pants, with a tight vest on top. As for her jacket and jeans, she had already washed them and hung them to dry. The tight clothes made her figure look extremely alluring. Yifeng swallowed hard and placed Susan's head in his lap. That way, after she fell asleep, she wouldn't fall down from the tree. Susan felt Yifeng's body warmth, her eyelids moved twice, but she didn't open her eyes. Can't you sleep? Yifeng asked. In the dim moonlight, Susan's face turned red for the first time. Because inside Yifeng's pants, it felt to her as if she was resting on a piece of soft bone. I want to go down to relieve myself, Susan said, preparing to climb down the tree. But the next moment, squeaking sounds echoed from the forest. Susan quickly stopped and sat back down on the banyan tree. The dense leaves completely hid their bodies. Soon the squeaks came very close. Wild monkeys? Yifeng looked at the creatures swinging on the branches, his face showing doubt. Monkeys weren't nocturnal hunters, so why were they active at night? But in a short while, he understood. Several monkeys were suddenly struck by something and fell straight from the trees. Their shrill screams echoed on the ground. The rest of the monkeys were terrified, too scared to keep running in the trees. They all leapt to the ground and rushed across the stream. From below came faint whistling sounds, and the slower monkeys were hit by something again, collapsing and twitching on the ground. What's chasing them? Yifeng asked. Susan shook her head. From their hiding spot, they could only see both sides of the stream, not the forest floor. Roar! A low growl resounded. Yifeng was startled and quickly picked up the composite bow. But the next moment, he froze. It was indeed the tiger from earlier that day. But now, the tiger was fleeing in panic, rushing into the stream. What kind of thing? Even a tiger has to run for its life? Yifeng swallowed hard, widening his eyes, trying to see clearly. The tiger shook its body, as if trying to shake something off. But as soon as it stepped into the stream, its huge body collapsed into the water, twitching violently. Yifeng noticed that the forest grew silent, no insects, no birds, not even the hooting of owls. A sense of dread welled up in his heart. The next moment, shadows emerged from the forest one after another. They were pitch black, about 1 meter tall. Each one held a long stick, taller than themselves by half. Then one of them suddenly lifted its head and glanced at the tree. Yifeng's mind buzzed. This creature was entirely black, but its eyes glowed green. Soon, more than a dozen of them rushed to the tiger. They threw away their sticks, stretched out their claws, and began tearing at the tiger. In just a few moves, the tiger's tough hide was ripped open, and its organs spilled out, releasing a strong stench of blood. Yifeng covered his mouth to stop himself from retching. Because those shadows were shoving the tiger's entrails into their mouths chaotically. They ate violently, greedily. What were these things? Yifeng was sure he had never seen such creatures before. From their size, they looked like monkeys, but their eyes were green, and they used tools. The scariest part was their claws, razor-sharp, easily cutting through the tiger's hide. Susan, do you recognize these creatures? Yifeng turned his head to ask. Susan's face was pale as she shook her head, one hand pressing against her thigh. What's wrong? Yifeng asked again. I really need to pee, Susan said with difficulty. Yifeng glanced again at the shadows below. They were still eating tiger meat. Who knew how long it would take? Hold on a little longer. Once they're full, they should leave. Yifeng whispered into Susan's ear, afraid to startle the strange creatures below. Susan could only nod, but her face looked terrible. Actually, she had already needed to pee before climbing the tree with Yifeng, but she was too embarrassed to say so. When she finally couldn't hold it anymore, these shadows appeared below. Yifeng looked upstream. About 30 meters away, the shadows showed no sign of moving that direction. That was good. Otherwise, their slender bodies could easily slip through the cracks of the wooden gate. After 10 minutes, those creatures had eaten the huge tiger clean. Only the head, bones, and skin remained. They're done. Just a little longer, Yifeng said, pointing down. Susan didn't answer. Her bladder was so full that even the slightest movement would make it spill. Just as she hopefully watched the shadows below, a despairing sight occurred. The creatures didn't leave. Instead, they began mating under the tree, mostly in pairs, sometimes 3 at once, making Susan's face burn red. Yifeng, I can't wait anymore. I have to go down now, Susan said, preparing to climb down. No. Yifeng grabbed her. There are still so many monsters below. If you really can't hold it, just go here in the tree. I won't look. Hearing that, Susan stopped. But, there's nowhere to squat in the tree. I'm afraid I'll fall. She was at her limit, about to lose control. Susan, if you trust me, take off your safety pants. I'll hold you from behind, just like when your father held you as a child to pee. What do you think? Okay? Yifeng asked, his pants already unbearably strained. Although he tried not to think about that kind of thing, Susan's figure was too good, and he couldn't control himself. What did you say? Susan was about to get angry, but suddenly her eyes widened. Just now, she couldn't hold it anymore and had peed a little in her pants. Fine. But you are not allowed to peek, you must keep your eyes closed, Susan said weakly. Don't worry, I will definitely close my eyes, Yifeng swore to the sky. Below, that group of black shadows still hadn't left, not noticing at all the man and woman talking 20 meters up the banyan tree. All right, turn your front against my back. After Susan said this, her face instantly turned red. In the dim moonlight, Yifeng almost stared blankly. I will sit in your lap now. You must hold my legs in time, otherwise I will fall, Susan whispered, trying to sound reserved, but her voice trembled. The shadows below were still there, not leaving. Finally, he felt a wave of warmth in his lap. Susan had sat down in his embrace. Yifeng quickly held onto her round thighs. I'm going to take off my safety pants now, you must close your eyes. Susan was already at the point of no return, about to wet her pants. Okay. Yifeng agreed, but instead opened his eyes wider. I'm going to start now, are you sure your eyes are closed? Susan tilted her head slightly, her hair brushing Yifeng's chin, a feminine fragrance drifting over. I'm sure, hurry up, Yifeng said. All right? Susan had suffered long enough, and now she could finally let it out. Ah, finally feels good. After 1 minute, Susan was about to pull up her safety pants, but suddenly she and Yifeng were both startled. Below, more than a dozen pairs of glowing green eyes were staring into the sky, as if searching for something. Damn, they must have heard it. Yifeng quickly froze, not daring to move. The two pressed tightly against each other, terrified as they looked below. After about 3 minutes, the green light slowly faded, the monsters withdrew their gaze. Then they used sharp claws to cut off the tiger's head and walked toward the opposite side of the stream. But Yifeng and Susan still didn't dare move, waiting until the creatures had completely gone before stirring. A minute later, wails of spotted hyenas echoed from the forest across the stream. Both exhaled hot breaths at the same time. You take your hands off me, you pervert. Susan quickly got up. Yifeng panicked too and let go. Finally, the two awkwardly separated. But for some reason, Yifeng felt unwilling. And Susan had the same thought. She had never slept with a man before, but she knew what Yifeng had just. If Yifeng had really forced himself on her, would she have submitted? In those movies, when men and women did that, although the woman screamed, no, Susan could hear that their voices were full of pleasure. But soon, she shook her head. Susan, you are the one responsible for protecting Suyun, how can you think like that? The most important thing now was returning to civilized society, not thinking about matters between men and women. Susan, do you know what they say about you in the company? Yifeng couldn't help asking. What do they say about me? Susan asked back. They say, your long teeth will bite people, Yifeng revealed. You want to die? Shut up, or I'll kick you off this tree. Ha ha ha, don't be like that. The atmosphere was too tense just now, I was joking to lighten the mood. You think that kind of joke is suitable for me? All right, my fault, I won't dare next time. Yifeng awkwardly pulled back his gaze, but his pants were already unbearable. Susan was like a tigress, she couldn't be won over in a short time. Hurry up and let the sun rise. After sunrise, if he brought Zhang Yan downstream, maybe the problem with his pants could be solved. Yifeng could feel that whatever he did to Zhang Yan, she would agree. As for Bai Guifen, since her mental state was unstable now, better not. He didn't know how long passed, but finally the sky brightened. Yifeng and Susan slid down from the tree separately. On the stream bank lay 5 or 6 dead wild monkeys. Their bodies were stiff, giving off a strange smell. It was not the smell of rot, nor like feces, but extremely foul. This tiger skin is good. We can take it back and make it into clothing, otherwise in the jungle full of thorns, it's easy to scratch the skin, Yifeng said. Susan nodded and pulled the tiger skin out of the stream. Look, what's this? Susan picked out a 30-centimeter spike from the tiger skin. The spike gave off a fragrance. Yifeng also pulled out the same kind of spike from the wild monkeys' bodies. He smelled it, it was fragrant. I understand now. The tiger and these wild monkeys were killed by these spikes. But a single spike shouldn't be enough to kill such a big animal like a tiger, right? Thinking of this, Yifeng suddenly threw away the spike. Quick, throw it away. It must be highly poisonous. Otherwise, such a thin spike couldn't kill a tiger. Susan was also startled and threw the spike far away. Let's go back. Forget the tiger skin for now. What if the poison can spread through the skin? The two immediately returned to the camp. It was morning now. Long Wu, pale-faced, leaned on a spear, while Li Chang was already lying on the ground, snoring. You're back? Long Wu greeted. Yes. I'll go wake the women in the cave. You two go get some sleep. After saying that, Yifeng went into the cave. But as soon as he entered, his eyes widened. Zhang Yan was sitting with her legs spread, her pants pulled up, her body completely exposed to sight. Oh! Yifeng felt his whole body relax. Wake up, wake up! Yifeng shouted loudly. Zhang Yan was the first to wake. She looked at her skirt, then at Yifeng. In the next moment, a hint of flirtation flashed in her eyes, and she threw him a coquettish glance. Yifeng quickly escaped the cave. Bai Guifen, though awake, was pacing at the cave entrance, muttering to herself as if her mind had already collapsed. Everyone gathered around the campfire. Zhang Yan, it seems something happened to Wong Tao. He probably won't return. So later, we'll go to the beach to dry salt. We need enough salted fish and salted meat. With food reserves, we can then focus on building the shelter. Yifeng said seriously. Zhang Yan glanced at Yifeng's pants, covering her mouth with a giggle. Yes, yes, Chief Yi, I'll listen to you. Ah Feng, if you want to go, then go. What can we do here in camp? Su Yun asked. You all should fix the door again. Seal every gap with wood, don't leave any openings. As for building walls, we'll do that after we've stored enough food. Yifeng said. He had already decided they couldn't rely only on fish. Although fish had nutrition, it couldn't compare with land animals. He wanted to find a chance to go to the lake and hunt wild boars or wild buffalo. Succeeding just once would feed the camp for several days. Otherwise, fishing every day wasted 2 hours, and building the shelter was constantly delayed. After eating, Yifeng set out with Zhang Yan. Ah Feng, be careful on the way, don't let anything happen. Brother Feng, we'll wait here for you to come back. Brother Yi, safe journey. This little brat, does he even know how to talk? The two walked slowly downstream. At first Zhang Yan behaved well. But once they were out of everyone's sight, she became restless. Brother Feng, look, has the wound on my leg healed? Zhang Yan's voice was soft and sweet, full of temptation. Let's go to the beach. I'll check it for you there, Yifeng said, a little impatient. The fire in his belly hadn't gone out. Now teased by Zhang Yan, it flared instantly. Zhang Yan glanced at Yifeng's pants, covering her mouth as she laughed. Brother Feng, before we enter the forest, let's wash ourselves at the beach. You understand, right? Zhang Yan smiled. Fine, I understand. Yifeng nodded. By now, they had walked 4 kilometers downstream. 1 more kilometer, and they would enter the forest. At this moment, Yifeng's expression changed. Zhang Yan, do you feel that everything suddenly became quiet? Yifeng said. Quiet? Zhang Yan had just spoken 2 words when suddenly a large group of animals rushed from downstream. There were deer, buffalo, wild boars, even crocodiles fleeing. The fastest was a leopard. In a few leaps, it landed right in front of Yifeng. Yifeng was startled and raised his spear. But the next second, the leopard leapt past them and continued running upstream. Rumble. The ground shook. Countless animals rushed past the two. They weren't attacking, they were fleeing. From a bend downstream came the wails of wild buffalo. Quick, up the tree! Yifeng realized something. He lifted Zhang Yan's light body and pushed her onto a banyan tree. Then he quickly climbed up himself. Hidden by thick leaves, they concealed their figures. Finally, all the animals ran upstream. Behind them, by the creek, more than a dozen black shadows appeared again. In the sunlight, Yifeng finally saw them clearly. They did look like monkeys, but their eyes shone with a ferocious, venomous light. They walked upright like humans, each holding a stick. At that moment, one monster put its stick in its mouth and blew toward upstream. A spike shot from the stick and hit a wild buffalo right on the rump. The buffalo jumped more than 2 meters high as if burned by hot iron. It ran upstream unwillingly for a few dozen meters, then collapsed with a crash, its hind legs twitching. That's not a stick, that's a blowpipe? Yifeng understood. No wonder even jungle tigers fled from them. They were using blowpipes, and the darts inside were poisoned. What are these things? They look like monkeys, but not exactly. Zhang Yan pressed her soft body tightly against Yifeng. Yifeng pressed his lips together, saying nothing, watching the strange monkeys through the gaps in the branches. Their fur was pitch black like ink. Their palms were like humans, but their nails shone with a dark luster, looking extremely sharp. No wonder they could rip open tiger hide so easily. These creatures must be a new species. Thinking this, Yifeng looked at their tails. The tails were about a meter long, nearly the same as their height. The most terrifying part was at the tip of the tails, a horn-like spike, sharp as an awl. Don't speak. Wait until they leave. Yifeng whispered. Zhang Yan nodded, her body almost melting in Yifeng's arms. That group of strange monkeys was under the tree, eating buffalo meat. In daylight, their way of eating looked even more savage. They were almost swallowing whole, eating until their bellies looked like they were 6 months pregnant before stopping. After finishing the buffalo meat, the dozen black creatures again started mating under the tree. Yifeng suddenly felt a splitting headache. Did these things really only do this after eating? Did they have no other thoughts? Just then, Yifeng heard faint human voices from the forest. Wong Tao, we've been walking so long. Why haven't we reached the stream yet? Don't worry, Boss Ma, the stream is right ahead. You must help me kill that bastard Yifeng. The voices drew closer. Yifeng narrowed his eyes. He saw Wong Tao, that useless man, come to the stream first, even helping to push aside the weeds. Then a middle-aged man came out. After that, footsteps followed, and a dozen men and women appeared at the edge of the stream. Screech, screech, screech. The strange monkeys stopped and turned their fierce gazes on Wong Tao and the others. These monkeys look pretty unusual. Could they be a new species? Ma Xikong stared curiously at the monkeys. But his bodyguard stood warily in front of him. The next moment, one of the strange monkeys raised a blowpipe. What's it doing? Be careful. A dart shot out and struck one of the bodyguards. The bodyguard yanked the dart out. What is? Before he finished 2 words, his face changed, and he fell to the ground, rolling in pain. Bad. The darts are poisoned. Boss Ma, retreat downstream. Another bodyguard shouted, but at that moment, a dart struck his face and chest. He didn't even groan, just collapsed, twitching on the ground. The other 5 bodyguards couldn't hold back any longer. They all pulled out pistols. Yifeng quickly covered Zhang Yan's ears. Bang 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 bang. Several of the strange monkeys were blown apart on the spot. But no red blood came out, only some green liquid. The scariest was one monkey that lost an arm, yet still charged forward fearlessly. From the tree, Yifeng smelled that green liquid, an unbearable stench that almost made him vomit. Zhang Yan couldn't hold back and vomited onto Yifeng's pants. Not good, these things move too fast. Retreat. Gunshots rang nonstop. One bullet even whizzed past right in front of Yifeng's eyes. He forced down his nausea and looked below. The bodyguards had decent aim, but the strange monkeys were more agile. Sometimes they used their blowpipes as poles, vaulting 3 or 4 meters into the air. And in midair, they would put the blowpipe to their mouths, blow, and hit their targets. Their accuracy killed 2 more people. Even Special Forces soldiers might have to call them Big Brother after seeing such skills. Run! The remaining bodyguards fired as they fled downstream. On the ground were only 4 or 5 human corpses and 7 or 8 monkey corpses. Now! Get down from the tree. Yifeng spoke, then helped Zhang Yan down. Pistols! Yifeng's eyes lit up. He picked up a handgun, fully loaded, 7 bullets inside. Zhang Yan also picked up one. This one's full too. Quick, check the others. But only one bodyguard was left, and his gun was already empty. As for the last 2 corpses, they were middle-aged men without weapons. Forget it. 2 guns are already good. Yifeng looked again at the monkey corpses. He jabbed one with his spear. Its body was like dry wood, stiff and hard, without any softness. One monkey's stomach had been blown open, spilling buffalo meat, tiger meat, and other unknown flesh. Let's go, to the sea. Yifeng pulled Zhang Yan into the forest. After running who knew how long, they finally reached the sea. Breathing the salty sea wind, Yifeng wasted no time and immediately began drying seawater. Zhang Yan, however, played with the pistol, her face full of excitement. Be careful, it might go off, Yifeng warned. Don't worry, I've played with guns. As long as the safety's on, it's fine. Zhang Yan said, then pointed the gun at Yifeng. Yifeng's hair stood on end. Damn it. He stormed over, snatched the gun, pulled Zhang Yan into his arms, and smacked her hard on the butt a few times. Dare to point a gun at me again? Yi Feng shouted. Ow, that hurt. Harder. Zhang Yan moaned playfully. Smack 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 smack. Soon Zhang Yan was twisting her body, restlessly reaching for Yi Feng. Brother Yi Feng, didn't you say once we reached the beach, we could? I've never seen pants as ugly as yours. Can I see what's inside? Zhang Yan gave him a sultry look. Not good, I forgot to wash earlier, Yi Feng said awkwardly. The fire in his belly was ignited again by this vixen. What's there to fear? Just wash here. Zhang Yan grabbed his pants, ready to pull them off. Wash in seawater? That's bad. Yi Feng knew seawater was dirtier than urine. Washing in it could cause inflammation. You think seawater is dirty? Then, should I wash it for you? Zhang Yan said, then suddenly pulled harder. The next moment, Yi Feng was completely exposed. Oh my god! Zhang Yan held his pants in one hand, covered her red lips with the other, her eyes full of shock. The next moment, she reluctantly helped him put them back on. Too scary. I'm still weak. Do you want my life? Zhang Yan asked. Last night he endured with Susan, today again with Zhang Yan. He wasn't a monk. Seeing Yi Feng upset, Zhang Yan reached out her hand. How about I use this for you? Forget it, Yi Feng shook his head. Then, how about I use another place to help? Zhang Yan hinted. Is that really okay? Yi Feng was tempted. Stop pretending. Come, behind the reef. Zhang Yan pulled Yi Feng behind the reef. Then she showed her skills. Yi Feng didn't hold back and let her continue. She was indeed quite capable. After a long while, the two came out from the reef, blushing and panting. When we go back, let's find another chance. Once I recover, I'll give myself to you. But here's the trouble, what if you lose control? I don't want to get pregnant. Zhang Yan said awkwardly. He, don't worry. My self-control is very strong. Yi Feng laughed. After drying the salt, Yi Feng looked toward the shallow sea area across. Since eating several white fruits, his eyesight had improved. He saw that on the opposite rock wall, many oysters were clinging. There are oysters, oysters. Yi Feng was overjoyed and waded across. Oysters? I want to go too. Zhang Yan followed behind. After walking 200 meters, they reached the rock wall. It was covered densely with oysters, their shells extremely ugly. Yi Feng picked a large oyster, bigger than a fist. Quick, pry it open with the dagger, Zhang Yan urged. Pooh! It opened. The oyster was fat and tender, white and juicy, just looking at it made one drool. Oysters are called men's gas stations and women's beauty salons, both men and women love to eat them. Especially Yi Feng, who used to often eat grilled oysters in the city. After eating oysters, his body felt like iron, full of energy. These fresh oysters can be eaten raw. After saying this, Yi Feng handed the opened oyster to Zhang Yan. Slurp. Zhang Yan sucked it in one gulp, the milky juice flowing down from her lips. So delicious. Zhang Yan said happily. Yi Feng also pried open an even larger oyster and ate it raw. It was indeed fat and juicy, the salty freshness exploding on his taste buds. He was sure such delicious oysters could never be eaten in the city. The two ate 7 or 8 oysters in a row until they couldn't eat anymore. Yi Feng took off his clothes, tied up both sleeves, and filled them with more than 20 large oysters, preparing to take them back for the women in the cave. As for Li Chang, he wouldn't give him any, in case that guy recovered his male function. But Long Wu was fine. After all, Long Wu was upright, otherwise, he would have already messed with Alice and Chen Li. Let's hurry back, oysters aren't tasty once dead. Zhang Yan smiled, her skin seeming to glow. Yi Feng was about to answer, but suddenly his expression changed. He remembered oysters should grow in brackish water, where fresh and salt water meet. But here it was all seawater. Could it be? You wait here, I'll climb over this rock wall to take a look. With that, Yi Feng, bare-chested like a climbing expert, quickly climbed over the rock wall. On top was dense forest. As soon as he went up, seabirds all flew into the sky, cawing sharply at him. Ignoring the filth, he went deeper into the forest. There was a lot of bird droppings, and many bird eggs. After walking 600 or 700 meters, Yi Feng suddenly heard a great rushing sound of water. He pushed aside branches and looked down, his eyes wide. He saw a huge inland river, dozens of kilometers wide, flowing from the depths of the island into the sea. Two different colored waters met distinctly, yet merged together. At the same time, more and fatter oysters were clinging to the cliff beneath his feet. Such a big river? Yi Feng's eyes widened. Could it be the support of a continent? Not just a deserted island? If he followed this inland river upstream, could he find a human city? Thinking of this, his face sank. He observed the river again. There was a lot of debris in the water, branches, driftwood, and some animal carcasses. He strained his eyes to see the far bank, but within sight, there were no plastic bags or other things from civilized society. This showed that upstream there were no cities or towns. If this really were a continental area of civilization, such a wide river meeting the sea would already have a super city built. Like Shai, Nanjie, Tang-S, all cities built where rivers meet the sea. So it seemed this was truly an uninhabited deserted island, even a giant island. With such water flow, an ordinary small island could not sustain it. Yifeng was now 90% sure this was an undiscovered place. As for why satellites hadn't found it, maybe it had to do with magnetic fields, or things science couldn't explain. Doesn't matter, let's go back. So many women are waiting for me in the cave. Yifeng smiled freely and went back into the forest. On the way down, he even stole 2 bird eggs, making the seabird scream madly. What are you screaming for? Just lay 2 more. Yifeng put the eggs in his pocket and soon went down to the shallow sea. Let's go, Zhang Yan, back home. Yifeng carried the oysters and dried sea salt, Zhang Yan leading the way. They walked for a while, when Yifeng suddenly stopped. Ahead came human voices. Boss Ma, really not going to look for your wife? Wong Tao's voice. What's the point? Didn't you see those monsters still wandering by the stream? When they leave, we'll go upstream and deal with Yifeng on the way. Soon, more than a dozen people appeared ahead. Yifeng and Zhang Yan quickly hid in broad leaves. He roughly counted, Ma Xikong still had 8 men and 5 women. Among the 5 women, there were 2 white women, 1 beautiful black woman, and 2 Asians. In short, their looks weren't bad. After all, following young Boat King, the women he kept by his side couldn't look bad. If their bodies and looks weren't good, wouldn't it be shameful to follow him? Finally, the group passed by and disappeared from sight. Go, back home. Yifeng's face darkened. He really wanted to shoot those people just now. But bullets were too precious. And Ma Xikong's bodyguards surely had better shooting skills than him. It wasn't certain who would kill whom. The main thing was, he had to save bullets for large carnivores, not waste them. Finally, they reached the stream. Zhang Yan hesitated, then stripped off all her clothes and skirt, soaking her whole body in the water. Don't soak, let's go quickly. Yifeng urged. What's the rush? I sweated a lot just now. You should soak too. Zhang Yan lifted one long slender leg from the water, hooking it at Yifeng. That leg seemed to have magic, pulling Yifeng into the stream. The two embraced in the water. Ah! No! Zhang Yan cried out. Yifeng's face flushed red. Damn it! He cursed loudly. But Zhang Yan leaned her body over. What's the rush? When I recover, I'll definitely serve you well. Zhang Yan said with seductive eyes. Yeah, that's true. Yifeng unwillingly touched Zhang Yan up and down. His rough palms left red marks on her delicate skin. Let's go home. After getting dressed, the two started running upstream again. Yifeng felt, maybe it was just an illusion, that the birdsong nearby had become sparse. Also, they didn't meet any large carnivores. Finally, they reached the camp. Long Wu was already awake, carrying a log to plant it into the soil, trying to build a yard. Once the yard was built, the women could move freely inside. Brother Wu. For the first time, Yifeng admired another man. You're back? Long Wu smiled honestly, showing his white teeth. Yes. Your wounds aren't healed yet, don't do heavy work. Leave it to others. Ah Feng, you're back? Brother Yi, it's good you're back. Just now, we met monsters, it was so scary. A group of women gathered around, all wanting to press close to Yifeng. Yifeng helped Alice remove the leaves from her hair, then suddenly asked, Where's Li Chang? Li Chang went behind the waterfall. It's been 2 hours, he hasn't come out. Susan said. Yifeng nodded. This Li Chang was unstable, could he be plotting something? So he picked up a spear and walked behind the waterfall. The roar of water covered Yifeng's footsteps. As soon as he arrived behind the waterfall, Yifeng put down the spear. Li Chang was sitting on the ground, muttering to himself. I'm not even married yet, how did I become a eunuch? Can't I wait to marry and have a child first? Li Chang's voice was full of anxiety and helplessness, making one feel sorry for him. Xiao Chang, you've stayed here for 2 hours, just doing this? Yifeng asked. Li Chang turned around, his whole body giving off a decadent air, no energy at all. Brother Feng, I'm not a man anymore. Woo. Men don't cry easily, unless deeply hurt. Yifeng patted his shoulder. Actually, being a woman isn't so bad. Arg. No, I want to be a man, I want to be a man. Li Chang burst out crying. Brother Feng, can you help me? That day I saw Rimiko with you, my lower body actually got hot for a moment. If you and I watched from the side, maybe I could recover. Li Chang suddenly grabbed Yifeng's arm, eyes burning with crazed eagerness. Before, he reacted just from watching movies, but on this island there was no phone. So he could only watch Yifeng live. Pervert! Yifeng slapped him, then dragged him out. Brother Feng, just help me. I'll just watch secretly. I need a strong visual shock to recover. I don't believe you don't want it. These women, by Guifen, so ripe. Look at Susan, so athletic. Suyun, so elegant. Rimiko too. And it's a special time now. Let me just watch from the side. Li Chang begged. Slap. Yifeng gave him another slap. Because of this bastard's words, Yifeng himself was getting excited. Everyone, come eat oysters. Yifeng pulled Li Chang out, brought the oysters, and the women were instantly overjoyed, each getting one. This is a woman's beauty salon. I want another one. I want two. After distributing the oysters, Yifeng looked at Li Chang. Li Chang, you, get none. What? Li Chang looked unwilling. Yifeng had his reasons. If this pervert ate oysters and recovered, the women in the cave would be in danger. Better to keep him a eunuch. After eating oysters, Yifeng told Longwu to rest, and he began cutting wood, preparing to fence off the cave entrance and part of the stream. In the future, the women could move inside the yard. If tired, they could even bathe there, without facing the dangerous outside world. Men should give women a sense of safety. Then he could be the local emperor. Thinking of the life of 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, Yifeng was full of energy. Just then, thunder rumbled and heavy rain poured down. Everyone hid in the cave, but Yifeng didn't stop. Working in the rain was cooler. The storm washed over his strong body. He carried a log weighing nearly 330 pounds, struggling upstream, his chest rising and falling, veins wriggling on his body. He worked barefoot, so his toes could grip the mud more firmly. At the cave entrance, Susan watched Yifeng in the storm, her eyes deep. Seeing him work so desperately, she felt a pang of pain. After all, everything Yifeng did was for their safety. The storm turned to heavy rain, then to light rain, but continued the whole day without stopping. Yifeng repaired about 10 meters of the yard wall before exhaustion forced him to sit inside the cave. Ah Feng, take off your pants, wear this bare skin, Suyun said, holding the fur, face full of concern. Ah Feng, you're exhausted today. Tonight, let me hold you to sleep, Rimiko stepped forward. Hearts are made of flesh. Yifeng had worked in the storm for their safety, anyone would be moved. Take your pants off. We won't peek. Don't catch cold, Susan said, turning her head aside. Yifeng nodded, took the bare skin, and went deeper into the cave. Soon he looked like a native, only a bare skin wrapped around his lower body. Longwu was disciplined. He laid dry grass at the cave entrance, not squeezing in with the women. He also pulled Li Chang over. The 2 men could huddle together for warmth. As for Yifeng, he wanted to join them, but the women pulled him back. At midnight, the rain hadn't stopped. The temperature dropped to 2 or 3 degrees. Yifeng woke shivering. The women huddled together, their scents filling the air. He hesitated, then pulled Suyun and Ding Tuanchuan into his arms. These 2 were the youngest, most delicate, easiest to catch cold. If they fell ill, on this island it could be fatal. Ding Tuanchuan's furrowed brows relaxed, Suyun hugged Yifeng's neck in return. Yifeng turned his head and saw Li Chang also curled into Longwu's arms, their posture rather strange. Morning came quickly. Yifeng looked out of the cave at the rainy sky, his face dark. Didn't expect it had turned into the rainy season, and they still hadn't stored enough food. Didn't this mean they would have to hunt in the rain later? And in the rainy season, animals wouldn't come to the stream to drink water, so the prey near the stream would keep decreasing. No, this won't do. We can't just shrink back in the cave. We must find a way to store food. Thinking of this, Yifeng stood up and looked at the salted meat hanging at the cave entrance. There was less than 110 pounds left. With 10 people, they could eat about 33 pounds a day, and in 3 days it would all be gone. The trout in the stream had already disappeared. After all, their mission was to lay eggs, then feed the eggs with their bodies, and finally die collectively. The 7 women were still asleep, so Yifeng didn't wake them. He just sat at the cave entrance, staring outside. Staying here long-term seemed impossible. If it really didn't work, they could move to another camp. For example, that huge inland river was a good choice. Build a medium-sized boat, big enough for 10 people, then store enough food on it. From then on, they could treat the boat as a mobile home. If danger came, they could escape. If there was no danger, they could tie the boat by the shore, sing and dance on the deck, do some group activities. After a while, everyone woke up one after another. It's so cold even during the day today. Ding Tuanchuan curled up into a ball. Yifeng also felt it was only about 10 degrees now, and they were all wearing just thin clothes. Let's make a fire in the cave, then cut some bamboo and lead the smoke outside. Longwu said, shivering all over, his wounds still not healed. All right, I'll cut bamboo. Yifeng said, then took off the bare skin, wearing only shorts, and rushed into the cold drizzle. They spent the whole day making the smoke pipe. At last, the women could wear thin clothes in the cave, because the smoke was vented out but the warmth stayed in. Thank you, Ah Feng. Just then, Susan spoke up. Thank you, Brother Yifeng. Brother Feng. Everyone in the cave called Yifeng brother, including Long Wu and Li Chang. But Yifeng called Long Wu Brother Wu. Whatever, each had their own way. Since you all call me brother, I'm grateful. Now let's plan again. It's time to hunt buffalo, crocodiles, and the like. We can skin them to make leather clothes and pants for you. It should be autumn now. When winter comes, thin clothes won't be enough to survive. Yifeng said seriously. When the rain stops, I'll go with you. Crocodile and buffalo meat can also be made into jerky to store. Long Wu said. No. There are only 2 men here. One must stay to guard the home. Otherwise, if the cave is full of only women, they can't resist danger. Yifeng replied. Brother Feng, I'm a man too. Li Chang protested. Sorry, just a habitual way of thinking. Yifeng quickly apologized. Ding Tuanchuan laughed, but immediately met Li Chang's angry glare. She quickly covered her mouth, her big eyes darting around. On the beach, Ma Xikong's group was hiding under a reef. But with wind and rain, raindrops often blew onto them. Achoo! Wong Tao sneezed, his nose running. The others weren't much better. Not good, Lena has a fever. A white woman said anxiously. Ma Xikong immediately went to Lena's side and felt her forehead. What do we do? The women looked at Ma Xikong. What can I do? It depends on her own immunity. If she can't hold on, we'll have to abandon her. Everyone can barely protect themselves now. Ma Xikong said coldly. Half-conscious, Lena heard this and a trace of despair flashed across her face. She coughed violently twice. Ma Xikong was startled and quickly backed a few steps. This cold isn't contagious, right? If not, throw her into the forest, don't let her stay with us. Ma Xikong added. But Lena is a physics PhD. She's followed you for 3 years. Is it really okay to abandon her like this? The white woman questioned. Bah! In my company I have thousands of executives who've been with me over 10 years. Do I take care of each of them? Besides, is a physics PhD that impressive? My company doesn't lack educated talent. After saying this, Ma Xikong signaled to his 2 bodyguards. These were his last bodyguards. Though their guns had no bullets, they were strong and loyal. Wait! Boss Ma, since this woman's going to be thrown away anyway, why not let me have some fun first? Wong Tao suddenly said with excitement. Do as you like. Ma Xikong replied, staying far from Lena, afraid of infection. Wong Tao was so excited his hair stood up. Limping, he walked toward Lena. But after a while, he let out a roar of frustration. Get up, get up! His thigh had been stabbed by Yifeng before, bleeding a lot, and with constant hunger, he had temporarily become impotent. Ha ha ha, if you can't, forget it. Hurry and throw that woman away. Ma Xikong said. Boss Ma, in that case, the 5 of us sisters will leave together. We can't abandon Lena. The white woman said. No. You 4 stay obediently here. At night you'll be my bed warmers, and someone to warm my feet. Ma Xikong ordered, and the bodyguards blocked the women. Anna, don't beg him. I'll go myself. You must live well. Lena's face was flushed with fever. Forcing herself up, she staggered into the rain and disappeared miserably. Yifeng, with a pistol at his waist and a stone axe in hand, was cutting trees desperately downstream. There were many trees upstream too, but finding suitable material was hard. It had to be the right thickness, straight, and with strong wood. So Yifeng had already gone 4 kilometers downstream. Here there were many old trees, dense and solid, of proper size. The other trees were mostly tropical evergreens, growing too fast, making the wood brittle and unsuitable for fences. Boom! An old tree fell in the rain. Yifeng picked up the stone axe again and stripped all its branches. The tree was over 30 feet long, only as thick as a thigh, but weighed nearly 550 pounds. Yifeng sank into a horse stance, muscles bulging, and lifted the tree onto his shoulder. Go home. He exhaled heavily, struggling upstream. The stream banks had turned to mud. Each step sank a foot deep. That was fine too, it made his stance more stable. Yifeng narrowed his eyes, threw the log down, and quickly ran into the bamboo forest. There, in the bamboo grove, lay a white woman, barely breathing. Even though she had fainted, she still had a trace of calmness in her temperament. She wore a large pair of gold-rimmed glasses on her face, looking dignified and intellectual like a university professor. Yifeng glanced at the log behind him, then looked at this white woman. Forget it, I'll come back for the log later. I'd better take this woman back to the cave first. It'd be a shame if she died. Muttering to himself, he picked up the white woman in his arms, trying his best to shield her from the continuous drizzle with his body. On the way, Yifeng also picked a few herbs to reduce fever. Whether she could be saved or not would depend on fate. Although Lena was unconscious, she could still feel a strong man carrying her while running in the rain. At that moment, a tear actually fell from the corner of her eye, but it was quickly washed away by the rain. Finally, they reached the cave. Yifeng rushed in carrying Lena. These herbs need to be simmered over a low flame. Boil 5 bowls of water down to 1 bowl, then let it cool before feeding it to her. Yifeng said. Okay, I'll do it. Raimaizi got busy. She seemed very interested in traditional Chinese medicine. Bye. There's still a log downstream I haven't brought back. After saying that, Yifeng disappeared into the light rain. Suyun leaned against the door, watching in the direction Yifeng had gone, with a trace of worry on her face. She didn't know when it started, but she had begun to feel anxious, afraid that Yifeng might never return. Although Longwu seemed fine, he didn't have much of a mind of his own. But whatever Yifeng told him to do, he did it well. His execution was strong. The cave was warm. The women took off all of Lena's clothes and covered her with bare skin. Raimaizi finally finished brewing the herbal medicine, held Lena in her soft arms, and fed it to her bit by bit. 2 hours later, Lena woke up. Although still weak, she felt her body slowly recovering. I'll go make her some meat soup. Susan took a helmet and went off to work. Where am I? Lena asked. You're awake. That's great, foreign sister. This is our big brother Yifeng's camp. You looked really scary just now, like you were dead. It was big brother Yifeng who carried you back in the rain and even picked herbs to reduce your fever. Then, the women explained the situation to Lena and described Yifeng as an upright and capable warrior. His name is Yifeng? That's great. I still have 4 sisters with Ma Xikong. Ma Xikong is just awful. At night, he makes us women warm his feet and uses us like cushions. Back in civilized society, I thought he was a successful entrepreneur, a gentle person. But on this deserted island, his true nature has been completely exposed. Can you help me bring my 4 sisters here too? Lena asked. Raimaizi's whole body trembled when she heard this, her expression extremely complicated. This, we can't promise you. We have to wait for our leader to come back. Longwu muttered from the side. Lena. At this moment, Li Chang's eyes rolled. Hey beautiful, can I take a look at your body? Maybe it'll stimulate mine. Drop dead. Susan slapped him to the ground. Yifeng's legs were trembling as he carried hundreds of pounds of logs upstream. He had to rest every now and then. It wasn't because he lacked strength, but he needed to conserve energy in case of sudden danger. Also, he had slipped downstream earlier and scraped his knee. At this moment, he truly felt how difficult life must have been for his ancestors millions of years ago. They had to survive, fend off wild beasts, and reproduce. Bang! A gunshot rang out from downstream. Yifeng was shocked. He quickly threw down the log and looked cautiously downstream. Sure enough, it was that group led by Wong Tao. And the one who fired was Ma Xikong. Damn, I have a gun too. Yifeng hid behind a rock and fired 2 shots at Ma Xikong. Unfortunately, his aim was terrible, both shots went into the sky. It was his first time using a gun, and he didn't know its mechanics. When firing, you need to press downward a little, or else the bullets will rise. Now, Yifeng only had 5 bullets left. Damn, that guy has a gun too. Ma Xikong was shocked and quickly hid behind the crowd. Yifeng, you're dead. We have more people, and I know where your camp is. Wang Tao shouted from the bamboo forest. Yifeng squinted his eyes and aimed at the bamboo forest. But he was reluctant to waste another bullet. Wang Tao, you damn bastard, I should have killed you long ago. Yifeng cursed from behind the rock. That's because you're stupid, hee hee. Now you're out in the open and we're in the dark. Unless you give up that cave, we'll definitely kill you. Wang Tao said maliciously. Yifeng's face changed. Wang Tao's group was like stray dogs, with no fixed camp. But he had a fixed cave. They could attack him anytime. That would be a big problem, unless he could kill them all or make them run out of bullets. Thinking of this, Yifeng picked up a rock, mimicking a movie scene, and threw it aside to lure Ma Xikong into firing. However, Ma Xikong wasn't stupid. He didn't shoot. Yifeng hesitated, then took off his shorts and used a stick to raise them over the rock. Still, no gunfire. Damn, so sneaky. Yifeng sighed. He couldn't just stay there. He had to get back to the camp to warn the women. Otherwise, Ma Xikong's group might bypass him and attack the camp directly. Longwu and Susan had some fighting ability, but they'd be at a big disadvantage if caught off guard. Thinking of this, Yifeng suddenly ran in a zigzag pattern upstream. He ran left and right. Bang! While running, something suddenly hit him in the back. Damn! I got shot? Yifeng only felt a sharp pain in his back but didn't fall. Instead, he sped up and continued running upstream. After running 2 kilometers, Yifeng finally felt the wound swelling and hurting badly, his energy slowly draining. Panting, he sat down and touched his back. Red blood loss was making his strength drop fast. Gritting his teeth, Yifeng dug out a piece of bark with his finger and stuffed it into the wound to stop the bleeding. But the pain nearly made him faint. Ha! 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 Yifeng gasped, continuing to run upward, his breath growing colder. Bang! Another shot rang out behind him, grazing his arm and leaving a bloody scratch. He didn't expect Ma Xikong's aim to be so accurate. Gritting his teeth, he kept sprinting upstream. Run, run! Yifeng vaguely saw the camp. Longwu, Susan! Yifeng shouted. Everyone in the cave rushed out. Ah! You're bleeding? Suyun was the first to run over and helped Yifeng into the cave. I don't have time to bleed. Longwu, Wong Tao's people showed up downstream. One of them is a sharpshooter. Now, I want you to find a tree downstream and hide. When you see them coming, focus on shooting the one with the pistol. Yifeng said anxiously. Got it. Longwu took the pistol and rushed into the light rain. Susan looked at the pistol on her body again. There were 2 pistols total on Yifeng's side. The other one had been given to Susan. I'll hide behind the waterfall. If anyone gets close to the cave, I'll kill them all. Susan didn't wait for Yifeng's orders and also rushed into the rain. Tuan Tuan, take the compound bow and keep an eye on the cave entrance. When the enemy gets close, shoot without mercy. Yifeng sat on the bear skin. Lena had already opened her eyes and was curiously watching Yifeng. Brother Feng, I'm a man too. I can do something. Tell me, what should I do? Li Chang asked, holding a spear. You. Yifeng had just started speaking when everything went black in front of him, and he passed out. No one knew how much time had passed before a gunshot woke Yifeng. He opened his eyes and looked downstream. It was completely dark, with only a few stars in the sky. Judging from the direction of the shot, it was Longwu who had fired. Damn! Yifeng tried to get up, but his back hurt badly. However, a strange energy was repairing his wound. Ah! You're finally awake. Raimaizi shouted. She was holding Yifeng's head in her arms. The other women all came over too, as if they had found their backbone. When I passed out, did you take out the bullet? Yifeng asked. No. We didn't have the tools. Suyun said. All right then. Where's Li Chang? Why isn't he in the cave? Yifeng asked again. Li Chang took the other compound bow and went downstream. He said he's a man and needs to contribute to the team. Suyun said. Yifeng felt comforted. It seemed saving Li Chang back then had been the right decision. Tuan Tuan, give me the compound bow. I'll go take a look downstream. No. You're seriously injured. What if you die? Ding Tuan Tuan shook her head forcefully. Give it here. Yifeng snatched the compound bow and walked downstream under the starlight. As soon as he got downstream, he saw Li Chang holding a bow and arrow, hiding behind a rock. He looked back and wiped the rain from his face. Brother Feng, you're amazing. You've already recovered? Li Chang said in shock. Yifeng nodded and hid behind the rock with Li Chang. Where's Brother Wu? Yifeng asked. There. Li Chang pointed at a banyan tree by the stream. A branch was swaying, it was Longwu signaling them. Nice job. Where are the bad guys? They got shot by Brother Wu just now and ran further downstream, but probably not too far. Li Chang said. Good. Nicely done. You stay here and keep watch. After speaking, Yifeng returned to the cave. Although his wound didn't hurt as much, the bullet inside the flesh still made him very uncomfortable when he moved. Your name is Yifeng? You're the one who saved me. Lena suddenly walked over. She was still a little dizzy, but mostly recovered. Yes. Didn't expect you to survive. Your immunity is strong. Yifeng smiled. My name is Lena, I'm German. Thank you for saving me. Lena finished speaking and extended her hand to Yifeng. Not bad. Yifeng nodded, and suddenly remembered something. He recalled finding a notebook on a corpse. It was written in German. If Lena was German, she must know German. Lena, here, help me read what's written on this. Yifeng said and opened his suitcase, handing over the notebook. Lena quickly took the notebook. Her lips moved as she read a section of German aloud. But halfway through, her face changed drastically. What is it? Yifeng was startled. Lena didn't answer and kept flipping through the notebook. Her expression grew uglier with each page. No. Impossible. This isn't right. Is this notebook fake? Lena's fingers loosened and the notebook fell to the ground. What's going on? Yifeng grabbed Lena's shoulders. Me? Lena's eyes suddenly rolled back and she fainted. Sigh. Looks like she's not fully recovered. That notebook probably contains something terrifying. Take good care of her. We'll ask again when she wakes up. Yifeng sighed. That night, Yifeng didn't dare sleep. He forced himself to sit at the cave entrance. The sky soon brightened, and the light rain hadn't stopped. Li Chang came back. After eating a piece of roasted meat, he wrapped another piece in leaves and ran downstream again, to bring it to Long Wu. After a while, Susan also returned, looking exhausted. Sis, eat something. Suyun handed her a piece of roasted meat. After eating, Susan rested a bit in the cave and then went back behind the waterfall. Yifeng felt bad watching this, but there was no other way. In extraordinary times, everyone had to do their part. Time passed to noon. Yifeng lay on the bear skin. Behind him, Susan was sharpening a knife. Susan, please be gentle. Be soft, thank you. Yifeng bit on a stick, eyes full of fear. Susan pursed her lips and said nothing. She heated the dagger over the fire, considering it sterilized. Removing a bullet is more painful than getting shot. In past wars, many soldiers didn't die from the bullet itself, but from the pain of having it removed. Alice suddenly walked over, her white thighs facing Yifeng. Yifeng, want to see my body? I can show you. Hearing this, Yifeng's eyes instantly locked on her. At least half his fear of the bullet removal was gone. All right then. Yifeng stared carefully at Alice's legs. Alice leaned against the stone wall in a sexy pose, right in Yifeng's line of sight. All the blood in Yifeng's body rushed down. His eyes turned red. Behind him, Susan didn't hesitate, she cut open the wound with a knife. Whoa! Ah! Yifeng had just started to enjoy the view when he screamed in pain. Then, he felt Susan's fingers digging into his wound. Large drops of sweat dripped from Yifeng's forehead. Ah Feng, I'll show you too. Suyun couldn't care about being reserved anymore and suddenly unbuttoned her clothes. Yifeng felt that it didn't seem so painful anymore. Brother Feng, do you want to look here? Ding Tuan Tuan walked over and shook her chubby face in front of Yifeng. It was indeed cute and brought peace to Yifeng's heart. Each of the women used their own way to help Yifeng ease the pain. At that moment, Yifeng felt someone lying flat next to him. It was Lena. Lena looked deeply into Yifeng's eyes, then suddenly leaned in. She skillfully teased Yifeng's taste buds, causing a large amount of dopamine to flood his system. Pop! It sounded like a wine cork being pulled. Susan dug a bullet out from Yifeng's wound. The bullet had deformed and was covered in blood. Hurry, stop the bleeding. Susan said. Raimaizi chewed up the herbal medicine Yifeng had prepared earlier, spat it onto the wound, then took off her small shorts from the wooden door and tied them around Yifeng's waist. Pop! At the same time, Lena also pulled away from Yifeng. Yifeng's lips turned pale, and he lay sideways on the bear skin. Ah Feng, you're too weak. You need to drink something pure. Raimaizi placed Yifeng's head on her thighs. In the next moment, Yifeng drank the tonic and peacefully fell asleep. This time, he slept until the afternoon. He felt that the wound on his back no longer hurt, but was very itchy. That strange energy was incredible, with top-level healing ability. 2 kilometers downstream, Wong Tao and the others were hiding under a big tree from the rain, but they were still soaked like drowned rats. As for fire, they couldn't even start one. With no shelter from the rain, any fire lit would be soaked right away. I'm so hungry. Ma Xikong touched his belly. The hungrier he was, the colder he felt. He sensed that his body temperature had dropped by several degrees. Evening was approaching, and the temperature would only get lower. Boss Ma, how about this? We make peace with Yifeng. You've got the world's top shipbuilding and navigation engineers. I bet they want to build a ship to go home too. We can use our identity as engineers to move into Yifeng's cave, then find a chance to wipe them all out, Wang Tao suggested. Everyone looked up. Clearly, they were tempted. After all, being soaked outside for so long, maybe they could hold on for a few days, but a week? After a week, everyone would catch a cold and die miserably on this deserted island. But they have guns. Who's willing to go negotiate? Just as Ma Xikong finished speaking, swish, all eyes turned to Wang Tao. No way. I have a grudge with Yifeng. He might shoot me the moment he sees me. If it really can't be done, send a woman to negotiate. Yifeng is a pervert, he won't kill a woman. Wang Tao looked at Anna. At the cave entrance, Yifeng leaned against Raimaizi's lap, admiring the light rain outside. The other women were gathered around the fire, occasionally laughing softly. They didn't say it out loud, but in their hearts, they had all agreed to serve Yifeng together. This life was just too enjoyable. Yifeng thought, I must protect this hard-earned life. Once I recover, I'll build the courtyard. But Yi Feng also had another idea, to build a medium-sized boat, with a deck, cabin, and storage room. That way, it would be a mobile shelter. Ah Feng, I want to ask you a favor. Rimai suddenly whispered. What favor? Yi Feng asked. I know my husband is just downstream, and he even shot you. I deeply apologize for that. But you know what? I can't meet him now, I have no children. Without a child, he won't value me. So I want to ask you for a favor, get me pregnant. In 2 years, I'll return with our child to inherit the Ma family's business. Rimai suddenly revealed a plan that stunned Yi Feng. You? Is that even okay? Yi Feng almost dropped his jaw. The other women in the cave didn't hear their conversation. Why not? Do you think I like a 40-year-old man? I only married him for the family fortune. The little ship king is worth hundreds of billions. If it works out, I'll be rich forever. Of course, our child too. Are you willing to help me get pregnant? Rimai asked. Well, the Ma family is so powerful. They'll probably do blood testing or DNA testing. You won't be able to hide it. Yi Feng said. No, I have a way. I forgot to tell you, I also have another identity, a master's degree in genetics. Rimai said. A master's in genetics? Impressive. Yi Feng gave her a thumbs up. To be honest, he was a bit tempted. Ah Feng, don't hesitate. I studied genetics. I know how to stir up all your energy and blood to give you an experience like never before. How about that? Rimai's eyes sparkled seductively as she spoke. Although this feels kind of immoral, Ma Xikong shot me, I have to get revenge. All right then, once I recover, we'll start. Yi Feng said seriously. Giggle. Rimai covered her mouth and laughed. Just then, Li Chang's voice came from downstream. Brother Feng, come quick. There's a woman here for negotiations. Her name's Anna. Hearing that, Yi Feng immediately stood up. And inside the cave, Lena also stood up. What are you doing? Yi Feng looked back. Anna is my best friend. I'm going with you. So, the two of them walked over to where Li Chang was and peeked downstream. In the bamboo forest stood a woman. Our brother Feng is here. Say what you need to say, Li Chang shouted loudly. Mr. Yi Feng, our boss Ma sent me to negotiate. We have shipbuilding engineers, and you have a camp. We want to rest at your camp. At the same time, we'll help you return to civilized society. Please respond quickly. We can't make a fire. We're very hungry and cold, Anna said weakly. Sorry, I have no plans to go home right now. You'd better go back, Yi Feng said leisurely. He had thought Ma Xikong was living comfortably, but it turned out they were all soaked. Perfect, he could use this light rain to torture them half to death, then take his time to finish them off. Anna, it's me. I'm Lena. Lena suddenly stood up and waved at Anna. Huh? You're still alive? Anna was overjoyed and wanted to run over, but she remembered her position downstream and the gun pointed at her back. Anna, come over here. I've got food and a place to stay. Yi Feng is very nice and takes good care of people, Lena shouted. Anna showed a slight smile. As long as her sister was doing well, it was fine. It was just a pity that she herself had to continue following Ma Xikong. Sorry, there's a gun pointed at my back, Anna said. The three of them, Yi Feng and the others, immediately ducked their heads. Damn it, Ma Xikong. You're not even sincere. I think we're done here, Yi Feng said, ready to leave with the two women. At that moment, a man's voice came from the bamboo forest. Our boss Ma said he's very sincere. You must want to ride our boat home too, right? It's beneficial for us to work together. One of the bodyguards was relaying the message. Ma Xikong was too scared to expose his position. That's true. But if I don't let you into the cave, you'll all freeze to death. Oh right, you can't make fire, right? Then you can't roast meat. Within a week, you'll all starve to death, Yi Feng said coldly from behind a rock. Yi Feng, please don't go too far. How about this, give us one meal first. After we eat, we'll continue negotiating. Ma Xikong finally spoke, but he was hiding behind a huge rock, guarded by others on both sides. Provide food? Me? Yi Feng was about to retort when he suddenly had an idea. Ma Xikong, how big a ship can you build? Yi Feng asked. Given the island's conditions, we can build a ship with a maximum of 20 tons displacement, but we need everyone to work together. The one who replied wasn't Ma Xikong, but another man, probably an engineer. How long would it take? Yi Feng asked again. With axes and saws, and if everyone goes all out, about 5 months. But since there's nothing on this island, it'll take 2 to 3 years. Yi Feng was instantly tempted. He really wanted to build a ship, but not to go home. He wanted to sail into the inland river, go upstream, and enjoy life on the boat with a few women. I can provide food, but you can't come into the cave. That's the biggest concession I can make. After all, there are too many of you, and I'm scared, Yifeng said. What? Not come into the cave? You want us to keep standing in the rain? Wang Tao was furious. He was starving and freezing and could barely hold on. Ma Xikong's face twitched, rage boiling inside him. Back in the civilized world, people begged him for negotiations. He never thought that on a deserted island, he'd be crushed by Yifeng. Your name is Yifeng, right? I admire you. When we get back, I'll make you a general manager at one of my branches, annual salary, 5 million. How about it? Ma Xikong shouted. Yifeng sneered. Thanks for the offer, Boss Ma, but I'm just a rough guy. I probably can't handle such a high position. Don't play that card. Are you accepting the deal or not? I'll only provide cooked food. As for entering the cave, forget about it. And eating my food comes at a price. I'll secretly observe your progress every day. If I see you slacking, sorry, I'll cut off your food, and you can freeze and starve. Yifeng said bluntly. Downstream fell silent. Clearly, they were discussing. Yifeng, give us one hot meal first. After we eat, we'll negotiate properly, Ma Xikong said. Either agree now or flip the table. Those are your only two options, Yifeng said coldly. These guys were too sneaky. He'd never let them into the cave. As for hot food, it would be limited, just enough to keep them from dying. Because once humans are full, 70% of their energy goes to the brain, and those brains would surely start plotting. Another silence downstream. Fine. I agree, Ma Xikong said in a low voice. Yifeng could hear the fury in his tone. Ha ha ha, now we're talking. Wait a sec, I'll get your food ready. After you eat, rest in the rain tonight. Start building the ship tomorrow. Don't think you can fool a layman. If I catch you slacking, I won't work with you again. After saying that, Yifeng took Lina back into the cave. Prepare some roasted meat, not too much. At his command, the women got busy. Yifeng wrapped the hot meat in leaves and slowly walked downstream. Li Chang, you deliver the meat. Huh? Brother Feng, what if they shoot me? They won't. One hot meal is different from every meal being hot, they can tell the difference. All right then. Li Chang finally delivered the food and ran back quickly. Damn, that scared me to death. Li Chang patted his chest, surprisingly making a feminine gesture. He seemed to realize it and quickly switched to hands on his hips, trying to look more manly. But it made him look even more feminine. Yifeng felt a chill in his heart. You stay here. I'm going home. Back in the cave, Yifeng slowly fell asleep eating from Raimaizi's grain store. His body was strong to begin with, and the white fruit helped, otherwise, he couldn't have endured the pain of bullet removal. This sleep was uneasy. Half awake, half asleep, he endured until dawn. Li Chang came back, looking exhausted and sneezing. Li Chang, rest now. It's my turn for watch. Yifeng forced himself to get up. I'll go. Ding Tuan Tuan picked up the compound bow. Forget it, will you? Yifeng sighed. He didn't trust Ding Tuan Tuan at all. I'll go. Alice took the compound bow and disappeared into the light rain. Yifeng hesitated for a moment, then followed into the drizzle. At the downstream location, Ma Xikong's group didn't make a sound. Yifeng couldn't hold back anymore. Ma Xikong, didn't you say you were building a ship? Get moving, or you won't get breakfast. After Yifeng's words, a bald man and a middle-aged man finally appeared. Each held a wooden stick and began drawing the shape of a ship on the ground. Yifeng nodded, then suddenly said, Ma Xikong, have your two bodyguards go hunt something. I'll roast it for you, but I'm taking half as tax. Fuck your mother. A roar came from downstream, it was Ma Xikong. At that moment, Ma Xikong was looking upstream through the leaves, rainwater pouring into his eyes. Yifeng only provided one cooked meal, and now they had to build a ship and go hunting too. He had been a boss for so many years and had never suffered such a loss. His chest was filled with anger. When I get the chance, I'll chop Yifeng into meat paste, Ma Xikong gritted his teeth. Behind him, four women exchanged glances, their eyes full of longing as they looked upstream. How they wished they could enter Yifeng's camp, to enjoy a warm cave and eat hot roasted meat, just like Lina. Huh? You four bitches, what are you looking at? Thinking of running to Yifeng's camp? Ma Xikong roared. Although selfish and greedy, he was very smart and could see through people's thoughts clearly. No, Boss Ma, why would you think that? Anna was startled. Don't play tricks with me. If anyone dares to run, I'll shoot her. With that, Ma Xikong patted the pistol on his waist. Boss Ma, should we go hunting? A bodyguard asked. Faced with his bodyguards, Ma Xikong's attitude softened. Xiao Fan, please go hunt. Lao Yang, stay with me for protection. When we get back, I won't treat you too badly, Ma Xikong said politely. Though brutal, he understood the situation. His men hadn't betrayed him yet because he had 2 loyal bodyguards and a pistol in his hands. Yes, Boss Ma. The bodyguard named Xiao Fan went into the jungle with a bamboo spear. Yi Feng waited in the cave for a long time until Li Chang returned, dragging the carcass of a small water buffalo with Ma Sikong's bodyguard. Great! Quick, help out! A group of people rushed out of the cave, bled the buffalo in the rain, and Susan personally butchered it. As for the bodyguard, he gave the cave a deep look, then reluctantly walked back downstream. Susan's knife skills were good, and she peeled the hide bit by bit. This time, Suyun didn't vomit. She bravely watched the dissection. People improve, she was no exception. The little bootlicker ran to the corpse and kept licking the blood on the ground. Yi Feng frowned. The little dog had grown too fast. When he first found it, it was like a cat. Now it looked like a dog. By noon, Yi Feng returned to the downstream area. He saw several men laying wood and bamboo on the ground, forming an outline of a ship, and started staking it down. Yi Feng nodded with satisfaction and went back to prepare hot food for them. The rain continued for a week. At the downstream site, several engineers were silently working on the keel. The keel was made from a giant log 15 meters long and over a meter in diameter. It had many small holes drilled into it for attaching ribs. Once the ribs were in place, the ship's base was set. Next would be the smaller tasks, building the hull, sides, deck, middle cabin, upper cabin, mast, and sails. The women over there weren't idle either. They used bamboo bark to weave canvas. At that moment, a bald man suddenly collapsed. Something's wrong, Boss Ma. Engineer Chang fainted. The engineers shouted. Yi Feng watched everything from behind a rock but didn't move. Soon, 2 bodyguards carried the bald man to the downstream area. Yi Feng, our chief engineer, fainted. Can we enter your cave now? Otherwise, if he dies, who's going to build the ship? Ma Sikong shouted from downstream. Yi Feng and Li Chang exchanged a look. Okay, but everyone on your side must take off all their clothes, raise their hands, and walk out, including you. Yi Feng shouted back. Yi! Don't go too far. If we give up our weapons, aren't we your slaves? If you insist on doing this, what if we all rush at you? Can you guarantee to kill us all? Ma Sikong roared. You can try. Yi Feng raised his pistol. In the banyan tree beside him, Long Wu clicked off the safety on his weapon. Fine, Yi Feng, I'll take a step back. You bring Engineer Cheng into the cave and let him recover. Ma Sikong calmed down quickly. All right. Send 2 women to carry him over, Yi Feng said. Think I don't know your little tricks? Trying to steal my people? Right after Ma Sikong's voice faded, a bodyguard carried the bald man upstream. Yi Feng sighed. He had hoped to rescue 2 more women, but Ma Sikong wasn't falling for it. Clearly, these rich people were sharp. Brother Feng, Boss Ma sent me with the man, the bodyguard said seriously. No matter what, Yi Feng was the leader here, so the bodyguard still called him brother. Xiao Fan, you, go back. Yi Feng had wanted to poach him, but was afraid of letting in a threat, so he gave up. Then, Yi Feng carried the bald man into the cave. Clean him up and make some meat soup for him, Yi Feng said. The women got busy. Downstream, Wong Tao was also sent out to cut wood. Yi Feng hesitated, then picked up a bow and arrow in the cave. Everyone, come here. Learn archery. Each person must shoot 100 arrows today before resting. Then he drew the bow. With a twang, an arrow pierced the big tree outside the cave. The women realized how dangerous the island was and came over to practice. At night, the bald man woke up. Is this heaven? The bald man looked around at the beautiful women, the warm cave, the soft bed. If the ship isn't finished in 6 months, this place will become hell, Yi Feng said coldly. The engineer sat up, shook his head, and smiled bitterly. It's no use. There are no nails here, we can't build a ship. We only started this to get your food. Huh? Weren't you using mortise and tenon joints? Yi Feng's heart sank. Was the past 8 to 9 days of effort all for nothing? Mortise and tenon structure is fine for making furniture and small wooden huts, the bald man shook his head, but you need to understand, this is a ship over 10 meters long. It has to go out to sea. A single wave could break it apart if it's not fixed with iron nails. Actually, you don't even need waves, just the weight of the deck, mast, and cabin will deform the joints. Yi Feng fell silent. He had thought he wouldn't have to do such time-consuming work, but now it seemed unavoidable. You mean, as long as there are iron nails, the ship can be built? Yi Feng asked. Not necessarily. It would be best to have an axe, saw, and drill too. Otherwise, it would be too slow, the bald man said. The women exchanged glances, their faces showing helplessness and despair. If they really couldn't build the ship, they'd have to live on the island as primitives. But they still had families in civilized society. Yifeng looked at the women's faces and slowly said, I have a way to smelt iron. You rest for 2 days, and once you're better, keep working. Start by making parts. Leave the nails to me. You can get iron? You're not planning to melt this dagger and gun, are you? The bald man asked. No. Just rest. I'm going to work. Yifeng finished speaking and went to the stream with his tools. He picked some red-colored clay, smelled it by his nose, kept the suitable ones in a helmet, and threw away the unsuitable ones. By around 10 in the evening, Yifeng finally returned. The cave was now filled with several hundred pounds of red clay. Ah Feng, what's all this mud for? Aren't you looking for iron? Susan asked. She now called him Ah Feng. This kind of soil contains a lot of iron bacteria. Just watch and see. Yifeng smiled confidently. Ding Tuan Tuan quickly gathered around. She admired Yifeng a lot now. In her eyes, Yifeng seemed capable of anything. At the river's edge, Ma Dong crawled out of a giant cave, eyes filled with murderous intent. On his shoulder were 2 old-style rifles and a rusty axe, 3 pistols at his waist, and a khaki bag on his back. As he walked, the bag clinked with metal. Ha ha ha, Yifeng and that bitch Susan, thank the heavens, I actually found so many weapons. This time, I'll kill you all. Ma Dong laughed loudly. At that moment, a herd of water buffalo was rolling in the river. Ma Dong was startled at first, then touched the rifle on his back. You'll be the first to test my gun. He chambered a bullet and pulled back the bolt. Bang! The rifle had powerful penetration. He easily killed 5 or 6 water buffalo. The rest ran to the center of the river. Ha ha ha, dinner time. Ma Dong sat beside a buffalo, placed the rifle within reach, and gnawed on a barely cooked steak. He couldn't make a fire in the light rain. Yifeng worked all night and finally picked out a thumb-sized chunk of rough iron from the charcoal pile. Awesome! Brother Yi is amazing. Ding Tuan Tuan jumped up. She had stayed up and helped Yifeng smelt the iron. What's awesome? This tiny piece of iron is barely useful. Yifeng was frustrated. After an entire night, he only made enough iron for a dozen nails. But a ship over 10 meters long would need at least 10,000 nails. By that calculation, he'd need 10,000 all-nighters to make enough nails for one ship. 10,000 days, that's 20 or 30 years. And that's just to make the nails? Yifeng wisely gave up on that idea. By then, the others woke up. Susan came over. She and Longwu took turns, she guarded during the day, he guarded at night. After breakfast, she went to relieve Longwu. Ah Feng, having this iron is already great. If you work on it for another month, you could forge an axe. That would make logging much easier, Susan said, then went to swap shifts with Longwu. Brother Wu, after you eat, get a good sleep. You've worked hard these days, Yifeng said. Longwu nodded and gnawed on his meat. Yifeng sat beside the bald man. After spending a day with him, he learned that his name was Cheng Libin, a highly educated chief engineer and a university professor. Mr. Cheng, can we make the ship smaller? Yifeng asked. Yes, but small boats can't go out to sea. A single wave can flip it, Cheng Libin replied. Yifeng was pleased, he wasn't planning to go to sea, just to sail inland. No problem. Smaller is fine by me, Yifeng smiled. At that moment, a gunshot suddenly rang out from downstream. Everyone's expression changed as they rushed to the cave entrance. Was that Ma Xikong firing? Yifeng asked. Longwu shook his head, no. That wasn't a pistol, it sounded more like an old bolt-action rifle. Those focus on penetration and are even stronger than modern rifles. He had been a soldier and understood firearms. Yifeng turned to Cheng Libin again. Does Longwu have a rifle? No, just a pistol, but he has plenty of bullets, Cheng Libin replied. Just then, another shot rang out. Oh my god. Run up there, came Wong Tao's voice. Yifeng's face changed. He pulled out his pistol. A large group of people rushed to the cave entrance, led by Li Chang, who had failed to hold downstream and instead led the retreat. Behind him were Wong Tao, Ma Xikong, and 4 women. Among the women, 1 white, 1 black, and 2 yellow-skinned. One of the yellow-skinned girls had blood running down her arm. Yifeng quickly shut the wooden door and hid at the cave entrance. Ma Xikong, are you coming here to die? Yifeng shouted. No, it's someone fierce down there. His gun is so powerful, it shoots through trees and hits us directly, Ma Xikong's voice trembled. Who is it? Yifeng asked. The enemy of an enemy is a friend. If that guy was Ma Xikong's enemy, Yifeng could try to recruit him. Seems like Ma Dong, one of the bald guy's 2 henchmen. Wong Tao hid behind the black woman, watching the cave cautiously, afraid Yifeng might shoot him. Yifeng's expression turned grim. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. A wooden log was blasted apart, stone chips flying everywhere. Crap, scatter. Everyone fled in all directions. Some ran into the forest, some to the other side of the stream, some hid behind the waterfall. Yifeng looked into the distance but saw nothing. Bang! Another bullet flew, hitting the wooden door and blasting a hole in one of the logs. A few more shots, and the wooden door wouldn't hold. Quick, hide to the sides. Yifeng called out. The women quickly took cover, all with terrified faces. Bang! Another shot, and that piece of wood was completely blown apart. Ho ho ha ha ha, Yifeng, you bastard, I came for revenge today. I'll kill all of you. Women in the cave, listen up, except for Susan, the rest of you come to me. I, Ma Dong, will favor you all in the future. Don't follow that useless Yifeng. Ma Dong's voice echoed from downstream. Yifeng frowned and looked down again. He finally saw Ma Dong. That guy was standing on a rock, aiming his rifle at the cave. But that rock was too far from the cave, at least over 300 meters. A rifle could shoot that far, but a pistol couldn't. Even if it could reach 300 meters, due to the short barrel, the bullet would just fly upward. Ho ho ha ha ha, Yifeng, I know you have a gun, but my rifle can shoot 400 to 500 meters. What about your pistol? At most 200 meters. I've got you now. Women inside the cave, listen. Take off all your clothes and walk toward me with your hands up. Otherwise, I'll stay here for 3 days and nights and kill you all one by one. Ma Dong shouted arrogantly. Bang! A bullet fired from above hit Ma Dong's shoulder accurately. Ma Dong's right arm instantly went limp. Shocked, he endured the pain, switched the gun to his left hand, and aimed at the trees. But a swift figure leaped from above and tackled him to the ground. It's you, bitch? Let me go, let me go. Ugh, ah. Ma Dong's roars echoed along both sides of the stream. Half an hour later, Ma Dong was brought to the cave, tied up tightly. In front of Yifeng were various pistols, rifles, old grenades, an axe, 3 bayonets, and a military dagger. Yifeng first tested the dagger. It was definitely made from high-quality steel, no worse than the one Susan brought. This must have been left by the Germans. No wonder they were the strongest country back then. Their metallurgy from 80 years ago is more advanced than ours now, Yifeng sighed. He was from Wutsuan and played with knives often, he could tell good steel from bad. Ma Dong's shoulder had stopped bleeding, but his face was full of anger and madness. Speak. Where did you find all this? Yifeng asked coldly. Fuck your mom, Ma Dong cursed and turned his head away. He thought he was returning in glory, but after just a few shots, he was sneak attacked by Susan. He was extremely unwilling. Not talking? Yifeng put a dagger into the fire and slowly heated it red. Ma Dong's eyes twitched. He clenched his teeth. Yifeng, don't go too far. If you want to torture me, I'd rather die than talk, Ma Dong said stubbornly, but with fear. Yifeng ignored him and just kept roasting the dagger, waving it back and forth in front of Ma Dong's face. Sometimes, scaring works better than actual torture. Don't do that. I'll talk. Okay? But I don't know how to describe the place. There's a big river over there. I can only take you. There are no signs or place names, Ma Dong cried. Yifeng thought that made sense. He couldn't kill Ma Dong yet. Once they found the weapons, then he could deal with him. Make him some meat soup to recover. Dry his clothes too, Yifeng said. Li Chang nodded, squatted in front of Ma Dong, and helped him undress. Ah Dong, we used to follow Brother Hu and starved for days. Now with Brother Feng, we eat every day and sleep in a warm cave. You made the right choice. Otherwise, as a brother, I couldn't help you, Li Chang said, then took Ma Dong's clothes to dry. After drinking the meat soup, Ma Dong soon fell into deep sleep, he had lost too much blood. Susan pulled Yifeng aside. Ah Feng, are you planning to kill Ma Dong after using him? What else? Yifeng sharpened his nails with the dagger. We're short on people to build the ship. Even though Ma Dong's arm is useless now, he can still help with light tasks. That way, we can go home sooner, Susan said. Yifeng's eyes shifted and he nodded. I was planning to kill him, but since Sister Susan is asking, I'll give you face. Give me face? Susan looked at Yifeng suspiciously. She felt he was secretly happy. Downstream, the sound of logging started again. Ma Sikong and the others obediently went back to work. This time, even that cowardly guy personally joined in and didn't hide behind a rock. Earlier, when they ran to the cave entrance, Yifeng had a chance to kill him but didn't, so Ma Sikong figured he was still useful. It's almost dark now. Tomorrow, you and I will take Ma Dong to find guns and metal. If we find the engineer's warehouse, that would be perfect. There must be nails and tools for building bunkers, Yifeng said with a smile. Let Longwu stay here and guard. That way, we'll feel safer, Susan said seriously. Sister Susan, hypothetically speaking, if we really can't return to civilization, would you be willing to be my partner? Yifeng suddenly asked. What did you say? Never mind. Forget I said anything. Yifeng tensed up. Susan's gaze was sharp and full of killing intent. She's hard to deal with, but that's okay. Sooner or later, I'll get her. Sure. But one condition, if you can't go 20 times in one night, I'll castrate you. Susan said coldly. Yifeng quickly covered his pants. The night passed without incident. Morning came quickly. Yifeng and Susan got up, ready to wake Ma Dong, only to find he had a high fever and his wounded shoulder was badly swollen. Wake up. Wake up. Yifeng patted Ma Dong's face. But Ma Dong hung limp on the wooden frame, motionless. He was in a deep coma. Is he dead? Yifeng's face turned dark. Get the bullet out. Lead bullets are toxic. If left inside, he'll stay unconscious, Susan said, then untied him and heated the dagger over the fire. Li Chang hesitated, then placed Ma Dong's head on his lap. Brother, you must hold on. Don't die. Susan started the procedure, cutting slowly with the dagger. Pus and blood poured out, and a strange smell filled the cave. Ma Dong's body twitched, then his legs kicked out suddenly. Not good. Yifeng quickly pinched his philtrum. But it was no use. Ma Dong twitched again, then went completely still. Brother. Brother. Li Chang shook Ma Dong's head. Damn, dying now is the worst timing. Yifeng sighed. But at least he had a clue. Ma Dong said he found the guns beside the big river. Judging by Ma Dong's speed, he probably didn't walk far before finding the firearms. So the place where the weapons were hidden should be downstream along the big river, right around the area he had visited last time. Using that place as the center, if they searched within a 5-kilometer radius, they'd definitely find a large number of firearms. The most important thing was to find the engineer corps' toolbox. Only then could they build a big ship. Li Chang, carry your brother out and let his body be carried away by the current. Susan, we'll head out as planned. At least now we know he found the weapons near the big river, Yifeng said. You know where the big river is? Susan asked doubtfully. Yifeng had never told anyone about the big river, because on a deserted island, people's minds could easily change, including the women in the cave. Don't worry. I used to hunt, and I'll use my own method to find the river, Yifeng said boastfully. All right? Then let's go look for the tools. After discussing it, Yifeng gave a few final instructions and then took his weapons and left with Susan, heading downstream. But this time was different. They upgraded their weapons, each carried a rifle, with a World War II-era pistol at their waist. As soon as they reached downstream, they saw Ma Xikong and his group resting on the ground. Here, this axe is for you. Speed up the shipbuilding. Make the parts first. I'll figure out the nails, Yifeng said. Okay. Ma Xikong took the axe and glanced up at the cave. He already knew his wife was in the cave, but what worried him more was his baby, not even 3 months old yet. Let's go, Susan. The two of them walked downstream in the rain. Thankfully, World War II-era German guns were waterproof. If they were World War I-era black powder guns, they wouldn't fire in the rain. The stream's banks were very quiet, no large animals at all. Yifeng, what method are you going to use to find the river? Susan asked while walking ahead, her firm but swaying. Let's go to the beach first. Once we're there, I'll use my family's secret method to find the river, Yifeng replied, eyes glued to Susan's backside. So toned, she even had glut muscles. If he ever got with her, he probably couldn't last 5 seconds. You're not watching for danger. Why do you keep staring at my backside? Susan asked without turning around. Yifeng was startled. This woman's sixth sense was sharp. Sister Susan, why haven't you dated anyone at 30? He quickly changed the subject. What? Are you interested in me? Susan turned slightly, revealing her curvy figure. To be honest, any normal man would be interested in you. Especially someone strong like me, Yifeng said boldly. The colder Susan acted, the more he wanted to challenge her. Yifeng, if you really want to, I'm not against giving you one chance. You need it, I need it. But 2 conditions. 1, don't get me pregnant. 2, and this is important, it must be after the ship is built, and it has to be on the ship, Susan said with a sigh. She was a normal woman. Though she appeared cold, deep down she also wanted a man's care. Before, she wouldn't even glance at someone like Yifeng. But since coming to the island, she slowly saw Yifeng's true self. He was indeed lustful, but also very responsible. What he gave to women was genuine, unlike the playboys in society who only talked big but ran at the first sign of responsibility. Really? Yifeng looked down at his pants. Things were getting awkward. Even the cold rain couldn't cool his fire. Yifeng was confident with all the women in the cave, except Susan. She was the only one he wasn't sure about. He didn't expect her to be so direct today. I never joke. If I make a promise, I'll keep it. Do you think I'm some gold digger who only lies? Susan said as she kept walking. Yifeng wasn't sure if he was imagining it, but he felt her hips were swaying more. As an expert, he knew women moved more when aroused. Sister Susan, you said if I can't go 20 rounds in one night, you'll castrate me. Were you serious? Yifeng asked cautiously. This woman was fierce, it was better to be clear. Susan stopped again, slowly turned around, and gave a mischievous smile. You guess. The two finally reached the beach. Susan was soaked, her body fully revealed, as if wearing nothing. Yifeng wasn't much better, walking on the beach like he had 3 legs. Using the position of the Big Dipper, north means water, south means gold. If we head to the reef area in the north, we'll definitely find water, Yifeng said seriously. Susan glanced at the rainy sky, unconvinced. It's raining, how can you see stars? Just trust me. Follow me and we'll be fine. Yifeng frowned, walking 3 steps forward, 2 steps back, constantly calculating with his fingers. Let's go. Climb this rock wall, then walk 600 to 700 meters north. We'll definitely see the river. Yifeng said calmly. Susan nodded, tied all the weapons to her back, and started climbing first. Watching her agile body and alluring curves, Yifeng swallowed hard and followed. Even the seabirds stopped flying, crouched in their nests guarding their eggs. When we get back, let's catch a few seabirds to cook, Yifeng said. They're nesting. Can't you be more humane? Susan replied as she trudged through bird droppings. We're almost there. Just as Yifeng said that, Susan heard the sound of rushing water. She pushed aside some branches and looked down at the big river in shock, her mouth slightly open, chest heaving. See? I told you there's a big river. My great-grandfather was a famous feng shui master. Ever heard of Zhang Exliang? My grandpa even read his fortune, Yifeng said seriously. Amazing. Susan felt something was off but still gave him a thumbs up. Now let's go down and start looking for tools, Yifeng said. You're so amazing, why not just divine the exact location too? Save us time. Susan suddenly asked. I already revealed heaven's secrets once. Doing it again would shorten my life, Yifeng explained. You definitely saw the river before. Trying to fool me? Susan was smart and saw through him instantly. Whatever you say. But I really did deduce it with feng shui, Yifeng said as he walked down the slope, quickly reaching the riverside. Here there's wind and rain, swaying the riverside forest to and fro. It's no good, this rain is too heavy. Let's find somewhere to warm up, Yifeng shouted over the noise of the wind. Okay, let's head into the forest, Susan responded loudly. The temperature here had dropped a lot, at least 2 degrees lower than beside the stream. Even Susan was beginning to feel uncomfortable. Finally, they reached beneath an overhanging rock, and Yifeng crawled underneath. Susan squeezed in beside him, and they sat close together. Wet clothes are so uncomfortable. Turn around, no peeking. I'm going to take off what's underneath, Susan suddenly said. She no longer felt defensive around Yifeng but was too shy to say so outright. Still, if Yifeng initiated, she wouldn't refuse. Women are always susceptible to feeling romantic, especially facing a strong man like Yifeng. It would be strange not to feel moved. But she had always portrayed herself as icy and aloof, she was embarrassed to change too quickly. After a moment, Susan took off her inner lining and rinsed it in the rain. Only then did Yifeng turn his head, and saw her little top swaying. That feel, if he grabbed it, he'd probably fly off the spot. Sister Susan, I think you should get a larger size, that won't help with development, Yifeng swallowed. What size do you think I should get? Susan asked without hesitation. At least AG, maybe even AG+. As he spoke, Yifeng moved closer to Susan. Susan instinctively shifted back. But then she thought of something and looked Yifeng directly in the eye. Yifeng, I heard it feels really good to be touched by a man, is that true? Susan asked, her voice calm. That? Yifeng felt heat rise inside him. It felt like Susan was aroused. He'd never done this in such cold, drizzling rain. How about you let me experiment on you? Yifeng said and raised his hands. Susan's breathing became rapid, her chest rising and falling. She didn't pull away from his hands. Yifeng bit his lip and grabbed. How does it feel? Yifeng asked, pressing with all 10 fingers. Susan let out a muffled sound, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. It feels very full, Susan said, trying to control her expression and not appear too lustful. She had long played the icy goddess, but now she didn't want to look too lowly. How about this, sit in my lap, I'll hold you from behind, let my hands come up from under your arms. That fullness will feel even stronger, Yifeng suggested. Susan glanced at Yifeng's pants. She thought back to the last time they'd both needed to pee in the tree, and how close she'd been then, but hadn't said anything. Lately, she'd been dreaming about that scene every night, fantasizing about what being with Yifeng would feel like. Those nightly dreams made even a steel-willed woman like her want to try. But she knew about biology. If things went too far, Yifeng might not control himself, and she could get pregnant. She had principles. It was okay to play with someone strong and handsome like Yifeng, but not get pregnant. You can only touch here, Susan said, pointing above her, no thoughts about below, unless you have protection. Her face was glowing red, but she still kept her icy composure. Yifeng couldn't resist any longer and wrapped his arms around Susan's slim waist. Ah! Susan cried out. That strong pulsing nearly made her faint. You unreliable bad boy. How could you? Susan turned her head, glaring at Yifeng, her eyes red as if about to cry. Sorry, I lost control. Let me make it up to you, Yifeng said. After tidying her clothes, the two got ready and continued walking. They walked about 2 kilometers upstream until they reached a small hill about 20 meters high. In front of the hill was a huge cavern, pitch black inside. Look, there are human footprints here. Ma Dong must have gone inside, Susan pointed to the ground. Yifeng looked closely and saw they matched Ma Dong's footprints. Let's go in, Yifeng said, taking Susan's hand. They walked toward the dark cave. After 30 meters, it was pitch black, no light at all. Since Li Chang managed to go in and get firearms, he must have had some light. Look around, maybe there's a torch lying here, Yifeng said, and indeed found a torch on the ground. But they had no lighter. I'll try to make fire with wood. Watch inside in case some animal rushes out, Yifeng said. Okay. Susan raised her rifle, pointing into the darkness. Soon, fire was ignited. Yifeng lit the torch. But it only lit up a 5 to 6 meter radius, the rest was blurry. Walking another 30 meters, Yifeng felt the ground slope downward. This isn't a natural cave. Someone built a cellar in here, Yifeng said, pointing to the smooth stone walls on both sides, clearly man-dug. Susan nodded, looking at German inscriptions carved on the walls. Just then, Yifeng stepped on something. It cracked. It was a human skull. Yifeng had cracked a rib by stepping on it. Hiss! In such darkness, stepping on a human skeleton drew a gasp from Yifeng. Susan didn't even need to say anything, her eyes shone with fear. It's fine. We aren't afraid of the living, why fear the dead? Yifeng comforted her. They walked deeper, and Yifeng's expression darkened. The ground was flooded. About 5 meters ahead stood a huge stone pillar holding up the ceiling. Floating in the water were bones, tattered clothing, and wooden crates. This water probably holds lots of corpses. Do you dare go in? Yifeng asked Susan. If you dare, I dare, Susan said through gritted teeth. She wasn't afraid of corpses, just dirtiness. All right? Holding the torch in one hand and a stick in the other, Yifeng poked ahead with each step, so the torch wouldn't go out if he stepped into a deep pool. Susan steadily watched left and right with her rifle. The cellar echoed with dripping water and occasional splashes. Yifeng fully focused. He had to find the engineer's tools, or their effort would be wasted. Honestly, the cave was unsafe. Any heavy rain would flood both sides of the stream. Leopards or tigers could easily sneak out and ambush them. Let's not even talk about those strange monkeys. Their poisonous needles are no joke. If one hits you, even a water buffalo that big would be done for. Since such creatures appear along the coastline, it means there are plenty of these weird monkeys. Perhaps there are even more hiding deep in the jungle. Only by building a boat suitable for inland river travel can we isolate ourselves from all the dangers of the jungle. Then, singing on the boat, eating hot pot, enjoying the survival of the fittest on both shores, that's what life should be. Yifeng, look at this. Susan suddenly grabbed his arm. He turned to see an iron door nearby, partially decayed, with marks showing someone had pushed it open. This must be where Ma Dong went in. Let's check it out, maybe there are new things inside. Yifeng said and stuck his torch inside. There was a damp, foul smell, and water was leaking everywhere. Still, on a row of shelves, many wooden crates were covered with special waterproof cloth. Yifeng quickly pulled one open. Inside were neatly arranged rifles, though most were rusted. He removed the top layer and peered deeper. Finally, he found 2 rifles wrapped in oiled paper, unrusted. He tore off the paper and pulled the bolt. It made a solid metallic sound. These guns are well preserved, brand new, Yifeng said joyfully. These are single-shot rifles, no automatic fire. Let's look for a light machine gun, Susan said. All right. They searched the ammo storage. All they found were pistols and rifles, no submachine guns or light machine guns, but they did find some ammunition. Let's check another storage area. If we find a machine gun, once the ship is built and we mount it at the bow, we'll dominate this island, Yifeng laughed, easing the tense mood so Susan felt less scared. The two waded out of the ammo depot. Just then, a splash came from the water in the distance. It wasn't something dropping in, it was something moving rapidly in the water. Yifeng tensed and instinctively shielded Susan, holding the torch forward. 5 meters away, a huge splash passed by. A python? A chill ran through Yifeng. Susan pressed herself against Yifeng's back, soft curves touching his muscles. The water disturbance quickly receded into the distance. Is it a python? Susan asked, trembling. Looks like it. Judging from those splashes, it's at least 10 meters long and as thick as a human waist. In water, it would be unstoppable. Yifeng's face was grave. Do we keep searching for tools? Susan asked. Yes, we're here, we can't leave empty-handed. Stay behind me with your rifle. If that thing shows up again, shoot. No matter how strong an animal, against firearms it's fish food. Yifeng steeled himself, though he was terrified. Okay. Susan held the rifle, watching the water carefully. After 5 more minutes, they entered another storage area. Ha ha ha. Persistence pays off, there are many tools here, saws, axes, braces. These are iron nails, but oddly shaped, they're rivets. Look for a rivet gun. Yifeng was overjoyed. Rivets are even better than nails, they expand once driven in, securing the ship's planks tighter. I found a rivet gun. Susan said, waving a large tool triumphantly. Let's take some rivets today, bring back 3 saws and 2 axes. We'll bring back the rest tomorrow with the main team. With these, if we work together, the ship could be built in 2 months. Yifeng exclaimed. Yes. Susan found a rucksack and loaded everything she could carry. Yifeng, holding the torch, couldn't carry much. Susan bore most of the weight. Suddenly, the torch flickered, as if about to go out. Oh no! Quick! Yifeng panicked and ran forward fast, Susan following despite carrying over 100 pounds. German-made tools were solid but heavy steel, they didn't use lightweight alloys in World War II. After running over 10 meters, the torch was splashed and reduced to candle size. Run! Yifeng bolted. Ah! With a desperate gasp, the torch went out, and darkness enveloped the cellar. Susan, Susan! Yifeng whispered, but Susan didn't answer. Susan, please don't joke around or scare me, it could kill someone. Yifeng's heart sank. Then he grabbed Susan's hand, cold and soft. Run! Yifeng sprinted forward, spotting a faint light in the distance, a guiding beacon. Susan, Yifeng, where are you? Susan's voice came from about 10 meters behind. Yifeng shuddered, as if struck by lightning. Turning slowly, he looked behind. The hand he held, was that really Susan's? Fuck! He threw it away. Susan, Susan! Using every ounce of courage, he ran toward her voice. Finally, he grabbed Susan, warm, alive. They didn't speak, they ran straight toward the cave entrance. Light streamed in stronger the closer they got. Yifeng collapsed at the entrance, and Susan slid into his arms, legs weak. Tools and gear spilled around them. Huff huff huff. Huff huff. They panted, still stunned. That moment, so terrifying, Yifeng nearly lost his soul. Susan was equally terrified, the fear apparent in her eyes. Suddenly, Susan grabbed a rifle on the ground and fired multiple shots into the dark cave. Bang, bang, bang. The loud echoes rattled inside. Fuck! Susan cursed several times at the cave, losing any air of being a beautiful heroine. The fear draining from her eyes, she finally calmed. Susan, let's go home. Yifeng said, walking out of the cave. As they neared the entrance, a beam of sunlight pierced in. It's sunny. Yifeng breathed deeply, captivated by the clear sky. Look! Rainbow, look, a rainbow. So beautiful. Susan pointed at the rainbow arcing over the river. First time seeing a rainbow? Yifeng smiled. Yeah. It's my first time seeing it. Normally I only see it in movies or books. It's so beautiful. Susan's face was full of excitement. At this moment, she was no longer a cold-blooded assassin but had become a lively girl. Let's go home. Today was too thrilling, I need to go back and have a good sleep. After speaking, Yifeng picked up most of the tools, leaving only a small portion for Susan. Susan looked at Yifeng's back. A strange light flashed in her eyes, and she actually followed him with light steps, taking the initiative to hold Yifeng's hand. Under the rainbow, a handsome man and a beautiful woman walked hand in hand toward home. After some effort, it took them a full 4 hours, and they finally reached the downstream. But at the downstream location, there were only huge dragon bones, and Ma Sikong and the others were nowhere to be seen. This is bad. Yifeng threw down the things on his body and ran upstream with his rifle. As soon as he got upstream, he saw several women huddled together, quietly crying. Yifeng looked soulless, staring at a few corpses on the ground. One of them was from Ma Sikong's side, and the other was Li Chang. Li Chang was shot in the forehead, his lifeless eyes staring at the sky. Ah Feng is back. Suyun saw Yi Feng and immediately rushed into his arms. Yi Feng held Suyun and pushed through the crowd. He saw Bai Guifen lying flat on the ground, her hollow eyes looking at the sky, and her chest and abdomen completely stained with blood. Brother Feng, you're finally back. Yi Feng turned his head and saw Long Wu half lying beside the waterfall. Blood was streaming from one leg, which bent at a strange angle. He was still tightly gripping a pistol, vigilantly watching the other side of the stream. Brother Wu. Yi Feng quickly pushed Suyun aside and supported Long Wu. Long Wu groaned again as he stood up. His thigh had been shot, the bone inside shattered, and only skin and muscle held it together. Ma Xikong, that dog bastard, I. Yi Feng panted heavily, but didn't know what to curse. He should have been better prepared. Once the rain stopped, Ma Xikong and the others could start a fire to roast meat in the wild and no longer depend on them. But of all his calculations, he didn't anticipate the rain stopping at that point. With him and Susan absent, the cave lacked 2 fighters, which allowed Ma Xikong and the others to ambush successfully. On his side, 2 people died, and more importantly, Long Wu, one of their main fighters, was crippled. Yi Feng didn't need to ask, he knew Ma Xikong did it. Where are they? Yi Feng asked. After they ran out of bullets, they escaped to the other side of the stream. I was out of bullets too, but I bluffed and scared them off. Long Wu said with difficulty. Brother Wu, with that kind of injury, we'll have to amputate the leg. Yi Feng said. At this moment, several women came over with different expressions. Some looked blank, some scared, some sad, and others had flickering eyes. Especially Alice and Lena, they felt Yi Feng couldn't protect them. No, don't cut off my leg. I'll be fine, don't worry, it'll heal on its own. Long Wu saw the saw Susan brought over and struggled violently. Brother Wu, you need to accept reality. If we don't amputate, the wound will rot upward, and in the end, you'll die from infection. Yi Feng gritted his teeth and pinned Long Wu to the ground. On the side, Susan resolutely picked up the saw. Screams of agony echoed by the creek. In the end, Long Wu passed out. Yi Feng found some herbs to stop the bleeding in his thigh, but it was ineffective. Helpless, he had to take harsh measures and use a red-hot dagger to cauterize the wound and shrink the blood vessels inside. He was busy until the afternoon. Long Wu passed out from the pain several times and woke up screaming. Several women covered their mouths, tears streaming down their cheeks. Finally, the bleeding stopped, but Long Wu was unconscious. From now on, I want you all to take good care of Brother Wu. Wipe his sweat, cool him down, cook meat soup to supplement his nutrition, don't let anything go wrong. Yi Feng turned around and seriously looked at the women. But this time, none of them spoke. Eventually, Alice took the lead. You're always bossing people around. We followed your lead, but 2 people died and 1 was injured. You're too young, just not fit to be a leader. Alice said angrily. Lena hesitated, then nodded. Yi Feng, I'm grateful you saved me, but you're too young, your decisions lack foresight. So from now on, we'll hold a fair election to choose the best leader. You 2 bad women. My brother Yi Feng suffered so much for us on this island, even got shot. And now, just because of one mistake, you blame him? If you think he's bad, leave. Ding Tuanchuan stood by Yi Feng's side. Yi Feng looked a bit embarrassed. Though they were criticizing him, what they said had some truth. Little sister, don't get us wrong. We're just speaking the truth. We're not targeting Yi Feng. I know his intentions are good, but he's too young. Lena hurriedly explained. Yes, I know Yi Feng really cares about us, but sometimes his decisions are too hasty. I still like him though. Alice added. Yi Feng pressed his hands down. I've taken your words to heart. I really am too young. How about this, we take care of Brother Wu first. I'll go find more herbs for him. Tonight, we'll hold a fair election. And one more thing, even if we elect a leader, if they make a mistake, speak up directly. Don't worry about saving face. Only by brainstorming together can we survive on this island. Yi Feng said seriously. Alice nodded. Then it was Lena's turn. She suddenly came over and gave Yi Feng a tight hug. Yi Feng, I like you. I didn't expect you to have such broad-mindedness. Ordinary young men would get angry if criticized, but you didn't. You're so rational. Maybe, I was wrong before. Lena finished, then kissed Yi Feng on the cheek. Yi Feng did feel a bit ashamed and angry, but the kiss instantly made it all disappear. All right, take good care of Brother Wu. As for Li Chang and Aunt Bai, find a place and bury them. After speaking, he walked downstream without looking back. But after walking a dozen meters, he turned around again. Forget it, don't bury them. Just throw the 2 corpses into the stream. We can't waste energy digging pits. Susan, I want you to hide in a big tree and ambush. If any enemies come, shoot immediately as a warning. Tuan Tuan, take the rifle and hide behind the waterfall. After Susan fires a warning shot, you also need to respond from your side, so the enemy knows we have an ambush here and won't act rashly. Then, Rico, you're a foreigner, you should be familiar with guns. You take a gun too and hide on the other side of the creek, in case Ma Sikong tries a surprise attack from behind. Then, Lena, Alice, Suyun, you three go replace the other three after 5 hours. Also, Tai Xiao Hei at the downstream. It can still serve as some kind of early warning. Yifeng stroked his chin, taking everything into account. After hearing Yifeng's words, Alice and Lena exchanged a glance, a hint of joy flashing across their faces. Their doubts had led to a pleasing change in Yifeng. Ah Feng, why are you going downstream now? Suyun asked. Of course, to kill all of Ma Sikong's group. Tell me, back then, did everyone on Ma Sikong's side attack, or was it just a few? A trace of killing intent flashed in Yifeng's eyes. His people had died. If he didn't take revenge, what would the women think of him? At the time, only Ma Sikong and his 2 bodyguards actually attacked. The others seemed to be forced to rush forward, Lena quickly said. Are you sure? Yifeng asked again. I'm sure. Ma Sikong's real trusted men are just his 2 bodyguards. The others are just working for him, they won't risk their lives for him, Lena said firmly. Got it. Ma Sikong is out of bullets, but I still have bullets. When did they launch the ambush? Yifeng asked again. Lena thought for a moment and said, about 3 hours ago, right after the weather cleared. They made 4 women charge first, and the men stayed in the back with weapons. Longwu hesitated to shoot because of the women in front, which let them kill 2 of us and injure Longwu. At this point, Suyun also spoke. Wong Tao didn't directly attack, but he helped provide cover from behind. After hearing this, Yifeng had a clear idea. This time, the ones he had to hunt down were just 4 people, Ma Sikong, the 2 bodyguards, and that useless Wong Tao. No time to waste, I'm going after them now. Yifeng rushed into the cave to grab weapons and saw Cheng Libin was still inside. Why didn't you leave with Ma Sikong? Yifeng asked as he inserted a magazine into his belt. Ma Sikong isn't worth following. Following him, I'd die sooner or later. It's more reliable to follow you, Cheng Libin said. A wise choice. Yifeng said and stepped out of the cave. He quietly told Suyun, keep an eye on Cheng Libin. He just joined us, better to be cautious. After giving instructions, Yifeng took a rifle and a pistol and waded across to the other side of the creek. Since it had just rained, the ground was full of messy footprints. Yifeng followed the tracks. He was sure he was on the right path. Understanding the situation, Yifeng slowly picked up speed. He didn't know how long he had been running when he stopped. He saw a corpse. It was one of Ma Sikong's engineers, beaten to death with a stick. That put him at ease. It proved Ma Sikong was really out of bullets. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, the sounds of birds in the forest gradually grew louder, and fine sweat formed all over Yifeng's body. 2 hours later, Yifeng slowed down. Although the footprints continued, he was sure Ma Sikong wasn't far ahead. As soon as he found an opportunity, he could take them all out. At that moment, a stick suddenly struck from the left. Yifeng felt a shock on his back and stumbled forward a step. A bodyguard charged over holding a stick. D. Yifeng raised his hand and fired. Bang! Blood instantly gushed from one of the bodyguard's legs, but he ignored it and lunged at Yifeng. Bang! Another shot, the bodyguard's head slumped to the side, but his arms still tightly hugged Yifeng. Damn! Yifeng was just about to push the bodyguard away when another stick smashed toward him. He had no choice but to raise his gun to block his head. Clang! A loud hit. The rifle was knocked from his hands. Yifeng quickly reached for his pistol. The bodyguard named Dahai charged in and grabbed the pistol too. The two started wrestling for control. In the end, Yifeng was stronger and slowly aimed the barrel at Dahai. Despair flashed in Dahai's eyes. He was just about to speak. Bang! A bullet entered through his mouth. Just after killing Dahai, Yifeng felt a shock on the back of his head. He was hit with a stick and blacked out for 2 seconds. Ma Sikong lunged over, picked up the pistol, and pointed it at Yifeng's head. Heh. I thought I'd lure Longwu here, but I caught an even bigger fish. What a surprise. Ma Sikong said, stepping back a few steps while still aiming the pistol. Yifeng tightly pursed his lips, sweat dripping from his forehead. Tell me, how are my wife and son? How are they doing in the cave? Ma Sikong asked. Yifeng was stunned. This guy didn't know his son was already dead? Seems like Rico never really met him face to face. I'm not telling you. Yifeng sneered, his eyes glancing at the rifle to the left. He calculated the distance. If he rolled over now to grab the rifle and counterattacked, how likely could he kill Ma Sikong? Then I'll find out myself. Ma Sikong said and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Click. But the sound from the pistol was just a click. A jam? Yi Feng was overjoyed and suddenly lunged to choke Ma Xikong's neck, pinning him to the ground. Although Ma Xikong was middle-aged, he was very strong, almost as strong as Yi Feng even after eating the ginkgo fruit. Yi Feng held Ma Xikong's neck with one hand and quickly drew a dagger with the other, slowly stabbing toward his throat. Ma Xikong gritted his teeth and let the dagger get closer. This man had strong willpower. Even when the dagger was touching his neck, he didn't give up. The dagger finally pierced the neck. A flash of despair appeared in Ma Xikong's eyes for the first time. Ma Xikong, damn you, pay with your life for my people. Yi Feng shouted and pushed the dagger deeper. Just then, 8 or 9 people suddenly appeared around them. Wong Tao was in the lead. Behind him were 4 women and the group of engineers. Wong Tao, grab the gun, kill him. Ma Xikong shouted. Only then did Wong Tao react and rush to pick up the gun. Damn! Yi Feng had no choice but to temporarily let go of Ma Xikong and dash for the rifle. Unfortunately, Wong Tao had already picked it up. But he clearly didn't know how to use it. He fumbled with it helplessly. Yi Feng rammed into him hard, sending Wong Tao flying. But Ma Xikong had recovered and grabbed Yi Feng's waist from behind. Wong Tao, shoot him now! Ma Xikong shouted. Wong Tao, that useless guy, fumbled with the gun for 10 seconds and still couldn't figure out how to shoot. Helpless, he had no choice but to treat the gun like a fire stick and smashed it hard into Yi Feng's face. Yi Feng felt dizzy in his head and fell sideways. Ma Xikong was overjoyed, snatched the rifle, quickly loaded a bullet, and aimed it at Yi Feng's head. Can't let him succeed. A yellow-skinned woman spoke, then suddenly jumped onto Ma Xikong's back. The other 3 women exchanged glances and rushed over, one hugging a leg, another grabbing an arm. Especially that black girl, she bit down directly on Ma Xikong's ear. Damn, a bunch of bitches, ah! Ma Xikong's ear was torn off. But he shook off the 4 women. Bang! One shot went off, and 2 of the yellow-skinned women were shot through. When he tried to shoot a second time, the rifle jammed. German weapons from World War II were advanced, but they still had jamming issues. Yi Feng suddenly rammed into Ma Xikong and shielded the remaining 2 women behind him. That black girl was indeed very pretty. Her legs were longer than those of white or yellow women, and she had a wild beauty. Ma Xikong and Wong Tao stood together. In between was the group of engineers, and opposite them were Yi Feng and the 2 women. The 3 groups formed a standoff. Ma Xikong glanced at the fire stick in his hand and casually threw it aside. Yi Feng, looks like you've fallen into my hands today, huh? Everyone listen up. Whoever kills Yi Feng gets a reward of 100 million. It'll be paid immediately when we return. Ma Xikong shouted to the engineers. There were 6 or 7 of them, definitely enough to take down Yi Feng. Yi Feng's face turned cold and he picked up a dagger. Anyone who comes over, I'll stab them. On a deserted island, 1 cut is enough to infect your wound and make you die miserably, Yi Feng said coldly. The engineers looked at each other. No one dared step forward. They'd charge ahead if asked to build a boat, but they didn't have the guts to kill. A bunch of cowards. Fine, I'll do it myself. Ma Xikong said, slowly stepping forward with his left leg, both hands clasping together. His pose was full of power, forcing Yi Feng to take him seriously. Forgot to tell you, I'm a karate champion. Next, I'll kill you with my fists. With that, Ma Xikong charged forward. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes and thrust the dagger forward. Ma Xikong's arm bled, but he endured the pain and twisted both hands. Puff! The dagger fell to the ground. After a while of fighting, Yi Feng's expression grew grim. Ma Xikong had clearly trained in martial arts. His stance was solid, his strength great, and every move carried full force. After some back and forth, both were panting heavily, neither able to defeat the other. Wong Tao saw this and suddenly picked up a stick, preparing to join the fight. Stop! Ma Xikong called out, leaning against a tree and gasping for air. Yi Feng also plopped down on the ground, almost coughing out a lung. The earlier fight had been purely about willpower. Both were almost exhausted. Yi Feng, hand over my wife and son, and I won't trouble you anymore. We'll each go our own way, how about that? Ma Xikong asked. Can't do it. Yi Feng shook his head. Fine. Then tell me, is my son still alive? Ma Xikong's voice trembled. He had messed around when he was younger, leading to fertility problems. Having a son in middle age meant everything to him. He's still alive. Yi Feng leaped. All right, you take care of my son, and I won't bother you for now. Wong Tao, Engineer Li, let's go. Ma Xikong finished speaking and led his group into the depths of the forest. The engineers looked at each other. Most of them followed Ma Xikong. After all, they had worked under him for over 10 years, it was a habit. But 2 younger engineers walked toward Yi Feng. Yi Feng, we want to follow you. Ma Xikong isn't reliable, one engineer said. Follow me? Why? Yifeng asked. Because even though you're harsh to outsiders, you're good to your own people. We think there's a future with you, at least we won't starve, the other engineer said. Alright, let's head back. Yifeng glanced at the rifle and pistol on the ground and eventually picked them up. He planned to study why the gun jammed, and when Longwu woke up, he'd ask him. After all, Longwu had served in the army. Yifeng, let me help you. Anna came over and supported Yifeng's arm. The black girl reacted a bit slower but still grabbed Yifeng's other side. Yifeng felt that, although the black girl was dark-skinned, her skin was more delicate than both whites and Asians. Her eyes sparkled like gems. He figured this black girl must be considered top-tier beauty in Africa. There are beautiful women among black people too. It wasn't that he didn't want to kill Ma Xikong, but Ma Xikong was just too lucky, fought too well, and had Wong Tao helping him. Forget it, he still gained something, 2 more engineers, plus a black and a white girl. The boat-building progress would speed up. After walking back for about a mile, Yifeng suddenly heard the tragic cries of hyenas from up ahead. This is bad. Quick, hide in the grass over here. Yifeng hurriedly pulled everyone into a patch of weeds. Through the gaps, they saw 5 or 6 hyenas running this way. Chasing them were more than a dozen monster monkeys. Yifeng took a closer look. This wasn't the same group as before. Half of the last batch had been killed, so there couldn't be this many left. Also, these ones were bigger, about 1.2 meters tall. The scariest part was their agility in the jungle, better than leopards. They not only used blowpipes like poles but could also leap from trees. The hyenas were quickly caught, and what followed was a horrifying scene. The monster monkeys disemboweled them and devoured their insides alive. Anna retched. After eating the hyenas, the monster monkeys started mating on the spot, making both the black and white girls blush deeply. Especially the black girl, her eyes looked like they were about to overflow. Yifeng could clearly feel her breathing was quick. Anna held it together, but a flush rose on her skin too. The 2 young engineers, no need to say, they were clearly embarrassed, trying to cover their pants. But when they saw Yifeng's pants, they didn't feel so bad, because Yifeng's looked even worse than theirs. The monster monkeys messed around for a long time before finally leaving, satisfied. Yifeng pulled the 2 women to their feet. Oh my god! Anna immediately saw Yifeng's pants. Her eyes were filled with both fear and anticipation, like someone who wanted to try it but was scared. The black girl simply looked at Yifeng with watery, gleaming eyes. Foreign women express love very directly. If they like you, they won't hide it. Domestic women are more reserved, they usually pretend to ignore you and then act all sorts of crazy. This thing often shows up near the creek. If it finds the cave, we're screwed. Yifeng's expression became serious, which formed a sharp contrast with his pants. Let's go, we'll talk after we get home and discuss it properly. After speaking, Yifeng led the way forward. After some effort, Yifeng brought 4 people back home. Big brother Yi, you're back? Ding Tuanchuan rushed over. Yifeng gently hugged her. Has brother Wu woken up? Not yet. Brother Wu's injuries are really bad, Ding Tuanchuan said. Good girl, go call everyone over for a meeting, except those on guard duty. Soon, everyone gathered at the cave entrance except Susan. Yifeng told everyone how dangerous the monster monkeys were and explained their current situation. So what do we do? The monsters not only use tools but aren't afraid of death, and their claws are so sharp, even with guns, we might not be able to beat them, right? Ding Tuanchuan was terrified. That's not the scariest part. I'm afraid there's more than just 2 groups of those monkeys. There might be more coming. So this creek area is no longer safe. Starting tomorrow, we'll dismantle the dragon bones downstream and carry them to the beach. To the north of the beach, there's a big river. Along its banks, there's a huge karst cave that can be our second base. And since it's next to the river, it can bear the weight of the boat. If we build the boat here by the creek, we'll have to move it to the beach in parts later. That's too much trouble. What do you all think? Yifeng asked. He had already made up his mind, build the boat next to the big river. Once it's done, he'd sail upstream and start living like an emperor in the primeval forest. I agree. Lena was the first to raise her hand. Then, everyone else raised their hands too. Great, passed unanimously. We'll start moving tomorrow. It might take a few trips to move everything. But one thing, I don't want our meetings to turn into one-sided commands. Not even a single opposing vote? Outsiders would think I'm running a dictatorship. Yifeng said, pretending to be modest. All right, stop pretending. Susan came back and grabbed Yifeng's ear. The other women just giggled, enjoying the rare moment of peace. The night passed without incident, and the next day arrived. Yifeng was the first to get up and packed all the weapons into a backpack. The backpack had been found in the cave. Though it had weathered 80 years, it was still durable. The two young engineers carried the unconscious Longwu on a makeshift stretcher. Everyone else picked up what they could carry and headed downstream. Once they arrived, Yifeng looked at the giant dragon bones. Some dragon ribs were already attached. When they came back next time, it would probably take 8 people to carry it. After all, the dragon bones took almost 10 days to build, can't let them go to waste. The jungle came alive again after the rain. Animals were running through it, and birds chirped nonstop. The little bootlicker dog grew quickly, now it looked like a full-grown male dog. It licked around the feet of the women. Tie 2 rifles on it. I don't feed freeloaders, lazy bears. But the little bootlicker, feeling the weight, started rolling around refusing to cooperate. So Yifeng tied its 4 legs with ropes and firmly strapped 2 rifles onto it. Now the little bootlicker couldn't get free and had to accept being part of the supply unit. It took Yifeng 4 hours to lead the group to the big river. Oh my god! What a huge river! Is this the Amazon? One of the engineers threw down what he was carrying and jumped into the river. Don't jump! Yifeng couldn't stop him in time, he was already in the water. It's so hot. What's wrong with taking a bath? The engineer asked. But just as he finished, something felt off. He scratched his butt. Damn! Damn! Soon, he ran naked back to the shore, jumping and twitching. Something crawled into my butt. Damn, it's still crawling. The engineer panicked. Must be a parasitic catfish. Hey, you, go help him dig it out. Yifeng ordered another engineer. That engineer looked disgusted but actually dug out a thin, long fish from the guy's butt. Everyone come see. This is the man-eating catfish. As long as you have even a small wound, they'll burrow in and suck your blood. And it's not just wounds, they like other places too. Yifeng said, looking at the women. Suyun's face turned red, and she quietly covered her lower belly with her hands. The other women also felt something and couldn't help covering their lower parts. He, then I'm fine. I've had constipation for 10 years, let them clear out my old blockages. Chang Libin walked over laughing. Then you better be careful. They don't just go in the back, they go in the front too, Yifeng said. Chang Libin's expression changed and he quickly covered his pants. From now on, no one is allowed to act without my permission. You must ask me first. This river also has leeches, red-bellied piranhas, pyaras, arapimas, electric eels, and black caimans. With each creature Yifeng named, everyone's faces turned uglier. And the scariest, green anacondas. 10 meters long. They can swallow a buffalo whole. Yifeng dropped the bombshell. The women immediately huddled together as if it could keep them safe. Don't crowd together, you'll spread tropical viruses easier. Yifeng said seriously. I want to go home. Wah, I want to go home. Suyun and Ding Tuanchuan started crying first. Don't be like that. I was joking. Although these creatures are common, they won't all show up at once. Yifeng quickly tried to comfort them. After calming everyone down, Yifeng led them to the mouth of the cave. The huge karst cave was 20 meters high and 15 meters wide, like the gaping mouth of a monster. Walking into it gave a sense of despair, like being swallowed. Go in about 20 meters, then build the fire. Don't go deeper, there might be monsters in there, Yifeng said seriously. Everyone got busy, some building fires, some collecting dry wood, others laying dry grass to sleep on at night. Yifeng pried open a rock at the entrance with his dagger. It was weathered rock, proving there was no risk of a collapse. If it were soft rock, he wouldn't dare settle here, they could get buried alive at any moment. This afternoon, everyone take a good rest. Tomorrow, we'll go and move the remaining things. Susan, did you see that big tree? Climb up and hide in it now. Keep watch over a 1-kilometer radius. If any jungle tigers, leopards, anacondas, or humans approach, fire a warning shot. Yifeng gave the order. Susan glared at him but still set off with her rifle. Brother Feng, 5th brother is awake, 5th brother is awake. Ding Tuanchuan's voice came from inside the cave. Yifeng was overjoyed and quickly rushed to Longwu's side. Although Longwu was awake, he was still very weak, his eyes dull and lifeless. 5th brother, don't say anything. Keep resting. We're very safe now. I'll protect you. Yifeng held Longwu's hand. Longwu had no strength to speak, he only slightly nodded before falling back into a deep sleep. Fortunately, he was strong and had served in the army. Otherwise, with a broken leg, he wouldn't have been able to recover. You all should introduce yourselves too, right? Yifeng looked at the 4 people he had brought back. I'll do the introductions. This is Brother Feng. From now on, he's our leader. We'll listen to him in everything, but we can also share different opinions. My name is Dove. The black woman reached out and shook Yifeng's hand. My name is Anna. Anna openly gave Yifeng a hug. As for the two young engineers, one was named Bao Qifeng, the other Yu Si Hai. Among engineers, they were considered young, but still around 30 years old. Now that everyone knows each other, we have only one goal: build the boat. Chief Engineer Chang, Engineer Bao, Engineer Yu, we'll be relying on you three from now on. We'll also help with simple tasks. The core design still depends on you. Yifeng spoke politely to the three engineers. No problem. To get home, we're willing to do anything. After all, my whole family relies on my salary. If I don't make it back, my parents, wife, and child will probably starve. Chang Libin's expression turned grim toward the end. Yifeng looked at the others, their faces weren't looking good either. Let's not talk about sad things. Let's rest well. If we move stuff 2 more times tomorrow, we should be able to bring everything back. Yifeng forced a smile. He had no family to feed, but the others, especially the men, were the pillars of their households. If they didn't return, their families would lose all financial support. The foreigners, however, looked a bit better. I'm so thirsty. Are we really going to drink water from that big river? That's disgusting. Ding Tuanchuan suddenly swallowed. Yifeng suddenly realized that previously, by the creek, they never lacked water because it came from mountain springs and was drinkable. But the river water was more complex and likely full of parasites. Human stomachs aren't like animals, drinking it might lead to all kinds of diseases. Alright, someone come with me to find clean water. This area has a lot of waterways, so it shouldn't be hard. Everyone else, stay here and rest. Yifeng said. I'll go with you. Just then, Zhang Yan raised her hand. Yifeng looked at her. Zhang Yan's eyes were full of emotion and hidden desire. Could it be? No, the base isn't stable yet, I can't waste energy elsewhere. Alright, Zhang Yan will come with me. Yifeng handed her a rifle, a pistol, and a dagger, the same gear he carried. Because World War II era guns jammed often, Yifeng had to carry spares. They soon disappeared into the jungle. It was afternoon. Zhang Yan walked in front, Yifeng behind. The rainforest was sweltering with no paths. Ah Feng, I think today's good. What about you? Interested now? Zhang Yan suddenly turned around, smiling at Yifeng. Yifeng's breathing quickened but soon calmed. Yanjia, of course I'm interested, but we should find clean water first. Once that's solved, we can talk. Yifeng said with effort. Zhang Yan turned back around and walked on. But the atmosphere became subtle. At first, Yifeng only felt his pants looked a bit awkward, but soon they looked more and more awkward. Because Zhang Yan's figure was just too good, swaying in front of him, those long legs, that slim back. Ah Feng, I think Rico isn't simple. Zhang Yan suddenly said. What do you mean? Yifeng wasn't pleased. From her tone, he could already guess what she was going to say. Rico is very scheming. You should watch out. That woman has bad character. Otherwise, she wouldn't have married a 40-year-old like Ma Xikong. Her intentions, you know even if I don't say. Zhang Yan said slowly. Yifeng inwardly agreed, but they were a team now, and the boat hadn't been built yet. He didn't want any rifts to form so soon. Besides, does Zhang Yan have great character? Wasn't she the mistress of that ghost Wang Xiong? Turns out, bad women hate other bad women, because they're competitors. Enough. Whatever her character, our goal is to build a boat. Stop talking. Yifeng cut her off. But Zhang Yan continued, a person with bad character is a hidden danger if kept close. You'll see, she'll cause trouble. Then, Zhang Yan suddenly turned and faced Yifeng. Ah Feng, actually, I'm a bad woman too. But I'm not greedy like her. I just want your special care on this island. As long as I live well, you can do anything with me. After that, Zhang Yan pressed her soft body tightly against Yifeng. Yifeng had long realized she wanted to trade her body for convenience. After all, this was her old profession. Since that's the case, I won't be polite either. Yifeng immediately pinned her to a fallen log. When I first met you, your eyes were full of contempt. What now? Trying to please me? Yifeng pressed against her back, their bodies tightly together, his mouth near her ear. That contemptuous look from their first meeting had really irritated Yifeng. But he had kept it in until now. Since everything was laid bare today, and he was ready to take her, he had to let out all his pent-up frustration. Ah Feng, don't say such things, okay? Zhang Yan's face flushed red. She felt both shy and humiliated. She hadn't expected Yifeng to bring up that look from long ago. Yifeng pushed forward, making Zhang Yan's body go soft. Why can't I say it? That look of disdain, you know how much it hurts someone like me? We don't have money, power, or status, so our self-esteem is strong. But you used that look to provoke me. Since today it's happening, I want to speak my mind. As Yifeng spoke, his hands began to wander. I'm sorry, Ah Feng. At the beginning, I shouldn't have looked down on you. It was my fault. Please forgive me, alright? Zhang Yan's heart was full of humiliation, her face red with both shame and shyness. Yet that humiliation, mixed with the pressure on her body, strangely gave her a feeling she had never experienced before. Bitch, you're a cheap woman, a lowly mistress, seducing another woman's husband. Yifeng's heartbeat quickened, and suddenly he blurted out the thoughts he had long buried inside. What did you say? Even though Zhang Yan had been swept away a moment ago, she instantly became furious. For someone who had been a mistress, the word cheap was the most unbearable. Before, when she watched short videos, if she ever heard that word, she would feel it deeply and immediately start cursing in the comments. But this time, it was different. Yifeng said it right into her ear. You bastard. Zhang Yan struggled hard, but she couldn't break free. Am I wrong? Yifeng asked firmly beside her ear. At that moment, Zhang Yan's body went completely weak. It was because she really was ashamed deep inside, and that word struck her hardest. Yes, I'm lowly. Then go on, don't pity me, punish me as the worthless woman I am. Her voice suddenly turned soft and alluring. Yifeng felt a shock in his head, pulled back slightly, and then everything erupted like a collision. A scream rang out in the jungle. A squirrel holding a nut stared wide-eyed at Zhang Yan under the tree. After a moment, the nut slipped from its paws and fell to the ground. A wildcat passed by, seemingly influenced by the atmosphere, and let out a few sharp cries. The sounds began harsh and high-pitched, but gradually softened, turning sweet and lingering, full of intoxication. An hour later, Zhang Yan curled up in Yifeng's arms. Her eyes were tightly closed, tear streaks still faintly visible at the corners, but her cheeks carried a satisfied, rosy glow. Yifeng lay flat with a relaxed smile, using a twig to pick his teeth. He had to admit, Zhang Yan was skilled, she had served him well. Zhang Yan slept for 2 full hours before waking. With half-lidded, seductive eyes, she glared at Yifeng. Still picking your teeth, like you just had a feast. As she spoke, she traced circles with her finger across his chest. Now I know, you're incredible, amazing beyond words. Yifeng smiled and helped Zhang Yan sit up. Let's go. There are still 4 or 5 hours before dark. That's enough to find a clean water source. And, you can wash up too. Yifeng laughed. You're so awful. You've left me unable to walk now. Zhang Yan said weakly. Yifeng understood and squatted down. Get on my back. Carrying Zhang Yan, Yifeng cut the way forward full of energy. Lying on his back, Zhang Yan didn't stay idle, she wiped the sweat from his face from time to time. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Yifeng felt no fatigue at all. For someone young and strong like him, a woman on his back seemed to stimulate his potential instead of weighing him down, at least the first time. A few hundred times more might be different. Look, there's water ahead. Zhang Yan suddenly pointed. Yifeng was overjoyed when they reached a huge boulder about 15 or 16 meters tall. In the middle were small cracks, and a spring as thick as a faucet flowed down, forming a 2-meter-wide pool below. The water was crystal clear, unlike the muddy river water. He set Zhang Yan down and took a sip directly. It's delicious. The quality is excellent. Then he scooped some up to feed Zhang Yan, since she had nearly dehydrated earlier. Zhang Yan quickly leaned against Yifeng, opened her mouth to the stream, and drank several gulps before patting her chest in satisfaction. Cool and sweet, so refreshing, better than any bottled water. Let's call it Baishui Mountain, okay, she said with delight. You wash downstream. I'll find containers to carry water back. Yifeng judged that the spring was just over a kilometer from the cave, perfect for drinking and washing. Before long, he found 2 old gourds, scraped them clean with his dagger, and filled them with water to take back to the others. Let's go, Yan Yan. Time to go home. He helped Zhang Yan up. But Zhang Yan sat by the pool, looking a little lost. Ah Feng, earlier, you didn't take any precautions, did you? What if I get pregnant? Hearing this, Yifeng's mind buzzed. It had been too intense, he hadn't thought about it. On a deserted island, a pregnancy could be fatal. Blame his youthful impulses, he should have stopped at the crucial moment. Just once, it shouldn't be that easy, right? Yifeng said awkwardly. No, I feel the chance is high. I'm a woman, I trust my intuition. You bad man, you'll ruin me. Zhang Yan suddenly covered her face and cried. Yifeng comforted her for a long while, promising to take good care of her on the island. Finally, she stopped crying, smiled again, and happily followed him back. As soon as they reached the cave, Yifeng gave each woman a sip of the spring water. Yifeng, take me to see the water source. I need a bath, I'm filthy, Suyun tugged his arm. I want to go too. Me too. The others all gathered around. All right, ladies, come with me now. The men can wait until tomorrow. Girls care more about cleanliness, and guys being dirty isn't a big deal, you won't get gynecological problems anyway," Yifeng said with bias. So Chang Libin and the other men had no choice but to sit quietly. The spring was only a kilometer away, and with the cleared path, the women reached it in under 15 minutes. "Wow! I'll wash first, I'll wash first." They all rushed in, bathing with their clothes on, laughing and splashing. Yifeng sat nearby like a guardian, listening to their chatter with a wide grin. He was already imagining the happy life on the boat once it was built. "Brother Yi, turn around. We're going to strip, you're not allowed to peek," Ding Tuanchuan shouted. "What are you talking about? I, Yifeng, always act upright. How could I peek?" Yifeng quickly turned his back. Women bathing is always troublesome. The sky was almost dark, yet they still hadn't finished. Yifeng, with his back turned, urged them 5 or 6 times before they finally finished fooling around and put on their clothes. "All right, you can turn around now." Yifeng turned, and at once almost had a nosebleed. He saw those women lined up in a row. Their thin clothes clung tightly to their bodies, showing different shapes and postures, some full, some slim. My heavens! Yifeng instinctively covered his pants. At this time, Alice boldly walked over. "Yifeng, you're really strong. If you want, I can give myself to you anytime. But you must promise not to let me get pregnant," Alice said openly. Yifeng turned his head to look at the other women, his face immediately full of embarrassment. There were so many people around, Alice really didn't pick the right moment. He pushed Alice away with a righteous face. "Miss Alice, please show some respect. I, Yifeng, may be lustful, but I won't take advantage of others. Indeed, you are very beautiful, but I, Yifeng, have integrity. As a man of Huaxia, how could I be so casual?" Before he finished speaking, the women had already walked ahead without caring, cutting off his long speech, leaving him quite displeased. He sighed and could only follow behind. Bang! A gunshot echoed through the dense forest. It was Susan who fired. Yifeng's face changed drastically. "Quick, everyone hide back in the cave." Susan fired. "There's danger approaching," Yifeng shouted. The women stopped fooling around and hurried into the cave. After watching them run back, Yifeng ran toward Susan's big tree. He saw Susan already sliding down. Her skin was tanned, her lips cracked, even her chest looked shrunken. "Sister Susan, was it Ma Sikong and the others coming?" Yifeng asked. But Susan rushed over and grabbed his ear. "You little brat. I've been on that tree for hours. Why didn't you send someone to change shifts? Do you want me to die of thirst? Get up there now. Auntie's going to bathe. You all just had a good wash, didn't you?" Susan said angrily. Yifeng then realized that Susan had been watching all his actions from the tree. Didn't that mean she saw everything between him and Zhang Yan too? "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and get on the tree." Susan glared at him furiously. She had seen all of Yifeng's foolishness with Zhang Yan. It made her both jealous and angry, and her own body was burning with desire. But she was a proud woman, she couldn't lash out right then. So, once the other women finished bathing, she finally couldn't hold back and vented her anger. Oh, all right. Yifeng, embarrassed, quickly climbed the tree. The fig tree was very tall, over 30 meters. But Yifeng only climbed about 20 meters before stopping. The branches above were too thin to hold his weight. From this height, he could clearly see the rock where the incident with Zhang Yan had happened, everything visible. "TCH. My face feels so hot." Yifeng's embarrassment was unbearable. In Susan's mind, he must already be some debauched man, right? Really, losing a watermelon for a sesame seed, Susan was the true treasure. Zhang Yan had misled him. By now, night had fallen. Yifeng hugged his rifle in the tree, staring fixedly into the rainforest. In the cave, 2 campfires burned. Several women sat around one, talking. The 3 engineers sat by another fire, drawing designs in the dirt with sticks. Clearly, they all wanted to finish building the boat quickly and go home. Susan, meanwhile, took her rifle and walked alone to the small pool. Yifeng, half asleep, immediately became alert. He widened his eyes, staring at her position. But just then, Susan raised her head and glanced in his direction. She stepped into the pool with her clothes on, sinking her whole body. Underwater, she removed her clothes and tossed them aside. "TCH, it's not like I haven't seen before." Yifeng reluctantly pulled his gaze back and continued watching the surroundings. Roar! A huge roar came, the same sound that had scared off the big black bear before. The whole rainforest came alive. Countless birds flew into the sky. Animals of all kinds burst from the bushes, running frantically into the distance. Roar! Another roar, almost deafening Yifeng's ears. But this time, he could tell, it was a howl of pain. That great beast seemed to be suffering. What the hell? Yifeng let go of his ears. With the power of that giant beast, for it to howl in pain, could it be it met something even more terrifying? But judging by its voice, its body must be many times bigger than a tiger. What could threaten it? A face appeared in Yifeng's mind, the strange monkey. Perhaps only a large number of those strange monkeys could threaten such a beast. After all, they used tools, were fast, and fought without fear of death. After a while, no more roars came. Yifeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. The sound had come from at least 10 kilometers upstream, not much threat to him here. He looked back at the cave. The 2 fires were already put out. The women had grown smarter, afraid the firelight would attract danger. Then, in the moonlight, he looked at Susan's place. His eyes widened. Susan stood in the pool with nothing on, holding her rifle, aiming upstream. After more than 10 seconds, she lowered the gun, then glanced up toward him. Gulp! Yifeng swallowed. Susan's figure was simply incredible, balanced, strong, yet full of feminine charm. That kind of body, could I even handle it? Half an hour later, Susan finished bathing and returned. This time, only one small fire burned in the cave, so faint that Yifeng had to look carefully to see it. Forget it, I'll take the night watch tonight. Yifeng sighed, tied himself with a vine so he wouldn't fall if he dozed off. Just as he finished tying himself, suddenly, a sound came from a branch 1 meter below. Yifeng looked down and almost peed himself. A pair of gem-like eyes stared at him, only a meter from his feet. Don't be afraid, it's me, Dove. The owner of those eyes finally spoke. You scared me to death. Next time you come up, can't you give a warning? Yifeng was angry. Dove's skin was so dark that in the night, without looking carefully, she was almost invisible. Dove seemed embarrassed, and quickly climbed onto Yifeng's branch, pressing her body close to him. Sorry, next time I'll warn you in advance, Dove apologized. It's fine, I overreacted. Why did you climb up here? Yifeng asked. Just now Sister Susan asked the people in the cave. It seems only you, Sister Susan, and I can climb trees. The others can't come to take your place, Dove said, her delicate skin rubbing against Yifeng's arm. Her skin was so delicate, with a trace of warmth, that Yifeng could hardly control himself. Keeping watch at night is very tiring. You should go back, Yifeng shook his head. They had only just come over to his side, asking her to take the night watch would be unpopular. It's fine. My family used to live in South Africa. The wild is like home to me. Don't worry about me, Dove said. Yifeng thought so too. Dove's skin was naturally suited to being a guardian of the night, even at close range, an enemy wouldn't see her during a sneak attack. All right. Then I'll teach you how to use the gun, and how not to fall from the tree during the night watch. Space on the branch was limited, so Yifeng simply pulled Dove into his arms and began teaching her about firearms. Dove's heart thumped. She felt how strong Yifeng's body was, a strong masculine aura wrapped around her, and her body gradually softened. Sitting so close, their heads inevitably leaned together. Yifeng felt that if Dove weren't dark-skinned, her body would be even more suitable than a yellow-skinned woman's to hold while sleeping. Because it was so comfortable, soft, smooth, and warm, it was enough to take a man's life. Dove, I forgot to say thank you. Yifeng thought of how, when Ma Xikong was about to shoot, these girls had risked their lives to save him. You're welcome. It's what we should do, Dove whispered. And one more thing I can't figure out. Ma Xikong has so much money, why did you choose to help me instead of following him back to the civilized world and keeping your high salaries? Yifeng voiced his doubt. He considered himself only a little handsome, and in other aspects a piece of trash. No money, no power, no status. Why would these girls risk their lives for him? No. Ma Xikong was good to us before. But on the deserted island, he didn't treat us as people. He made us act as his mattress, warm his feet, use our bodies to shelter him from rain, and even used our bodies to bribe those 2 bodyguards, Dove said, anger in her eyes. I see. But aren't you afraid I might be worse than Ma Xikong? Yifeng asked. Dove lifted her head and looked at Yifeng with gem-black eyes. You wouldn't. You have chivalry. When Ma Xikong fought you empty-handed, you had a dagger but didn't use it, you fought him empty-handed too. We women judge men by the details, Dove said again. Yifeng's gaze slowly solidified. At the same time, he straightened his chest to make himself look like a knight. Congratulations, you're completely right. I do have chivalry. My character needs no comment, Yifeng said solemnly. In his heart he was overjoyed. Being praised by a beauty felt wonderful, dizzying, like floating. By the way, Miss Dove, besides chivalry, do I have any other strengths? Please tell me all of them so I can keep developing my strengths, Yifeng asked eagerly. Dove was immediately embarrassed. That's all. Impossible. Think again, dig a bit deeper. Really, that's all. They chatted a while longer, then Yifeng climbed down from the tree. Back in the cave, the other women were asleep. Only Riko still sat by the fire, with a pistol within reach. The little bootlicker crouched at her feet, snoring heavily. "You're back?" Seeing Yifeng, Riko showed a bright smile. "Are you on watch tonight?" Yifeng asked. "Yes, and I'm looking after fifth brother. His color has improved," Riko said. Yifeng went over to look. Longwu's breathing had become steady, and the pain was gone from his face. Since he couldn't sleep anyway, Yifeng simply sat beside Riko. He had to admit, Riko was a virtuous woman. Not only did she keep watch and care for Longwu, she also kept her hands busy, weaving a sail. Since there was no bamboo grove here, the sail was changed to woven bark. As for needles, that was easy. Use a big fishbone as a needle, drill a hole at the tip, and thread the line through. The thread for weaving came from coarse fibers of a certain plant. Ah Feng, they all seemed to be asleep. Riko suddenly put down her needle and thread, a hint of allure flashing in her eyes. Yifeng was stunned, then reacted at once. Riko had said before she wanted him to help her have a child, to pass off the fake as real and inherit Ma Xikong's property. Now isn't suitable. This place is dangerous. Let's focus on the watch. After we settle down here, it won't be too late, Yifeng said. He also really wanted to, but sometimes you can't just seek immediate pleasure. You have to stabilize the basics first, only then can you enjoy life long term. One day of joy versus joy every day, Yifeng understood the difference. Riko nodded and picked up the needle and thread again. "It's getting late. I'm going to sleep. If you get too sleepy, wake me up." Yifeng finished speaking and lay down to sleep. He didn't know how long he slept when he felt someone gently push his arm. He woke at once and looked at the pale-faced Riko. "What is it?" Yifeng looked warily toward the cave mouth. But Riko quietly pointed to the innermost part of the cave, alertness in her eyes. "Inside. I just heard something inside. It didn't sound like stones falling. It was like something kept moving. When it got close to the fire, the sound disappeared," Riko whispered, one hand gripping the pistol tightly. Yifeng roughly understood. Perhaps there were still some natives in that base that needed clearing out. But it was too late now. Wait until daylight. Tomorrow take everyone, each with a torch, each with a gun. He didn't believe it. With so many guns, even if there was a giant python in the base, it would be shot to death. "It's fine. You're probably just too tired and had auditory hallucinations. Go to sleep. I'll take the watch." Yifeng smiled and stroked Riko's hair. This woman was pitiful enough. She had lost her child and was living in fear on the island. He couldn't let her carry more mental pressure, or she might go mad like Bai Guifan. Hallucinations? A trace of doubt crossed Riko's face, but she nodded and lay down to sleep. Less than 5 minutes after she fell asleep, Susan suddenly sat straight up, almost startling Yifeng. "Aren't you sleeping?" Yifeng asked softly. "No. There really is something in the cave. But when it saw the firelight, it seemed to stop. How could I sleep?" Susan said, sitting down opposite Yifeng. "Sister Susan, tomorrow let's not move things first. Let's take everyone inside, clear out everything in the cave, and then go move things. What do you think?" Yifeng asked. Susan nodded. The other women didn't care, but whenever it came to Susan, just one casual movement of hers could make him restless. Could it be that his genes had chosen her? Susan also noticed Yifeng's flickering gaze. She felt very unconvinced. Why would Yifeng rather be with Zhang Yan than with her? Was she worse than Zhang Yan? Women all have a sense of comparison, especially proud women like Susan. Maybe she only had average feelings toward Yifeng, but her competitiveness made her want to prove herself. "Yifeng, I warn you, don't touch my younger sister. Her first time cannot be given to you," Susan said seriously. But what if your sister takes the initiative?" Yifeng asked back. This woman, her control went too far, didn't it? They were already on a deserted island, yet she was still acting as a bodyguard. "Even then, you have to refuse her," Susan said. "But I'm a young man. I'm afraid I can't control myself." Yifeng grew annoyed, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. "If that happens, you can find other women. Don't you already have Zhang Yan?" Susan said. "What if Zhang Yan isn't available? Who should I find then?" Yifeng stared directly into Susan's eyes. "Who do you want to find?" Susan stared back at him. The two looked at each other for more than 3 seconds. Yifeng simply sat down beside Susan. "Can I find you?" Yifeng asked provocatively. "Find me? What about Zhang Yan? She's much prettier than me. Aren't you afraid she'll get jealous?" Susan leaned her body slightly back, but she didn't strongly resist. "I'm not afraid. Between me and her, it's just a deal. She serves me, and I guarantee her safety on the island. But with you, it's different. I genuinely like you," Yifeng said shamelessly, his expression extremely serious. "You? Stop talking nonsense. If you keep this up, I'll really get angry. Susan quickly turned her head away, though her heartbeat was fast. Usually she wore a stern face, like a tigress, so no man in the company ever dared to tease her. Only Yifeng was bold enough to say such things. Yifeng looked into the distance. Seeing the other women already sound asleep, he pressed his body lightly against Susan's warm back and whispered by her ear. Is it wrong to tell the truth? I truly like you. Before, I didn't dare say it because you were like a tigress. But now we're on a deserted island. I don't think there's any need to be restrained. I should say what I want to say. Susan suddenly stood up. I'm going to sleep now. Don't disturb me. She really left the campfire. Could it be the wrong approach? Soon, dawn came. After everyone woke up, Yifeng went into the forest and collected a lot of tung oil. Brother Yi, what are you doing? Ding Tuanchuan asked curiously. Making torches. This tung oil burns longer, and even if water drips on it, it won't go out, Yifeng said without lifting his head. Brother Yi, you know so much. You must at least be a postdoc, right? Ding Tuanchuan looked at Yifeng with admiration. Congratulations, you guessed it all right. I was even a visiting professor at Harvard University, Yifeng smirked. Really? Ding Tuanchuan was shocked. All right, stop fooling the kid. Finish making the torches. Let's go clean out the underground base first. Susan came over. She had tucked a pistol into her waistband, held a rifle in her hands, and taken off her shoes, wrapping many ropes around her delicate feet. Everyone else, copy Susan. Wrap ropes around your hands and feet, all the way up to elbows and knees. There's water inside, with lots of debris. Don't let your delicate skin get hurt, Yifeng said. The women quickly got busy. As for the three engineers, they didn't care, they just rolled up their trouser legs. Yifeng still didn't tell them that giant pythons might appear in the underground base. Otherwise, they might all refuse to go into the water. If only he and Susan went in, that would be too terrifying. By now, he had finished 5 torches and distributed them to 5 people. Remember, once we get into the water, we'll line up in a snake formation. I'll hold a torch in one hand and a shovel in the other to push away the debris ahead. Susan will cover the rear. Among you, who has used real guns before? Yifeng asked. At once, several foreigners raised their hands. Alice, you take the second position. Keep an eye on the front. If there's danger, you fire, Yifeng said. Alice nodded, gave an okay gesture, and picked up the rifle from the ground. In the middle, hold the other 4 torches. Light up at least a dozen meters around us. After speaking, Yifeng was the first to walk deeper into the cave. Ding Tuanchuan was the most excited. She wasn't qualified to carry a gun, there were only a few, but she had a spear and a dagger. Are we going on an adventure? This is so fun. Her voice echoed in the vast cave. They walked downwards until they reached the underground base, more than 30 meters deep. This time, with more torches, the firelight illuminated over 10 meters around. Yifeng looked up and saw stalactites hanging from above, like sharp spikes. Into the water. Yifeng stepped into the water. Turning back, he saw several women hesitating. Because they saw bones floating on the water's surface, along with various kinds of garbage. Hurry up! Yifeng urged. Alice gritted her teeth and stepped into the water, which reached her knees. The others followed reluctantly. Ding Tuanchuan, being the shortest, had the water up to her thighs, making her very uncomfortable. Around them came dripping sounds, though fewer than last time, probably because the rain had stopped. This is the door. Everyone go in and look for valuable things, guns not corroded, bullets, nails, axes, saws. After saying this, Yifeng strode into the warehouse. As soon as he entered, his whole body trembled. Inside the warehouse lay a huge shed snake skin. The skin was mostly intact, over 10 meters long. Dove's eyes flashed with fear. As for the others, who had always lived in cities and had never seen snake skin, they thought it was just some kind of fabric. Yifeng lifted the skin with his shovel. It was very fresh, shed just in the last few days. This proved that the snake was still growing, and snake skin has contraction. Once shed, it shrinks a bit. Didn't that mean the snake's length was far more than 10 meters? I found a gun. Ding Tuanchuan pulled a rifle from a broken wooden box. These are nails, right? I found them. Suyun's face was full of joy. Speed it up, Yifeng said in a low voice. He didn't search for things but kept his rifle aimed at the water, standing at the warehouse entrance, pushing the torch forward as far as possible. If anything unusual appeared ahead, he could fire at once. Brother Yi, this seems like a bomb, right? At that moment, Ding Tuanchuan picked up a big object, about half a meter long, with a diameter of about 200 millimeters. Quick, help her hold it. Don't let it explode. Yifeng's hair stood on end, and he urged them quickly. The others hurried to take the shell from her. Yifeng looked it over. It was a type of shell he didn't recognize, and it was basically brand new, with no signs of corrosion. Clearly, the Germans' anti-corrosion technology back then was excellent. After 80 years, it hadn't decayed. We've got enough tools and weapons. On my command, let's head out now. Just as Yifeng said this, he suddenly pricked up his ears. He seemed to hear a splash in the distance. And that sound was quickly approaching the warehouse. Not good. Yifeng quickly shut the rusty iron door and stretched the torch outside. Is it that giant python? Susan also looked toward the outside of the warehouse. But outside was pitch black, the torch only lit up 5 or 6 meters. Yifeng gestured for silence and carefully watched the surface of the water in the warehouse. Ripples appeared. Judging by their spread, they were moving toward the warehouse. Splash! Water scattered, and a black figure shot up from the water. Yifeng's face changed drastically, and he thrust his rifle forward. But when he saw what it was, he let out a breath of relief. Because what appeared was a slick, wet otter. You scared me to death. Ding Tuanchuan patted her chest. The otter was about the size of a cat. After surfacing, it swam in front of Yifeng, using its claws to comb its whiskers. Little fellow, what are you doing here? Yifeng relaxed and grabbed it. Go home. Tonight we'll eat otter meat. A pale smile appeared on Yifeng's face. One by one, the group left the warehouse. Originally, they came to clear out the strange natives, but after seeing that huge snake skin, Yifeng wisely gave up on the idea. If they really met a python of that level, their whole group would be wiped out, unless they could lure it ashore. Besides, Yifeng knew python habits, they eat once and it lasts for months. In a few months, he could have the boat built. 5 torches moved across the water. But none of them knew that a huge dark shadow slowly swam past, only 5 meters away. Finally, they returned to the cave. Yifeng began counting the spoils. They had several more rifles, enough for one each, but bullets were limited. Most of the bullets had corroded from dampness and might not even fire. Lay all the bullets out in the sun. Keep the bullet heads facing stone so if they explode in the heat, no one gets hurt. Yifeng gave the order. Alice, Lena, and Anna, the 3 foreign women, went to dry the bullets. Yifeng then went over to the giant shell. He lifted it, it weighed at least 15 kilograms. If it exploded, it could collapse the cave. You all stay here in the cave. Yifeng carried the shell out. Walking a kilometer toward the big river, he stopped, set the shell under a palm tree, then covered it with dry leaves and branches. This was a kind of trap. If they met an unstoppable beast or a horde of strange monkeys, Yifeng could lure them here, light the leaves, and send them all to hell. After finishing the trap, Yifeng used his dagger to carve a triangle mark on the palm tree. The forest was too dense, without a mark, even he might forget the location. He looked up at the sun. It was about 10 or 11 a.m., and the sun was already strong. Today's time should be enough. Yifeng muttered, carrying his rifle back. Suddenly, a herd of buffalo appeared in front of him. At the front was a big bull, followed by 3 cows and a calf. Beef? Yifeng swallowed and slowly raised his rifle. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a cow fell to the ground. Yifeng was about to finish off the big bull, but the beast had no courage, it ran away with the other cows. Only the calf stayed, nudging its mother's body with its mouth. It looked like a mother and child pair. 10 minutes later, Susan arrived with the rest of the group, all looking nervous. Yifeng, was there danger? Susan asked, then saw the cow lying in blood. You came just in time. Drag the body back. This cow will feed us for a week. Yifeng grabbed the cow's hind leg, and the others came happily to help. But the calf rushed forward, ramming Yifeng's leg. Yifeng ignored it, letting it follow the group. The rainforest was survival of the fittest. He wouldn't bother about animal feelings, otherwise, they would starve. Back at the cave, they skinned the body and cut the beef into strips. Get some water and wash off the blood on your bodies. Rinse the ground too. Dig a pit and bury what we can't eat, or it will attract other beasts. Yifeng stood up and looked to the sky. Above, a vulture circled. These things were annoying, they flew high, saw far, and circled above any place with food. Some clever beasts also judged from vultures circling, and would slowly gather there. Someone come with me to the beach to dry salt. We can't eat all this beef right away, we need to cure it with salt. Yifeng looked at the women. I'll go. Riko stood up, her eyes meeting Yifeng's in a deep look. Gulp. Yifeng swallowed. Could it be that Riko was that eager? But the camp wasn't stable yet, he couldn't get distracted. Riko, you stay here. You're steadier, you can help more here. Yifeng said. I'm not steady. I'll go with you. Ding Tuanchuan ran out, holding a rope. On the other end of the rope was the otter they had just caught. Why are you keeping it? I'll kill it. Its fur is soft, I can make it into underwear for you. Other animals' hides are too rough, they'd be uncomfortable to wear. Yifeng pulled out his dagger. Don't. Several women stopped him at the same time. Brother Yi, this otter is so cute. Can't we keep it as a pet? Ding Tuanchuan said. No. The little black bear can be a pet, because it can stand guard. But what use is an otter? After saying that, Yifeng suddenly stabbed the otter in the body. You? Ding Tuanchuan's eyes immediately filled with tears. Come on, little Tuanchuan, let's go to the beach. Yifeng pulled her hand. No, I won't go with you. You bad man. Ding Tuanchuan shook off Yifeng's hand. I'll go with you instead. Lena stepped forward on her own. Her body had fully recovered, and she gave off a mature, intellectual air. Her glasses added a lot to her charm. Good. Let's go. Yifeng said, then took Lena toward the big river. Lena, though a foreigner, looked quiet and didn't talk much. The two walked to the river, then followed it downstream until they reached the beach. But it was not the old beach, it was the beach where the river met the sea. After pouring seawater into a hollow, Yifeng simply lay flat on the sand to rest. Drying salt was a time-consuming task, so he used the time to relax. Lena sat beside him, facing the jungle, a pistol in her hand. From this angle, Lena's curves were completely visible. Lena, there's something I never asked you. Last time, in that notebook, what exactly did you see? Yifeng suddenly asked. Hearing this, Lena's face changed. All right, I'll tell you. It was a diary of a German soldier. He wrote that after Germany's defeat, several of their divisions set out from the Mediterranean, intending to find a new island. But one day, several of their warships suddenly lost control, passed through a fog bank, and arrived here. At that time, several warships carried all kinds of plants and animals. They wanted to use genetic synthesis or cross-species breeding to create the strongest warriors, hoping to overturn their defeat. As Lena finished, her face grew more troubled. Yifeng widened his eyes. These people were too twisted, cross-species breeding? That could also explain why the island had both tropical and polar plants. No, that can't be it. If it were just that, your face wouldn't look so bad. After all, it was 80 years ago. Yifeng was still doubtful. You're very perceptive. Later in the diary, it said they could never return. As for where they couldn't return to, I can't say for sure. But from the grammar, it didn't sound like they couldn't return to Germany. More like they couldn't return to Earth. At this, despair flashed in Lena's eyes. But Yifeng felt secretly pleased. Not being able to return was fine with him. Anyway, he only had himself to feed. Any other clues? Yifeng wanted to dig out more useful information. For example, their warships? If he could find one, he wouldn't need to build a boat at all. Driving a warship along the jungle river, that would be true power. Even if there are, those warships have endured 80 years of storms. They're probably useless now, Lena sighed. No matter. Even half-finished would be fine. As long as the keel is intact, repairing would be better than the boat we're building. Yifeng stood up, his eyes shining as he looked at the river. Since the diary said the warships had indeed come here, it was very possible they were upstream, or anchored at some unknown beach. Wait. What about those German soldiers? Even if they died of old age, there should be descendants, since Germany also had women soldiers, Yifeng asked cautiously. If German descendants still lived here, it could be troublesome. Maybe they had already made more advanced weapons and become rulers. That's exactly what worries me. It said a huge disaster happened back then. After that, the diary ended. I think he died in the disaster. Lena spoke with sadness. Yifeng rubbed his chin. Better if they were dead, he only hoped their warships hadn't been destroyed. Even dismantling a steam engine would give him huge help. I've decided. Tomorrow we'll first bring the keel back to the cave. Then you all can keep building the boat, while I go upstream alone with a rifle to see if I can find a warship. Even wreckage would do. Yifeng figured the warships were surely unusable after 80 years. No matter how good German technology was, it couldn't stop ships from rusting underwater. But it didn't matter, there would still be useful things. Even just iron plates or railings would save him a lot of shipbuilding time. Yifeng, the diary also mentioned a kind of virus. That virus had already combined with tropical viruses here, forming a mutant virus. Once humans are infected, there's no cure. Lena said. Yifeng's face changed drastically. Against a python, beasts, or even those strange monkeys, he still had a chance, because they were tangible, visible things. But a virus was different. He wasn't a doctor. Against that, he had no way. Tropical viruses mostly spread from animal corpses. They also need heat and humidity. So I'll just avoid damp, smelly places. Yifeng said dryly. That was about all he knew of viruses. Alright then, let's continue drying salt. Lena packed the dried white crystals, then poured more seawater onto the rocks to dry. Lena, can you teach me German? I really admire German machinery and metallurgy. If we ever return to civilization, I could study advanced German technology. Yifeng said sincerely. Of course. Now, repeat after me. Lena began teaching carefully. She sat on the beach, legs bent, with glasses on her face. She really looked like a university lecturer, intellectual, mature, and quiet. Yifeng listened attentively. But he had his own plans. First, he didn't fully trust Lena. He wanted to learn German himself to read the diary and confirm if it was really as she said. All that talk of genetics and crossbreeding was too far-fetched. Yifeng wasn't convinced. Second, the underground base surely held more German documents. He would need German to understand them, instead of relying only on Lena's words. If she had her own agenda, it could lead to disaster. Finally, if he found the German warships, he would need German to learn how to use the equipment on board. For example, steam engines, or things like compasses, north-pointing needles, these would surely all be annotated in German. The two of them stayed on the beach for a whole day. While Yifeng was studying, he was also constantly drying salt. Finally, when night fell, Yifeng had learned the basics. He grasped some letters, which already counted as progress. At the same time, the white substance they dried was a lot, about more than 20 kilograms. Even after filtering with plant ash, the remaining salt should still be 7 or 8 kilograms. It was more than enough for curing beef. Let's go! Yifeng carried several heavy gourds on his back, while Lena led the way in front. Facing such a quiet beauty, Yifeng felt a little embarrassed to tease her. At last, they returned to the cave entrance. From afar, Yifeng saw a group of women standing in a row, their anxious eyes fixed toward the direction of the river. I'm back! Yifeng shouted loudly. When the women saw Yifeng, their eyes instantly lit up. They rushed toward him, helped carry the salt off his back, and patted the sand from his body, just like wives. Earlier, they had really been scared. After all, it was nearly dark and Yifeng hadn't come back. If Yifeng didn't return, what would they do in the future? Rely on those three dumb engineers, or on Long Wu, who already had a broken leg? Brother Yifeng, you're back? A deep voice rang out. Yifeng was overjoyed and hurried to Long Wu. His good brother was awake, sitting on a bearskin. Behind him was a soft cushion woven from mats, stuffed with dry grass. Fifth brother, this is great. Yifeng excitedly grasped Long Wu's hand. Ah, I'm already a cripple. Now, is there anything I can do to help you? Long Wu's tone was a bit tense. Yifeng noticed that his eyes seemed to hold a trace of anxiety. Fifth brother, you don't need to do anything. Just heal well. Don't worry, if I have soup to drink, you'll have meat to eat. You've helped me a lot. I take you as my real brother. Yifeng said solemnly. No, you still have to find me something to do, please. I don't want to be a useless person. Long Wu insisted. This made Yifeng suddenly realize. It seemed Long Wu was afraid of dragging down the team and being abandoned, so he urgently wanted to prove himself. All right, fifth brother. You were a soldier. Help me maintain these rifles and pistols, check why they jam so often. If you can fix the jamming problem, it will help us a lot. To reassure Long Wu, he quickly gave him a task. All right. The anxiety in Long Wu's eyes lessened. He immediately picked up a rifle and began tinkering. He started disassembling the rifle, carefully laying out each part in order on the ground. Tuanchuan, you go learn from him too. If fifth brother gets thirsty, pour him some water. If he's hungry, roast some meat for him, Yifeng said. Okay. Ding Tuanchuan squatted down right away, watching Long Wu dismantle the rifle, occasionally asking some questions about firearms. Long Wu was generous. He taught her as much as he could, telling her how to stay steady when shooting, how the bullet was fired, what rifling was, the principles of bullets, and so on. The others also pricked up their ears to listen in, including the foreign women. Zhang Yan didn't listen to Long Wu's lesson but instead walked over to Yifeng. Ah Feng. She spoke, then tilted her mouth toward the stream. Her meaning was clear. Yifeng originally thought he could hold back, but his young body didn't agree. The two of them went one after the other toward the pool. As soon as Zhang Yan reached the pool, she impatiently hooked her arms around Yifeng's neck. Wait, this place isn't convenient. Who's on tree duty tonight? Yifeng asked. Seems like that dark-skinned girl, Zhang Yan replied. Let's go. The branches of that big tree are thick, they can cover our privacy. Yifeng said, then pulled Zhang Yan under the tree. With the cries of birds covering them, they weren't afraid of being discovered. After a long while, it finally ended. I'm sorry. Yifeng looked at Zhang Yan, a trace of guilt on his face. It's fine. It's my safe period. Counting the days, I'll have my period in 2 days. After she said this, Zhang Yan hooked her arms around Yi Feng's neck again. Yi Feng was instantly overjoyed. If it was her safe period, then he had no psychological burden. Yi Feng felt secretly pleased. Just then, his eyes narrowed. Let go of my waist first. Yi Feng pushed Zhang Yan aside, walked to the tree, and picked up an arrow. Is this arrow one you made? Zhang Yan asked curiously. Obviously not. This arrow is more professionally made. Yi Feng touched the arrowhead. It was made of a kind of black stone, not iron, but extremely sharp. The fletching at the back was also crafted with care, forming a 3-edged tail, which improved the arrow's balance and allowed it to fly farther. Doesn't that mean there are natives here? Zhang Yan's neck shrank back, and the thought of cannibals came to her mind. Most likely. This isn't an arrow made by civilized people. But it's nothing strange. On an island this big, it would be odd if there were no natives. Yi Feng tucked the arrow at his waist, unlocked his pistol's safety, and looked around warily. If Lena hadn't lied to him, then there should be Germans on this deserted island. But why were there also natives? After all, if Germans had really come here, natives would have had no way to resist. In terms of weapons, Germans were overwhelming. Yet, after so long on the island, he hadn't seen a single German descendant. And another thing, with so many weapons and ammunition in the underground base, if there really were descendants alive, they should have maintained those weapons well. From this it could be seen that the Germans on the deserted island were already all dead. Otherwise, even if there was only one German descendant, they would not have abandoned so many advanced weapons. Yi Feng looked again at the arrow. The tail feathers of the arrow were still quite well preserved, so it must have been discarded here about a year ago. Therefore, the natives here should still be alive. There was only one possibility left: those natives, using these simple weapons, had killed all the German soldiers. Let's go back to the cave. Yi Feng's face sank, and he took Zhang Yan back. Clearly, the natives must have some other incredible methods. Otherwise, with such weapons alone, even 100 natives could not possibly defeat a single German soldier. If the Germans had set up machine guns, they could have easily mowed down all the natives. Where did you two go? Susan stood with her hands on her hips, looking at Yi Feng with displeasure. Zhang Yan said she wasn't feeling well, so I went to gather some herbs for her, Yi Feng explained. Heh! Who believes you? Susan finished speaking and gave Suyun a look. Suyun said nothing but sat by the fire in a daze. Clearly, Susan had just been speaking ill of him to Suyun, but Yi Feng had no time to worry about that now. Everyone, come to fifth brother. As he spoke, Yi Feng took out the arrow. See this arrow? This isn't made by civilized people. The craftsmanship is more like something made by natives. That means, on this island, it's not only us survivors. Everyone must be careful. The tips of native arrows may be poisoned. If hit, death is certain. Yi Feng explained. The women's faces immediately showed fear. But Yusihai patted the rifle in his hands. What's there to fear? Which is stronger, a bow and arrow, or my gun? Yusihai said confidently. The group instantly breathed easier. Indeed, no matter how strong arrows were, their range and power could not compare with rifles. Not to mention, they had also picked up some grenades below. As long as those could be ignited, no matter how many natives there were, they would all be killed. No. The natives are the aborigines here. They know this rainforest and surely have other means we don't know about. We must be careful. For example, in ancient times people used goo poison. Can you defend against that? Yi Feng explained. At this, Yusihai quieted down. Yi Feng felt it was necessary to make them clearly understand their situation, so they wouldn't have no sense of danger at all. Having lived long in civilized society, with World War II already 80 years past, young people no longer had a sense of crisis. If they truly met natives, even with guns, they might not necessarily win. Lena, tell everyone what was in the diary. Yi Feng called on Lena. All right. Then Lena told everything she had seen. Everyone was left stunned. That's great. Doesn't that mean there are warships on this island? Then we don't need to build a boat. The three engineers were very excited. After all, as engineers they knew how difficult it was to build a ship on a deserted island. Many parts had to be replaced, even the power system completely changed. Yi Feng held his forehead and gave a wry smile. Don't you understand? If so many German soldiers came to the island, why didn't they leave any descendants? Yi Feng asked. Maybe the descendants of those Germans are upstream on the river, Ding Tuanchuan said. Impossible. With so many weapons in the underground base, if there really were German descendants, they would have maintained those weapons, not left them to rot. So there is only one possibility. The Germans who came to the island back then are all dead. They may have died from some virus, or from climate, but the greatest possibility is that they were exterminated by the natives, Yifeng said seriously. The atmosphere at once became heavy. Susan even glanced warily outside. The others also put their hands on their rifles. At last, they had a sense of crisis. There's no need to worry too much. This arrow was clearly placed there a year ago. That proves the natives don't often come downstream. So we're safe for now. Don't scare yourselves. Yifeng didn't want them under too much mental pressure. That's right. Natives won't often come downstream. Once we finish building the ship, everything will be fine. I don't believe natives can fly onto the ship to kill us, Longwu also laughed. Sure enough, the atmosphere lightened a little. Everyone, go to sleep. Tomorrow you'll build the boat, and I'll go upstream alone to see if there are any warship remains, Yifeng said. Susan went to switch with Dove, and everyone began sleeping. Yifeng didn't sleep until near dawn. The next morning, he arranged for the others to build the boat and filter the salt to cure the beef. Then he carried 2 rifles and 2 pistols and headed upstream. Since the weapons jammed easily, he needed spares. When he reached the riverbank, a hot wind blew against his face. He noticed that the water flowed downstream, but the wind blew upstream. Good. Once the ship is ready, if we want to go upstream, we just open the sail. If we want to go downstream, we put the sail away. Yifeng muttered, cutting open the weeds ahead with a shovel. There were no traces of human activity here, which proved the native settlements were not downstream but upstream. The riverbank was dangerous. From time to time animals came to drink. Yifeng fired shots to scare off a leopard and a group of wild boars. By now, he had walked upstream for 2 kilometers. The river gradually narrowed. Downstream, Yifeng could only see the outline of the opposite bank. But here, he could see the towering trees across the river, though only their outlines. There was much fog above the rainforest. Some giant trees even reached into the clouds. This should be the main course of the river, with countless tributaries beside it. At this point Yifeng encountered trouble. Ahead appeared a tributary 6 or 7 kilometers wide, blocking his way upstream. He could only turn 90 degrees and head into the tributary. Just then, the grass ahead shook, as if something hid inside, preparing an ambush. Yifeng sneered coldly and raised his rifle level. Whatever was in the grass, one shot would force it out. No! A tender voice came from the grass. Yifeng lowered his rifle, astonished, looking at the blonde little girl ahead. She was about 1.4 meters tall, thin as a bamboo pole, her childish face full of exhaustion. Yifeng vaguely remembered seeing this little girl on the cruise ship. Back then, she had her parents with her. Little one, are you alone? Yifeng walked over, crouched down, wanting to wipe the dirt from her face. But the blonde girl stepped back warily, holding a primitive stone dagger in her hand. Don't be afraid, little one, I won't hurt you. I will protect you. Yifeng quickly comforted her, putting the rifle on the ground. The little girl finally stopped backing away and let Yifeng wipe the mud from her face. You, such a small child, survived for so long? Wasn't there anyone else to help you? Yifeng asked. No, no one, only me. My mommy and daddy are dead. On the little girl's face there wasn't sadness, only helplessness and confusion. It's all right, it's all right. From now on I'll be your daddy. Come with me. Downstream there is a cave, with many uncles, aunts, and sisters. They will take care of you. Yifeng said with pity. The blonde little girl was too cute, making him uncontrollably feel some fatherly love. The little girl walked straight into Yifeng's arms, pressing her face into his stomach. These past few days, she had only caught some insects to eat. When hunger was unbearable, she even ate grass. When wild beasts appeared, she climbed up trees. Only when she couldn't stand the hunger did she come down to find food. Now, finally seeing a human, her hardened heart instantly broke, and she became a helpless child. What's your name? Yifeng asked. My name is Ilian. Good girl, Ilian. I will protect you. Yifeng kissed her forehead and carried her less than 50-pound body on his back. Today's mission was not yet done. He at least needed to find a warship, even wreckage would do. So he couldn't delay his progress because of Ilian. After walking another 10 minutes, Yifeng felt hot. It turned out, Ilian had fallen asleep on his back, her drool running down onto his bare shoulder. Yifeng just showed a happy smile, when suddenly his face changed. Ahead appeared a swamp, with many twisted black caimans basking in the sun. Counting roughly, there were more than 100. 2 of them had already opened their vertical pupils, staring unblinkingly at Yifeng. Damn! Yifeng slowly stepped back, raising his rifle. The next moment, one caiman crawled toward him. Its speed at first was not fast, but after a few crawls, it suddenly burst into speed. Run! Yifeng staggered into the forest. The caiman chased for several hundred meters before stopping, about to leave. But now, Yifeng would not let it go. Bang! A gunshot, and a spray of blood burst from the caiman's head. It rolled violently a few times, then lay still. Ilian also woke up. She rubbed her chubby face against Yifeng's neck. Uncle, the gun sound will bring other beasts. Let's leave quickly. Ilian said. Yifeng kept walking deeper into the forest, at least to bypass the swamp. The trees upstream were especially tall, with dense leaves almost completely blocking the sunlight, making the ground dim. After walking for a while, Yifeng saw ahead a familiar little tree, bearing 3 white fruits. He was overjoyed, quietly set Ilian down, and in a flash cut the tree down with one slash. Sure enough, after the tree was cut, the fruits didn't retract. Yifeng immediately ate too. A surge of heat coursed through his body. In an instant, he felt his strength nearly double. Ilian, this one is for you. Yifeng picked up the last fruit. Ilian obediently opened her mouth. Ah? After eating, her pale face turned red, her strength likely increased. Yifeng clenched his fists, his arm muscles instantly tightened, veins bulging. He felt that with one punch now, his strength was not 1,000, but at least 660 to 770 pounds. Then Yifeng swung a punch at a small tree. Crack! The tree shuddered and fell to the side. Yifeng stretched out his leg, aimed at a tree the thickness of a wrist, and kicked hard. Crack! The tree the thickness of a wrist snapped at once. Ha 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 ha! Yifeng could no longer hold back his joy and laughed loudly. Uncle, let's go back to the cave, you said. It's very dangerous here. Ilian came and tugged at Yifeng's clothes. Oh, right. Get on. Yifeng squatted, his back bent, and the little girl climbed up again. Uncle, give me a pistol. I can help you from your back. Ilian suddenly said. This was not at all like the thinking of a 12 or 13-year-old child. Yifeng felt she might be older than he thought, maybe about the same age as Ding Tuanchuan. Do you know how to use it? This is the safety. When there's no danger, don't open it, or you might hurt me by accident. Also, no matter if the safety is on or not, never point the gun at your own people. Yifeng held the pistol, turned to look at the small head on his shoulder. Ilian nodded. Only then did Yifeng hand her the pistol. Next, the two walked back, soon seeing the dead caiman again. But a wild dog was tearing at the wound, blood everywhere. Get out! Yifeng struck with the rifle butt, and the wild dog fled. He cut off the caiman's tail, preparing to bring it back to let the women in the camp taste fresh caiman meat. This meat was more tender than beef. Eating once made people addicted. Unfortunately, there was no alcohol on the island. If only they could brew wine. Once the ship was built, having parties on the deck every day would be the true enjoyment. 2 hours later, Yifeng finally reached the cave entrance. The 3 engineers were working with axes on wood. The women had clear tasks. Some kept watch, some wove sails, some cured beef. I'm back, and I brought back a little cutie. Yifeng shouted, and everyone immediately stopped their work. Ah, she's so cute. Alice rushed over and hugged Ilian. Let me hold her too. Lena also came rushing, kissing and hugging Ilian. Let me hold her too. Suyun also rushed over. You women worship foreigners too much. Is she cuter than me? Ding Tuanchuan muttered angrily while keeping watch. Soon, Lena and Anna took Ilian to the pool to wash. Yifeng, carrying the caiman tail, walked to Ding Tuanchuan. What's wrong? Who owes you money? Your face is all wrinkled. Yifeng laughed, patting her head. Brother Yi, do you think I'm cute? Ding Tuanchuan stuck her little face close. Yifeng hesitated, then suddenly opened his big mouth and covered nearly half her face, giving her a hard kiss. Ah! Don't eat me. So much drool. Ding Tuanchuan desperately wiped her face. You're the cutest. Yifeng chuckled, then began skinning the caiman tail, cutting the meat into strips, and laying it on a clean stone. As for the caiman skin, it was useful, it could be made into shoes. After all, their shoes had been soaked by rain and were already ruined. Especially Yifeng, the front of his shoes already showed his big toe. After a while, little Ilian was brought back. After being washed clean, she looked even cuter, like an angel. Uncle, my pants are torn. Ilian walked to Yifeng and went straight into his arms. After all, among all the people here, she was most familiar with Yifeng. With the others, it was just SOSO. Don't worry, I'll see if I can get an otter or a deer, then I'll make you some cute leather clothes and pants. Yifeng gently patted her back. Ilian nodded, then suddenly fell asleep in Yifeng's arms. Yifeng sighed, feeling full of pity. Such a small child, surviving so long in the wild, who knows how much she had suffered. Now she must be very tired and sleepy. You all take good care of her. It's only noon now. I've decided to go upstream again, to see if I can find the wreck of a warship, or maybe the natives' tribe. After explaining, Yifeng went to the 3 engineers. Engineer Chang, the keel hasn't been carried back yet, and you've already started? Yi Feng asked. Don't worry, right now we're building the deck and cabin. When the keel is brought back, we just assemble them together. Chang Libin said without looking up. He was using a string with a stone as a plumb line to check if the boards were vertical. Thank you for your hard work. I'll go now. After saying this, Yi Feng continued walking upstream. Luckily he had recruited the 3 engineers. If it were only him, he could probably only build a bamboo raft or a dugout canoe. Boss Ma, are we just going to keep walking like this? Aren't we going to build a ship to go home? North of the beach, Wong Tao asked while eating oysters. He hadn't expected that the place where they used to catch fish had so many oysters. Build a ship? How? Do we have nails? Do we have axes? We have nothing. Wong Tao. I say, you are really useless. Your girlfriend was stolen, your father was killed, and you're still sitting here eating oysters in peace. If I had a son like you, I'd have killed him long ago. Ma Xikong said bluntly. Who says I'm useless? But what can I do? Yi Feng has guns, good luck, and so many people helping him. Besides, didn't we go to the cave? Yi Feng and his group already moved somewhere else. To ask me to find someone in this rainforest is like finding a needle in the ocean. Wang Tao explained, holding back his anger. No. At this moment, an engineer spoke up. The keel is still downstream of the cave. That thing took us more than 10 engineers 10 days to build. I think Yi Feng will come back to take the keel. Otherwise, they would need to make another one, which would take a lot of time. Hearing this, Ma Xikong's eyes lit up. This is a good chance. Let's go set an ambush near the keel. We'll make more traps and a few bows and arrows. When Yi Feng comes back, first the traps will wear him down. When he finally climbs up, we'll shoot him with arrows. I don't believe it, does Yi Feng have 3 heads and 6 arms? Ma Xikong stood up immediately. The others looked at each other and followed him toward the stream. Bang! A gunshot, Yi Feng killed a caiman. He finally passed through the caiman's territory and continued walking deeper into the tributary. At the same time, the tributary gradually became narrower. Downstream it was 6 or 7 kilometers wide, but here it was only 30 to 40 meters wide. The tall trees almost completely covered the river overhead. The creatures in the water became more varied, with many fish swimming around. Yi Feng struck down with his entrenching shovel and killed a red-bellied piranha. This thing was as thick as a finger, but its mouth was full of sharp teeth. This thing should be edible. Yi Feng bit into it directly. It tasted fishy. Just as he was about to stand, suddenly a huge shadow swam from underwater, about half again as long as Yi Feng. Splash! A giant arapaima jumped out of the water, slamming its head toward Yi Feng. Its skull was as hard as iron. If it really hit Yi Feng's head, he would faint on the spot and drown in the river. Damn! Yi Feng quickly stepped back and raised his rifle. But after hesitating, he didn't fire. Because gunfire could attract even stronger predators. From now on, unless some beast chased him to the death, he would rather run than shoot. If there was no other choice, he would use his entrenching shovel or dagger to kill. Only when life was truly at risk would he use firearms. The giant arapaima missed Yi Feng, then flicked its tail and dove toward deeper water. But a larger shadow swam up to it. In one bite, it bit the entire arapaima in half. Blood spread across the river surface, quickly attracting swarms of red-bellied piranhas. Yi Feng kept walking deeper into the tributary. By now there was almost no path, and after wandering around he got lost. Helpless, he slung the rifle on his shoulder and climbed up a tall redwood. When he was almost at the crown, Yi Feng stopped, using a bird's-eye view to check the path he had taken. Damn! I've been circling in this 20-meter area for an hour? Still uneasy, Yi Feng cut off a branch with his knife and threw it onto the path back. This way, at least he had left a mark. Just as he was about to climb down, suddenly his expression froze. Not far from the redwood, a few hundred meters away by the riverbank, there was a campfire. 3 figures sat by the fire, roasting something. There are other humans? Yi Feng was overjoyed. He could confirm that those 3 figures were all men. He had been worried about not having enough strong laborers to build the boat. With the addition of those 3, the speed of building the boat could be increased. After getting down from the tree, Yi Feng rushed in one direction, finally breaking out of that strange loop and arriving at the campfire. The 3 men heard footsteps behind them and quickly threw down the fish in their hands, picking up sticks at the same time. It's you? Yi Feng and one of the men looked at each other, and their expressions immediately darkened. Su Jiaying, you're actually still alive? Yi Feng frowned tightly as he looked at Su Jiaying. This guy was the head of security, Wang Tao's lackey. Under Wang Tao's orders, he often made things difficult for Yi Feng at the entrance. For example, after work, he wouldn't search others, but would specifically search Yifeng, making him lose face in front of his colleagues. And during clock-in, when Yifeng was about to be late, he would suddenly close the main gate, only opening it after 9 o'clock sharp. But at that time, Yifeng didn't want to cause trouble, so he didn't beat him up. Now the chance has come. Su Jiaying was, after all, the head of security, and had some strength. Let him help build the boat first. As for the other two, they looked somewhat familiar to Yifeng. They were also security guards at the company and usually followed Su Jiaying's lead. If you're not dead, how could I be? Yifeng, the gun you're carrying, is it real? Su Jiaying asked cautiously. After all, on a deserted island, it's hard to know people's intentions. What if Yifeng attacked him? It's fake, no bullets left. Yifeng thought for a moment and decided to test Su Jiaying. Oh, so it's fake. Yifeng, you're alone now and it's hard to survive. Want to join us? But there are conditions. You have to help us keep watch at night, catch fish, roast fish, drive away mosquitoes, things like that. If you agree, I'll take you in, Su Jiaying said. No need. I have my own cave downstream, with many survivors. We're building a boat to go home. If you're interested, you can join us in building it. Yifeng didn't want to argue with him for now, better to build the boat first. Oh right, tomorrow he had to go to the creek to bring back the keel. These three guys were big and burly, just perfect for hard labor. You're building a boat? Okay, of course. Let's go now. After saying that, Su Jiaying directly picked up a wooden spear and something that looked like an iron plate. He had fashioned it into a shield. On the shield, there were several letters. Yifeng looked closely and was overjoyed. The letters were in German. Where did you find this piece of iron? Yifeng asked. Oh, we found it over there, at least a dozen kilometers from here. After saying that, Su Jiaying and the two guards stood beside Yifeng, ready for him to lead the way. Wait, when you found this iron plate, did you find any other pieces? Or a warship or something? Yifeng asked. Yifeng, what are you talking about? It's just a piece of scrap metal. Why are you bringing up warships? So you only saw this iron plate? You didn't search the area? Search for what? Just hurry up and lead us home. My patience is very limited. Su Jiaying crossed his arms, his eyes sharply scanning Yifeng. He had made up his mind, if Yifeng dared to lie to him, he would definitely kill him. Originally, there were over a dozen of them, mostly women, the elderly, and middle-aged people. Su Jiaying and his two guards naturally became the leaders of the group. The first few days were fine, he was just waiting for a rescue plane. But after days of no sign, his gaze toward the women changed. He not only raped a blonde young woman but also stabbed her husband to death. As for the little girl, he had intended to act, but was a step too late and she escaped downstream. Because of that incident, the rest of the group stopped accepting the three of them. So Su Jiaying killed them all one by one. The women had it worse, used before being killed. The men were luckier, killed directly. Due to his poor leadership, in less than a month, only the three of them were left. Alright, follow me. Yifeng immediately led the way, his mind spinning rapidly. These three guys were still somewhat useful. Tomorrow, they would first carry back the keel, then have them lead the way upstream. From there, they would search a 10-kilometer radius. There must still be other wreckage from the warship. Hopefully, they could find something like a steam engine. After walking a few kilometers downstream, the three guys couldn't walk any farther and collapsed on the ground like mud. You guys have this little stamina? How did you manage to get to more than 10 kilometers upstream? Yifeng looked shocked. What? That took us half a month to get there. There are no paths in this tropical rainforest, just venomous snakes and fierce beasts everywhere. You think it's easy? Su Jiaying panted as he spoke. Yifeng rolled his eyes and waited there for them. When it was completely dark, Yifeng finally brought the three guys back to the cave. Su. President Su? Is that you, President Su? Su Jiaying immediately saw Su Yun. Aren't you from the security department? That's great, you all survived too. Su Yun was very emotional. Yes, President Su. I don't know if Brother Tao is still alive. I really miss him now. Su Jiaying wanted to rush over to hug Su Yun, but Yifeng stepped between them. Alright. I believe you haven't eaten anything decent this past month. Hey you, go roast some meat for them, Yifeng said. First, get these three guys' bodies back in shape. After all, the engineers couldn't all do manual labor. If they got worn out, Yifeng would have no one left to use. But these three guys could be wasted anytime. Rimiko nodded and went to cook for the three guys. When Su Jiaying saw Rimiko, his eyes lit up. Because most of the women here had torn clothes, exposing arms or legs. Especially Alice, she was still wearing a bikini, just wrapped with a grass skirt around her waist. To the eyes of the three beasts, all they saw was pale flesh. You two, come here. Let's talk. The three of them immediately walked to a corner. Captain, we've struck gold. So many beauties here, we can take turns playing and still have enough for a week. As for Yifeng, a softie. Those three half-old men definitely aren't a match for us. As for that cripple, we can just find a chance to finish him off outside. Yeah, Captain. Let Yifeng get our bodies back in shape first. Once we're full of energy, then we'll have fun. However, Su Jiaying glared at the two. Can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Why are you two so impatient? First, we need to build the boat. We can't offend those three engineers. As for Yifeng, once we've eaten and are full, we'll beat him into submission. That cripple in the cave, we'll find a chance to kill him outside. He. As for the women, we can do whatever we want. Even messing them up inside is fine, there's no law here. Once the boat is finished, we'll have the women row for us. When we're close to going home, toss them into the sea to feed the fish. We can't let them go back and report us to the police. So after we finish eating, we'll call everyone together for a meeting to establish the three of us as leaders. Su Jiaying said calmly. Captain, you really know how to play. I want the foreign chick first. I want that cute little girl. The three of them fantasized to the side, but Yifeng had already seen through their nature, though he didn't expose it yet. After the meal, he'd let these three know who the boss really was. Susan was probably up in the tree on night watch, otherwise these three wouldn't dare smile so lewdly. After all, they had seen Susan's skills, even 1 against 5 was no problem for her. Come on, time to eat. Rimiko had already finished roasting the meat. In a helmet, she had stewed meat soup, with some wild vegetables on top. You still had to supplement vitamins, couldn't eat only meat. Su Jiaying and the other two came over and sat directly in Yifeng's seat. You three really have no manners. That stone bench is for Brother Yi. Move. Ding Tuanchuan scolded. Little girl, he, uncle loves you. Don't be so fierce. One of the security guards said with a greasy smile. Ding Tuanchuan was startled and quickly hid behind Yifeng. Forget it, let's eat first. Where's Ilian? Is she still sleeping? Yifeng asked. Yes, still sleeping in the cave. She already ate once. That child must have suffered a lot, Lena wiped her tears, motherly love overflowing. Alright, let's eat. Yifeng picked up the roast meat. The three security guards had a big appetite. After all, company security wasn't just about standing guard, they also helped move desks in the office occasionally. They ate for a full hour. Everyone was full. Su Jiaying leaned his back against the stone wall, one hand on his belly. Once the food was digested, it would be time for him to establish leadership. Have you all finished eating? Su Jiaying slowly stood up. His two lackeys each held a wooden stick, standing behind him like eunuchs backing up an emperor. However, no one paid attention to him. Several women were quietly chatting. Yifeng was sharpening arrowheads with a dagger. 3 engineers were discussing issues with the boat structure. I'm talking to you. Su Jiaying felt embarrassed. He wanted to slam the table, but there was no table here. So, in a fit of anger, he kicked directly into the campfire. Ah! Sparks flew everywhere. At the same time, the leg of Su Jiaying's pants caught on fire. Yifeng gave him a cold glance and slowly stood up. Next, he needed to beat these 3 guys into submission, otherwise, they definitely wouldn't work honestly. From now on, I'm your boss. Who agrees? Who disagrees? Yifeng was stunned. He didn't expect someone to steal his line. Su Jiaying was already standing on a rock, looking down at everyone. Don't be upset. This is a deserted island. There's no law here, so it's survival of the fittest. If you listen to me, I'll take good care of you. But if you don't, sorry, I'll kick you out, Su Jiaying shouted. Why should we? Yusihai stood up. Because of my fists. On a deserted island, whoever's fists are harder makes the rules, Su Jiaying said coldly. I want to compare fists with you and see who's harder. Yifeng put down the dagger and didn't use the gun either. Su Jiaying turned around and looked coldly at Yifeng. I knew you'd jump out to cause trouble. Today, I'll show you what I've got. He lunged at Yifeng. Unsurprisingly, before he even got close, Yifeng slapped him to the ground, and he couldn't get up for a long time. You're that strong? Su Jiaying looked up, shocked. The women quickly sat to the side, looking excited to watch the show. Captain Su, seems like your fists aren't as hard as mine. Do you accept that now? Yifeng asked. Accept your mom. Brothers, let's take him down. Don't hold back. Su Jiaying gave the order, and the 3 guys rushed at Yifeng. Still no surprise, after just 2 minutes, all 3 were lying on the ground. Su Jiaying even lost a front tooth. He covered his drafty mouth, looking at Yifeng with unconvinced eyes. Yi Feng, you're this good at fighting? Why didn't you ever fight back at the company? Su Jiaying asked. You idiot. In a civilized society, hitting people is illegal. If you hit back, it's mutual assault. Yi Feng crossed his arms. He could tell these three were not truly convinced. Damn. Captain, this guy is too strong. What now? One guard helped Su Jiaying up. Grab weapons, take him down. The three picked up wooden sticks. Yi Feng didn't hold back either and picked up a bamboo spear. With a weapon in hand, Yi Feng was like a tiger with wings. The spear whooshed through the air. He didn't strike to kill, just used the bamboo spear like a stick. In no time, the three were bruised and beaten all over, screaming in pain. Do you submit? Do you submit? Do you submit? With each question, another spear strike came. Stop! Stop! We submit. Su Jiaying was the first to give in. Yeah, stop hitting us. We really give in. The two guards also admitted defeat. Yi Feng nodded and tossed the bamboo spear aside. He didn't want to be too harsh, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to carry the keel tomorrow. Good. Now you three are part of the engineering team. You must follow the engineer's orders. Do what they tell you, no slacking off. If you slack, no food. Understand? Yi Feng said. Fine. Su Jiaying nodded gloomily, full of rage inside. Clap 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 clap. Ding Tuanchuan led the applause. Brother Yi, that was amazing. The other women followed, clapping too. Clap clap clap. For a moment, the cave echoed with the sound of flesh striking flesh. The three beaten guys shrank to a corner, covered in dirt, eyes flickering, seemingly planning something. Yi Feng didn't care. He called the others outside the cave. Listen up, keep your guns under your pillows tonight. Don't let those three get them. Night watchers must guard not just against beasts, but also those three trying anything. Yi Feng said. Got it. Everyone agreed and went to rest. Meanwhile, Su Jiaying and the other two squatted in a corner like beggars. Yi Feng still didn't feel safe, so he brought back some vines. We're going to sleep now, but I don't trust you three. So I'll have to tie you up, Yi Feng said. What? Su Jiaying was furious. I said, I'll only feel safe tying you three up. But don't worry, once everyone wakes up in the morning, you'll be untied. I'll tie you outside the cave. If any wild beasts come, just scream to wake us up. I'll come save you, Yi Feng said seriously. Damn it. Let's fight him. Another fierce battle. This time Yi Feng used 30% of his strength, beating the three until they couldn't move. Brother Yu, Brother Bao, please help me tie them up, Yi Feng called. Sure. The two engineers came over and tied the three up like rice dumplings, then secured the rope to a large tree. This way, their hands couldn't move, only their legs, and they could only move within 5 or 6 meters. Tonight, Ding Tuanchuan and Alice, you two are on night watch. After saying that, Yi Feng went back to sleep. The women blushed and all squeezed toward Yi Feng. But Yi Feng pushed most of them away, keeping only Su Yun and Ilian in his arms. They were the youngest, with weaker resistance. Yi Feng needed to keep them warm. Outside the cave, Su Jiaying and his two men squatted together. Damn it, we really miscalculated. Didn't think Yi Feng could fight like that, one guard said angrily. In their last team, they were the leaders. But here in Yi Feng's place, not only weren't they leaders, they were treated like dogs outside the gate. That's human nature. Once you've tasted power, you never want to be beneath others again. This can't go on. Tomorrow, we'll find a chance to lure Yi Feng to a place with no one. One of us distracts him by talking, the other sneaks up and hits him in the head, try to smash his skull with one blow. The night wind made the campfire flicker. Su Jiaying's face was hard to read. But Yi Feng is too strong. I'm afraid even that won't work, a guard said. So, let's talk when we carry the keel. I just overheard a few women, it shows we'll be sent to carry the keel tomorrow. Yi Feng will definitely carry it too, and it must be something very heavy. While he's dead tired, one of us will talk to him, one will sneak attack from behind, three-pronged attack, no matter if he's a deity, he'll die. Su Jiaying said. Fine, that's decided. A faint smile appeared on the three faces, as if they already saw Yi Feng lying in a pool of blood and all the women writhing under them. Little did they know, their entire conversation was heard by Susan on night watch in the tree. The next morning, the three were dozing together when Yi Feng came to untie them. They rubbed their eyes and looked at him in a daze. Let's go. 4 of us have work to do today. Yi Feng said, handing each of them a piece of roasted meat and a bowl of meat soup made from leaves. Since manual labor awaited, Yi Feng was especially generous that day. The three exchanged looks and immediately started eating in big bites. When they finished, Yi Feng slung on a rifle, 2 pistols, 3 daggers, and an entrenching tool, military shovel. Su Jiaying, you take the entrenching tool and go ahead to clear the path. Yi Feng commanded. What? You want me to lead the way? Wait, is that an entrenching tool? Good, give it to me, I'll lead the way. Su Jiaying quickly took the entrenching tool, swung it in the air twice, a sinister smile on his face. After walking downstream along the river, Yifeng had the three climb the mountain in batches. Finally they reached the beach. The three were constantly looking for a chance to circle around behind Yifeng. But for some reason, Yifeng seemed to sense something. He always stood behind them and gave them no chance. Yifeng sneered inside. Susan had already told him about their plan. Normally, with his temper, he'd kill them outright. But now he couldn't, he needed strong labor to carry the keel. After that, they still needed to return to build the boat, cut wood, drill holes in the wood. Ouch, my stomach hurts. Xiaokai, you go ahead and lead the way. I'm going behind to take a dump. Su Jiaying suddenly clutched his stomach and tried to move behind Yifeng. What are you doing? Yifeng's face turned cold. I have diarrhea. Are you letting me hold it till we return? Su Jiaying snapped angrily. At this moment, Xiaokai spoke up. Brother Feng, actually we already saw the rescue plane upstream. Unfortunately we were in the forest. The leaves blocked us so the plane didn't see us. Yifeng's body trembled slightly. If you need to poop, go ahead. I'll watch you. No problem. Yifeng said, holding the pistol and keeping his eye on the three. The three were positioned dangerously, using a flanking formation that half encircled him. Su Jiaying clenched and loosened his fists, finally pulled down his pants and squatted nearby to do smelly business. No paper? Rub on the ground. Let's keep going. Yifeng urged. So, the four continued toward the creek. Downstream from the cave, Ma Xikong was hiding in the bamboo forest with his bow and arrow, with Wang Tao beside him holding another handmade bow and arrow. Further upstream in the bamboo woodland were another four engineers lying in ambush. Wang Tao, you're somewhat useful after all. At least you're good at digging pits, Ma Xikong said with a grin. Thanks for the praise. Wang Tao, burning with rage, felt this was too much. Being made to dig the pit alone, for a whole day and night, he finally dug a 4-meter-deep pit next to the keel and covered it with bamboo sticks. Once Yifeng's team came to carry the keel, they would fall in. What if Yifeng doesn't come? Wang Tao asked. Relax. He will. It's just a matter of time. Shoo. Ma Xikong made a quiet gesture and looked downstream. Brother Feng, don't be so rigid. As long as the four of us work together, we'll be invincible. Those many women, what do you need all that for? I don't believe you alone can satisfy so many women, especially those foreign ones. I heard they have big needs, we four brothers can join in. Su Jiaying was planting ideas into Yifeng's head, turning Yifeng's pants awkward. No problem. I agree. But first, let's carry the keel back. Yifeng said calmly. He was tolerating these three for now. After carrying the keel back, he'd still beat them up, otherwise, they wouldn't behave. Ha ha ha, great. As long as Brother Feng joins us, our quartet will be the strongest organization in the camp. The three engineers can keep working under us to build the boat. As for the women, every night we can play rock paper scissors or card flipping, feel like emperors. As for that cripple? Brother Feng, unless you're close with that cripple, my suggestion is to find a place to dump him in the river for the fish. He's worthless anyway. The three spoke one after another, offering suggestions. Yifeng's patience reached its limit, one more word from them would break his act. The keel grew clearer in view. Yifeng's face brightened, but the next moment, his brow furrowed as he looked toward the bamboo forest on the shore. For some reason, he felt danger there, an intuition. First, next to the keel should be watergrass. Why were there bamboo leaves there? And the bamboo leaves were green, not dried, meaning someone had placed them there in the past day. He quietly disengaged the rifle safety, keeping his peripheral vision on the bamboo forest and the sky. Ah! A guard suddenly fell into the trap, screaming. Su Jiaying panicked and looked down from the cave mouth. At the bottom of the trap stood sharpened bamboo stakes. One just happened to pierce his subordinates. Fuck, my kunkpa is ruined. Captain, pull me up, pull me up. The subordinate wildly stretched his hand upward. Su Jiaying's gaze jumped around before focusing on the bamboo forest. Indigenous people must be ambushing us. As he spoke, a bamboo arrow shot out from the forest. Though poor accuracy, it hit Su Jiaying's thigh, only breaking the skin. Fuck, there really are indigenous people. Su Jiaying jumped in worry. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Yifeng made his move, he pulled the bolt, ejected the spent shell, and loaded another round. This old rifle was a pain, each shot had to be manually reloaded and manually ejected. Fuck! Yifeng fired again, snapping a bamboo stalk. Then he heard chaotic footsteps from the bamboo forest. Ma Xikong's group rushed out, wielding oddly shaped primitive weapons. Don't be afraid, this kind of gun can only shoot one bullet at a time. Ma Xikong ran in a zigzag pattern toward Yifeng while shooting an arrow at him. He was a skilled shooter. From Yifeng's technique, he could tell he was a newbie, so he was confident he could take him out. Because the distance was too close, just as Yifeng loaded the bullet, Ma Xikong's stick struck. Bang! The bullet grazed Ma Xikong's left waist, carving out a bloody groove. Ah! Ma Xikong screamed in pain, but his stick still slammed hard against Yifeng's rifle. In an instant, the rifle flew out of Yifeng's hands. Wong Tao was the second to rush over. You bastard, pay for my father's life. Yifeng kicked him, Wong Tao flew backward. But then the 4 engineers also rushed over. Though they couldn't fight, one hugged Yifeng's leg, one grabbed his lower back, another grabbed his arm. Ma Xikong, enduring the severe pain, stood up and bent over to pick up the rifle. Bang! A gunshot rang out from downstream. Ma Xikong's rifle was shot away. Not good. There's backup. Ma Xikong panicked and immediately turned to run. Wong Tao's eyes shifted, and he followed Ma Xikong. The 4 engineers were dumbfounded. They didn't expect Ma Xikong to betray them so quickly. Boss Ma, what about us? Wait for us. The 4 released Yifeng and scrambled upstream. Yifeng finally had his hands free and quickly pulled out his pistol. Bang! The last engineer running away was shot in the head. Freeze, all of you! Otherwise, I'll kill every last one of you. Yifeng's eyes were bloodshot, full of killing intent. Luckily, he had prepared a backup plan. Otherwise, even if he killed Ma Xikong and the others, he probably would have been shot himself. Susan walked up calmly from downstream, holding a rifle. Yifeng had planned this in advance. Susan had been tailing the group from afar. After all, he was just an ordinary man, he needed to be ready for anything. The remaining 3 engineers quickly raised their hands and obediently walked downstream. Everyone lie on the ground, hands on your head. Yifeng pointed his gun and ordered. The 3 engineers quickly lay on the ground. Sister Susan, stay here and watch them. I'm going to kill Ma Xikong and Wong Tao. After saying that, Yifeng took 2 pistols and rushed upstream. But just as he reached the cave entrance, he stopped. Ma Xikong was too cunning. What if he had set traps on the road? Forget it, staying alive is more important. Yifeng turned back downstream, thinking about how to deal with that sly guy Ma Xikong. Otherwise, he could jump out like a thief and strike at any time, it would be impossible to guard against. Su Jiaying had already dragged the injured guard out of the trap. The guy's inner thigh was bleeding nonstop, but his spirit seemed fine, obviously, it hadn't hit any vital spots. Can you still do physical labor? Yifeng stared straight at the guard, his killing intent unhidden. I can work. The guard was quick-witted at this critical moment. Yifeng directly pulled down his pants to check. Probably useless now, but not too serious, resting 3 or 4 days should be enough to work again. Don't help him. Let him follow the group on his own. If he falls behind, hee. Yifeng's meaning was clear. Su Jiaying nodded and abandoned his underling. You 3 engineers, plus 2 guards, 5 people, go carry the keel. Now! Yifeng ordered. The 5 exchanged glances and had no choice but to use all their strength to lift the keel. So heavy. Must be at least 1,100 pounds. Su Jiaying's face turned red like blood, his teeth grinding. He was carrying the keel's head, the heaviest part, bearing over 330 pounds by himself. Stop whining. Head downstream. If anyone slacks off, the engineers will suffer the consequences. Yifeng ordered. The 5 were startled and, with trembling legs, carried the keel downstream. The injured guard gritted his teeth, picked up a stick as a crutch, and limped after the group. Yifeng led the way. Susan brought up the rear. Anyone who acted out would be shot. Bang! After walking just 1 kilometer downstream, the heavy keel slammed to the ground. The 5 collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, even sticking out their tongues to help cool down. Yifeng didn't urge them, he picked up the rifle and watched the creek banks cautiously. Just now, he felt the surroundings go slightly quiet. Brother Feng, help carry the keel's head too. I really can't lift it anymore. Su Jiaying pleaded. So you're saying you're useless now? Yifeng raised the gun to his temple. No, I'm valuable. I really am. Su Jiaying forced himself up and hoisted the keel back on his shoulder. You 4, hurry up and lift too, or Brother Feng will shoot you. Su Jiaying, once threatened, shifted his anger onto the others. No wonder he was the head of security, he had the perfect mindset for a lackey. Yifeng looked at these guys like he was looking at corpses. Once the boat was built, he absolutely wouldn't let them live. The only ones he would keep were the 3 engineers in the cave, and Brother Wu. And of course, the women. The group lifted the keel again, staggering downstream. This time, after just a few hundred meters, they collapsed again. I can't go on, a 50-something engineer cried out. Yifeng sighed and had to help. Susan needed to stay alert for danger, so the pressure was high on her. With a new laborer added, the others felt relieved, and the group of 8 jogged downstream. Stop. Yifeng suddenly dropped the keel. Ow! Ugh! The other 5 immediately screamed from the sudden weight. As the keel hit the ground, Yifeng raised the rifle, aiming downstream. Susan, though unaware of anything, followed suit. There, downstream, more than 30 strange monkeys appeared. Some carried animal corpses, some had babies on their backs, some held blowpipes. The lead monkey skillfully put the pipe to its mouth. Shoot them all! Yifeng shouted. Bang! Bang! Susan opened fire too. Only 2 or 3 monkeys had been killed. Yifeng, out of options, threw a pistol to one engineer. You shoot too! Or these things will wipe us out! Yifeng yelled. I've seen these things before. They don't hunt animals for food, they kill for fun. The engineer took the pistol and started shooting rapidly. The strange monkeys threw away what they were carrying, some charged forward, some flanked through the bamboo forest, and some crossed the creek to the other side. At the same time, they used their blowpipes like poles, jumping 5 to 6 meters high. 30 strange monkeys created the momentum of thousands of troops. In Yifeng's sight, it seemed like the strange monkeys were sweeping in like a tide, making people lose the will to resist. At this moment, he seemed to understand how the Germans were wiped out. No good, let's run. That engineer, after firing a few shots, threw the pistol away and turned to flee upstream. Fuck your mother, don't run. Yifeng was both anxious and angry, but couldn't split his attention. With one person leading the way, the others also ran. In place, only Yifeng and Susan were left holding on. Yifeng suddenly grabbed the base of his thigh. A sharp pain spread from there through his whole body. His muscles went numb, and the rifle fell to the ground. But he turned his hand and pulled out the remaining pistol, firing non-stop at the strange monkeys. Yifeng, get up! Susan shouted quickly. Yifeng wanted to stand, but his legs had gone numb. A tingling feeling was spreading through both legs. Susan, run. Don't worry about me. At the critical moment, Yifeng made a heroic decision. Susan said nothing, kept feeding bullets into the rifle chamber, ejecting casings one by one. Less than 10 monkeys had been killed, but Yifeng was already down. The rifle's bullets quickly ran out. Susan threw it aside, pulled out a pistol, and dragged Yifeng toward the bamboo forest. Bang bang bang. The pistol had only 7 bullets. After firing 3, the gun jammed. She gritted her teeth, carried Yifeng on her back, and ran into the bamboo forest. Yifeng felt 2 more darts hit his backside. Ah! Susan, are you using me as a shield? Yifeng cried out in pain like being burned alive. The poison on those darts was strong, it felt like burning hot needles piercing his skin. Susan had no strength to speak, breathing heavily as she ran with Yifeng on her back. Soon, she reached a banyan tree. Can you move? Susan asked. No, I can't move my legs, and now even my left arm is numb. Only the fingers of my left hand still have some feeling, Yifeng replied. Susan nodded, suddenly threw the pistol onto the banyan tree, then jumped up herself. She hooked a strong leg around a branch, grabbed Yifeng's belt, and dragged him up into the tree. Behind them, the strange monkey's screeches grew louder. At the last second, Susan pulled Yifeng into the tree and pounced into his arms. The banyan tree was narrow, and the two had to press together to stay hidden from the monkeys. Yifeng felt his whole body go limp, even his nerves were numb. But he could still smell Susan's pleasant scent. Below, the monkey's sounds came closer and then slowly faded away. No one knew how much time passed before Susan got off him. She cautiously peeked down, then leaned against a branch, breathing heavily. She was almost exhausted. She hadn't expected Yifeng to look skinny but be so heavy, his muscle and bone mass were clearly high. After 2 minutes of heavy breathing, Susan suddenly pulled down Yifeng's pants. No! Yifeng tried to speak but realized the nerves near his mouth were also numb, he could only make muffled sounds. Susan glanced inside his pants, her face instantly turning red. This poison is really strong. I have to suck it out. Bear with it. She lowered her head. Yifeng felt her long hair mingling with his messy body hair. Susan spit out a few mouthfuls of black blood, finally, it turned red again. Actually, even before Susan started sucking, Yifeng felt some power inside him resisting the toxin. Now that Susan had sucked a few mouthfuls, the poison was expelled. Whether it was due to Susan's help or his inner power, or both, was unclear. There's still the but. Susan used all her strength to try to flip Yifeng over. Yifeng felt thrilled, he wanted to tell her he was almost fine already, but the feeling just now was too wonderful. You bastard, look thin but so heavy, you almost killed me. Susan grunted, then flipped him hard. Ouch! Yifeng fell straight from the banyan tree. Luckily, there were thick weeds below. You can talk again? Susan jumped down. Yifeng slowly propped himself up. His limbs weren't as nimble as before, he'd need some time to recover fully. Yes, thank you, Sister Susan. If you hadn't sucked out the poison, I might have died. Yifeng said sincerely. Shut up. Don't you dare tell anyone when we get back, or I'll cut you. Susan glared at him. Ow. Yifeng's legs gave out, and he sat down. What's wrong? Susan looked at him warily. Maybe you didn't suck it all out. There's still some left. It's fine, if I die, I die. But I can't let you suck again. Yifeng said righteously. Susan looked him up and down, walked around behind him, then suddenly shouted. Get away. There's a cobra behind you. Susan yelled. Ha! Yifeng panicked and rolled 3 meters away, very agile. Where is it? He asked seriously. But Susan walked over with her hands on her hips and yanked his ear. A man and woman came out of the bamboo forest, the man still trying to explain. I don't know what happened. You scared me, and the poison just came out by itself. Enough. You think I'm one of those dumb women in the cave? Those guys all ran away. What about the keel? Susan asked. Just then, 2 water buffalo appeared across the creek. They looked frightened, but when they saw the 2 people, they raised their heads and seemed to greet them. Ha ha ha. Yifeng walked over and patted the buffaloes' noses. Wanna. Please help me out, okay? Come on, good ones. Yifeng grew up in the countryside, he knew how to talk to buffalo. He picked some fresh leaves from the treetop for them, then quietly inserted sticks into the keel's holes, finally tying the sticks to the buffaloes' backs with old banyan vines. Just like that, the yoke was done. This thing could rest on the buffalo's shoulders, and they couldn't shake it off. Dear buffalo brothers, please help and follow me. Yifeng said and walked ahead, luring the buffaloes with fresh leaves. As the water buffalo stepped forward, the heavy keel was slowly dragged along. Brother Feng, we're back again. At that moment, 6 people appeared from the bamboo forest. Yifeng raised his eyebrows. He thought these guys wouldn't return, didn't expect they were addicted to being abused. It's good you came back. Come help carry the keel. You 6 carry the tail, the 2 buffalo carry the head, let's speed things up, Yifeng said coldly. Okay, Brother Feng. Su Jiaying responded and led the others to lift the keel's tail. Yifeng guided the buffalo in front with tender leaves. With the 2 new helpers, the ones behind carried it easily and made it all the way to the beach without resting. Because the buffalo shared 60% of the weight. Earlier, when Su Jiaying and the others fled upstream, they regrouped with the 3 engineers. After some scheming, they decided to return to the cave, only the tools in the cave could build a boat. Another reason, Su Jiaying felt unwilling, since he hadn't played with the women in the cave yet. And most of all, he wanted revenge, he had to kill Yifeng to vent his anger. The 6 of them hit it off and came back as a team to deliver themselves. Rest here on the beach for a bit, then we'll give it one last push to bring the keel home. At Yifeng's order, the keel was put down. Even the 2 buffalo didn't leave, they stood beside Yifeng, using their noses to nudge his arm constantly. Yifeng stroked the buffalo's nose while looking at Su Jiaying. Su Jiaying, you came back, aren't you afraid I'll kill you? Su Jiaying had expected this. He said righteously, Brother Feng, I think we can't fight internally now. You've seen those strange monkeys, even guns can't scare them. If we can't work together and build a boat to go home, it won't be long before those monkeys find us. Surprisingly, Yifeng was slightly moved by his words. But after just 3 seconds, he sneered coldly. He understood human nature too well. Can a dog stop eating shit? Fine, let's work together for now, Yifeng replied perfunctorily. They'd talk again once the boat was built. At that moment, Su Jiaying walked up to Susan. Assistant Su, I didn't expect you were still alive. Why didn't I see you in the cave? Susan had a cold expression and ignored him. Su Jiaying awkwardly stepped back and began lecturing the other 5. Listen up. Here, we must absolutely obey Brother Feng and Sister Susan. If anyone disobeys, I'll cripple them myself before they even make a move. He had made up his mind to earn Yifeng's trust. After all, he had been a security guard and knew what kind of people leaders liked. Leaders love lackeys like him. Because leaders need to maintain their image, harsh words are best delivered by a lackey. Maybe not noticed at first, but over time, the leader would feel indebted. Back then, wasn't that how Su Jiaying became team captain? When they reached the cliff under the cave, trouble came. The buffalo couldn't climb the slope, their hooves couldn't grip. No matter what Yifeng tried, they just wouldn't go up. No choice. At this point, we can only use one trick. We humans go up first, then pull the buffalo up one by one with ropes, Yifeng said. Everyone got busy. While being pulled up, the buffalo were so scared they peed and pooped, but eventually made it up safely. It took 2 full hours to overcome this natural barrier. But the buffalo had been traumatized, now they slipped as they walked. If I'm not mistaken, isn't that a person lying by the riverbank? Su Jiaying stopped and pointed. Yifeng quickly circled the keel and looked toward the riverbank. Looks like a person. He ran over quickly. Sure enough, there was a woman lying there. But her features didn't match yellow, white, or black races. Her skin was a healthy wheat color, and she wore animal skin that barely covered her chest and lower part. Yifeng only had to lower his head a bit to see into her leather skirt. Could she be a native? He reached out to feel her breath. It was faint, but she was still alive. So Yifeng simply picked her up and laid her on his thigh. Around her neck was a necklace made of canine teeth, and she had 3 tattooed horizontal stripes on her arm. Definitely a native spy. I'll take you back, interrogate you, and find out where the warship is. With that thought, Yifeng carried the woman on his back. What did you pick up again? Susan asked with displeasure. Oh, it's a native sister. I think maybe we can get some intel from her, so we'll save her first. If she wakes up, we interrogate immediately, Yifeng said seriously. Really? Susan rolled her eyes and said nothing more. But Su Jiaying looked excited, his eyes constantly peeking under the native woman's skirt. Su Jiaying, go to the front and lift the keel head, Yifeng said coldly. Why? Su Jiaying was shocked. No reason. Just do it, Yifeng's tone turned cold. After walking a bit more, they finally returned to the cave. You're back? A group of women surrounded Yifeng, all squeezing toward him, looking for a sense of safety. Engineer Chang? Huh? Engineer Zhang. You actually came? Great. The 6 engineers hugged each other, after all, they had worked together a long time. Yifeng watched coldly, calculating in his mind, he couldn't let the 6 engineers become too united. If they went on strike, his boat-building plan would be ruined. And most importantly, he couldn't let the new 6 get hold of any guns, nor enter the underground base. So, Yifeng quietly walked over to Long Wu. Long Wu had a lame leg, but his hands still worked. Brother Wu, take these 2 pistols. Besides me, Susan, Zhang Yan, Rimiko, and Dove, don't let anyone else enter the cave's depths, Yifeng said. Long Wu nodded and placed the pistols within reach. He had been a soldier and had strong execution skills. With a lame leg, he could only stay in the cave, perfect as a home guard. What about Su Yun? And the first 3 engineers? And the other women, should they be kept out too? Long Wu asked. Sigh. Su Yun and the other women don't understand the dangers of society, they're easily tricked. Keep them out too. As for the 3 original engineers, look over there. See how cozy they are with the 6 new ones? Easy to sway. Understand? Yifeng pointed into the distance. Understood. Only you, Susan, Zhang Yan, Rimiko, and Dove. Anyone else who dares enter the cave's depths, kill without mercy. A trace of killing intent flashed in Long Wu's eyes. Yifeng. No, only the newly brought back ones can be killed without mercy. For the others, you should try to persuade them first. Yifeng tried hard to make Long Wu understand. He couldn't bear to kill someone like Ding Tuanchuan, such a cute little girl. A few question marks flashed across Long Wu's face. Clearly, he didn't understand Yifeng's orders. Soldiers are too straightforward, sometimes they really don't know how to adapt. I'll give you an example. Me, Susan, Rimiko, Zhang Yan, and Dove, we are the core team. We have certain capabilities, schemes, and tactics. So we're Tier 1. You can follow our instructions. Su Yun and the other women, they're Tier 2. They're trustworthy, but you have to guard against their compassion being taken advantage of. Tier 3 is Chang Libin, Bao Qifeng, and Yu Sihai. They're the most likely to be swayed. Their trust level is very low, and they might act irrationally at any time. And then there are the 6 we just brought back. These guys are clearly harboring ill intentions. But since they are strong labor, we need them to build the boat. As long as they behave and work, don't touch them for now. But if they take any real action, don't hesitate, crush them immediately. Yifeng said. Brother Feng, now that's clear. I got it. Long Wu nodded. Great, Brother Wu, I'll be counting on you. They both called each other brother, but each had their own role. After finishing the instructions, Yifeng went and explained the same to several key people, how to guard against the 6 troublemakers. At this point, the engineers had already started working. They placed the keel at the cave entrance, using it as the base to drive stakes and build the boat's outline. Speed it up. Don't wait for Brother Feng to tell you again, hear that? Su Jiaying was walking with his hands behind his back, acting as supervisor. Su Jiaying, get in there and work. We don't need supervisors here, Yifeng said coldly. Yes, yes. Su Jiaying obediently went off to chop wood. As for the guy with the injured egg, he was resting against a tree, occasionally touching it, then sniffing his hand. Yifeng squinted and walked over. Is it rotting? Seems like it, the security guard's eyes showed a trace of fear. On a deserted island, if a wound rots, not even a god can save you. Yifeng squatted down and took a look. There was definitely a rotting smell. Come on. I'll take you to the river to collect herbs. There are special medicinal plants there. With that, Yifeng helped the guard up. Yifeng, I'm really sorry. I used to follow the captain and give you a hard time. The guard looked touched. Don't say anything. Let's go. Yifeng finally brought the guard to the big river. Yifeng, why did you stop? Ah? A scream, the guard was kicked into the river. In an instant, a swarm of parasitic catfish and piranhas swam over and began biting him, starting from the egg. Once Yifeng confirmed the man was completely gone in the depths of the river, he returned to the cave. Where's Xiaoyang? Su Jiaying asked. He was eaten by those strange monkeys. I had a hard time shaking them off. Hurry up and build the boat, those monkeys will find us eventually. Yifeng lit. On a deserted island, a kind heart won't get you past episode 2. He had no reason to be soft. Su Jiaying glanced at the river, then went back to work. But this time, he worked more cautiously, not as hard as before, as if he was afraid of getting hurt. Time passed again. After nightfall, Yifeng let the 6 men rest outside the cave. Meanwhile, Rimiko prepared food for them. Chang Libin's trio received a large piece of roast meat and a big bowl of bone soup. But Su Jiaying's group of 5 only got a small piece of roast meat, no soup. If they were thirsty, they were told to drink spring water by the pond. Has the native woman woken up yet? Yifeng asked Alice. Not yet. We've already fed her some meat broth. Rimiko even gave her breast milk twice, Alice said. Rimiko's face turned red. Yifeng had been too busy these days, so he didn't have time to help her pump. Helpless, she had no choice but to resort to that method. Night Watch should keep an eye on her. Hopefully we can revive her, then interrogate her tribe's location, just in case. Yifeng said and took a big bite of meat. Everyone nodded together. Just then, the engineers outside the cave came in, led by Chang Libin, followed by 7 others. Brother Feng, isn't this kind of treatment unfair? The 5 of them worked hard all day but only got this little food. I'm worried their bodies won't hold up, Chang Libin said. Engineer Chang, I'm the team leader. I have my reasons. Besides, we don't have much salt, and our food is limited. If you feel sorry for them, then starting tomorrow, I'll give your food to them, Yifeng said lazily, picking his teeth with a bamboo skewer. This. Chang Libin looked at the other 2 engineers and immediately shut up. Brother Feng, if salt and food are short, give us a gun. The 5 of us will hunt. There's plenty of food in the rainforest. As for salt, 2 of us can go to the beach to make some. You don't need to worry, Su Jiaying said. He had done heavy labor all day, and by night had only half eaten. At this rate, he could barely maintain basic activity, no energy left to plot against Yifeng. Yes, Brother Feng, let us handle the salt and hunting. Don't worry, we won't make things difficult. Just give us a gun. Brother Feng, please agree. The 5 men spoke one after another, trying to persuade him. Looking at these 5 scheming guys, Yifeng's face darkened. Guns are important supplies. How can I just give them to you? Do your work honestly. Without my order, don't leave the cave entrance. If you do, I can execute all 5 of you anytime. Yifeng said coldly. The 5 said nothing, walked out of the cave with gloomy faces, and quietly sat by the fire outside. We'll leave now too, Chang Libin said. He felt a sense of superiority. See? Everyone's building the boat, but why can we eat big meat and drink soup, while you 5 only get scraps? Sure enough, happiness comes from comparison. The 3 went outside the cave and lit another fire, clearly separating themselves from the 5 newcomers. In the small camp, 3 levels of hierarchy had formed. As for the women in the cave, their faces showed light smiles, even the way they ate meat became more refined. After all, they were now at the top of the pyramid. They had to consider their image, they couldn't eat like savages anymore. You 3, listen carefully. Now, I am your team leader. Xiao Kai is your deputy. We must stay closely around Brother Feng and follow his orders. Without Brother Feng's command, you are not allowed to leave the cave. No slacking off during work. Su Jiaying wasn't content with being under others, he drew class distinctions even among the 5 lowest-ranked people. Heh, what the hell are you? Calling yourself team leader, deputy team leader. You just want to kiss Brother Feng's ass, don't you? Do you see Brother Feng even paying attention to you? One of the engineers mocked. Damn it, Xiao Kai, hit him. Immediately, the 5 men split into 2 groups and started fighting each other. Susan was about to go over and break it up, but Yifeng stopped her with his hand on her chest. Don't go. They'll stop once they're tired, Yi Feng said indifferently. He didn't want them to unite. It was better if they fought seriously, it made them easier to control. Otherwise, they'd all gang up to bring him down. After fighting for a while, Su Jiaying's group won in the end. After all, the security guards had learned some military boxing or something, clearly stronger than the office engineers. So, even the lowest tier of hierarchy was now established. Yi Feng thought for a moment, then heated a dagger in the fire, and walked over to Su Jiaying. Brother Feng, what are you doing? Su Jiaying was startled. I'm leaving you with a scar that represents honor. From now on, you're the boss of these 5. I'm marking you so I won't forget. In the future, if I have anything to say, I'll tell you, and you'll pass it on to the other 4. Oh, I see. Thank you, Brother Feng, for the promotion. But can you not burn my face? My arm is fine. Just a small burn. Hiss. With a donkey-like scream, Su Jiaying became the team leader. The 3 bottom engineers exchanged glances and saw the same determination in each other's eyes. Yi Feng's message was clear: whoever could fight was the boss. So if in a few days they could beat Su Jiaying's team, they could be the boss too? Thus, the seeds of conflict were planted. Yi Feng watched coldly, seeing through everything. Now, this small society was basically stable. Everyone counterbalanced each other, no danger of a group rebellion. Next, nothing urgent remained. People went to sleep. 2 trusted women were left to keep night watch. As for the treetop lookout, that was Black Girl Defu's job. She slept during the day, kept watch at night, didn't have to do any labor, she lived quite easily. Susan usually kept watch during the day. When she had to go out, Yi Feng would ask Li Meizi to send someone else for lookout duty. Half asleep, Yi Feng heard the native woman breathing heavily. At night, the temperature was just over 10 degrees. Yi Feng simply pulled her into his arms, wrapped his legs around her, and tucked her head into his warm chest. Sure enough, her breathing calmed down. Next morning, Yi Feng woke up with a start. Everyone else was still asleep, but the native woman in his arms had already awakened and was staring at him with clear black and white eyes. You're awake? Yi Feng released her. The woman said nothing, slipped out of his arms, and cautiously looked at the women around. What's your name? Yi Feng asked. Still no answer. She stood barefoot, walking around the cave. Not talking? Yi Feng reached for his gun. Finally, she looked at him. After locking eyes. Whoosh! She suddenly bolted toward the river. Very fast. Don't run! Yi Feng roared, waking all the women. A chase began. Soon, they reached the riverbank. Just as she reached it, Yi Feng tackled her from behind. But her close combat skills were good. She wrapped her legs around Yi Feng's neck and pulled back hard. Yi Feng felt like his neck was about to break. So he grabbed her fur skirt and yanked it down. A wild, young body was revealed. They struggled closely together. Her fighting style seemed like Brazilian jiu-jitsu, focused on entangling, like the golden snake grip from a Stephen Chow film. Legs wrapped around his neck, then his legs, then his waist. Her hands clasped around his neck, pressing his head to her chest. Yi Feng didn't use full strength. Otherwise, she would have died in seconds. Eventually, Yi Feng pinned her slippery body to the ground. Why did you run? You're outsiders. All outsiders deserve to die. She was stubborn. Damn it. Yi Feng punched her in the face. She passed out. He carried her back and tied her with rope. Everyone else had woken up and surrounded them. She's very hostile toward us. Keep an eye on her. Her body is like a water snake, she might escape. Understood. Long Wu nodded. Susan, stay and take charge. Li Meizi, Zhang Yan, assist her. Yi Feng stretched. Where are you going? Susan asked. I've got unfinished business, searching for the warship wreck. Top priority. He called Xiao Kai the guard. You said you found a metal plate 10 kilometers upstream. Take me there. Ah? I don't remember the way anymore. That area is full of water paths. We were lost and wandered around. Come anyway. Try to remember. If I find the wreck, you'll get double meat every meal. Don't worry, I have a good memory. I'll try to recall. He led the way. Crossing croc-infested swamps, Yi Feng finally found his previous marker. And also the burned-out campfire from the 3 security guards. But the ashes had been disturbed, there were footprints. They don't look like animal prints. More like human ones? Are there other survivors? Yi Feng looked around suspiciously and suddenly his pupils shrank. Xiao Kai, get out of the way! Yi Feng shouted at Xiao Kai in the distance. But it was too late. A spear fell from the sky in a parabolic arc, piercing into Xiao Kai's mouth and coming out through his back, pinning his corpse upright. Then, squeaking sounds came from the forest ahead. Yi Feng quickly raised his rifle. From the forest came several aboriginal men nearly 2 meters tall, extremely ugly, with bulging muscles all over their bodies. One of them was holding a small animal. Yi Feng looked closely. It was a baby mutant monkey, less than 20 centimeters long. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The harsh sound echoed, and a swarm of mutant monkeys rushed out behind those aboriginal men. But these mutant monkeys didn't attack the natives. Instead, they bared their teeth and charged toward Yi Feng. Another aborigine raised a spear over his shoulder, aiming at Yi Feng. Bang! Yi Feng pulled the trigger without hesitation, then turned and ran downstream. So these mutant monkeys were the natives' hunting dogs. No wonder they could use tools and cooperate as a team. In just half a minute, Yi Feng realized he was no match. Whoosh! A spear flew past from behind, skimming Yi Feng's shoulder. The natives had excellent throwing skills. His heart sank, and he started running in a zigzag pattern. When facing danger, the first instinct is to run home. Yi Feng soon reached the swamp, where countless crocodiles appeared ahead. Whoosh! Another spear flew over. Yi Feng turned and raised his rifle. Bang! The nearest native was shot and flung away. The remaining natives howled in anger and chased even harder. There were over 50 mutant monkeys around them. I'm done for. Am I going to die here? Yi Feng gritted his teeth and charged into the crocodile swarm. Luckily, he was agile and dodged between the crocodiles. In a short time, Yi Feng crossed the crocodile zone. At that moment, the slow-reacting cold-blooded animals finally moved and opened their eyes. 5 or 6 natives were still behind him. They seemed to know these crocodiles were dangerous and just howled from across the river. Phew! Yi Feng breathed a long sigh of relief. He noticed one of the natives was holding an old dagger, the same model from the underground base. This proved the upstream area definitely had a warship. You bastards, now it's my turn. Yi Feng crouched down and aimed his rifle across the crocodile zone. Bang! Another native was blown away. Now only 2 natives were left, jumping up and down in anger. One of them pulled his body back and hurled a spear. Unfortunately, no matter how strong he was, he could only throw the spear 30 meters at most. It fell weakly among the crocodiles. But Yi Feng's bullets weren't for show. His rifle could hit targets at 300 to 400 meters. Bang! Another shot. Though it didn't hit, it made the 2 howl in rage. Yi Feng calmed down, loaded another bullet into the chamber. But then he froze. The 2 natives let out a sharp scream. It sounded like a strict command. 50 mutant monkeys charged into the crocodile zone, heading straight for Yi Feng. Immediately, the crocodiles and monkeys began to fight. Some monkeys were bitten in half. But even with their lower bodies gone, they still crawled with their hands toward Yi Feng, eyes filled with terrifying hatred. The sheer malice shocked Yi Feng. Even gods would fear such suicidal determination. Yi Feng fired several more shots. The monkeys had already crossed halfway, just over 10 meters from him. 5 or 6 of them even had blowpipes in their mouths. Shit! Yi Feng hurriedly fired his last shot, then fled downstream. After running over 100 meters, he looked back. The monkeys and natives had crossed the swamp and were still chasing him. What should I do? I can't lead them back to the cave. If even one monkey escapes, the natives will follow with a full army. He thought as he ran. Gritting his teeth, he dashed into the forest in another direction. The forest was full of thorns and weeds. After a short distance, his body was already covered with bloody scratches. But the natives and monkeys weren't affected. They ran even faster in the jungle. The pursuers were getting closer. Whoosh whoosh. 2 poison darts flew past, followed by a spear. Yi Feng used all his strength in his legs and just kept running. As he ran, the forest ahead suddenly grew brighter. No way. Yi Feng saw the brightening woods and had a bad feeling. Sure enough, there was no path ahead, only a 30-meter-high cliff, with a fast-flowing tropical river below. The natives and monkeys were getting closer. Yi Feng clenched his teeth, threw the rifle into the river, and pulled out 2 pistols. He fired left and right. Bang 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 bang. After 14 shots, he only managed to kill 2 monkeys. His aim was poor, and this wasn't open terrain. Half the bullets were blocked by trees. I'm jumping. He pinched his nose with one hand and leapt off the 30-meter cliff. Splash! Water sprayed up 3 to 4 meters high. As he hit the water, it felt like a giant had slapped his back. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, dyeing the river red. Yi Feng barely kept from passing out and looked up. 2 natives were standing at the top, staring coldly. Looks like they didn't dare jump. Yi Feng drifted with the current. He wanted to swim to shore, but the water was too fast. Every time he tried, it swept him back. This is fine too, maybe I'll drift straight to the sea. Yi Feng thought weakly. Time passed. He didn't know how long he drifted until the current slowed. This meant the terrain was leveling out. So he used all his strength to swim toward the riverbank, where there were water plants. Ouch! Shit! Ah, it hurts! Yifeng cried out as he rolled and crawled ashore. His wounds were covered in blue and yellow leeches. The leeches clung tightly, squirming. With every twitch, Yifeng felt dizzy. But he didn't pull them off right away. Instead, he quickly took off his pants. At his urethra, a thin parasitic catfish was burrowing inward. Yifeng quickly grabbed its tail and yanked it out. After a miserable scream, a blood-soaked parasitic catfish was torn out. Damn, it had burrowed in 2 centimeters. Yifeng weakly stuck his butt out again, and from the place where he defecated, tore out 2 more parasitic catfishes. After doing these things, he seemed to have used up all his strength, sat on the ground without moving, letting several thick leeches writhe on his wounds. Originally finger-thick leeches, after writhing tens of times, became as thick as a baby's arm. So tired. After Yifeng said this sentence, he directly fainted to the ground. In a half-coma state, Yifeng felt his body swaying left and right. At the same time, something sweet was delivered into his mouth. So he barely opened his eyes. He saw above, a few dark native people were carrying him, heading in a certain direction. Around him there were squeaking squeaks. Yifeng turned his head with all his strength, and saw front, back, left, right, all were strange monkeys, at least more than 20. The ones carrying him were 2 tall natives, and another native was feeding him juice, 3 in total. It's over. Yifeng closed his eyes again. When he opened his eyes the second time, night had already fallen. Yifeng felt his stamina had partly recovered, with more energy to observe his situation. His hands and feet were tied, hung on a straight long spear, and 2 native people were carrying both ends of the long spear. Beside him was a tributary about 1 kilometer wide. On the tributary's shore lay a huge and dilapidated warship. The mark on the warship had long become blurry, but one could still see the outline of a one character. It was just a pity, that warship was already in such bad shape. The deck and the place of the turret were crawling with vines, and some strange monkeys were jumping about on it. From the direction of his head came the sound of beating drums and various chaotic howls. Yifeng opened his head back with force, finally clearly saw ahead. He saw near the riverbank, dozens of dugout canoes and bamboo rafts tied. Some small-bodied native women were hammering clothes on the riverbank. And the native men were bringing strings of captives to the riverbank. Yifeng's eyes brightened slightly. Because among those captives, there were actually several colleagues from his company. It seemed they had escaped the shipwreck, but had not escaped the calamity of the natives. A peculiar force was rapidly repairing Yifeng's wounds. Yifeng felt extremely hungry, could even eat a whole cow's leg. Yifeng, it's me, Xiao Mei. He saw among the captives, a raggedly dressed woman calling out to Yifeng. Xiao Mei? Yifeng's mouth opened a bit, then painfully closed his eyes again. Xiao Mei was the sales champion in the company. Unexpectedly she also had bad luck this time in the sea travel team building. He remembered Xiao Mei said that when she earned enough money, she would buy a small abode in the magical city, and then live the life of a single noble. It seems that wish will be ended. Shut up. Yifeng was punched in the face. When they reached the huge bonfire at the riverbank, Yifeng was put down, and stood in a row with the other captives. Xiao Mei grabbed the opportunity and squeezed next to Yifeng. Yifeng, we must find a way to escape. Otherwise, have you seen the corpses next to us? Xiao Mei pointed with her chin to the distance. Yifeng focused his eyes for a look, and was scared green in the face. He saw by the riverbank were piled nearly 100 headless corpses, some already rotten, flies flying around. And some corpses were relatively fresh, but were painted with black dye. Yifeng clenched his teeth, tugged at the rope on his wrist. This rope was not particularly strong, and with his current strength, he should be able to easily tear the rope. However, tearing the rope didn't mean he could escape. After all, the surroundings were full of tall native people, and that dilapidated warship still had so many strange monkeys. He must plan before acting, then there would be a chance to escape again. Just at that moment, a middle-aged man was pulled to the side of the bonfire. 4 native women walked over, cupped some black dye with their hands, and began to apply it all over the middle-aged man's body. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? The middle-aged man looked at the black corpses by the riverbank, seemingly realizing something. The next moment, his legs trembled, and a pee flowed down. Yifeng's heart jolted, his body unconsciously shrank backward. Xiao Mei also seemed to notice Yifeng's movement, also shrinking backward. Because catching people was random, whoever is in front gets caught. People are like this, even to live 1 more minute is good. Yifeng observed the terrain there, thinking of escape routes. This was a low riverbank. The riverbank edge had many built-up stones, like a dam. Women were washing some beast-skin clothes on the stones. The men all had tattoos on their arms, mostly one stripe tattoo, occasionally two stripes. Only the one male standing in the middle, tallest, had 3 stripes on his arm. Looks like his status in the tribe was very high. And the women had no tattoos, but Yifeng clearly remembered, the native woman captured last time had 3 stripes on her arm. At the same time, the women here were very petite, only about 1.4 meters tall. But they were not dwarves, instead each was tall, with long legs, just like models in a Little People kingdom. Yifeng felt one hand could lift them up. He couldn't understand why native men were nearly 2 meters tall, but the women were only 1.4 meters tall. Entering the bridal room, not cargo coming out of the mouth? The middle-aged man had already been pushed in front of a brown wooden stump. One native pressed him onto the stump, another native controlled his head. Then, the 3-striped native walked out, holding a black stone dagger in his hand. No, ah. The middle-aged man struggled desperately, but the natives were too tall, controlling him tightly. Oh God. Please bless the Gahi people's tribesmen, don't be extinct under the disaster that comes once every 80 years, please accept our freshest tribute. After saying this, the 3-striped man stabbed the dagger into the middle-aged man's chest, pulled down hard. Then, he extended his other hand and started digging inside. A pounding heart was taken out and lifted high toward the sky. Oh yee! Yee! The natives beside the bonfire yelled wildly. Dong dong dong. More than 10 native people used their hands to beat drums. Some native women even dropped their skin skirts, bared naked bodies, and began a wild dance. Even though Yifeng was weak, his pants became unsightly. This was a dance he had never seen, full of primitive beauty. Just then, the group of tall natives stepped aside, a snow-white-skinned woman walked out. In the moment Yifeng saw this woman, his eyes instantly filled with blood. Not because this woman was a familiar person, but because her outfit was too erotic. Leaves the size of open palms covered her chest, tied on her chest with plant fiber. And the lower part was even more extreme, tied with a strip of animal hide less than 2 centimeters wide, just barely covering the most important area, while everything else was completely exposed. This ultimate wild beauty aroused a person's animal instincts even more than a naked woman. But those tall and ugly natives were extremely respectful toward this newly appeared woman, all half-knelt on the ground, their heads hanging down. The 3-striped chief walked over and handed the heart with both hands to the woman. The woman held the heart and chanted an unknown spell. The next moment, the strange monkeys on the warship all became excited and began moving together again. As the chanting sped up, the monkeys' movements became more intense. What kind of sorcery is this? Xiaomei blushed watching it, then turned and asked Yifeng. But the next second, she covered her mouth, shocked as she looked at Yifeng's pants. The 3-striped leader bent backward, took a huge stone axe from the ground, and aimed at the still-breathing middle-aged man. Puff! A head was chopped off. The middle-aged man's body, covered in black dye, was dragged off by a group of savages and casually thrown beside the riverbank. As for the head, it was played with by other native women like a ball. Another native came over, his sharp eyes scanning through Yifeng and the other captives. Yifeng's heart sank. Although he had the strength to break free, he wasn't confident he could escape alive. If he was chosen, it would be over. You! The native said and grabbed the collar of a young guy. No! The young man shook his head repeatedly but did not resist. Because he knew resistance was useless. The previous scene repeated again. The young man's blood flowed fast, and the fresh blood sprayed over a meter away. In less than 5 minutes, the native came to choose again. His eyes swept over Yifeng's face, and his hand slowly stretched out. The next second, he grabbed a black man next to Yifeng. No, fake you. This black man actually had a strong will to resist. He suddenly shoved the native away and quickly ran toward the outside. But after running less than 10 meters, a long spear fell from the sky and nailed him to the ground. At this moment, the native walked over again, paused his right hand in midair, and suddenly grabbed Xiaomei. Yifeng, save me, save me. Xiaomei's voice trembled. Yifeng opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but feared he'd become the next one. He was still gathering strength, planning to break the ropes on his hands in 1 second, then the ones on his feet, and jump straight into the river, letting the current carry him downstream. As for the leeches and parasitic catfish in the river, he couldn't worry about that. Anyway, it was better than being slaughtered like livestock. Xiaomei's body went limp from fear, and the native easily pressed her onto the reddish-brown stump. The 3-striped chief raised the stone dagger. Wait! Yifeng suddenly rushed forward but was blocked by 2 natives. Interrupting the ritual, bring him over first. At this moment, the snow-white-skinned priestess's face darkened, and she pointed her long, slender finger at Yifeng. Immediately, 2 natives dragged Yifeng in front of the stump. Yifeng deeply regretted it. But Xiao Mei had been kind to him at the company. Although she was the sales champion, she didn't bully him like Wong Tao and had even said good things for him twice. He was cruel, but fair. Still, he regretted it now. Xiao Mei had gone limp from fear and was picked up by a native and thrown back into the group of captives. Instead, Yi Feng was pinned to the stump. But his body didn't weaken, both arms were as hard as steel, ready to move at any moment. He had already calculated, when the native thrust the dagger into his heart, he would suddenly break the rope, snatch the dagger, and take the noble priestess hostage. Oh God! Please bless the Gahi people, don't let us go extinct in the once every 80 years disaster. Please accept our freshest offering. After chanting this, the three-striped man stabbed the dagger toward Yi Feng's heart. In an instant, Yi Feng's eyes widened. The next moment, his body leaned to the side, and with force, both arms broke free. At the same time, a bang came from the woods behind. The three-striped man lunged forward, a bullet piercing through his chest. Yi Feng, we're here to rescue you. Susan's voice came from the forest. Yi Feng was overjoyed. He grabbed the dagger from the corpse's hand and stabbed forward. The native who had been holding his head was stabbed right through. Another native hugged Yi Feng from behind. Bang! Hot blood splashed onto Yi Feng's face, the native hugging him had his head blown apart. The priestess quickly backed away, chanting a short spell from her mouth. Resentful child. As the words fell, the strange monkeys on the warship went crazy and all rushed toward the forest. Bang bang bang. Gunfire rang out continuously, and the natives around the priestess fell one by one. Yi Feng figured all the people in the camp had joined in, otherwise there wouldn't be this kind of firepower. Don't get dragged into a prolonged fight. With that, Yi Feng rolled over and pressed the dagger against the priestess's delicate skin. Let go of our great priestess. The natives were terrified, as if watching their goddess of decades being taken. Don't come closer. One more step and I'll stab her. Yi Feng said coldly. Don't mind me. Chop this outsider into meat paste. Unexpectedly, the priestess was very tough, already beyond fear of death. Outsider, if you dare hurt the priestess, I'll cut your flesh piece by piece to feed the resentful child. At that moment, a native man walked out from the dilapidated tribe. He had 4 stripes on his arm. Yi Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. This native gave off an incredibly powerful aura. Now that Yi Feng was also strong, he could feel how terrifying the man was. Just standing there, it felt like the whole world revolved around him. Huo Shishin, don't worry about me. Kill the outsider now, quick. The priestess was still unruly, twisting in Yi Feng's arms, but her right hand was subtly protecting her left wrist. Yi Feng immediately noticed something was off. At this time, Susan and others rushed over, surrounding Yi Feng protectively. Ah? No one knew who screamed, it was someone hit by the strange monkey's poison needle. A fierce look flashed in Yi Feng's eyes. He suddenly slashed the priestess's shoulder hard with the dagger. Umph! The priestess was very tough, just letting out a muffled grunt. Ah! I'll chop you into meat paste. The natives became agitated but didn't dare to charge recklessly. At this moment, Yi Feng suddenly reached for the priestess's left wrist. He noticed her calm face instantly changed, her eyes filled with panic. Yi Feng grabbed the priestess's wrist and saw that she was wearing a bracelet made of teeth. What's this? Yi Feng grabbed the bracelet and pulled. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The strange monkeys around, the wailing children, all became agitated, letting out sharp squeals from their mouths. You can't touch that, the priestess struggled. I just want to touch it. Yi Feng yanked hard. The dense crowd of wailing children suddenly stopped their frenzy. They no longer screamed at Susan and the others. The madness in their eyes lessened a bit, and suddenly, they turned their eerie gaze toward the native men. This bracelet is pretty sturdy, huh? Yi Feng clamped the priestess with both arms, then stabbed a stone dagger into the bracelet. No! The priestess and the 4-stripe man were shocked. Puff! The bracelet was cut, and the teeth scattered all over the ground. Behind them, Susan sensed that the atmosphere had changed. She turned her head toward the strange monkeys. One of them suddenly stood upright and looked at the nearest native man. The next moment, it put a blowpipe to its mouth and blew at the native man. Puff! The native was hit by a blow dart. Ah! The native man jumped on the spot from the pain. With one monkey taking the lead, the rest screamed wildly and suddenly turned on the native men. One native tried to resist, but was pinned to the ground by over 10 strange monkeys. Their claws moved rapidly, and the native man was gutted on the spot, his intestines pulled out. Not good. The 4-stripe man grabbed a spear and hurled it fiercely at Yi Feng. At the same time, he charged forward quickly. What the hell is going on? Yi Feng rolled to dodge and landed beside Susan. A Feng, whatever it is, let's just run. This is our chance. Susan said. Everyone, follow my command, run. Yifeng shouted and took the lead, fleeing downstream. After running for a few dozen meters, he looked back and saw the dense swarm of strange monkeys charging at the natives, beginning a bloody slaughter. Only the four-striped man rushed into the group of wailing children, picking up the fallen teeth one by one and stringing them onto a rope. With each tooth he added to the string, the monkeys' attacks weakened. At this rate, the rampaging monkeys would soon be under control again. Yifeng didn't know the connection between the bracelet and the wailing children, but it was likely some kind of control device. After running another 20 meters, Yifeng and the others entered the forest. Keep running forward. Yifeng jumped onto a rock and looked back toward the riverbank. It was a chaotic mess. Some natives were fighting the wailing children, while others were fleeing back into the village. The captives finally had their chance, some ran upstream, some downstream, and some jumped into the river in panic. A few even leaped into the canoes. Xiaomei, come this way. Yifeng shouted into the distance. Xiaomei was hiding behind a big tree. Hearing the call, she ran toward Yifeng, but her legs were weak, as if she had polio. Yifeng had no choice but to run back. Their bodies collided, and Yifeng lifted Xiaomei onto his shoulder and took off running with long strides. The four-striped native spent a few minutes restringing the bracelet, then quickly rolled over and knelt before the priestess, offering the bracelet with both hands. The priestess took a deep breath, ignored her wounds, and swiftly put the bracelet back on her wrist. She stroked it with one hand and chanted a spell. Wailing children. The voice seemed to come from the sky. In an instant, the wailing children stopped their slaughter, and their eyes grew cloudy and full of resentment. Wailing children, return to the nest. The priestess chanted again. Most of the wailing children twitched and slowly walked toward the battleship. But a few of them remained unmoved, their eyes flickering between clouded and clear. The four-striped man narrowed his eyes, picked up a spear from the ground, and charged over. Bang, bang, bang. The disobedient wailing children were smashed in the head. The riverbank was left with the mutilated corpses of over a dozen native men and the bodies of several wailing children. The priestess clutched her wrist, her expression pained. Chief Huo Shishin, the wailing children's goo curse has been weakened. I need 10 days to reinforce it. During these 10 days, guard the tribe well. Don't let outsiders or beasts cause trouble. After 10 days, we'll eliminate all those foreigners. The priestess said, holding her wrist. Yes, great messenger of the gods. The man named Huo Shishin bowed slightly, but a trace of defiance flashed in his eyes. Yifeng still didn't know the danger had passed and was still sprinting downstream. But the forest was pitch dark, and they screamed all the way as they ran. I feel like I've been pricked by a ton of thorns. My face itches. I must have brushed against some poisonous plant. Someone help suck out the poison? I got hit in the butt with a blow dart. The group burst out of the forest and collapsed by the river, gasping for breath. Under the bright moonlight, Yifeng could roughly see everyone. A total of 8 people had come to rescue him. Susan, Su Yun, Li Meizi, Zhang Yan, Cheng Libin, and surprisingly, Su Jiaying, Ding Tuanchuan, and Lina. The one hit by the blow dart was Su Jiaying. The leader of the group was Susan. She had planned carefully and brought Su Jiaying too. Otherwise, this guy would have definitely rebelled back at the camp. Let me see where you got hit by the blow dart. Yifeng squatted in front of Su Jiaying and pulled down his pants halfway to look at the wound. Do you feel the poison attacking your heart? Yifeng asked coldly. No, not at all. It's just a little swollen. I'll be fine after washing it, Su Jiaying replied, his voice full of fear. Yifeng nodded and squeezed the wound with his hand. Ow! Su Jiaying screamed in pain. Yifeng used his mouth. After a while, he spat out a few mouthfuls of black blood. Su Jiaying's swollen wound shrank a bit, looking like the swelling had gone down. This made Yifeng feel a bit strange. He clearly remembered that the wailing children's poison darts were strong enough to bring down a buffalo, yet they hadn't killed Su Jiaying. Could it be that the poison on the dart had been refined for too long and had weakened a lot? As for why he helped suck out the poison for Su Jiaying, well, it was because Su Jiaying had gotten hurt while coming to save him. Even though Yifeng disliked Su Jiaying, in this situation, he had to be fair with rewards and punishments. Otherwise, next time he was in danger, no one would come to help him. How do you feel? Yifeng chewed a bit of fresh grass, then spat it out on the ground, basically using it to rinse his mouth. As for the water in the tributary, he didn't dare to drink it at all. I feel much better. Su Jiaying pulled up his pants, his face full of joy and surprise. Yifeng nodded and looked toward Susan. Susan, thank you for coming to save me. You're truly my virtuous inner helper. Oh no, you're my virtuous wife and kind mother. No, wait, you're my great assistant. I thank you. Yifeng spoke sincerely. At that moment, Susan's status in his heart rose to number 1, surpassing Su Yun by a large margin. No need to thank me, Susan replied awkwardly. Of course, besides Susan, Yifeng was also grateful to the others. He immediately walked up to everyone, shaking hands with each of them, sometimes patting shoulders, sometimes hugging. The atmosphere felt like a commander boosting his soldiers' morale. All right, let's hurry up and run, or the natives will catch up, Susan said, annoyed by Yifeng's dramatic act. Yeah. Let's get out of here. Yifeng was startled and quickly dropped the leader's act. But it was already too late. They saw the trees upstream shaking as if someone was coming toward them. Don't be afraid, everyone. The natives' tribe is already in chaos. Even if they send pursuers, it won't be many. We'll take them out. Yifeng narrowed his eyes and took the pistol Susan handed him. Xiaomei was startled and quietly hid behind Yifeng. But the next moment, a dozen dirty and disheveled people walked out, some with ropes still tied to their hands. It was the group of captives who had escaped. When they saw Yifeng, they all walked over silently. The two groups just stood there staring at each other, no one saying a word. Are you hungry? Yifeng was the first to speak. These people all had sallow faces and skinny bodies, clearly having been hungry since the cruise ship accident. The middle-aged man in front nodded. Come on, follow us back. I'll make you something to eat. Yifeng then walked over and picked up a little girl about 10 years old, resting her head on his shoulder. This group seemed too weak to speak and followed behind Yifeng. This time, although Yifeng had suffered, it wasn't without gain. At least he figured out the location of the battleship and also realized that the strange monkeys were the wailing children, essentially pets raised by the natives. Most importantly, Yifeng learned that these wailing children could turn against their masters. And the cause was very much related to the priestess's bracelet. They finally reached the end of the small tributary and entered another one. After traveling through 3 tributaries, Yifeng finally saw the main river. A little further down was the location of the cave where he had stayed. Susan baby, these tributaries twist and turn so much. How did you find the tribe's location? Yifeng asked, feeling amazed. Of course I got it out of that native woman's mouth. I even had her draw a map. Otherwise, we couldn't have saved you. My sister, during the day, suddenly started crying. She said you must be in danger and needed us to save you. Otherwise, I'd have thought you'd make it back on your own. And one more thing, call me Sister Susan, not baby. Got it? Susan's tone grew firmer at the end. Okay, Susan baby. Yifeng nodded and then looked at Suyun with deep emotion. Suyun's pretty face blushed, and she quickly lowered her head. He hadn't expected Suyun to fall for him. She could sense he was in danger? It seemed she had been worrying about him all along. Yifeng was touched. All right, once they got back, he'd properly show her some affection. After hurrying along the way, Yifeng's group finally returned to the cave. Yifeng couldn't help but kneel on the ground and kiss his turf. He had thought he'd never make it back. Yifeng. A Feng. Brother Feng. A large group of women rushed over, surrounding Yifeng completely. Inside the cave, Long Wu's voice rang out. Good brother, it's great that you're back. Yifeng hugged or shook hands with these old friends, making it quite an emotional scene. Especially the blonde lowly, Ilian, who clung tightly to Yifeng's back and wouldn't let go even if she died. Everyone, take a seat. Anna, please help prepare some food. We have new people joining us, they must be starving, Yifeng said. The women in the cave got busy. Some cooked, some roasted meat, some stewed bone soup, and some took the captives to the pool to bathe. This time, Yifeng treated everyone equally. Even Su Jiaying and the other 3 engineers received enough food and steaming hot bone soup. Su Jiaying, having an injured butt, went to sleep at the cave entrance after eating. He needed rest. Yifeng was also badly injured, but as the leader, he had to hold on and set goals for everyone. Half an hour later, Yifeng finally told everyone in the cave about what he had experienced during the day. Everyone's face turned serious, and Ilian even cried in fear. A Feng, how many natives do you think are in that tribe? Susan suddenly asked. I'm not too sure. But just at the riverbank, there were at least 50 or 60 native warriors. As for how many natives are in the tribe, I don't know, but roughly speaking, there shouldn't be more than 200 adult males. But it seems they have a lot of women, Yifeng said, remembering the wild dances of the native women. It would be best if all the native men were wiped out, leaving only the native women. Although those women were only about 1.4 meters tall, their bodies were slender, like models, not weirdly shaped like dwarfs. And their skin was that healthy wheat color, visually no worse than any of the known 3 major races. To all the new friends, rest well tonight. Tomorrow, join the boat building team. We need to finish the boat quickly. Once we're sailing in the middle of the river, no matter how strong the natives are, they won't be able to touch us, Yifeng said seriously. We'll definitely work hard on building the boat tomorrow. The group nodded quickly. At this moment, Su Jiaying suddenly woke up. He walked into the crowd and pointed at Yi Feng. Everyone remember, from today on, we need to stay close to Brother Feng and follow his orders completely. One more thing, Brother Feng has too many things to handle and can't take care of everything. So from now on, I'm the leader of you newcomers. If anyone has a problem with that, come and fight me. Yi Feng, Susan, all the women. After the pep talk, it was already late at night. Yi Feng, exhausted, fell asleep on the women's bed. Half asleep, Yi Feng felt something soft stuffed into his mouth. He instinctively sucked on it greedily. The next morning, Yi Feng heard all kinds of noisy sounds. When he opened his eyes, everyone was already in position. Chang Libin was now the boss of bosses because his boat-building team had suddenly gained 12 new members. Su Jiaying stood with his hands behind his back, directing people to cut wood and drill holes. Yi Feng looked up at the sky. Li Meizi was holding him in her arms. You're awake? Li Meizi's pretty face blushed. Li Meizi, next time can you at least dip it in some sugar or something? I'd like to change the flavor. Yi Feng said seriously. Hey. Li Meizi covered her mouth and giggled. Yi Feng felt that his strength had recovered about 50%. He was too badly injured yesterday, and to fully recover to peak condition would probably take about a week. Su Jiaying saw that Yi Feng had woken up, so he quickly moved his hands to the front and obediently went to cut wood. Yi Feng could tell that while he was unconscious, this guy must not have done any real work and was pretending to be a supervisor. Considering he had protected him yesterday, Yi Feng decided not to expose him for now, giving him a little face in front of the newcomers. Alice, Lena, Anna, you three stop your work and come with me upstream with your weapons. Yi Feng suddenly said. Men are natural warriors and are very sensitive to danger. The three women didn't ask why and obediently followed Yi Feng. About 1 kilometer upstream, Yi Feng handed a rifle to Anna. Anna, see that tree? It's easy to climb. I'll boost you up. You'll keep watch from up there. If you see any natives coming downstream, come back right away and report. Okay. Anna climbed the tree with her weapon. When Yi Feng wasn't awake, the group was disorganized. But once he woke up, the team started functioning like a machine. Everyone had a role. Walking another 500 meters upstream, Yi Feng handed another rifle to Lena. Lena, this spot gives you a clear line of sight to Anna. You two can cover each other. Same duty, keeping watch. Okay. Lena also climbed a banyan tree. Yi Feng walked another 500 meters into the jungle and handed the last rifle to Alice. Alice, climb this tree. That way, the three of you form a triangle of hidden posts. If anything happens to one of you, the other two can quickly support. Alice took the rifle, then suddenly smirked to the side. She was still wearing a bikini. Western girls were indeed bold. She wrapped her arms around Yi Feng's neck. Yi Feng, I really admire you. How about it? As she spoke, she suddenly grabbed Yi Feng. Yi Feng was completely excited, but he also felt bursts of pain. The wound left by the parasitic catfish yesterday hadn't fully healed. Although he could still do it now, it would definitely affect the experience. Miss Alice, let's postpone this for a while. I'm a bit injured right now. Don't worry, I'll be ready in a week at most, Yi Feng said. Alice chuckled lightly, then suddenly leaned in with her red lips. The two entangled at the neck for a long time before Alice let go of Yi Feng. After setting up the triangular sentry formation, Yi Feng could finally feel at ease returning to the camp. Passing by the place where he had buried the bomb last time, Yi Feng added another layer of camouflage with dry branches to prevent some wild animal from digging it up. That bomb's power could definitely cover dozens of meters in radius. It was his ultimate trump card. Next, everything went smoothly. The expansion of the boat-building team made the boat's outline take shape quickly. Everyone knew how dangerous the natives were, so each person put in their full effort. Now, the boat's frame was completely built. Using the keel as the base, the lower cabin had been constructed. To prevent the lower cabin from leaking, Cheng Libin not only used a latch technique but also added synthetic glue on top of it. Here, a chemical engineer played a critical role. He mixed several resins with special materials and managed to create a type of glue that could continue shrinking. Yi Feng tested the dried glue. It was harder than wood and couldn't even be smashed with a stone. It had to be chopped with a knife. According to him, once the glue hardened, it would merge with the wood and shrink to seal the gaps in the bottom cabin tighter, preventing any water leakage. Cheng Libin immediately promoted the chemical engineer to deputy chief engineer. He was only responsible for making glue, while the manual labor was done by those without technical skills. Su Jiaying no longer had any followers, but he was good at riding Yi Feng's coattails. Now, he had recruited 2 unskilled followers and secretly told them how close he was with Yi Feng, earning their complete trust. Yifeng felt that sometimes such people were needed to reinforce his authority, otherwise, a disorganized crowd couldn't accomplish anything big. First, finish building the boat. In any case, Su Jiaying definitely couldn't be kept around in the long run. After lecturing the two newbies, Su Jiaying once again cast greedy eyes toward the women in the camp. He had made up his mind, once the boat was done, it would be the time to make his move against Yifeng. After all, there was no way he'd be Yifeng's dog forever. Once they had the boat, and once he and his two followers controlled the weapons, the women could be played with however they wanted. He was already fantasizing about living like an emperor on the boat, spending a year or more in the jungle playing with women until he got tired of them, then disposing of them one by one. Finally, he'd sail back to the civilized world. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, a full week had gone by. Yifeng felt that his body had recovered to peak condition again. What surprised him most was that the natives hadn't sent anyone to hunt them down. He repeatedly asked the 3 women stationed upstream, and they all said that not only had no natives shown up, but they hadn't seen a single wailing child either. The boat-building project had also made great progress. The keel and the bottom cabin were now fully connected. The entire lower half of the boat was complete. In fact, they could already push it into the water and complete the deck, sides, upper cabin, and mast while afloat. But the riverside was too exposed. Yifeng was worried about being spotted by the natives, so he decided to complete all the work inside the cave. At worst, they could all work together and use rolling logs to drag the boat to the riverbank. Anyway, they still had 2 large water buffaloes. Over the past week, they had been very helpful, carrying wood, hauling heavy loads, and playing a big role. The little bootlicker dog had grown as big as a Tibetan Mastiff and would often run over to lick Yifeng. Yifeng had gone from being annoyed by it to accepting it, and now liked it. He already considered the little dog part of the family. Then there was the young water buffalo from before. Its mother had been hunted by Yifeng, so with nowhere else to go, it had also become a part of the camp, regularly leaving large piles of dung around. Chang Libin was directing the team to build the boat. Yifeng walked over. "Brother Feng, give us another 4 days, and the boat will be basically finished. Then we just need to build the mast, and we can set sail," Chang Libin said excitedly. Yifeng really wanted to tell him that even with a finished boat, they couldn't return to civilization. But he didn't want to kill Chang Libin's motivation. "Engineer Chang, do you think this 15-meter boat can fit all our people?" Yifeng pointed to the 20-plus people in the camp. "No problem at all. 15 meters. We can divide it into lower, middle, and upper cabins, every 4 people can share a room. It's more than enough," Chang Libin smiled. "But we also need to store food, fresh water. Most importantly, I want to bring the 2 big water buffaloes onto the boat too," Yifeng said. "Huh?" Chang Libin fell silent and glanced cautiously at the big water buffaloes. "That might be pushing it," Chang Libin said slowly. "All right, I'll handle it." Yifeng patted Chang Libin on the shoulder, then went off to study the boat's power system. He had to admit, thank goodness for Chang Libin. If Yifeng were building the boat alone, the only propulsion would have been his 2 arms. The power system was personally built by Chang Libin and a few professional engineers. The others couldn't help at all. Downstream of the big river, Ma Xikong and Wang Tao finally climbed up the cliff, staring in shock at the massive river rushing into the sea. The wind, stirred by the clash of hot and cold air, blew their messy hair side to side. "This? Such a wide river?" Ma Xikong was shocked, and at the same time, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. As a small boat king, he had traveled to all the islands and continents of the world. After seeing this great river, he could almost confirm, this deserted island was definitely not on Earth. Wang Tao, on the other hand, was overjoyed as he dug out an oyster and slurped it down. "So tasty." Ma Xikong glanced at Wang Tao, furious. He had thought Wang Tao could at least be of some help, but now he realized, this guy was totally useless. All he did was eat and laze around. When sleeping, he ground his teeth and farted. For over 10 days, it had been Ma Xikong hunting, making fire, roasting meat. He had basically become Wang Tao's servant. "Eat, all you do is eat. Do you even know where we are?" Ma Xikong shouted angrily. "Who cares? As long as we're full, the rescue helicopters will find us eventually. The sky is full of satellites these days," Wang Tao replied carelessly. "Sigh?" Ma Xikong let out a long sigh, slid down the cliff, and landed on the riverbank. With such a wide estuary, if this were Earth, there would have already been a massive city here. But this place was pure wilderness. And there wasn't a single plastic bag floating in the river. That proved the river upstream also had no civilized cities or towns. Ma Xikong felt a bit hopeless. In civilized society, he had a fortune worth hundreds of billions, but now it seemed useless. He could only live like a primitive man, eating raw meat and drinking blood. Ma Xikong suddenly squatted down and looked at a human footprint near the riverbank. This is a human footprint? His clever mind began spinning fast. Wong Tao, you useless bum, stop eating. I suspect Yifeng is upstream. Be careful or he'll blow your head off, Ma Xikong said coldly. Huh? Wong Tao stopped slurping and looked upstream in fear. Then let's go back to the creek. We must not let Yifeng find us, he has a gun, Wong Tao said, turning around to climb the cliff again. Ma Xikong yanked him back. Coward. This is an opportunity for us. Think about it, Yifeng has so many women, and boat-building engineers. Now we know he's upstream. That gives us the advantage, we're in the dark, he's out in the open. Find a chance to kill Yifeng, then take his engineers and women. That's the only way we can build a boat and get back to civilization, Ma Xikong analyzed calmly. You're right. Boss Ma, you're brilliant. So what do we do now? Wong Tao asked. We go into the dense forest and sneak upstream. Oh, and chew up these leaves, smear them on your face like camouflage, it helps a bit with disguise. Right away, the two began disguising themselves and slipped into the forest, moving quietly upstream. Yifeng knew nothing about this. He had deployed all hidden sentries upstream to guard against native pursuers. He hadn't paid any attention to downstream. In his mind, downstream led to the ocean, and the native small canoes couldn't possibly sneak up from the sea, right? It was night again. With over 20 people, Yifeng's group had divided into 3 campfires. Among the new arrivals, all except the chemical engineer sat by the same fire with Su Jiaying. Everyone stand up after eating. I'm going to train you properly so that Brother Feng finds you easy to use. Su Jiaying had become the leader of the newcomers. Yifeng hadn't exposed his act, so the newcomers still respected him for now. And Yifeng had his own reasons, he needed Su Jiaying to control the group, but also had to guard against Su Jiaying grabbing too much power. Watch this. March with me, left, right, left, right. Su Jiaying began indoctrinating the newcomers with discipline. These newcomers were exhausted from the day's work. They'd hoped for a good night's sleep, but now Su Jiaying was dragging them into drills. They weren't really afraid of Su Jiaying, it was more about giving face to Yifeng. After all, the people in the cave all had guns. And they were grateful to Yifeng for providing shelter, at least they had 3 meals a day. Yifeng looked at Su Jiaying in the distance, thinking he could hold back. Susan, go tell that guy to tone it down. Some words weren't appropriate coming from the leader. Others had to do the scolding. Susan nodded, carried her rifle, and walked over to Su Jiaying. This guy appeared to be training the newcomers, but he was actually watching all directions, keeping an eye on everything in the cave. Before Susan could get close, he immediately shouted. Everyone shout with me, long live Brother Feng. Long live Sister Susan. Long live Brother Feng. Long live Sister Susan. Susan. She had intended to give him a good scolding, but after hearing the chant, Captain Su, everyone is really tired. A little bit of training is enough, Susan said, her tone neutral. That's how people are, once they're flattered, it's hard to stay angry. Yes, Sister Susan. Everyone, shout with me, thank you, Sister Susan. Thank you, Sister Susan. Plop. A lump of cow dung splattered on Su Jiaying's face. He quickly wiped his eyes and looked clearly, it was little lowly Ilian who threw it. You murderer. You're a murderer. Ilian pointed at Su Jiaying's nose and cursed angrily. Little Ilian, your parents didn't follow the unified orders. I had no choice but to drive them away. Who would have thought they'd try to ambush me and get eaten by a crocodile instead? Su Jiaying made up nonsense. And since his Mandarin was fluent, he silenced the little girl quickly. You liar. You're lying. You're not an honest person. Ilian didn't have strong arguments and just kept repeating that. In the end, Yifeng picked her up and carried her away. Behind a big tree, Ma Xikong and Wong Tao stared in shock at the cave in front of them and the 3 campfires beside it. That bastard actually found such a good place? He's even almost finished building a boat? Ma Xikong spoke while slapping the mosquitoes on his body. Wong Tao also widened his eyes. Boss Ma, we've struck gold. As long as we get rid of Yifeng, all the women inside will be ours. Oh, and the boat too. We can use it to return to civilization. But before that, we should play around with all those women. Wong Tao was so excited his face turned purple. Useless. Have you never seen a woman in your life? You still don't get the situation. Yifeng's group all has guns. Even if we kill Yifeng, the others will kill us, Ma Xikong analyzed calmly. That's true. We have to secretly kill Yifeng, and also win over those women, Wong Tao nodded, then suddenly froze. He seemed to have spotted an old friend, it was Su Jiaying, sitting on the outer edge. From the look of it, Su Jiaying seemed to be doing well, training a group of newcomers. Someone you know? Ma Xikong asked Wong Tao. Yeah, an old buddy. He used to be very loyal to me. But now, who knows? After all, this is a deserted island, Wong Tao said, hesitating. Ma Xikong nodded and continued observing the camp. With his worldly experience, he quickly saw that Yifeng's group was divided into 3 tiers. The group living on the outer edge of the cave was clearly at the bottom, as they were far from the cave and couldn't shelter from the wind and rain. Next were those closer to the cave, who had some protection from the rain. The top tier lived inside the cave, warm at night and protected from wind and rain. Also, most of the people in the cave had guns. As for the deeper area, he couldn't see clearly. Ma Xikong narrowed his eyes. It was obvious that the 2 groups outside the cave weren't favored by Yifeng, but because of his guns, they were forced into being the lower class. Also, Yifeng hadn't been in power long, so his authority hadn't fully sunk in. Maybe there was a chance to sway these people. Thinking of this, Ma Xikong picked up a dagger and a stone and secretly started carving on it. Time passed slowly. Soon, only 2 people were left standing guard by the cave. Everyone else had collapsed to the ground, snoring away. The people inside the cave slept comfortably on dry grass beds, but those outside had it rough, lying on piles of wild grass. Su Jiaying tossed and turned, unable to sleep. The ground was too hard, his bones ached from lying on it. He also felt uneasy. He knew Yifeng was using him to build the boat. But what would happen to him once it was done? Just then, a stone landed beside him. Su Jiaying didn't make a sound. He picked it up and took a look, his eyes slowly widened. Up in the fig tree, Dove was keeping a close watch. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed, and she aimed her rifle at a shadowy figure. Bang! A gunshot echoed through the jungle. A flock of startled birds flew into the sky. Yifeng was the first to wake up. He quickly poured water on the fire and stormed out of the cave with his gun. The others were also awakened by the gunshot but remained confused. Dove, still in the tree, pointed toward the direction of the big river. Yifeng understood immediately and ran toward the river, gun in hand. Su Jiaying was so scared he nearly peed himself. He quickly shut his eyes, then pretended to wake up in confusion a while later. What happened? Su Jiaying asked. Captain, didn't you hear the gunshot? No, just felt a bit of a shock. Su Jiaying let out a sigh of relief. By now, Yifeng had returned. His face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Su Jiaying quickly went up. Brother Feng, need any help? Give me a gun, I can help stand watch. Yifeng stared at Su Jiaying. Brother Feng, don't look at me like that. Right now our biggest enemy is the natives. Even if there were misunderstandings between us, I still know what side I'm on, Su Jiaying said sincerely. Yifeng sneered in his heart. This guy had always been scheming. Some people were rotten to the core, they couldn't read the situation, only stir up trouble. Under Yifeng's gaze, Su Jiaying felt uneasy and quickly changed the subject. Brother Feng, was it the natives just now? Probably not, unless they circled around from downstream. But that would take too long. They wouldn't have the energy, Yifeng said as he walked back into the cave. Su Jiaying hurried after him like a lapdog. Brother Feng, then who do you think it was? Su Jiaying asked again. Just then, Dove slid down from the tree. Brother Feng, come here. I have something to tell you, Dove waved. Yifeng immediately walked over, leaving Su Jiaying with a face full of fear. He wasn't sure if Dove had seen him pick up the stone earlier. If she had, wouldn't he be executed right away? Brother Feng, earlier I saw. As Dove spoke, she glanced at Su Jiaying. I understand, Yifeng nodded, patted Dove's delicate shoulder, and told her to return to the tree to stand guard. After sending Dove off, Yifeng walked step by step toward Su Jiaying, smiling. Su Jiaying's heart pounded, and his eyes darted around nervously. Old Su, come here. Yifeng put a hand on Su Jiaying's shoulder and led him to the edge of the forest, away from everyone else. Su Jiaying swallowed hard, his heart sank. Old Su, we need to speed up boat construction. Starting tomorrow, make the newcomers work faster. If anyone slacks off, don't be polite, beat them, yell at them if needed, Yifeng said seriously, acting like he really trusted Su Jiaying. Su Jiaying froze. So all this time, Dove had spoken well of him, making Brother Feng trust him so much? Maybe Dove had seen him pick up the stone, but didn't report him. Then it was clear, Dove was also dissatisfied with Yifeng. After all, making a woman keep night watch every day wasn't good for her skin. With this realization, Su Jiaying became more confident, and the respect in his eyes for Yifeng faded. In his mind, Yifeng had never held a real management position. Maybe the women in the cave weren't even on his side. Don't worry, Brother Feng. I know what to do tomorrow, Su Jiaying nodded. Then go rest. From now on, I'm counting on you to supervise them. Yifeng patted Su Jiaying's shoulder again. Su Jiaying walked back proudly and lay down, already planning his bright future. Yifeng looked at his back, and a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Using praise to destroy someone, this tactic fit Su Jiaying perfectly. Once Su Jiaying pushed this group of people to finish building the boat, Yifeng would step up and publicly expose all the wrongs Su Jiaying had committed against the newcomers, and then remove him from his position as captain. No need to lift a finger, the newcomers would beat Su Jiaying to death themselves. No helping it. A dog can't stop eating shit. He even dared to secretly collude with outsiders. The next day, before dawn, while Yifeng was still sleeping, he heard Su Jiaying shouting outside the cave. "What time is it? Still sleeping? All of you, get up. Those drilling, go drill. Those chopping, go chop. No slacking." Yifeng opened his eyes and saw Su Jiaying holding a whip, lashing the newcomers. These newcomers were all grumpy from waking up and sat up one after another, glaring angrily at Su Jiaying. "What are you looking at?" Su Jiaying swung the whip again. In the end, although the newcomers were furious, they didn't dare speak out and went to work obediently. A cold, sinister smile appeared on Yifeng's face. He then walked over to the native woman. This native woman had clearly been tortured by Susan and was still unconscious. After breakfast, Yifeng sent 3 armed women to the upstream triangle sentry post to rotate shifts. The triangle sentry required 6 people, 3 for the day, 3 for the night. Yifeng suddenly noticed Ding Tuanchuan was still sleeping. So he walked over, lifted the bare skin, and touched her forehead. "High fever." Yifeng immediately pulled Ding Tuanchuan into his arms and kissed her forehead. When people get sick, it's not always a physical problem, sometimes it's psychological. Since the blonde loli joined, everyone had gathered around her, ignoring Ding Tuanchuan and leaving her without the team's care. Too much overthinking had worn her body down. So Yifeng judged that the root of her illness was in her mind. Ding Tuanchuan weakly opened her eyes and glanced at Yifeng. "Little Tuanchuan, you're sick." Yifeng looked at her with loving eyes. I feel so hot, brother Yifeng," Ding Tuanchuan said confusedly. "It's okay. I'll pick some herbs for you later. Cute little Tuanchuan has a fever, this is just detoxing, you'll be fine." Yifeng coaxed her gently. Sure enough, Ding Tuanchuan's expression relaxed, and she slowly closed her eyes again. Yifeng picked up his rifle and went upstream to collect some herbs, then asked Li Meizi to help decoct the medicine for Ding Tuanchuan. This time, he deliberately walked 2 or 3 kilometers farther upstream. Only after confirming there were no natives did he safely return. Strangely, even though the natives had suffered such a huge loss, they hadn't sent anyone to hunt them down. Yifeng estimated that it was probably because of the wailing children turning on them. The natives were busy dealing with internal chaos. But once they got it sorted, the native army would definitely come. Just think, several hundred natives, plus countless wailing children, even if his 20-some people were all armed, they might not win. Besides, the wailing children could blow poison darts, and the natives could throw spears. It's fine. Once the boat is ready, they could leave. Yifeng went to inspect the boat building progress. "Brother Feng, the hardware can be finished in 2 days. The power system will probably take 3. I'm using manual steering with a small wheel driving a big wheel to rotate the paddles," Cheng Libin said with a smile. He had even lost weight over the past few days. "So, how many people do we need to rotate the small wheel each time?" Yifeng asked. 3 per shift. 3 people make a team, each team works for an hour. When there's a tailwind, we raise the sail to save manpower, Cheng Libin said. "So, by that logic, we need at least 5 teams per day to rotate the wheel? That's 15 people in total?" Yifeng frowned. He had thought one captain could handle it, not this much hassle. "Roughly. Rotating the small wheel is hard work. I think 15 people is too few. Best to have 24, makes it easier for everyone," Cheng Libin said. He had already done his best to improve the boat's propulsion system. After all, he couldn't build a steam engine or motor. "I see," Yifeng nodded, then looked toward Su Jiaying. That guy was bullying the newcomers again. "Work hard. Today we must saw all the deck materials. No food if you don't finish." The newcomers were burning with rage, but out of respect for Yifeng, they didn't dare resist and just sped up their work. They were all sharp people. They figured Su Jiaying must have Yifeng's backing to act this arrogantly. Yifeng didn't bother interfering. Though he was a good person still had to know how to fight, or he'd just be a pushover. Meanwhile, Ma Xikong and Wong Tao returned to the beach. The two were terrified, afraid Yifeng might come kill them. But after a whole day of nothing happening, they finally dared to come out. "Boss Ma, it's tough. Didn't expect Yi Feng to even have hidden sentries in the trees, Wang Tao said, scratching his messy hair. Ma Xikong squinted into the distance. We must find a way to kill Yi Feng. Otherwise, we can't get on the boat to go home. A cold glint flashed in Ma Xikong's eyes. Last night, he saw Li Meizi at the cave entrance, feeding Yi Feng. That was something he absolutely couldn't accept. Also, he hadn't heard a baby cry, so he was 100% sure his son had died. Of course, he didn't care much about that. What he cared about now was stealing Yi Feng's boat. After all, he still had a fortune worth nearly 100 billion back in the civilized world. He didn't want to stay a primitive on a deserted island. Boss Ma, you've had a college education. You must know how to make a homemade bomb, right? Wang Tao suddenly asked. What? Ma Xikong's eyes lit up. That cave of theirs, we sneak to the top, then use a homemade bomb to collapse it and bury everyone alive. What do you think? Wang Tao asked. I didn't expect you to come up with that. Let me think. Ma Xikong's eyes blinked rapidly. Right, I've got a way. But it'll take 2 days to make the bomb. I can't guarantee its power, but collapsing the cave should be no problem. I want to bury all of Yi Feng's people alive. Then the outsiders will be ours to command. Ma Xikong burst into wild laughter. Time passed slowly. In a flash, night fell again. Yi Feng sat at the cave entrance, watching Su Jiaying give another lecture. Everyone listen up. No rest after dinner. Keep drilling. Only then can the ship launch. Got it. This guy was stirring up public anger, but the newcomers didn't dare oppose him. In their minds, Su Jiaying and Yi Feng were partners. Yi Feng let him dig his own grave. After all, in 2 more days, the power system for the boat would be fully finished. He just needed to push the boat to the riverside, and he could begin his beautiful life with 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. In the middle of the night, that native woman woke up. But she was very weak. Yi Feng fed her some water but gave her nothing to eat. What's your name? Yi Feng asked. The wildness in the native woman's eyes hadn't diminished, she stared fiercely at Yi Feng. If you don't want to tell me your name, fine. Just tell me how many male natives there are in your tribe, and how many wailing monkeys. Anyway, tell me everything you know, Yi Feng continued to question. The native woman still ignored him. Her gaze was sharp enough to kill, making Yi Feng feel a chill. How about this, if you tell me your name, I'll let you go back to your tribe. Yi Feng decided to proceed gradually. Sure enough, the wildness in the woman's eyes softened a bit. He Li. The woman gave in. He Li, I actually don't want to hurt you, or your fellow natives. We just want to protect ourselves, understand? Yi Feng said sincerely. He Li nodded. Can you untie me now? Yi Feng looked around. Everyone else was asleep. Of course. But before I untie you, I have one small request, Yi Feng said. He Li, speak. A flame of anger burned in her chest. Who is the highest leader in your tribe? Yi Feng asked. The chief. He Li was getting impatient. Her body twisted like a water snake. How many tattoo stripes does the chief have on his arm? Yi Feng pressed on. You cunning outsider. I already answered 2 of your questions, and you still ask? He Li shouted in anger. Don't be like that. This isn't interrogation, this is just chatting, got it? Yi Feng shamelessly sat next to He Li and gave her a piece of roasted meat. After she finished eating, Yi Feng continued, your chief has at least 10 stripes on his arm, right? No, 6, He Li said seriously, completely unaware she had fallen into Yi Feng's trap. So, 6 stripes, he must be a warrior, right? Yi Feng smiled and placed his hand on He Li's shoulder. Our chief is the #1 warrior of our tribe. He Li's face showed a trace of pride. No way, he counts as a warrior? Then who's more powerful, the chief or the priestess? Yi Feng kept probing. He found this native woman's thinking quite simple. Priestess? They are witches, not to be trusted. Sooner or later, I will have the chief kill them all and hunt their heads. At the mention of the priestess, He Li became agitated. Them? Yi Feng caught the key point. You mean there's more than 1 priestess? Yi Feng frowned. Yes, there are 7 in total. Our tribe supports them, and they provide us with wailing children. They promise to help us survive the great catastrophe that comes once every 80 years. As He Li spoke of the catastrophe, fear appeared in her eyes for the first time. Yi Feng felt his head was a mess. He needed time to sort all this information out. After a while, he asked, He Li, why is your skin wheat-colored, but the priestesses have white, soft skin? They don't look like your people at all. Correct. They're not from the Black Tree River Basin, He Li answered simply. Yi Feng stroked his chin, he was completely confused now. The information was overwhelming, and he had no clue where to begin. All right, I understand. Are you thirsty now? Should I heat up last night's bone soup for you? Yi Feng asked gently. Now he could tell, this native woman, aside from being a bit wild, was actually pretty honest and not very smart. At least not as scheming as people from civilized society. Feng, you said you would let me go. Please keep your word, He stared straight at Yi Feng. Don't worry. I'll let you go, but not now. In 3 days, I, Yi Feng, swear, if I don't let you go, I'll kill one of my own people to atone for it. Yi Feng swore to the sky. Ah? Outsider. Untrustworthy outsider. He Li's roar echoed through the cave. Yi Feng picked a few leaves and stuffed them in his ears, then went back to sleep hugging Ding Tuanchuan. The next day came quickly. The engineering team started working again. Under Su Jiaying's violent urging, the deck, middle cabin, and upper cabin were all completed. Then a dozen of them worked together to raise the 15-meter mast. A groove had been carved in the mast. Chang Li personally snapped the pulley into place and tested the smoothness with a rope. It's fine, but we need to oil it regularly or it might get stuck, Chang Li said with a smile. Next, Yi Feng climbed up to the deck using the rope ladder and, with one hand, pulled the huge sail up. Under Chang Li's guidance, he attached the sail to the crossbeam. Sail up! Chang Li shouted and began pulling the pulley. The giant sail slowly unfurled. At that moment, a warm wind blew in from the river, and the giant sail caught wind, tipping the whole boat to one side. Quick, take the sail down! Yi Feng shouted in alarm. Chang Li nodded and quickly untied the rope. The giant sail dropped instantly and folded into a bundle. Brother Feng, let me show you my masterpiece. Chang Li brought Yi Feng to the front of the ship. There was a small cabin there, about 2 square meters, about the size of a city bathroom. Inside, there was a steering wheel. This is the rudder. We'll use it to control the direction of the ship. By the way, this is the backup rudder, Chang Li said with a smile. Interesting. Yi Feng clasped his hands behind his back and acted like he knew what he was talking about. The two of them left the captain's cabin and came to the midship area. This is the dining room, the place where we usually eat. Although it's less than 10 square meters, everyone squeezes in to eat, it's not a big problem. This is your room. It's 4 square meters. Although it can only fit one bed, we can't be too picky. These are the other people's rooms. 2 people can just lie down. Turning over at night might be a bit difficult. Also, to save space, I made triple bunks. Each bed sleeps 2 people, so it can sleep 6 people total. Chang Li made full use of all available space. There are 7 rooms on the deck in total. Yi Feng's is the couple's room and can sleep 2 people. The rest are dormitories, each room needs to squeeze in 6 people. This made Yi Feng feel a little embarrassed. Old Chang, you worked hard to build this ship. How about you take the couple's room instead? Yi Feng said sincerely. Chang Li smiled and pointed to the upper deck. Brother Feng, come take a look at my room. So, the two went up to the upper deck, where it was even smaller, with only 3 rooms, 1 large and 2 small. The large one was more than twice the size of Yi Feng's couple's room. It not only had a table, chairs, and a bookshelf, but also a large 2-meter square bed in the middle, and even a private bathroom. Brother Feng, this is my captain's room, ha ha ha, Chang Li pointed to the largest room. Yi Feng. I was feeling a bit embarrassed earlier, but turns out this old guy is living more luxuriously than me. Fine, after the ship is launched, I'll switch rooms. Yi Feng then checked out the bottom cabin area. There were also 2 rooms, which were for those on duty. Because there was a huge wheel here, the ship had 6 handrails. And below the wheel, there was a rope connected to a wooden propeller at the back. As long as the wheel was turned, the propeller at the back would spin rapidly and push the entire ship forward. As for the rudder, it was directly connected to the propeller and could control its direction. Yi Feng also looked at the floor of the bottom cabin, which was made of large planks of wood, and the seams were filled with a chemical engineer's shrink glue. Don't worry, the floor of the bottom cabin is made with 2 layers of wood. Unless it's hit with several thousand kilograms of force, it won't break. Chang Li said with a smile. Alright, old Chang, you've worked hard. I won't treat you unfairly in the future. Yi Feng had made up his mind. After the ship was completed, he would start drifting down the Great River. Chang Li would at least be given a prime minister's rank, he had to feel important. Chang Li looked at Yi Feng strangely. Wasn't the ship being built so we could return to civilized society? And you won't treat me unfairly? Just look at your loser face, how exactly are you not going to treat me unfairly? No one could guess what Yi Feng was thinking. After disembarking, work continued. They still needed to coat the outside of the ship with oil from the Chinese mahogany tree. The strong smell could prevent insects from eating the wood or being corroded by some marine parasites. Faster than I imagined. I feel like once the tree oil dries, we can start pushing into the Great River. Yi Feng said with a smile. Yeah, all thanks to the hard work of these new friends, Chang Libin nodded. Smack. Su Jiaying lashed a muscular man on the back with a whip, immediately leaving a bloody mark. After receiving the power given by Yifeng, he had become more and more excessive. Chenin, who told you to slack off? Su Jiaying raised the whip. Captain, I just carried a 200-pound log. My legs were shaking from exhaustion. I only sat down for less than 2 minutes and you whipped me. Chenin suppressed his anger, his voice trembling. If it weren't for seeing that Yifeng had a gun, he would have fought Su Jiaying already. In the end, he didn't dare resist and obediently went back to work. Su Jiaying felt quite pleased. He felt that being a captain here wasn't bad at all, he could even beat people regularly. If he could get rid of Yifeng, the women in the cave would all be his. Better than being an emperor. The scorching sun baked the mahogany oil, fully penetrating it into the wooden planks. In the blink of an eye, a whole day had passed, and Yifeng returned to the cave. The native woman Healy no longer scolded anyone. She just sat motionless on the ground with a dazed expression. Yifeng still felt a little guilty, so he made sure she got 3 meals a day. Ah Feng, come here. Zhang Yan suddenly beckoned Yifeng over and slightly lifted her skirt. Yifeng. The two of them went behind the pond. After an intense session, they lay flat on the rocks. Up in the fig tree, Anna saw everything. Earlier, through the gaps in the branches, she saw their movements and vaguely heard Zhang Yan's seductive moans. She was a woman, she knew that kind of voice meant Zhang Yan was enjoying it. She was also a woman, and a 30-year-old one at that. Normally eating well and living well, even her body started to react. No, I can't think about those things. Anna quickly turned her head away. But when she looked in that direction, her eyes widened. By the river, a native man was walking with over a dozen resentful children. Every few steps, the kids would sniff at the ground like hounds. She quietly slipped down from the tree and quickly ran to where Yifeng and Zhang Yan were. Feng! Huh? Zhang Yan hurriedly covered herself with clothes. Yifeng blushed but just stood there completely naked. Anna covered her mouth in shock. She knew it was big, but seeing the real thing, she didn't expect it to be so enticing. In that moment, she closed her legs tightly. What's going on, Anna? Yifeng asked. Weird monkeys, and a tall native man. They're at the riverside a kilometer away, seems like they're scouting. Anna stammered. Yifeng's expression changed, and he quickly ran back to the camp. Everyone listen up, don't make a sound, all of you go back into the cave. And also, use dirt to put out the campfire. Yifeng said in a deep voice. As soon as the crowd heard this, they immediately began to act. In less than 5 minutes, all the campfires outside were extinguished, and everyone shrank back into the cave. Yifeng lay in a dark corner of the cave, aiming his rifle at the river. In less than 20 minutes, the branches ahead started shaking, and a few resentful children rushed out, circling around the big boat. Then, a native man walked out. Almost the moment he saw the boat, he turned around and ran toward the riverbank. He can't be allowed to go back and report. Yifeng pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The native man was shot through the body and fell flat to the ground. Yifeng and Susan rushed out of the cave, charging toward the group of resentful children. This was a one-sided massacre. There were only a dozen or so resentful children. Each person on Yifeng's side fired a shot and took them all down. Yifeng walked up to the native man. He had been shot through the back, but he hadn't died yet and was still struggling to crawl toward the riverbank. Sorry. Yifeng stepped on his back and stabbed him in the back of the head. The campfire was lit again, but Yifeng didn't dare to sleep anymore. After pacing around the cave for a while, he suddenly called everyone to the entrance. Listen up, this boat is ready to launch. Right now, while it's still dark, we're going to push the boat into the water and board it overnight, leaving this cave. Who knows if the natives might use some strange method to find us? Yifeng said. Everyone was shocked. Some grabbed torches, others pulled on the ropes, and began dragging the 10,000 lbs boat toward the big river. The 2 water buffaloes played a critical role. Even the little bootlicker seemed to understand, grabbing the rope with his mouth and helping a bit. Of course, Yifeng didn't need to drag the boat. He stood in the rear with a gun, watching over everything. Because, as soon as Su Jiaying heard the boat was launching, his eyes started darting around sneakily, clearly planning something. 5 kilometers behind the cave, Ma Xikong and Wong Tao were advancing cautiously. The woods at night were full of striped mosquitoes, biting them all over, leaving welts. But they didn't care, because the homemade bomb was ready. All they had to do was detonate it above the cave, and they could bury Yifeng alive. In the pitch-black underground base, there was a splash in the water. A giant black shadow swam out, slowly crawling toward the cave. It had been 2 months, it needed to feed. Listen to my command, 121, 121. Su Jiaying shouted at the front, seizing the chance to slack off. The group of newcomers burned with anger but didn't dare fight back. Umph. At the back of the boat, Yifeng smirked. 2 hours later, the big boat was finally dragged inch by inch into the river with a splash. Quick, hook the anchor to the tree, or the boat will be swept away. Chang Libin shouted. Yifeng's expression changed. The current here was still pretty strong. They couldn't let all this effort go to waste. So he carried the 200-pound anchor himself and hooked it directly to a big tree. The boat had a draft of about 1.5 meters and finally stabilized by the riverbank. Engineer Chang, Susan, you take the women on board first. The men, come with me back to the cave to bring the rest of the stuff onto the boat. Yifeng picked up his rifle. Yes, sir. A group of people followed behind Yifeng. Back at the cave, Yifeng looked at the newcomers. You, carry fifth brother onto the boat. Don't let anything happen. If anything goes wrong, Susan will execute you on the spot, Yifeng said coldly. 2 engineers nodded and carried Long Wu out of the cave. Now, only some miscellaneous stuff was left. As for the firearms, the women were carrying those with them. Brother Feng, I'll carry these gourds, Su Jiaying, sensing something bad coming, proactively picked up a dozen old gourds. These things could be used to carry fresh water. However, Yifeng stopped him with his hand. Captain Su, I already told you, treat these newcomers well. But over the past few days, someone reported to me that not only did you not work, you also beat the newcomers at will. Is this true? Yifeng asked calmly. Me? Brother Feng, wasn't that your... What? You dare talk back? Yifeng patted the rifle. No, I don't dare. Brother Feng, I was wrong, Su Jiaying immediately chickened out. The group of newcomers exchanged glances and suddenly looked at Su Jiaying with realization. I knew it. Brother Feng is such a good person, how could he let you bully us? Turns out you acted on your own? The newcomer named Chenin stepped forward. Since he was more handsome than Su Jiaying, he was often whipped. The others also stepped forward, glaring at Su Jiaying with gritted teeth. You all figure it out yourselves. From now on, Su Jiaying is no longer the captain. Chenin, you're now the captain, Yifeng said lazily, sitting on a piece of wood and announcing the new appointment. Thank you, Brother Feng. Chenin was overjoyed. He turned his head and looked coldly at Su Jiaying. Brothers, what are we waiting for? Beat his ass? Chenin said. Immediately, more than a dozen newcomers rushed over and gave Su Jiaying a good beating. They had really been tormented by Su Jiaying these past few days, so all of them went all out. After 10 minutes, Su was beaten until he couldn't move, lying on the ground like a vegetable. His waist seemed to be broken, the bone in his right arm was smashed with a rock, there were several big lumps on his forehead, and one eye was blinded. It was pure misery. Yifeng finally stood up and slowly walked to Su Jiaying, looking down at him. Su Jiaying, Ilian has already told me everything you did. You not only violated her mother, but also killed her father. The people who followed you were all tricked and killed by the 3 of you bastards, and all the women were violated by you too. This is my punishment for you, Yifeng said coldly. Yifeng, you bastard, I admit it. Kill me, cut me, do as you like. 18 years later, I'll be a good man again, Su Jiaying glared at Yifeng with hatred. No, how could I bear to kill you? Anyway, you're already half dead. Just stay here. Yifeng let out a light laugh and led everyone out of the cave, heading toward the big river. At first, Su Jiaying held it together, but when the torches gradually disappeared and everything around turned pitch black, he couldn't hold it anymore. Yifeng, fuck your mother? If you've got guts, kill me. Kill me now. Yifeng, even as a ghost, I won't let you go. Brother Feng, I beg you, don't leave, give me a quick death. Su Jiaying's voice got quieter and quieter until Yifeng could no longer hear it. At that moment, Yifeng suddenly sensed something and looked toward the cave. Deep inside the pitch-black cave, something seemed to be approaching. A snake? Such a big python. Su Jiaying could only move one hand, couldn't run or crawl, and could only scream in agony. Once Yifeng reached the riverside, he whistled upstream. The upstream triangle signal was immediately lifted, and the 3 women, including Alice, quickly ran toward the boat. Quick, get on the boat. Yifeng said, pulling the 2 women up. Then he also carried the little bootlicker and the calf onto the boat. Only the 2 big water buffaloes were left. Can this boat handle the weight of the buffaloes? Yifeng asked Chang Libin. Chang Libin looked at how deep the boat was sitting in the water and his expression changed. I'm afraid, it can't. Sigh. There's no choice. Yifeng raised his rifle, aiming at the 2 water buffaloes. In the end, he lowered the gun and patted their rumps twice. Go quickly. Run far away. I hope you live to be 100. After saying that, Yifeng climbed up the rope ladder onto the deck. Raise anchor. Set sail. Chang Libin stood in the captain's cabin. The big boat followed the current, heading toward the sea. They had just gone less than 200 meters when Yifeng suddenly heard a loud boom. From the direction of the cave, a huge ball of fire shot into the sky. In the firelight, a giant creature let out a sharp screech. Huh? Everyone's mouths dropped wide open, almost big enough to swallow an apple. With the help of the firelight, they saw that the huge creature was a python. Just the part of the python that had risen was more than 10 meters tall, and its body was at least as thick as a millstone. Ma Xikong and Wang Tao had already pissed themselves in fear. They hadn't expected that setting off a bomb would bring out a giant white snake. The python was so enormous that it exceeded the limits of human understanding. Mommy! Run! The two of them fled deep into the forest. Behind them the sounds of small trees being crushed echoed. The giant python was furious. The consequences were severe. It had to swallow the two culprits. Chang Libin, full rudder to the right. Let's head upstream. Yifeng suddenly entered the captain's cabin. What? Aren't we sailing home? Why go upstream? Chang Libin looked puzzled. We still need to replenish fresh water and food, right? Besides, there might be survivors of civilized society upstream. Since we have the means, we should help where we can. Am I right? Yifeng put on a benevolent expression. TCH. Susan rolled her eyes at Yifeng and turned into the cabin, coincidentally entering Yifeng's couple's room. The others, not knowing Yifeng's true nature, all looked at him with admiration. Sigh. But, all right then. To be honest, Chang Libin didn't really want to rescue compatriots. He could barely protect himself. But Yifeng was the boss, and for now, he had to listen. Otherwise, Yifeng's gun wasn't for show. The river rushed toward the sea, carrying swirling air currents upward. Chang Libin unfurled the sails, letting the big boat go upstream against the current. Now no one could sleep anymore, and they all crowded onto the deck to admire the surrounding scenery. The front deck was small, only big enough for 4 or 5 people, but the rear deck was very large and could fully accommodate everyone to relax in the open air. Ding Tuanchuan walked over and squeezed into Yifeng's arms. She wanted a hug. Yifeng smiled gently and held her in his arms. Then, the blonde little lowly Ilian also squeezed in. Yifeng simply rubbed the heads of the two little girls with his chin, as gentle as a godfather. If you're sleepy, go back to sleep. Engineer Chang, please arrange the duty shifts. The bottom cabin should be 3 men per group on watch. If manual power is needed, go spin the wheel, Yifeng said to Chang Libin. Oh. Chang Libin nodded and called over all the men to assign tasks. He had good judgment and didn't assign important people like Susan and Suyun. Most of the assignments were given to men. After all, Susan and Suyun were Yifeng's most trusted confidants, part of his first team. After a while, the two little cuties fell asleep in Yifeng's arms, and he carried the two little girls back to the cabin to rest. As for himself, he was too excited to sleep and wandered on the deck for a long time. Right, I'll climb the mast. Maybe I can see a few kilometers around. As soon as he thought it, he acted. Yifeng quickly climbed up the 15-meter mast. The wind up here was strong, making his short hair whip around. At this height, he could see about 3 kilometers around. If it were daytime and clear, he could even see 5 kilometers. At this time, dawn had passed, and the whole sky had turned blue. The sun would rise soon. Yifeng stood at the top of the mast, blowing in the river wind, eyes slowly narrowing. He saw that in the swamp full of crocodiles, a large number of resentful children and more than 30 native warriors had appeared. These natives carried bows and arrows and held spears, charging downstream with killing intent. At that moment, the native leader stopped, staring in shock at the big ship in the river. Hi! How are you? Yifeng waved enthusiastically at the natives from the mast. No need to think, they were obviously here for revenge. But unfortunately for them, he was already in the middle of the river. The ship was about 300 meters from the shore. Even with superhuman strength, no way those bows and arrows could shoot that far, right? Outsiders. They're outsiders. The native leader pointed at the big ship. The other natives reacted too. Some threw spears, others fired arrows, but the strongest among them, even his arrow only flew about 150 meters. In civilized society, that would be top-tier marksmanship. But unfortunately, the ship was still over 100 meters away. Others walked up onto the deck, watching the natives on shore with amusement. Oh Naya Naya. The outsiders are in the middle of the river. The native savages were furious. A few jumped into the river to get 10 to 20 meters closer before shooting arrows again. But that bit of distance made no difference. Countless arrows and spears fell into the water, not even grazing the ship. Ha 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 ha. Come on, shoot me. Come on, shoot me. Chenin was jumping and shouting on the deck. Yi Feng slid down to the deck and prepared to return the natives a little gift. Brother Feng. Dev handed Yi Feng the rifle. Yi Feng raised the rifle and aimed at the shore. Bang! A native was shot dead. Bang! 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 3 more shots, and 2 more natives were killed. The previously arrogant natives finally realized the danger and rushed back toward the shore. But Yi Feng fired 2 more shots, killing another native. The rifle's range was 300 to 500 meters. Arrows could fly at most 150 meters, spears maybe 50. As for the blow darts of the resentful children, only 20 meters. Yi Feng's rifle was basically a dimensional level advantage over them. Listen, native savages. Don't come looking for trouble with me again. I don't want to mess with you either. Let's just live in peace. Yi Feng put away his rifle and shouted toward the shore. Oh Naya Naya. The natives stomped in frustration, howling with rage. At this moment, Susan came over. Yi Feng, don't provoke the natives too much. If they keep tracking the boat along the shore, we won't be able to land, Susan warned. Hearing that, everyone was startled, and their smiles froze. After all, the river water was full of parasites, they couldn't drink it. Every few days, they had to go ashore to replenish fresh water. Food wasn't a problem. This river was the world's biggest pantry, full of countless fish and lobsters. Don't worry, everyone. If the natives keep tracking us from shore, we can just sail to the opposite bank. Yi Feng pointed to the far bank dozens of kilometers away. Even from the ship, Yi Feng could only see a vague outline of the opposite shore, that's how incredibly far it was. The big ship continued upstream. This time, no tributary could stop Yi Feng, because the ship wasn't affected by smaller streams and could stay in the main channel. Bring that native woman up to the deck. Yi Feng said. Yes. As team leader, Chenin quickly brought Healy up to the deck. Healy, I promised I would let you go. I'll stop the ship at the next shore, and then you can go. Yi Feng said seriously. After all, one should keep their word. The fierceness in Healy's eyes slowly faded, and she nodded obediently. After sailing 5 or 6 kilometers upstream, they encountered 2 tributaries that cut off the natives chasing along the shore. Bring the ship to shore, Yi Feng shouted. Copy that. Left rudder. Chang Libin shouted, and the people in the bottom cabin began spinning the wheel. The ship docked. Yi Feng pulled out a knife and cut the ropes on Healy's hands. Splash. Susan and Dove raised their guns, ready in case Healy tried anything. Yi Feng thought for a moment, then handed her a spear and a German-style dagger. Miss Healy, thank you for the useful intel. You've earned this. Healy paused in surprise at Yi Feng's words. In the end, she took the weapons and jumped off the ship. Just before entering the forest, she turned and gave Yi Feng a deep look. Yi Feng watched her too. Outsider, I will remember you forever. Healy said, then disappeared into the twisted banyan forest. Yi Feng suddenly felt a bit of regret. Letting such a beauty go just like that was hard to accept. What? Regret letting her go before you had a taste? Susan's voice came from behind. Yeah. Huh? What are you saying? I'm a decent man. Yi Feng quickly shook his head. Yeah, right? Susan rolled her eyes at him and went to the rear deck to stand guard. At that moment, there was a crack sound from the bottom cabin. Something's wrong, the propeller lost a blade, someone shouted from the bottom. Yi Feng rushed to the rear deck and looked down. Sure enough, a wooden propeller blade drifted upward, as if broken off by something. Chang Libin also hurried to the back of the ship. What happened? Yi Feng could only ask Chang Libin, since he was the expert in this area. Well, this is actually tricky. The blades, like lotus leaves, were supposed to be cast in iron, but we had no iron, so I used wood instead. That came with drawbacks. In areas with dense aquatic plants, the blade easily gets tangled and broken. But looking at that broken edge, it seems like something bit through it, maybe something like a wolffish or a giant tonguefish. Crocodiles could even bite through the propeller. Chang Libin said with a troubled face. Now there are only 2 blades left, will it still run? Yi Feng became anxious. The propeller was the main drive for the big ship. If it failed, they'd be stranded mid-river. Even swimming to shore would be deadly, with piranhas, leeches, and parasitic catfish in the water. It'll work, but barely, and very, very slowly, Chang Libin replied, glancing reproachfully at Yi Feng. Brother Feng, I'm not saying anything bad, but if we had launched straight into the sea after building the ship, now the river is full of water weeds and predators. Our wooden propeller isn't made for river travel. If we were at sea, this wouldn't have happened, Chang Libin said. Sigh, what's the use of saying that now? We need to solve the problem, and permanently if possible. Otherwise, we'll have to build another propeller later. Yi Feng felt a headache coming. Indeed, building a ship on a deserted island with no industrial infrastructure was extremely difficult. Thanks to an engineer like Chang Libin, the ship's propulsion was even possible. With anyone else, it would have been impossible. At this point, we must pick a spot to land, then gather iron and make molds to cast a metal propeller. The blade must be sharper, then if it hits water weeds, a sharp blade will cut through. And if fishes attack the propeller, they'll be chopped to pulp. Chang Libin said slowly. What? So we actually have to go back to that cave? But there's a huge snake at the cave entrance. Suyun covered her mouth. Last night, they had all seen the giant snake's shadow, an enormous python. They couldn't even fit it between their teeth. Right, I recall there was a warship near the native tribe settlement. Chang, do you think the warship has a propeller? Yifeng suddenly asked. Of course a warship has propellers. But theirs are massive, just one blade might weigh twice as much as our entire ship. There's no way we could install it, Chang Libin shook his head. That's not it. Warships must have smaller boats too. Otherwise, how would they ferry soldiers to shore? Those small boats must have propellers. Maybe those match our size? Yifeng continued. When you put it that way, there is a chance to find smaller propellers. But last time we saw, the natives' tribe was in a 1-kilometer-wide tributary. If we sail there, they could easily surround our ship. Chang Libin said. That won't work either? Here's what I'll do. I'll take one helper and sneak onto the warship to see if there are small boat propellers aboard. If there are, we'll act, if not, we'll move on. Yifeng made up his mind. You shouldn't go, it's too dangerous. You forget? The warship has many resentful children aboard. Suyun grabbed Yifeng's arm. If I don't go, who will? I regret it, I wish I hadn't let Healy go earlier. I should have asked if the warship had spare propellers. Yifeng ended up full of regret. Engineer Chang, please bring the ship close to the shore. I'll enter the jungle from there. And who wants to come with me? Yifeng had thought it through, 2 people can cover each other. I'll go with you, Susan stood up. You can't, you need to stay on the ship to manage things. Yifeng shook his head, then glanced at others. Among everyone, he trusted a few most, Susan, Suyun, Ding Tuanchuan. The rest were uncertain, human nature could be nasty. Without Susan guarding the ship, Chang Libin might just take it and run. After all, even with 2 blades, it could still sail on the sea, just slower. Anna, do you know how to use a gun? Yifeng looked at Anna. Yes, I can. Anna nodded, her country permitted more combat training. You'll go with me. Okay. Anna agreed easily. To comfort Anna, Yifeng added, Anna, we'll sneak in. Only hundreds of warriors, can't control the whole river region. Let's treat this as a fun reconnaissance. Don't worry. If we can't get inside the warship, we'll just return the same way. I understand. Anna let out a breath. So Chang Libin docked the ship. Everyone on deck with guns held their weapons, guarding the shore while Yifeng and Anna prepared. Unfortunately, the riverbank was too shallow, the big ship could only stop about 10 meters from shore. Only there was the water deep enough to support its weight, too close, and it'd run aground. Yifeng had no choice but to jump into the water. The water rose to his chest. Anna hesitated, dense parasitic catfish lurked below. If one got in, it was unnerving and unacceptable. Anna, ride on my shoulders. I'll carry you ashore. Yifeng called out in the water, he felt something brushing against his pants. But, no but, don't worry. I won't let you fall in. Finally, Anna climbed onto Yifeng's shoulders. A warm, humid sensation enveloped Yifeng's head, mixed with a strong feminine scent. But Yifeng focused on walking quickly to shore. Every few steps, he used his dagger to cut through dense water plants. In the vegetation lurked even more creatures. Yifeng's face turned bright red. I can't take it, the things are biting. Yifeng started running in the water, but after just 3 meters, tangled in plants, he stumbled, and Anna fell in too. Ah! They're biting. No. Anna scrambled, crawling to safety. Yifeng was the second to reach shore. The 2 of them exchanged a glance and rushed into the forest together. Anna no longer cared about modesty, she took off all her clothes, including her underwear. Yifeng also couldn't wait and stripped completely, starting to remove the leeches and small fish attached to his lower abdomen. The water here was ideal for aquatic life, many of the creatures were unfamiliar to Yifeng. At that moment, Anna struck a rather provocative pose as she tried to remove something. It's no good, it went inside, she cried, on the verge of tears. Gulp. Yifeng swallowed hard. These parasitic catfish really knew how to find every opening. Do you want me to help you? He asked. He approached her, completely naked, looking down at Anna's flushed face. In that posture, her legs were spread apart, and Yifeng could clearly see that area, surprisingly beautiful, like a second face. Then, please help me. Quickly, Anna replied shyly. Yifeng began to assist. First with his hands, but the creature had burrowed too deep, so he had to use his mouth. Finally, with a spit, he expelled a fishy parasitic catfish, which writhed on the ground. Disgusting! Anna stomped it to death. She nodded, then suddenly reached behind herself. I think, there's another one, she said in alarm. Lie down, face down. I'll help you, Yifeng said. He got busy again. Now, Yifeng had admired every inch of Anna's body. She was stunning, a true beauty. In her country, military service was mandatory for everyone, so the girls had very athletic and toned bodies. Eventually, they both got dressed. Anna squatted on the ground, staring blankly at the large ship in the distance. It was moving toward the center of the river, planning to circle back and wait for Yifeng. Can you walk now? Yifeng asked, supporting her arm. Yes, but... Anna hesitated. The parasitic fish had left her body overheated, as if craving an even bigger one. Yifeng noticed her flushed skin and seemed to understand something. He knelt behind her, wrapping both hands around her waist. Anna didn't resist. She leaned her head against Yifeng's chest. They embraced for a long time until Anna finally turned her head, looking into Yifeng's eyes. Is hugging all you can do? She asked. You mean, you want more? Yifeng's eyes widened. Soon after, a banyan tree began to shake, accompanied by Anna's stifled sounds. An hour later, Yifeng, satisfied, dressed again. Anna, blushing beautifully, jumped down from the tree. Let's go, Anna. Yifeng grabbed her hand. They interlocked fingers and walked along the downstream tributary. They were upstream from the native tribe's location and had to walk a few more kilometers and pass 3 more tributaries to reach it. The vegetation became even more primitive. The banyan trees were thick and twisted like giant pythons. Yifeng thought, if there really were a snake hiding among the roots, humans wouldn't be able to tell. Watch out! Anna suddenly raised her rifle. Startled, Yifeng slowly looked up. 10 meters ahead, a tiger with yellow and black stripes appeared. Its head was massive, like a small water tank, and its yellowish-brown eyes stared straight at Yifeng. He carefully raised his rifle and aimed at the giant beast. Roar! The tiger leaped, jumping over 5 meters high. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out, accompanied by the tiger's agonized cry. It proved once again, no matter how powerful the animal, it was no match for firearms. The tiger stumbled a few steps forward and collapsed with a thud. Yifeng approached, placing the rifle barrel against the tiger's head. Bang! Once it was dead for sure, he stroked its fur. This tiger's skin would fetch at least $1 million in the civilized world, Yifeng sighed. Let's go. Don't forget our mission, Anna said. Wait. Yifeng pulled out a knife and cut off the tiger's whiskers, handing a few to Anna. What's this for? She asked. The tiger is the king of the jungle. Many animals flee at the scent of it. Carrying these whiskers could keep us out of trouble, Yifeng smiled. You really know a lot, Feng, Anna said, taking the whiskers. They continued forward but no longer held hands. Yifeng led, and Anna followed. Suddenly, Yifeng raised his rifle again. After a while, the forest ahead rustled, and 2 women emerged. They looked pale, with vacant eyes, and their clothes suggested they were also survivors. Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief and walked quickly toward them. Hi, have you seen any other survivors? He asked. The women looked at him dully, no surprise, no fear, just blank stares. Huh? Yifeng supported one of them and touched her forehead. She's burning up. Are you running a fever? He asked. He hesitated, after all, they hadn't yet reached the native village. Anna, maybe we should take them back to the boat? He suggested. Anna agreed, kind-hearted as always. Suddenly, one woman started coughing violently, as if about to cough up her lungs. Could it be pneumonia from the fever? Yifeng frowned. Pneumonia could be contagious. Neither woman had spoken since they appeared, acting like lifeless dolls. That raised Yifeng's suspicion. Can you speak? He asked again. Just then, thwip! An arrow burst from one woman's mouth. Shit! Yifeng raised his rifle and aimed forward. Thwip! Another arrow flew, piercing the other woman's heart. Bang! Yifeng fired. Feng, don't shoot, it's me, Healy. The voice came from the trees. Healy stepped out, holding a handmade bow. Why did you kill them? Yifeng demanded, his rifle still aimed. Healy pointed at the woman with the arrow in her chest. Look closely. She was shot in the heart, why isn't she dead? Healy said, aiming another arrow at the woman's head. Yifeng looked closely. Sure enough, the woman had an arrow in her chest, but she wasn't dead, didn't cry out, and showed no pain. Thwip! Healy shot again, piercing her head. Anna bit her lip tightly and looked at Healy with an angry gaze. What exactly happened to them? Yifeng asked. Parasitic infection. A newly emerged contagious disease, very scary. I had a cough and a high fever recently. The priest declared it a contagious disease and drove me out of the tribe. So even if you drop me off at the boat, I can't go back to the tribe, I can only wander in the forest. When Healy mentioned the priest, a deep hatred flashed in her eyes. What kind of parasitic disease? Yifeng was shocked and quickly stepped away from the two corpses. It's a strange illness that appeared 3 months ago. That was exactly 80 years after the last major disaster, Healy said, her lips trembling. How is it transmitted? Yifeng hurriedly rubbed some leaves in his hands, afraid of getting infected. No one knows. It's a very strange disease. In the early stages, there's coughing, then high fever, and finally full body numbness, as if the brain can no longer control the muscles and facial expressions. So the only way to kill them is to destroy the brain. Also, the infected behave strangely, they seem to try to infect others actively. The priest said they're no longer human, that parasites have taken over their brains and are using them to spread the infection. Healy spoke seriously. Hiss. Yifeng shivered and backed away even more from the bodies. Does your tribe have doctors? Yifeng asked. Doctors? Healy clearly didn't understand the word. You know, people who treat diseases? Still don't get it? I mean people who can cure infectious illnesses, Yifeng explained. You mean shamans? That's what priests are. They said only through rituals and offering fresh sacrifices to the gods can the disease be removed, Healy replied. Yifeng rolled his eyes. Superstition harms people. Healy, since you're here, can you take us to the warship now? One important part on our boat is broken, we need to find replacements on the warship, Yifeng said sincerely. Since I came back to find you, I'm already prepared to stay with you. Among all the outsiders I've met, you're the most trustworthy, though still worse than our people. But I have no one else now. As Healy spoke, her once firm tone softened. That made Yifeng feel a strong urge to protect her. Don't worry. Once you're on my boat, you'll eat the same food, live in the same quarters, and do the same work as me, Yifeng said, patting her shoulder. All right. I'll guide you. The water here is interwoven with marshes, watch your step and don't fall into the swamps, Healy said, then took the lead. Yifeng narrowed his eyes and followed behind. Although Healy probably wouldn't harm him, he couldn't afford to be careless, he had to be prepared for anything. Luckily, with Healy leading the way, they moved quickly. In a blink, they covered 5 or 6 kilometers, but the sky had already turned dark. They reached the end of a tributary, where water from higher ground flowed down to form a small stream. Yifeng squinted and suddenly looked at a small tree at the end of the stream. It had 3 white fruits. He didn't say a word and rushed over, slashing with his knife. The fruits fell to the ground. Yifeng picked them up and ate them immediately, chewing them up in just a few seconds. The fruit melted in his mouth, and a powerful heat surged through his body. His muscles tightened, and even his old internal injuries were suddenly healed. Incredible. You really ate ghost fruit? Healy stared at Yifeng in shock. Ghost fruit? Why not eat it? Yifeng asked in return. Ghost fruit. It's said to be extremely poisonous, eating it should cause death. So, why are you still standing? Healy was even more stunned. Yifeng. Who told you it's inedible? He asked. He felt that Healy, being an honest person, had probably been misled. It's common knowledge. The chief said it, and the priests too. Ghost fruit must never be eaten, Healy replied, still in shock. Ah, what a pity. What kind of chief and priests are those? They lied to you, silly girl, Yifeng said, hugging her. Healy didn't speak. She suddenly squatted down, blinking her black and white eyes rapidly. Since childhood, she'd been told ghost fruit was deadly. But this man just ate it, and nothing happened. Why? Why would the chief lie? Why would the priests lie? Yifeng saw the confusion on her face and sighed deeply. Perhaps those in power don't want ordinary people to know certain secrets. After all, ghost fruit is rare, how could the elite let commoners have any? With that thought, Yifeng started pacing along the stream. Suddenly, his whole body tensed as a realization flashed through his mind. Fruit? River? Tributary? He felt like he'd grasped something, but not quite. Yifeng crouched down and held his head in his hands. 5 minutes later, he suddenly stood up. Ha ha ha. I got it, I understand now. Healy, Anna, I know where these ghost fruits grow. Then, pulling both women with him, he walked toward the end of another tributary. This time, they traveled through the night. By midnight, Yifeng finally arrived at another stream. He scanned the area and suddenly brightened up. Sure enough, at the end of the tributary was another small tree with 3 white fruits. Yifeng chopped the tree down, picked the fruits, and gave one to each person. Healy hesitated, holding the fruit to her lips, unsure. Yifeng took advantage of her distraction and quickly pushed it into her mouth. Soon, Healy's eyes widened in amazement. This is amazing. It feels just like the sugar beans the chief gave us, but even better, she said in shock. What sugar beans? Yifeng asked. Every time we do something great for the tribe, the chief and the priests reward us warriors with sugar beans. I've had 3, so I have 3 honor tattoos on my arm. But those beans didn't taste as pure as this fruit, Healy replied. Well, that's easy to explain. The sugar beans your chief gave you were actually made from this fruit. You've been fooled by the upper class, still working hard for them. Yifeng said, hugging Healy again. He had figured out the pattern of where the white fruits grew thanks to all the tropical rainforest documentaries he'd watched. From a few kilometers above, the huge Black Tree River looked just like an actual tree. That main river is like the trunk of a tree, the tributaries are the branches, and the ends of the tributaries are like the flowers of the tree. And what happens when the flowers fall? They surely bear fruit. But why were fruits found on the coastline? Because the fruits on the tree had ripened and fallen below the big tree, so he picked some up on the shore. This shows that he needed to move faster. Otherwise, after a few days, he would only be able to find the white fruits on the coast. But this kind of secret should be kept to himself, no need to tell others. Yifeng was excited beyond words. It was like he had opened the door to a new world. This was something he figured out on his own, and it just happened to match some of nature's mysterious patterns. Let's go, Healy. Let's head to your tribe, Yifeng said with a smile. But Healy suddenly stood up and looked directly into Yifeng's eyes. Feng, the tribe I love most has deceived me. The chief and the priests have colluded together and have been lying to me all along, making me work for them. But what did they give me in return? So now, I'm going to tell you the truth. You must not go to the warship. It's already full of traps, waiting for you. And I was sent by them to lure you into it. Healy spoke with determination. Yifeng. Anna. Why would you do that? Anna grabbed Healy by the neck and shook her hard. But Healy didn't resist. It was like she had given up and was ready to die. Yifeng sighed and pulled Anna away. Forget it. Since we narrowly escaped danger, I believe Healy truly wants to join us now. Healy, welcome to my team. In my team, we don't play tricks. Everything is fair and just. As long as you join my team, I'll treat you like family. I'll never deceive you, Yifeng said seriously. Healy seemed a bit lost now and just nodded. Since we can't go to the warship, let's go find more fruit. I've noticed my nose is very sharp, and I'm super lucky, I can find these white fruits easily, Yifeng said, bragging, but not revealing the secret behind the white fruits. This kind of secret can't be told, not even to his father. Otherwise, it would turn into a competition, and he might even get killed over it. The white fruit could enhance human strength, had powerful healing effects, and even some resistance to poison, just like the spiritual elixirs in fantasy novels. Think about it, in those novels, people kill for such elixirs. If he had the ability to find them, others would surely try to kill him and keep the fruits for themselves. After searching the ends of 3 or 4 tributaries, Yifeng found 6 white fruits. He ate 4 himself and gave 1 each to the 2 women. After all, he did most of the work, eating more was only fair. Yifeng walked to a rock, and suddenly, with both arms, lifted the massive stone above his head and threw it forward. The rock flew over 7 meters. Even the legendary Xiangyu from ancient times probably didn't have this kind of strength. Yifeng was both shocked and thrilled, imagining himself carrying a big ship in the future. Anna could now lift about 150 to 160 pounds, and her stamina had increased. As for Healy, she was already strong, being a native, and now she could probably lift 300 pounds. Feng, how do you find these white fruits? Anna couldn't help but ask. Intuition, Yifeng replied mysteriously. You're amazing. Can you help us find more of these white fruits? Anna asked eagerly. No. I found that you can't eat too many white fruits in a day, or your body might explode. And it's almost morning now. Let's find a tree and sleep for a bit. After that, I'll take you to find more, Yifeng said seriously. The 3 of them walked toward the riverbank, when suddenly a crocodile came rushing toward them, swaying its head. Watch out! Anna warned quickly. But Yifeng didn't dodge. In the past, seeing a crocodile might have made him back away. But now, he actually looked down on it. He took a horse stance. When the black came and charged over, he suddenly grabbed its tail. Hey! With a burst of strength, Yifeng lifted the 500 to 600 pounds crocodile into the air. The crocodile was clearly terrified and struggled hard in his grip. After swinging it 3 times, Yifeng threw it over 10 meters away like a shot put. It hit a large tree with a loud crash. The crocodile's body was deformed, it was clearly done for. Let's eat something before sleeping. Yifeng picked up his knife. Half an hour later, the 3 of them were roasting crocodile meat. For some reason, after eating the white fruit, they were very hungry, but their meridians felt unusually full. Yifeng ate an entire crocodile tail, at least 10 lbs of meat. Anna and Healy together ate 6 or 7 pounds. Time to rest in the tree, Yifeng said, then climbed up the banyan tree in a few quick moves and easily pulled the two women up with one hand each. 10 kilometers downstream to the left, on the riverbank, was the native tribe. The priestess clasped her hands and chanted obscure incantations. When she finished, she opened her hands. Inside her palms was a lock of black hair. Messenger of the gods, why hasn't Healy brought the people here yet? Did something go wrong? Asked a woman with 4 stripes. Yes, something did happen. Based on the energy waves sensed through Healy's hair, she has betrayed her people. She has already made the most intimate physical contact with those outsiders, the priestess said, letting the hair drift away in the wind. Unbelievable. Healy was our tribe's only 3-feathered female leader, and she actually betrayed her people. The 4-striped woman paced on the riverbank, her eyes red with rage. Messenger of the gods, please show me the path of vengeance, she said, kneeling. The priestess nodded and pointed a jade-like finger upstream. Achoo! Yifeng sneezed and looked at the 2 beautiful women lying in his arms. Just moments ago, he had experienced the wonders of Healy and Anna. How to put it, 2 flavors. It was his first time hitting 2 targets with 1 arrow. The feeling was beyond words. The sun was already up, but the 2 women were still fast asleep. Yifeng had been so vigorous earlier that he exhausted them completely. He gently laid the 2 women on the banyan tree and jumped down. The crocodile carcass wasn't finished yet. He cut the meat into strips and roasted it over the fire. At that moment, something caught his attention. He looked toward the forest. Healy, Anna, wake up. Yifeng said in a deep voice, picking up his rifle. Not long after, a figure walked out from the forest. Yifeng aimed his rifle at the man's head and glanced at the 4 tattoo stripes on his arm. Where are the others? Tell them to come out too. Yifeng said coldly, placing his finger on the trigger. There's no one else. Yifeng, you took away the one I loved most. I want to settle this like real men, the 4-striped man said, then suddenly bit his finger and smeared the fresh blood on his forehead. Ha ha ha. Yifeng flipped the safety off and aimed right at the native brute's forehead. Nice, you even marked the target for me. Just then, Healy jumped down from the tree, naked, and grabbed Yifeng's arm. No. This is a fight between Gaha tribe men. Weapons are not allowed, Healy said anxiously. The 4-striped man blushed deeply when he saw Healy naked. Healy, why? Why did you betray your own people? And why did you betray me? He asked with a pathetic expression. Healy said nothing and lowered her head in shame. Even though she knew the tribe's leaders had lied to her, the education she received since childhood made her feel guilty. At that moment, Anna also raised her rifle and flipped the safety off. Don't. Healy stood in front of the guns. This is a man's battle. Feng, if you want me to be your woman, if you want my heart and body, then fight him like a man. If you win, I will belong to you completely and be loyal to you forever, Healy said seriously. Yifeng rubbed the trigger for a while, then finally nodded and set the rifle aside. He had just eaten a lot of white fruit. This was a good chance to test the strength of a 4-striped native and, by extension, gauge the general power level of the tribe. Most importantly, Healy was a key figure who knew everything about the tribe. If he could win her over, he could gain all the intel. Anna looked at Yifeng's actions and stepped back with her gun. Come on, let's fight. Yifeng stood casually. I'm coming. The 4-striped man charged straight at him. But within 3 moves, Yifeng had easily pinned him to the ground. Yifeng hadn't expected the 4-striped native to be so weak. In terms of skill, strength, and speed, Yifeng had absolute advantage. Do you yield? Yifeng asked coldly. Argh. Suddenly, the 4-striped man roared. The next moment, the sound of many footsteps came from the forest around them. More than a dozen tall natives rushed out, followed by countless, resentful children, yuan high, impossible to count. You dirty native brute! You dare cheat in a man's duel? But the natives didn't stop, they charged straight at Yifeng. Furious, Yifeng grabbed the 4-striped man and swung him like a weapon. The 2 natives in front were knocked flying, their chests caved in. Yifeng then threw the 4-striped man into the crowd and pulled out 2 pistols. Bang 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 bang. Bang 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 bang. Anna also started shooting. Only Healy stood frozen, unable to fight her own people. The natives and resentful children kept falling to the ground. Finally, Yifeng ran out of bullets. He pulled out his dagger and began close combat with the remaining natives. Thud thud thud. 3 blow darts struck Yifeng's back. At the same time, a resentful child clawed a deep wound into his thigh, blood spraying out. Ah! Anna screamed and covered her face. Clearly, she had been hit by a blow dart. Anna! Yifeng roared and rushed to her side, trying to protect his woman. But the other natives threw themselves at him, holding him back. Fong! Fong! Anna screamed, surrounded by over a dozen resentful children. Blood sprayed from the center. Soon, Anna's voice stopped. Only the sound of blades cutting flesh remained. Damned brutes! I'll kill every last one of you. Yifeng's eyes turned red. He grabbed a native and ripped him in half. Healy gasped heavily, then finally raised her bow. 1 arrow. 2 arrows. 3 arrows. One by one, tall natives fell. Thud. A blow dart hit Healy. But she had eaten white fruit and had some resistance to poison. Now, only 6 resentful children and 2 natives remained. These 2 refused to retreat, one held Yifeng's leg, the other his waist. Even their mouths didn't stop, they bit Yifeng's arm. Yifeng yanked his arm free and slashed with his dagger. The native behind him clutched his throat, staggered back 5 or 6 meters, and collapsed. Yifeng didn't pause. He stabbed downward, piercing straight through the native holding his leg. The remaining resentful children charged. Their claws were as hard as steel, one swipe left deep wounds on Yifeng. Yifeng endured the pain, grabbed one of them, and swung. 3 resentful children were knocked away. Then he leaped 5 meters high and stomped the last 2 to death. At last, the battle was over. Yifeng, panting heavily, slumped to the ground. Healy rushed over and began pulling the blow darts from his back. But Yifeng pushed her away and crawled toward Anna. All that remained was a pile of torn flesh, her organs were gone, her face unrecognizable. Anna. Yifeng hugged the bloody mess and let out a roar. Feng, let's go back to the ship. The priests know everything. Our position is exposed, Healy said, helping Yifeng up. Yifeng nodded, carried Anna's remains to the river, and threw them in. Let's go home. Yifeng sighed deeply and staggered toward the big ship. From that moment, he truly felt the cruelty of this primitive land. After walking for a long time, the 2 of them finally reached a tributary, but Yifeng suddenly crouched down. There, on the riverbank, stood more than 40 natives, and nearly 100 resentful children. As for the big ship, it had already moved to the center of the river, about 300 meters away from the natives. Cowards! If you dare, come ashore and fight like real men. Cowardly foreigners! All you do is hide in the river. Come fight us, or the river god will devour you too. The natives' tactics were like those from the 3 Kingdoms era, trying to provoke the people on the ship to come down. Bang bang! 2 gunshots rang out from the ship, killing a native. But the others didn't flinch. They kept shouting on the riverbank. Yifeng's expression turned grim. He didn't know how the natives had gotten here. If they stayed there, he and Healy wouldn't be able to get back on the big boat. He really wanted Chang Libin to move the boat to another tributary, but once they exposed themselves, the natives would attack without hesitation. Last time, just to handle a dozen natives, Yifeng lost Anna, and he himself was injured. Now, facing so many natives, Yifeng was sure they had no chance of surviving. On the deck, Susan held her rifle steadily, her expression serious. There weren't many bullets left, she couldn't afford to waste them. But if they let the natives keep shouting on the shore, Yifeng wouldn't be able to get on the boat. Susan, why don't we move the boat to the cave area and wait for Yifeng there? We could also resupply some ammo, Rico suggested. But what if Yifeng comes back and can't find us? He'd panic, Susan shook her head. She was beginning to understand Yifeng. 5 words summed him up, lustful but reliable. That's why she didn't want to leave him behind. Yeah. If Yifeng and Anna come back and the boat's gone, they'll be frantic, Suyun added. The others nodded silently. These past few days, under Yifeng's leadership, they had built the big boat. He'd ensured their food supply and provided a relatively safe place to live. Back then, they had wandered through the forest, starving most days, always on alert for mysterious predators. It was miserable. Then do you have a better plan? Rico asked. Susan hesitated. Since Yifeng left, Susan had become the leader on the boat. She knew martial arts, was a good shot, and was pretty, so people respected her. Most importantly, Yifeng had personally named her as his second-in-command. All right then. Let's go downstream to get some guns and ammo, and then come back to wait for Yifeng, Susan said. In the jungle, Yifeng stared in panic as the big boat drifted away. Hey, Susan. You can't just leave like that. Don't go. Don't leave me. Right now, Yifeng felt only despair. Maybe we should chase the boat? Maybe they're just going downstream to wait for you, Healy said. You're right. They quickly ran downstream, but after just a dozen meters, a spear flew from behind. The natives had spotted them. Run. Yifeng grabbed Healy and started running. After 1 kilometer, Yifeng was stunned. In front of them was a tributary about 2 kilometers wide, blocking their escape. What the? Yifeng stared at the densely packed piranhas in the stream, face darkening. Let's go around. They quickly ran toward the end of the tributary. Behind them came the screeching sounds of resentful children, and the howls of the natives. After 2 kilometers, Healy was out of strength, so Yifeng carried her on his back and kept running. The natives couldn't keep up with Yifeng's speed, but every time he stopped to rest, they would catch up. After all, the natives were skilled jungle hunters, their tracking skills were far beyond Yifeng's. After killing 2 natives with his gun during 3 separate encounters, Yifeng ran out of bullets. He had hoped to scare them off, but it didn't work, they stayed right on his tail. The chase went on like this until nightfall. Yifeng eventually reached the end of a tributary. On a high spot of land stood a silver-colored tree. Before his eyes, it bloomed and bore a light silver fruit. Gulp. For some reason, the moment Yifeng saw the fruit, saliva filled his mouth. Don't startle it. This tree seems alive. If it senses danger, the fruit will retract. Yifeng and Healy hid in the grass. Healy nodded, leaning her body against Yifeng's back. After more than 10 minutes, the silver fruit slowly grew to about the size of a fist. Unfortunately, there was only one. Sure. Yifeng signaled for silence and drew his dagger. Step by step, he approached the silver tree. When he got about 5 meters away, he suddenly sped up. Slash. The silver tree was chopped in 2. Yifeng picked up the fruit. But to his surprise, the moment the tree was cut, the fruit began to shrink rapidly. Not good. Without hesitation, he stuffed it into his mouth and swallowed it in a few bites. A powerful heat surged through his body, making him drop to the ground. Feng! Healy quickly helped him up. Yifeng rolled up his sleeve. On his arm, a snake-like mark began to form. Soon, it turned into a silver stripe, just like a tattoo. In the next moment, Yifeng swung his arm. Unlike last time with the white fruit, this time he felt not only stronger. His mind, body, and vision were all greatly enhanced. It was an amazing feeling. Yifeng looked at the other side of the stream and suddenly got excited. Wait here. He took a running start and jumped toward the opposite bank, over 10 meters away. Thud. He landed, both legs buried in the soft soil of the opposite shore. Ah? Healy covered her mouth in shock. Just now, Yifeng looked like he had flown. Ha ha ha. Yifeng laughed loudly, took another running start, and landed back beside Healy. Quick, get on my back. He took a horse stance. Healy wasn't tall, about 1.5 meters, and around 80 pounds. For a native woman, that was tall, but no problem for Yifeng to carry. Just then, a spear flew from behind and scratched Healy's skin. Outsider, you can't escape. The natives were back, and behind them came a barrage of blow darts. Healy, hold on tight. I'm jumping. Yifeng took a running start and jumped again with Healy on his back. Thud. Both of them landed in the forest on the other side. Looking back, over a dozen natives had reached their previous spot and were firing arrows and throwing spears. The resentful children raised their blowpipes. Thud. 2 poison darts hit Yifeng's arm, but he felt no pain. After eating the silver fruit, his resistance to poison had greatly increased. He quickly ran 20 meters into the forest and hid behind a tree, coldly watching the natives on the other side. Natives across the river. I have no intention of being your enemy. I hope you won't push too far, this won't benefit either of us, Yifeng shouted from behind the tree. But the natives didn't care. They paced anxiously on the other side. Finally, a 2-striped native stepped back 5 or 6 meters, took a running start, and splash, jumped into the river. In just a moment, a large number of piranhas and crocodiles swarmed over. The native man panicked and quickly swam toward Yifeng's side, trying to get to the shore. Unfortunately, the creatures in the river didn't give him the chance. When he was still 5 meters from the bank, he began to convulse in pain and couldn't move forward anymore. In less than 2 minutes, a crocodile bit his leg and dragged him to the bottom. A patch of red mixed with bubbles surfaced from the river. The faces of the other natives changed, they hesitated. Outsider. Our Gaha tribe will be your enemy forever. Your women will be played with until they die. Your children will be gutted and skinned. As for you, we'll cook you into meat paste. A native man gritted his teeth and glared at Yifeng. I'll say it again. I don't want to be enemies with the Gaha tribe. But if you insist on killing me, then I'll fight with everything I've got. And who wins or loses isn't certain, Yifeng said. Without waiting, Yifeng continued running downstream. The area was full of intersecting waterways. Every few hundred meters they had to detour. If Yifeng's vision hadn't improved and Healy hadn't been helping, he might have gotten lost. In the jungle, Yifeng ran with Healy on his back at cheetah speed. On the way, they encountered a wild boar, but Yifeng killed it with one punch. With his current strength, a wild boar was like a big cat, not a threat. Most importantly, Yifeng was out of bullets, his rifle had become a firewood stick. Just then, human voices could be heard ahead. Boss Ma, what do we do now? That bastard Yifeng has taken the big boat into the river. And, your wife is on board too. The tall grass parted. Ma Xikong and Wong Tao walked out. As soon as they looked up, they saw Yifeng and Healy. Ma Xikong narrowed his eyes and instantly bolted downstream. Wong Tao froze for 2 seconds, then also ran. Yifeng raised his rifle and pulled the trigger. Click. Almost forgot, no bullets. Yifeng didn't care. He grabbed Healy and chased them. The two sides, one fleeing, one chasing, finally arrived at the cave area. Yifeng looked far ahead. The big boat was in this part of the river, but because of the propeller, it couldn't dock and was being carried downstream by the current. After thinking it through, he decided to deal with Wong Tao and Ma Xikong first. Otherwise, these two would keep haunting him and become a serious threat. He finally chased them to the cave entrance. Yifeng looked shocked at what had once been their camp. The cave had collapsed, the entrance blocked by countless rocks. Ma Xikong and Wong Tao had no way out and could only run into the pile of rocks. Healy, wait for me here. Yifeng said and quickly ran into the rock pile. The cave wasn't completely blocked, some gaps still allowed access to the underground base. Ma Xikong looked back and saw Yifeng chasing with a dagger. When he noticed Yifeng wasn't holding a rifle, he stood atop a big rock, arms crossed. Yifeng, you're looking for death. He struck a karate pose. He figured that with Wong Tao, dealing with Yifeng would be a piece of cake. Yifeng sneered inside but showed fear on the surface. He didn't want them to run away again. With his current strength, even 3 Ma Xikongs wouldn't be a match. You two are tough, I'll run. Yifeng turned and pretended to flee. Boss Ma, he's scared. He's no match for you. Wong Tao cheered and rushed at Yifeng. After pretending to run a few steps, Yifeng suddenly turned back and reached for his dagger. But right then, a spear flew from behind, almost hitting his back. He turned, those natives had caught up. Healy, run. Yifeng shouted and slipped into the rock crevice, running deeper into the cave. Ahead, Ma Xikong and Wong Tao were also running. They knew how dangerous the natives were. If they didn't run, they'd end up roasted. They had barely run 20 meters when the cave turned pitch black. Yifeng widened his eyes, trying to see. Outsider. You can't escape. The natives also entered the cave, but the resentful children stopped and jumped in place. No matter how the natives yelled, they wouldn't enter. Chief Moli, the priest said there's a snake god in this ghost cave. Are we really going in? A native asked fearfully. The outsider is just ahead. If we capture him alive, the priests will reward us with divine beans and give us great power. If you're scared, stay here. If you've got guts, follow me. Moli reversed his spear and rubbed 2 black stones together. Soon, a torch was lit. The natives hesitated but eventually extended their spears. Moments later, 12 torches lit up at the cave entrance. Go. Moli pushed 2 natives to lead the way while he stayed in the middle. The resentful children only shrieked at the entrance, they didn't dare enter. Deep inside the dark cave, Yifeng saw it all. He hadn't expected the fearless resentful children to fear this place. Obviously, there was something here they feared. But it couldn't be pythons. He had seen resentful children tear apart a tiger. Why would they fear snakes? Shit. The torches were getting closer. Yifeng had to run deeper into the cave. Eventually, he reached stairs and came to a flooded area, then suddenly bumped into someone. Ow! It was Wong Tao's voice. Yifeng slashed with his dagger, hit nothing. Wong Tao had hidden. Forget it. Yifeng stepped into the water, moving forward carefully with both hands out, fearing something terrifying ahead. He heard splashing to his left, likely Wong Tao and Ma Xikong had entered the water too. But Yifeng couldn't deal with them yet. He had to handle the natives first. At the riverbank, a dozen torches appeared. The natives had reached the bottom of the stairs. One threw a torch ahead. By its flash, Yifeng caught a glimpse of the nearby structures and kept walking. He didn't know how far he'd gone, but the water got shallower. Eventually, he reached dry ground and started feeling the walls in the dark. He seemed to grab a cold metal object. He pushed, it didn't move. He found an indentation and pulled. Creak. Sounded like a metal door opening. A dusty, foul-smelling wind blew out. Cough cough. Yifeng coughed and quickly covered his mouth. It was pitch black. Like a blind man, he groped his way inside, following the wall. Soon, he felt another cold object. Yifeng knocked on it with his hand. It didn't feel like metal, nor like stone. It was very smooth. Glass? He touched the whole surface again, it really felt like glass. Was there glass during World War II? Yifeng wasn't sure when glass was invented, so he kept moving forward. Suddenly, there was a loud crash, he had kicked something over. Then, a faint green flame lit up, casting a ghostly green light across the entire room. Hiss! Yifeng took a sharp breath. He was standing in an octagonal underground chamber. Near the walls, 8 large glass containers were arranged in a regular pattern. Some containers were already broken, and inside was a dark gray liquid. As for the intact ones, they were covered in dust. Yifeng wiped off the dust and finally saw what was inside. Inside the glass container was a specimen. They had protruding fangs, bulging eyes, and hands that had turned into claw-like shapes. Especially behind their backs, they had tails, with bony tips. They looked somewhat similar to the resentful children. Was this researched by the Germans? Yifeng muttered to himself, trying to calm down. He looked at the next container. This specimen had grown fine black hair all over its body. It looked smaller, shrunken, and was about 30% similar to the resentful children. The next complete container, this one only had similar eyes left. The rest of the body was no different from a resentful child. So the resentful children were actually bred by the Germans? In this lab, only 3 glass containers were intact. The rest were broken. It was unclear whether they were smashed by humans or broken from the inside by the creatures. Yifeng walked over to an inner door and slowly pushed open a corroded iron door. As soon as he entered, he felt like he had stepped into feces. Looking down, he saw a sticky, dark gray substance on the bottom of his shoe. It looked like crude oil or fresh asphalt, odorless, but extremely disgusting. Under the eerie green light, he saw 9 stone beds inside this underground room. On the beds, dried animal corpses were tied with corroded iron chains. There were lions, tigers, humans, and spotted hyenas. Because the room was sealed, the bodies hadn't turned to skeletons but mummified instead. Next to each bed was a cart. On each cart were various glass containers, some still held liquid. These were probably mutation-enhancing drugs. Yifeng grabbed a dusty bag nearby, put the vials inside, and slung it over his shoulder. Maybe he'd use them one day. Just then, he heard the sound of water. Someone was approaching. Startled, he quickly hid under one of the stone beds. The voices outside got clearer. "Chief, there's water here." The outsider probably came ashore from this spot. "Go in." Yifeng, hiding under the bed, gripped his dagger, waiting for the natives to enter. In such an enclosed space, their bows and spears would be useless. Maybe he could take out the whole group. Yifeng had made up his mind to ambush and kill 2 first, then fight the rest head-on. Footsteps echoed in the outer room. The natives had entered and were knocking things around. Then, crash, a glass container was broken. "Ah! This liquid stinks." One native cried out in pain. "Stay away from him. His body is melting? Ah! Help me. Chief Moli, help me." Then, silence. "Let's go. This place is cursed." "Maybe the snake god is nearby," one of the natives said. Yifeng heard their footsteps leaving. He breathed a sigh of relief and crawled out from under the bed. He also felt this wasn't a place to stay long. Still, at least he got the vials. He'd study them later. If they caused mutations, he'd throw them away. But if they enhanced strength, he'd secretly use them. Stepping through the dark gray liquid, Yifeng returned to the outer chamber, and froze. 12 pairs of eyes stared at him coldly. "Outsider, looks like you're not that smart. I shouted once, and you came right out." Moli, the native, sneered and moved to surround Yifeng. "Screw your mother." Yifeng didn't retreat, he charged into the group. The battle lasted half an hour. Yifeng had a disadvantage in size. All the natives were over 2 meters tall. Thankfully, his strength had increased. After exhausting all his energy, he finally killed the last native. "I'm done." Yifeng collapsed onto the dark gray liquid and pulled a spear from his stomach. He took off his shirt and wrapped it around his waist. As for the broken spear in his back, he couldn't pull it out for now. If he did, he wouldn't be able to bandage the wound. He might bleed out. After resting for 5 minutes, Yifeng stood up, panting, and staggered toward the exit. The natives had injured him badly, but they left behind 2 black stones. When rubbed together, they sparked. They were likely flint. Yifeng lit a torch and walked 50 meters through water, finally reaching the old armory. He picked up a rifle, a pistol, 100 rifle bullets, and 200 pistol rounds, then walked toward the cave entrance. There were still many resentful children outside. Injured as he was, he could only rely on firearms. Boom! An explosion came from outside. Rocks fell from above like rain. Yifeng quickly ducked and covered his head. What the hell? Who's using grenades out there? His eyes narrowed. He figured it out. Wong Tao and Ma Xikong had found modern weapons and were fighting the resentful children. So he sat by the shore, waiting for those 2 to clear a path. After about an hour, the sounds outside stopped. That meant the resentful children had retreated, or been killed by Wong Tao and Ma Xikong. "All right, my turn." Yifeng stood up weakly and staggered toward the cave entrance. At the entrance, he saw corpses of resentful children everywhere, and a large crater left by a grenade. Not good. What if those two are waiting outside to ambush me? Yifeng's face changed. Recalling this, Yifeng took out a hand grenade and aimed it at a crack in the rock. After the cave collapsed, many rock fissures had appeared. Yifeng planned a decoy attack. He quickly threw the grenade and slipped into another fissure. Boom! The grenade exploded, and a large amount of rock fragments fell. Seizing the opportunity, Yifeng again saw sunlight ahead. Sure enough, 2 gunshots echoed. Wang Tao and Ma Xikong were hiding outside the cave, firing at the area of the grenade explosion. But after the smoke cleared, there was nothing. Heh. Finally grasping his chance, Yifeng raised his rifle and aimed first at Ma Xikong. Since Ma Xikong had the best marksmanship, if he took him out, Wang Tao would be helpless. Bang! He was still too slow. Ma Xikong noticed Yifeng emerging immediately. With a single shot, Yifeng's rifle was flown out of his hands. Yifeng rolled to try pulling his pistol, but at the next moment, a bullet flew past his ear. Ah! The force of the wind caused Yifeng's ear to ring. Run! In just 0.1 seconds, Yifeng knew he couldn't outshoot Ma Xikong. So he ran in a zigzag toward the riverbank. Bang! A bullet grazed his backside. Yifeng was terrified. He didn't expect Ma Xikong's aim to be so accurate. So Yifeng stopped pretending. He ran at breakneck speed. Bang! Bang! 2 more shots were fired, but trees blocked them. He managed to stay alive. Bang! Another bullet flew just above his head, parting his hair in the middle. Finally, Yifeng saw the big river. Not caring how many leeches or parasitic catfish were in the water, he just jumped in. Glug! He submerged and swam underwater 5 meters. This time, he held his breath until he ran out, then surfaced. Bang! Another bullet landed half a meter from him. From 40 meters away on the shore, he saw Ma Xikong and Wang Tao emerging from the forest, rifles aimed at him. Damn it! He gritted his teeth and submerged again. This time, he swam 50 meters underwater, surfacing only when he had to breathe. Bang! Another shot rang out, hitting his ribs. Blood stained the water's surface. Oh no! He covered his rib wound, but already too late. Countless red-bellied piranhas rushed him, swarming out. Simultaneously, many parasitic catfish surged, forming a circle of carnivorous creatures around Yifeng. Bang! Bang! Guns were fired from behind. Susan from the big boat was shooting. Ma Xikong was startled. He and Wang Tao quickly retreated into the forest. Ah Feng, swim this way. On the deck, Suyun shouted. Brother Yi, hurry, there's something behind you, it looks like a crocodile. Ding Tuanchuan also shouted. Yifeng almost peed himself. He immediately loosened the wound and swam toward the big boat as fast as possible. Arg! He felt something tearing at his injury, pain surged, he could hardly move his arm. At that moment, he heard a splash. Susan was swimming toward him at full strength. The big boat couldn't dock in the fast river, so she jumped in to save him. Yifeng's rib area had gone numb, and his entire left arm was immobile. He could only swim with one hand. Yifeng! Susan grabbed his arm and started paddling hard. Just beneath the boat, a knotted rope fell and looped around Yifeng's neck just right. Everyone on deck dropped everything and began pulling him up. Ah! Yifeng's neck was caught like being hanged. He was pulled aboard. Bang! His body landed on the deck. He clutched his neck, gasping for air. Quick, pull Susan up too! Yifeng shouted. People scrambled and hauled Susan aboard. Immediately, Susan removed her clothes and pulled parasitic catfish from every orifice. Yifeng, I'll help you. Rico rushed over to help remove the parasitic catfish from Yifeng. Half an hour later, Yifeng and Susan were finally clean of leeches and parasites. They lay flat on the deck, breathing heavily. After a long moment, Yifeng sat up and stared blankly at the others. Which bastard tied that rope around my neck? Yifeng asked coldly. He'd nearly been hanged. I don't know. Everyone spread their hands, acting innocent. Never mind, I don't blame you. If you hadn't hooked me around the neck and pulled me up, I'd have been eaten by the piranhas. Regardless, thank you. Yifeng's tone suddenly softened. Ah, Brother Yi, it was me who put the rope around your neck. So, how do you want to thank me? Ding Tuanchuan, seeing no danger, came forward looking for praise. You little bastard, you just tricked me out. With one arm, Yifeng hugged Ding Tuanchuan and bit her cute fleshy cheek. As for Susan, she was helped below into the cabin to rest. When she walked, her legs still wobbled. Yifeng panicked. Oh no, did Susan lose her virginity to parasitic catfish? Ma Xikong and Wang Tao hid in the forest, watching the big boat raise its sail and head upstream. Damn! How did that bastard Yifeng escape again? Wang Tao stomped in anger. Ma Xikong frowned, about to scold him. Suddenly, his expression changed. He swiftly turned and aimed his gun into the forest behind. Human, or beast? Ma Xikong's voice quivered. He sensed a strong aura in the forest. Humans can sense presence, especially after being under high stress for a long time. A few small trees parted and a native stepped forward. His hands were clasped behind his back, expression calm. Ma Xikong noticed the man was not tall, but had powerful, agile arms like a monkey. Most strikingly, he had 7 tattoos on his arms. Outsider, are you with them? The native pointed toward the departing ship. Yes. Ma Xikong swallowed. Holding a gun, he felt no will to resist in front of this native. Very good. You know how to use that divine crossbow you hold. We can cooperate, take that boat. Maybe then we can use it to escape upstream and avoid the once-in-80 years disaster. After the native finished speaking, the dense forest behind him shook, and at least 20 natives walked out, accompanied by a large number of grudge children. Ma Xikong and Wong Tao exchanged glances and simultaneously put down their rifles. Very good. Firearms might be powerful, but, as the native spoke, he suddenly moved his arm. A stone dagger flew over and nailed itself into a large tree, almost to the handle. Ma Xikong broke into a cold sweat. This guy's throwing knife skills were incredible. Luckily, they didn't get into a shootout earlier. He wasn't sure he could win. Chieftain, can we really trust these foreigners? What if they deceive us? Another native walked out, his arm tattooed with 5 stripes. Baduo, I'm the chieftain. I have my own judgment. Step aside, the native with 7 stripes said calmly. No. Foreigners are too cunning. Only by using their blood can I regain my pride. Baduo shook his head. The chieftain slowly turned his head and stared sharply at Baduo. With a swish, he drew his dagger and faced Baduo directly. Kume? Clearly, the two were about to duel. Baduo swallowed and involuntarily stepped back, a flash of fear in his eyes. Seeing Baduo back down, the chieftain slowly sheathed his dagger. Baduo, take our 2 foreign guests into the tribe. Just like that, Ma Xikong and Wong Tao became honored guests of the Gay tribe and followed them toward the village. Yifeng lay flat on the bed in the middle cabin, while Rico was applying herbal medicine to his wounds. The piranhas were vicious, they had gnawed a hole in his ribs. Does it hurt? Rico leaned her body against Yifeng's arm, trying to ease his pain with softness. It's itchy. I feel like new flesh is growing. Yifeng said casually. With his current physique, even if a rib was bitten off, it might still grow back. Yes, he was that confident. That silver fruit was magical, its healing ability was incredibly strong. As long as it doesn't hurt. The propeller still can't be fixed, so our ship mainly relies on the sail now. Should I go ashore to look for the propeller? Rico asked. No, absolutely not. The natives are hard to deal with, and their priestesses seem all-knowing. They seem able to predict our location, so we can't win against them. Yifeng shook his head. He wondered how Healy was now. She had escaped into the jungle and might still have a chance, but if the natives caught her, she'd likely be tortured to death. Ma Xikong and Wong Tao entered the native tribe, both very cautious, always holding their rifles. They saw that the riverbank was still filled with dense corpses. Some natives were smearing blood from the corpses onto children's foreheads. What that meant, they didn't know. Ugh. Wong Tao dry heaved. Honored guests, please enter our tribe. The chieftain pointed ahead, and 2 crude wooden gates were pulled open. Ma Xikong wrinkled his nose. He smelled a strong stench of feces and urine and nearly vomited. Inside the tribe were men, women, children, and elderly. Squads of native warriors were patrolling. Boss Ma, this tribe is huge. I looked around, there are at least 600 or 700 native warriors, Wong Tao whispered. Talk less. Watch more. Ma Xikong took a deep breath and followed the chieftain. He had only one goal, to steal Yifeng's large ship. But the ship was in the middle of the river. Chieftain, maybe I can teach your people how to make ballistae. We can add barbs to the front and tie ropes at the back. As long as we hit the ship, we can use the ballista's force to pull it to shore. Then Yifeng and his women will be captured. Ma Xikong stepped forward. It was an idea he'd just come up with. Oh? What is a ballista? The chieftain turned his head and looked at Ma Xikong curiously. Let all your craftsmen gather. I'll teach them how to build a ballista. Ma Xikong smiled slightly. Fine. If you can get the ship, I'll have all craftsmen follow your orders, the chieftain nodded. Healy was running through the jungle, her thigh bleeding heavily. She'd been shot by Ma Xikong. Behind her, a pack of wild wolves was chasing, at least 20 of them. Although she had killed a few with her spear, she had lost much of her strength. Feng, where are you? Healy was anxious, helpless, and desperate. She felt her strength fading fast. If she couldn't escape the wolves, her fate was sealed. Just then, she looked toward the river. A ship? Healy was overjoyed and rushed out of the jungle, waving toward the river center. Fong, I'm here, turn around. But the ship was too far away, they couldn't hear her cries. So she threw her spear with all her might. It only flew 20 meters before dropping into the water. Fong, come back and save me. Healy knelt at the riverbank, tears streaming down. From the forest behind her came rustling sounds. The wolves had surrounded her. Foreigners really can't be trusted. Damn foreigners. Healy cursed and closed her eyes in resignation. She heard the wolves growl behind her, getting closer. She had no strength left to run. Blood loss had made her dizzy, she could only close her eyes and wait for death. Roar. A loud growl, the lead wolf charged at her. So this is the end? Too bad I won't die on the holy mountain. Healy sighed in her heart. Bang! A gunshot startled her. She looked toward the river. The ship was approaching. A few small black dots appeared on the deck. Bang! Bang! 2 more shots, 2 wolves fell dead. Ah! Fong saw me. He saw me? The will to survive surged. Healy drew her dagger and faced the wolves. Bang! Bang! Another shot, 1 more wolf down. Healy! I'm coming to save you. It was Yifeng's voice. It was like he had a telepathic connection. Just as the ship was heading upstream, he heard someone calling him from 2,000 meters away. He looked from the deck and immediately spotted Healy kneeling at the riverbank. After eating the silver fruit, his eyesight was excellent, he could see everything within 2 kilometers. Healy, swim toward the ship. Cover any holes on your body so parasitic catfish don't get in. Yifeng shouted from the deck. He was covered in wounds, he couldn't risk getting into the water. Healy gritted her teeth, smeared some mud on her wounds, and jumped into the river. A tearing pain came from her thigh, but Healy ignored it and just flailed her arms. Finally, they got closer to the ship, but it seemed a bit out of control. Quick, come aboard. Yifeng looped the rope around Healy's waist and pulled her up single-handedly. Once on deck, Healy immediately cleaned off the leeches and parasitic catfish from her thigh. Then she took off her clothes. I'll help you check, Yifeng said, skillfully removing the parasites from her body. Fong! After the creatures were cleaned off, Healy flung herself into Yifeng's arms. At that moment, she was overwhelmed, she wanted to scream and shout. Escaping death, she had only experienced survival twice in her life. The first time was by her own will, this second time was thanks to Yifeng. From that moment on, Yifeng became her light, her god, she wanted to give him her body and soul. Oh, everything's fine now. I'll carry you below to rest. And you, quick, prepare some herbs for Healy. And you over there, go make something to eat, look how hungry she is. Yifeng said. Lena glanced at Healy and finally nodded. She already learned about Anna's death and cried hard earlier. After carrying Healy back to the cabin, this woman clung tightly around Yifeng's neck and refused to let go, she seemed to find her anchor. What's wrong, Healy? Yifeng gently embraced her. Feng, I have to tell you a secret. Our tribe has 800 warriors, plus elders, sick people, women, and children, they are countless. Don't fight them, you can't win. Healy said. 800? Yifeng's face fell instantly. He thought there were only 200 native warriors. He never expected them to be so many. And the female priestesses have a special ability, they can deduce your location using some things on you. Right now, you're being watched by her. Healy added. Yifeng's expression darkened again. He never expected these natives to have such abilities, that was trouble. Is there no range limit? Like if I ran 10,000 kilometers away, could she still find me? Yifeng asked. He believed any ability must have limitations, if those priestesses were that powerful, they'd be like gods. There should be a limit, maybe a few kilometers, Healy replied, making Yifeng breathe easier. Any other secrets? Tell me everything. Yifeng kissed Healy's forehead as a reward. Yes. In 30 days, all tribe members will go upstream for a ceremony. After the ceremony, a beast fighter will appear. A beast fighter is very powerful. Once selected, the beast fighter leaves the Blacktree River area, goes north to the mountains, and becomes a servant of the gods. Healy said. What's a beast fighter? How powerful? Stronger than your best warriors? Yifeng asked. Yes. The beast fighter is stronger than our chieftain. And, actually, I lied earlier. Our chieftain is the 7-stripe man. He can lift a water buffalo with one hand, and he can shoot down the sun with his spear. But even the chieftain is not as strong as the beast fighter, he's too powerful, so he leaves the Blacktree River area by himself. Healy stammered out. Yifeng guessed the natives loved exaggeration. Shooting down the sun with a spear? It sounded metaphorical, but the 7-stripe chieftain was clearly the strongest warrior in the tribe. I understand. How is a beast fighter chosen? Did you take part? Yifeng asked. Yes. You must sacrifice 100 kinds of creatures, pure women, strong warriors, strong tigers, strong water buffalo, jungle elephants, 100 species in total. Then you must eat a golden fruit. After doing so, the chosen warrior becomes the beast fighter. Healy said. Native speech was simple, no flowery rhetoric, except exaggeration used when describing power. Yifeng stroked his chin, eyes narrowing. Clearly, those ceremonies were probably a sham, maybe the chieftain used them to eliminate internal enemies. Only the final golden fruit mattered. Where does the golden fruit appear? Yifeng asked. It appears at the far upstream location, at least 100 kilometers from here. And those golden fruits bear fruit every 3 years. So we only get a beast fighter every 3 years. If one can't be produced, the priestesses get angry and use 100 strong warriors to conduct a ceremony in the Great Swamp, sort of to apologize to the gods. Healy said. I understand. Yifeng nodded, glancing out the window, his brilliant mind already racing. Clearly, there were secrets north of the Blacktree River Basin, and only tribal leaders knew. Healy with 3 stripes wouldn't have that knowledge. It didn't affect him, he just needed the natives not to mess with him. But that golden fruit, maybe he could sneak it back for study. If silver fruit made him super strong, golden fruit must be higher tier? Maybe it'd let him lift 2,000 or 5,000 pounds. Suddenly, Yifeng thought of the most important question. Healy, during your ceremony, do all of you really go 100 kilometers upstream? Yifeng asked. Pretty much. Only the more formidable leaders go upstream. 10 or so ordinary warriors stay behind in the tribe. Women, weak people, children, and the elderly don't qualify to join the ceremony. Healy said. I understand. So after 30 days, the ship will be unguarded. By the way, those grudge children, will they also go to the ceremony? Yifeng asked. Some will go. The old and weak grudge children won't, Healy answered plainly. Yifeng sensed an opportunity. When the strong leave for the ceremony, he could sneak aboard the ship, make some smoke bombs, force the grudge children out, and fix the propeller. Healy, one last important question. Does your ship have a propeller? Yifeng repeated. What propeller? Healy looked confused. Obviously, the natives had limited knowledge. Yifeng simply took out a piece of charcoal and started drawing on the floor. Good thing I'm good at drawing. See this? This thing I drew. Yifeng pointed at the floor, making Healy take a closer look. What is this? Healy looked at the watermelon on the ground, even more confused. A propeller. Didn't you see that? Yifeng got anxious. If the warship didn't have a propeller, then there was no point. If they had to make one themselves, it might take months or even a year, and even then they might not be able to make proper blades. At that moment, Rico came in and glanced at the watermelon Yifeng drew. Feng, your drawing is terrible. Feed her the medicine, I'll draw. Rico took the charcoal and slowly drew the shape of a propeller on the floor. Yifeng's face turned red, and he muttered, Miko, I didn't expect your drawing to be better than mine. You must have studied art before? No, I'm very amateur, Rico replied. Yifeng. As the propeller took shape, Healy widened her eyes. Yes, there's something like that, but it's underwater, and it's really big, must weigh tens of thousands of pounds. Are you going to move that thing back? Healy asked. No, I'm not asking about the warship's propeller. I'm asking if there are smaller ones inside the ship? Yifeng asked, feeling a headache. Talking with natives really took a lot of effort. I'm not sure. Maybe. I remember when I was little, a warrior went into the big ship. When he came out, he told us the ship was pregnant, and there were 3 small boats inside that looked exactly like the big ship, Healy said. Yifeng was overjoyed. That must be the auxiliary boats on the warship. And those small boats must have smaller propellers that would match their own ship size. Wait, who knows how big those auxiliary ships are? If they could get all 3, wouldn't they have 4 ships? Healy, you did great. Have a good rest. I'm going out for a meeting, Yifeng said gently. Feng, don't leave me yet. Please hold me tight. Healy suddenly clung to Yifeng, wrapping her arms around his neck. All right. Yifeng held Healy and gently patted her back. Healy looked brave, but Yifeng guessed she was only 15 or 16. After all, in the native world, girls could give birth at 12 or 13. Their definition of adulthood was different from civilized society. In civilized society, adulthood was 18 or even 20, but in native tribes, 12 or 13 was already considered grown up. Healy was probably around 15 or 16, about the same age as Ding Tuanchuan, still a child needing her parents' care. After finally coaxing Healy to sleep, Yifeng tiptoed up to the deck. Since the propeller was broken, there wasn't much work to do in the engine room, so everyone had time to relax on the deck and enjoy the river breeze. Chenin even got a bamboo pole and was leisurely fishing on the deck. Just as Yifeng stepped onto the deck, he caught a pomfret weighing 3 to 4 lb. Brother Feng. Seeing Yifeng come up, Chenin quickly stood up respectfully. Brother Feng. Several men also stood up properly and greeted him. Ah Feng. Big brother Yi. The women also looked at Yifeng obediently. Only Susan didn't greet him, she was tough. But Yifeng trusted Susan. Sometimes, trust is a strange thing. Although Susan had a sharp tongue, Yifeng felt she was trustworthy and capable. Chang Libin, Chenin, and the other men were also observant. They probably guessed Yifeng's thoughts, that he wanted to keep all the women in his harem or something. So these past few days, Chang Libin and the others behaved properly on the deck and didn't flirt with the women. Otherwise, Yifeng might throw them off the boat to feed the fish. Even if they weren't afraid of Yifeng's methods, they didn't want to compete with him for women. After all, Yifeng gave them a safe place to live with food and shelter, far better than the old days. Who wouldn't respect a leader like that? Everyone, don't be so stiff. Relax a bit. The more serious you are, the more uncomfortable I feel. Yifeng understood their thoughts. They were afraid he'd abandon them. And after several tests, he knew that the people on the ship were basically loyal to him. They didn't abandon him last time either. Now that they were his people, Yifeng naturally wanted them to live happily and comfortably. Everyone, come sit over here. Let's have a meeting casually, not so formal. So, everyone sat in the river breeze and began listening to Yifeng plan their future. Everyone gets it now, right? 30 days from now, when the native savages take the grievance children to the upper stream for the ritual, we'll light dry firewood and cover it with some wet branches. Make sure it's upwind. The thick smoke will cover the warship, and the grievance children inside will be smoked out. Then, all the men will rush into the ship and put the 3 small boats into the river. Let them drift downstream, and we'll have the big ship wait in a downstream tributary. That's basically the whole plan, Yifeng said seriously. Great. If those 3 boats still work, we can abandon this lousy wooden boat. Chenin was extremely excited. However, Chang Libin shook his head. Those small boats must run on fuel. We can only take their propellers and install them on the big boat, unless you find fuel or a substitute. Otherwise, in the end, you'll still rely on this wooden boat to get home. Ah, yes. Engineer Chang, sorry, I didn't mean to downplay your work. I just meant, if we have better stuff, of course we'll use it. I didn't mean to insult the wooden boat, Chenin quickly apologized. Where there are people, there's drama. Although Chenin was the team leader, he obviously wasn't as respected as Chang Libin, the shipbuilding engineer. Just then, a man came out holding a bamboo basket. There are so many fish and shrimp in this river. I just tossed some meat into this basket and caught a bunch. How about we have a barbecue on the deck, the man suggested. Sure. Everyone's worked hard lately. So I announce, starting now, everyone can enjoy themselves. Tonight, we'll have a barbecue party, Yifeng nodded in agreement. So, the group began threading shrimp and fish onto bamboo skewers and started the barbecue party on the deck. But the atmosphere was too dull. Everyone was still too restrained. Relax, everyone. If we're gonna party, let's really party. I used to be the singing champion at school. Let me sing a song for you all. Yifeng picked up a bamboo tube made into a microphone and started singing loudly. The atmosphere gradually became lively. On the riverbank of the Gay tribe, a huge carriage was slowly taking shape. Chief Engineer Ma Sikong was directing the natives to build a giant ballista. Each ballista bolt was twice as thick as a spear and about 4 meters long. The sharp tip of the bolt was made into a barbed shape. Some native craftsmen were building giant bows, divided into large, medium, and small ones. When combined, they would form a 3-bow ballista capable of shooting those huge bolts over 1,000 meters. But this was a delicate project, and it would be impossible to finish without enough time. The main problem was that the native craftsmen were too backward in their thinking. Ma Sikong talked until his mouth was dry before they had a basic understanding of modern civilization. But even a glimpse of civilization made these craftsmen respect Ma Sikong deeply, calling him great craftsman. After arriving at the tribe, Wong Tao began slacking off. He slept 10 hours a day and spent the rest wandering around, peeking at native women bathing. Wong Tao, you useless bum. You haven't helped at all. I don't even know why you came. If it weren't for the fact we're the only 2 civilized people here, I would have kicked you out already, Ma Sikong said angrily to Wong Tao. Boss Ma, who said I'm useless? Over the past week, I've overheard quite a few secrets. For example, in 23 days, the tribe will go 100 kilometers upstream for a big sacrificial ceremony. Haven't you noticed how they've been catching a lot of animals lately? Also, that strong young native and that beautiful native woman, both have been locked up for the sacrifice. What a pity. If I could get a turn with her before the sacrifice, how great that would be. Wong Tao looked regretfully at the man and woman in the cage. What does the sacrifice have to do with you? We're here to get Yifeng's ship. You get that? Ma Xikong sighed. Wang Xiong was at least a notable figure in the business world. Who would have thought his son would turn out to be such a loser? No, listen. This is their once every 3 years grand sacrifice. Everyone in the tribe will go, men, women, old, young. The village will be empty, only some women and the weak left. We can do whatever we want then, Wang Tao said. Do what, your damn mother. Ma Xikong kicked him hard. Don't be like that, Boss Ma. I heard that in every grand sacrifice, they choose a chosen one and hold some kind of ritual. After the ritual, that person becomes stronger than the chief and becomes a supreme warrior. Then they go north to the great swamp to serve as a god servant, Wang Tao continued. This time, Ma Xikong didn't scold him. His eyes narrowed. In the past few days in the tribe, he had seen how powerful the chief was. If the chosen one became even stronger than the chief, didn't that mean this was an opportunity? Why couldn't he be the chosen one? All right then. On the day of the grand sacrifice, we'll find a way to follow them and see if we can get something out of it. Ma Xikong nodded. It was a clear day. Yifeng stood on the deck, holding a homemade telescope, observing everything on the shore. Looks like the grand sacrifice is real. The natives are busy catching animals. Even when they see our big ship, they don't come provoke us. Yifeng put down the telescope. Heli had recovered from her injuries and was gently leaning against Yifeng's side. This made the other women unhappy. Hey, Heli, why are you always clinging to Big Brother Yi? He's not just yours. Move over. Ding Tuanchuan squeezed into Yifeng's arms. Then the blonde little lowly, Ilian, squeezed in too. Although Heli was about the same age as Ding Tuanchuan, living in a harsh environment had made her mentally more mature, so she didn't argue with Ding Tuanchuan. The chemical engineer was working on a craft project on the deck. It was just a bamboo tube filled with all sorts of stuff. Once lit, it would produce choking smoke. Yifeng called it a smoke bomb. Later, they could toss it into the warship and smoke out all the grievance children inside. How many smoke bombs have you made, Engineer Zhou? Yifeng patted Zhou Qiming on the shoulder. There's one chemical element that's really hard to get. For now, we've made 20 smoke bombs. Zhou Qiming smiled. He was that chemical engineer, indeed skilled, second only to Long Wu and Chang Libin among the men. Great, keep working. Yifeng nodded with satisfaction. This past week, they had partied on the deck every day. The natives were busy preparing for the sacrifice, so they didn't have time to bother them. Life was actually quite relaxed. Since we have time, why don't we go to the seaside and make some salt? We've been rationing salt these days, but now it's almost gone. Rico walked out, holding a coconut shell. Yifeng saw that there was only a little bit of salt left in the shell. You're right. Does anyone want to eat oysters? Yifeng smiled. Yes. Everyone on deck replied in unison. All right, we're tired of river food anyway. Let's change it up and get some seafood. So, the big ship lowered its sails and began sailing downstream toward the sea. After eating the silver fruit, Yifeng's vision had greatly improved. He could even see towering trees on the other side of the river and, occasionally, a giant creature appearing across the river. This scared him. To see something clearly from dozens of kilometers away, how big must it be? Probably even bigger than an elephant. What kind of creature was that? Forget it. The other side is far away anyway. No need to worry about it for now. The big ship successfully reached the coastline. Yifeng bypassed the cliff and sailed directly to the beach where they had first landed on the island. Plop! Yifeng stepped barefoot onto the sand, holding Su Yun's hand. This was where they first met. Now, several months had passed. Both of them thought of Chenli and his family. They couldn't help feeling a bit emotional. Chenin, take 3 people to dry salt. The rest of you, build a fire and make more plant ash. Susan, Suyun, Ding Tuanchuan, let's go catch oysters. Yifeng led the women to the shallow sea area, but saw 5 people sitting there in silence. One beautiful woman immediately caught Yifeng's attention. She held a pair of high heels in her hand. Her clothes were in tatters, but it was still clear that she had been wearing a doctor's white coat. Another short middle-aged man was also dressed in white, though it was filthy now. When the group saw Yifeng, they all stood up. Are you the rescue team? The short middle-aged man looked at Yifeng excitedly. His dull eyes started to come alive. The others also slowly approached Yifeng, like a group of stiff zombies. I'm not the rescue team. I'm just an ordinary person, stranded on this island like you. Yifeng said coldly. There was no extra space on the ship, these people probably couldn't be taken in. But you have a ship, the short middle-aged man pointed at Yifeng's big ship? That's something we built ourselves. Right now, the propeller is broken. Please move aside, we're going to catch some oysters. After speaking, Yifeng took a few women to catch many oysters, then went back to the other side of the reef to enjoy the food. It had to be said, oysters from an unpolluted sea really tasted fresh. Yifeng ate 20 oysters in a row before he couldn't eat anymore. But those few stranded people also followed over, watching Yifeng and the others with eager eyes. My name is Zheng Liang, I'm the head chef of the Regal Hotel. The short middle-aged man reached out his hand to Yifeng. Yifeng originally didn't want to respond, but when he heard that he was a head chef. So you're chef sure? Hello, I'm Yifeng. Are you interested in becoming our ship's chef? Yifeng warmly shook Zheng Liang's hand. Sure, as long as you let me on the ship, I can cook delicious meals for you. Oh, and I can also collect seasonings in the tropical rainforest and even brew alcohol using various plants. As long as I'm here, you'll get to taste gourmet food from all over the world, Zheng Liang said proudly. That's great, big brother Yi. Finally, we won't have to eat Rico's raw fish anymore. We can change things up, Ding Tuanchuan said happily. The other women also smiled. Excellent. Chef Shi, come over to my side. Yifeng pulled Zheng Liang over to sit next to his fire. The other four were dumbfounded. A young man with greasy hair and makeup walked over. Hi, I'm Kai Kuan. I'm sure you've seen me on variety shows. I can be useful too, I can dance to liven up your ship's mood, Kai Kuan said proudly while brushing his hair and loosening one of his suspenders. So it's you. Damn, get lost, who the hell wants you to entertain us? Yifeng quickly waved him off. Without makeup, Kai Kuan just looked like an average guy, not that handsome after all. However, Ding Tuanchuan rushed over, staring at Kai Kuan in shock. You're Kumkin? So handsome. I really loved that basketball scene of yours. Ding Tuanchuan looked at Kai Kuan with stars in her eyes. Tuanchuan, get over here. Yifeng forcefully dragged Ding Tuanchuan away. Kai Kuan was furious and pointed at Yifeng's nose. Kid, you really don't know who you're dealing with. I'm a big star. Fine, I'll give you a few autographed photos when we get back, how about that? Keep those for your memorial photo. One more thing, I'm not interested in men. Yifeng sat back down beside the fire. At this point, a woman in her 40s walked over. Hello, Mr. Yi, I sell insurance. I'm our company's top saleswoman, I'm very persuasive. Can I come aboard your ship? Sorry, I never buy insurance. Please step aside. Yifeng replied irritably. He had no good feelings toward insurance salespeople. Then a man who sold financial courses walked over, more emotional than the others, insisting Yifeng must take him in, or else it was letting people die. The two of them got into a conflict, and Yifeng smashed his glasses with a punch. At that moment, the woman in the torn white coat finally walked over. Yifeng had been waiting for her, so he smiled. Right now, he only wanted to take in beautiful women and people who could help with wilderness survival. As for so-called financial elites or insurance salespeople from the civilized world, he simply passed. What the hell could they do here? Finally, the female doctor walked up to Yifeng. Yifeng also straightened his posture and used his eyes to encourage her to speak. After all, he had to maintain a righteous image, he couldn't take the initiative with so many women watching. Your name is Yifeng, right? How can you just ignore people in need? We all come from civilized society, we should help each other. But look at you, you only take in people who are useful to you, the woman righteously criticized Yifeng. Yifeng's smile slowly faded. Miss, the ship was built with our own hard work. If you had asked humbly, maybe I would have let you on. But if you want to use morality and civilization to guilt-trip me, sorry, this is a savage island. I only take in people who are useful to me, Yifeng said coldly. You? Once you return to civilization, your conscience will judge you. We've struggled so hard to survive until now. We thought a savior had finally come, but you're so cold. Think from our perspective, what if you found a big ship and were rejected? How would that feel? The woman kept criticizing Yifeng. Yifeng thought for a moment, then suddenly said to Kai Kuan and the others, everyone, there's only one bed left on my ship. So, among you four, only one can come aboard. This beautiful lady here was speaking up for you just now, do any of you want to give her the bed? Kai Kuan and the other two exchanged looks and shook their heads furiously. No way, she's a doctor, she knows how to help herself. But I'm a big star. My body's delicate, please let me on the ship. Kai Kuan was the first to sell out the female doctor. Then the financial advisor also spoke up, Mr. Yi, I know you're a good man. Just let me on the ship and I won't charge you anything. I'll teach you everything I know about money. Yifeng glanced at the female doctor's reaction, it was priceless. Clearly, she hadn't expected that she'd be sold out in an instant. None of them remembered her kindness. But if I choose you, that means I have to give up the other three, especially this doctor who just spoke up for you, Yifeng said, pretending to be conflicted. He wanted the doctor to see the ugliness of human nature. Well, but I'm a financial expert. I make tens of millions a year. She's just a doctor, maybe $1 million a year tops. How can she compare to me? Please let me on. I'll give you a big gift when we get back, the financial guy quickly said. Earning tens of millions is great? I can earn billions a year just from a single show. Yifeng, let me on the ship, and I'll give you 100 million when we get back, Kai Kuan added. The three of them started arguing and none were willing to back down. After all, there was only one spot on the ship, they were competing fiercely. The female doctor's lips moved slightly, and she finally couldn't help but speak. Mr. Yi, my name is Bai Chushue. I have a doctorate in medicine. Can you let me on the ship? As expected, faced with survival, she finally let go of her pride. Well then, what kind of illnesses can you treat? Tell me, and I'll think about it. Yifeng now acted reserved. I know both Chinese and Western medicine. I can treat basic illnesses, but if it comes to surgery, we don't have the equipment here. Bai Chushue was very honest, not the type to brag. Yifeng was very pleased with this, he didn't like people who boasted. Can you treat infectious diseases? Especially parasitic ones? Yifeng asked again. Well, I know how to prevent them, but generally speaking, they're hard to cure, the female doctor replied. That's enough. Welcome to my team. Yifeng reached out and shook hands with Bai Chushue. Her hand was soft and smooth, definitely a doctor's hand. Mr. Yi, could you let go of my hand now? Bai Chushue blushed. Sorry, I was just checking if your hands have done surgery before. Yifeng reluctantly let go. At this moment, Shi Zhengliang walked over. Young man, to prove my value, I'll go collect some spices for you now. In the future, for grilling, stewing, or braising, no problem. I'll let you all taste the best food. After saying that, Shi Zhengliang walked quickly into the coconut forest. Yifeng waited on the beach. This was a test for Shi Zhengliang. If the guy was useless, there was no reason to keep him. An hour later, Shi Zhengliang returned, arms full of things. Star anise, bay leaves, I found substitutes for all of these. But I couldn't find anything to replace garlic or scallions. Once we dry these and grind them into powder, they'll work as seasoning. Don't worry, I've already tasted them, they're not harmful to humans. After he spoke, Shi Zhengliang placed the spices next to Yifeng. Yifeng only sniffed briefly and could tell that Shi Zhengliang had some real skill. Someone, take Chef Shi onto the ship and arrange a bed for him. Immediately, someone led Shi Zhengliang onto the big ship. Bai Chushue swallowed and seemed like she wanted to say something but didn't. Tuanchuan, take Dr. Bai onto the ship and find her a bed. If there's no good bed left, take her to my room. We're stuck on a deserted island now, no need to be so picky, Yifeng said seriously. Ding Tuanchuan snorted but still led Bai Chushue toward the ship. At this point, there were still 3 guys left on the beach. You 3, it's not that I don't want to take you in. It's just, there are no more beds on the ship, understand? Yifeng said, troubled. It's fine. We can sleep somewhere else, like the deck or engine room. Just give us a spot to squat. Yeah, just let us on board. The 3 begged bitterly. Yifeng, being human after all, nodded. All right, but one thing, once you're on the ship, you need to be sharp. Wash the deck, clean, or during our barbecue parties, step up to be the grill master. Don't wait for me to tell you. Yifeng finally agreed. What? I'm a big-time celebrity, and you want me to be a janitor? Kai Kuan exploded in anger. Then forget it. You can stay on the beach. Yifeng smiled coldly. They were on a deserted island, who would pamper a celebrity? The other 2 looked at each other and shook their heads too. They saw themselves as high-class people and would never do such low-class work. If none of you want to board, then that's it. Time passed slowly. People from the ship came down to rest in turns. It was almost dark. Yifeng looked toward the dark jungle, a bad feeling lingering in his heart. All right, we've dried enough salt and caught enough seafood. Everyone back to the ship to rest, Yifeng urged. Don't be like that, brother Feng. We're always rocking around on the ship. Why don't we have a beach barbecue tonight? Chef Shi has prepped the spices, we can grill oysters, one man suggested. Yeah, Feng, we really don't want to go back to the ship. It's too shaky, we're getting seasick, Suyun added. Well, fine. But 3 people must stand guard in the coconut forest. What if something jumps out and grabs us? Yifeng said. So a group of men played rock paper scissors, and the 3 losers went to stand watch. Yifeng still wasn't reassured. He had to climb a tree to keep watch over the area within several hundred meters. Halfway through the barbecue party, Alice suddenly beckoned Yifeng with her finger. Yifeng was reluctant at first, but what if Alice had something important? So he followed her into the jungle. Once inside, Alice wrapped her arms around Yifeng's neck. Feng, your injuries are fully healed. I think now is the right time. Alice kissed him directly. Yifeng didn't resist. After all, they were teammates, maintaining good relationships was important. If he rejected Alice, it might hurt her pride, and then she could cause problems behind his back. Feng, you're so strong. Please be gentle, Alice said. She actually had a boyfriend, but it had been 2 months since she had been intimate with a man. She was craving it. Don't worry, I know my limits. Yifeng nodded. Then, pleasant sounds came from the jungle. Yifeng couldn't describe the feeling, it was his first time with a foreigner. A long time later. Let's go, darling. We've been gone a while, they'll get suspicious. Alice kissed Yifeng on the cheek. She was very satisfied, more than ever before. Alright, let's go back to the beach. If Susan asks, say you twisted your ankle and I was helping you. Yifeng gave her a pat. But just as they stepped out of the coconut forest, Yifeng's face fell. He saw Kai-kun talking to Susan. From his greasy smile, Yifeng could tell it wasn't anything good. Damn it, you're really asking for it, huh? Yifeng stormed over angrily. Susan, beautiful Susan, your figure and temperament have deeply attracted me. Please forgive my bluntness, but I don't like lying. Beautiful is beautiful, not beautiful is not. Ugly women don't get my attention, Kai-kun said. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a tightness in his throat. In his line of sight, he saw Susan's expression change as she raised her rifle. He touched his throat, there was a sharp object there, wet. Pfft. Blood spurted from Kai-kun's mouth. He instantly lost consciousness. Something's wrong. We're under attack. Yifeng quickly ran toward the rifle. He saw a large number of natives charging out from the forest. Susan had just killed one, but the rifle in her hand was knocked away. The others hurried to raise their guns, but the distance was too close and their own people were all around. As they hesitated, the natives got in close. Yifeng grabbed a stone and smashed it hard against a native's head. Brother Yi, gun. Ding Tuanchuan threw her rifle to Yifeng. But the gun was knocked off course mid-air by an arrow. More natives and grievance children kept coming out of the forest, over 30 of them. Tuanchuan, get back on the ship. Yifeng shouted. On the deck, Cheng Libin and several sailors raised their rifles, but the beach was in chaos and they were afraid of hitting their own people. Yifeng slashed with a dagger, cutting the throats of 2 natives at once. In contrast, the others were no match for the natives. Even someone as skilled as Susan could only hold her ground against 2 natives. Puff. The financial expert was pierced through the chest by a spear. Shi Zhengliang threw away the skewer in his hand and jumped straight into the sea. The others followed suit, all swimming into the sea. Ah! Another scream, the insurance seller had her head smashed in. The natives didn't make a sound, killing like machines. Yamit. Rico was grabbed around the waist by a native. This native was in a rush, lifting Rico's skirt and pressing her down onto the sand. Yifeng gritted his teeth and threw his spear, piercing the native through. Rico finally got up, but her eyes were dazed. Run! Yifeng shouted into the distance. Rico snapped back and stumbled toward the sea. At that moment, Yifeng felt a shock in his back, a spear had hit him. Ugh! The stabbing pain nearly made Yifeng faint. He tried to turn and stab the attacker. But the attacker was cunning. Whenever Yifeng turned left, he turned left too, always staying behind him. The attacker tightly held the spear, controlling Yifeng from behind. Damn! Yifeng looked at the surrounding natives closing in. He twisted his body hard, snapping the spear tip with his own bones. He finally turned around. Behind him stood a native man with 5 tattoos on his arm, holding a broken spear. Yifeng endured the pain and lunged at him. But to his surprise, 5 Stripes didn't fight head-on. He kept retreating, leading Yifeng into a trap surrounded by natives and grievance children. Yifeng killed 2 more natives, but his body was covered in blow darts from the grievance children. Even though he had some poison resistance, so many darts still slowed him down. Crack! Yifeng twisted another native's neck. Now the beach was littered with more than 10 corpses, only 5 were natives. The rest were from civilized society. Looking around, only Susan was still fighting beside him. 3 natives were forcing Susan to retreat. They didn't try to kill her, they seemed to want her alive. Chief, this woman is strong. She can be used for the sacrifice. One native said, his greasy eyes wandering over Susan's chest and legs. Yeah. Capture her alive. Badu chuckled, tossed aside his broken spear, and drew a stone dagger. Outsider, guided by the priest, I found you here on this beach. No matter what, I'm taking you alive today. After he spoke, Badu waved his hand, and over 20 natives surrounded them again. The worst part was those grievance children. They kept firing darts, breaking Yi Feng's rhythm. Just then, the big ship suddenly charged toward the beach, stopping just over 10 meters away. On deck, Cheng Libin leveled his rifle. Bang! 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 Gunfire erupted, natives dropped one after another. Susan was exhausted, barely holding on with willpower. When she heard the gunfire, she ran toward the sea without hesitation. Now, with no more worries, those on the ship opened fire at the natives. The natives became live targets. After just a dozen shots, over 10 natives lay dead on the ground. Retreat. Bahado's expression changed, and he ran toward the forest. You stabbed me this bad and want to run? Yi Feng gripped his spear and threw it hard. Puff. The spear went through Bahado's back and out his stomach, pinning him to a tree. As expected from Five Stripes, he endured the pain and pulled out the spear, continuing to flee deeper into the forest. Yi Feng said nothing. He grabbed a torch from the fire and chased after him. These native savages, if they weren't scared this time, they'd come back again, stronger. After chasing for more than 10 meters, Yi Feng finally caught up to Badu, who was leaning against a tree, stuffing leaves into his wound to stop the bleeding. Yi Feng didn't say a word and stabbed the spear into his abdomen again, pinning him to the tree. Ah! Badu roared and chopped the spear in half with a hand strike. Yi Feng leapt forward, grabbed his neck with both hands, and pinned him down. At that moment, torches lit up behind them. Cheng Libin, worried about Yi Feng's safety, had led a group of men into the forest. Badu saw he was surrounded, and his eyes became defiant. Yi Feng, if you've got the guts, kill me. If not, I'll come back and ambush you next time. This Five Stripes was proud, surrounded and still full of contempt. Get the rope. Tie him up. Yi Feng said coldly. Soon, Five Stripes was tied up like a dumpling. Take him back to the ship. Use more rope. Assign 2 people to guard him. After that, Yi Feng, spear in one hand and rifle in the other, ran deeper into the forest. Yi Feng, where are you going now? Susan shouted from behind. Yi Feng didn't have time to answer. He ran quickly in one direction. After running a kilometer, he used the torch to check the footprints on the ground. These weren't male native footprints or from grievance children. They were small, clearly a woman's. Yi Feng followed the tracks. Finally, ahead in the distance, he saw a torch. A provocatively dressed woman was fleeing toward the big river. She was the Gay tribe's priestess. Trying to run? Yi Feng pounced like a hungry tiger, catching the priestess in his arms. But she kept twisting like a water snake, smooth and slippery. If Yi Feng weren't strong, he might not have been able to hold her down. Stop moving, or this knife will mess up your face. Yi Feng pointed the tip of his blade at her cheek. Sure enough, she was terrified. Her beauty faded, and she stopped struggling. Only then did Yi Feng lift her up and tie her hands with a rope. Move! Yi Feng kicked her, making her stumble forward. Heli had said that a priestess's sensing ability only covered a few kilometers. For these natives to find him so accurately, there must have been guidance from a priestess. So Yi Feng immediately judged that, a few kilometers away, there was still another priestess hiding. Sure enough, he was right. This time, he had finally caught a big fish. What a pity, such a beautiful woman would probably die soon. After escorting the priestess back to the beach, everyone was shocked. How did you catch a priestess? How did you know there was one? Susan asked. I'll explain later. Take her back to the ship. Yi Feng was completely exhausted now, sitting on the beach and gasping for breath. Thankfully, Cheng Libin had piloted the ship into the shallow waters, otherwise, both he and Susan would have died there. Ah Feng, we lost so many people. Xiaomei walked over. Since Yi Feng rescued her, she had seemed to have no presence, rarely spoke and always wore a frown. I'll take a look. Yi Feng looked at the corpses on the beach. Several men were dead. Chenin was wounded, and the most heartbreaking was Dove. She had been on the tree firing a gun and got hit in the abdomen by a spear. This kind of injury would take a long time to heal. Carry Chenin and Dove to the ship. Bai Chuxue, it's your turn to perform. If you can save both of them, you'll become one of the top-tier team members and receive my special attention, Yi Feng said seriously. Okay. Bai Chuxue nodded. Healing and saving lives was her instinct. As for Yi Feng's special attention, she didn't care about that at all. Bury the corpses of the civilized people, or no, just throw them into the sea. Sea burial. We can't waste any more energy. Yi Feng sighed and boarded the ship as well. Earlier, when Cheng Libin had rushed the ship onto the beach, one of the last 2 remaining propeller blades was broken again. Their speed from now on would be extremely slow, even slower than a snail. The big ship slowly left the beach, and Yi Feng collapsed onto the bed, completely worn out. He didn't know how long he slept, but eventually he woke up. His wounds had already been bandaged, but the one taking care of him wasn't Rico, because she had been injured too. Xiaomei, how are the others? Yifeng sat up. His back still hurt. The wound from before wasn't just a stab, it was a tear, so it wouldn't heal easily. Dove's wound is infected. She has a high fever. Bai Chuxue has been caring for her constantly. The others are okay, their wounds didn't get infected, Xiaomei replied dully. She used to be a sales champion, very eloquent, but ever since arriving on the island, she had become the quietest one. I'll go take a look. Yifeng went to Dove's cabin. The girl looked pale, lying flat on the bed, covered with a bare skin. Bai Chuxue kept wiping her sweat and applied herbs to her wound. Dr. Bai, I'm counting on you. You must save her, Yifeng said solemnly. Dove may not have had deep interaction with Yifeng, but her role in the team was second only to a few people. She always helped with night duty without complaint. In terms of contributions, she was just below Long Wu and Susan. Those native bastards. Yifeng's expression turned savage. Bring Badu and the priestess to the deck. Soon, a man and woman were dragged onto the deck. The priestess had a petite figure. She had been partly covered with leaves earlier, but now she had been stripped completely naked. Badu was badly wounded but still forced himself to stand, glaring angrily at everyone on the deck. Chenin, beat this Badu hard, but don't kill him. Yifeng handed the whip to Chenin. Me? Beat him? Sure. Chenin grabbed the whip. To Yifeng's disappointment, the whip had no effect on Badu. He clenched his teeth and refused to scream. Everyone, think of a way. We need this guy to break. Otherwise, it'll be hard to get useful info out of him later. Yifeng pointed at the crowd. Rub salt into his wounds? Flick his balls 10,000 times? Boil him in hot water, then scrub him? Stick a red-hot iron rod up his ass? Various cruel torture methods came out of everyone's mouths. Badu had held on at first, but after a while, he turned pale with fear. Yifeng, just kill me if you want. Don't play these games, I'm not afraid of death, Bahado's lips trembled. He was terrified that Yifeng would actually try all those punishments. I'm asking you, what secrets are in the northern part of the Black Tree River Basin? Yifeng asked while placing an iron rod into a fire. I don't know. Bahado's eyes were bloodshot. You really don't know? Yifeng stared into Bahado's eyes. Really don't. Badu gasped heavily, eyes fixed on the red-hot iron rod. Doesn't seem like he's lying. Next question, during your tribe's once every 3 years grand sacrifice, how is the beast fighter chosen? What gives the beast fighter their power? Yifeng pressed further. If he could find the source of the beast fighter's power, he could try to steal it. To receive favor from the god bestows the power, Badu answered truthfully. Though he was a 5-stripe warrior, he hadn't entered the inner circle. Only a few elders with 6 stripes knew the real core secrets. One more thing, are there small boats inside the warship? Yifeng suddenly asked. He couldn't rely on Heli's word alone, what if she had lied? No. Bahado's eyes shifted, it was obvious he was lying. Yifeng didn't hold back. He pressed the red-hot iron rod onto Bahado's body, carving a totem. Ah! Yes. There are 3 smaller boats, but our gay tribe doesn't use that kind, so they were left inside the big ship. Badu gave in. Yifeng's trust in Heli increased a little more. One last question, you're all preparing for the grand sacrifice, so how did you still have people to come after me? Yifeng asked again. The high priestess said she was afraid you'd cause trouble in the tribe during the ritual. So she ordered us to eliminate you all first before the sacrifice. Badu seemed mentally broken, no longer tough like before. The high priestess? Is it her? Yifeng pointed at the kneeling priestess beside him. No, she's just a regular priestess. The high priestess knows everything, you could never catch her. Badu shook his head. Tell me, is the high priestess a man or a woman? What does she look like? How's her figure? Oh no, what special abilities does she have? Yifeng continued questioning. Our high priestess is the holy maiden of the tribe, an absolute beauty. She lives in the deepest part of the tribe, has a great figure, and is truly the god's messenger. She can communicate with the god. Recently, she's been trying to predict the type of upcoming catastrophe. Badu was quite honest and said everything Yifeng wanted, and didn't want, to hear. Type of catastrophe? There are types of catastrophes? Yifeng asked back. Of course there are. The catastrophe 160 years ago was the sun disaster. The temperature of the entire world reached 80 degrees. Only a few living beings survived, Badu said. Then what about the catastrophe 80 years ago? Yifeng asked again. 80 years ago was the Grievance Children disaster. Foreigners came to our tribe on big ships. They brought grievance children, and those children almost wiped out all living things. In the end, a god's messenger appeared in the tribe and taught us how to tame and control the reproduction of grievance children. Only then did we slowly escape the disaster, Badu explained. Then what about the catastrophe 240 years ago? What type was that? Yifeng asked again. That? I really don't know. It was too long ago. They say that catastrophe almost caused the extinction of all life, and there are no records left, Badu said fearfully. Yifeng nodded and looked at Susan and the others. If you have questions, go ask him yourselves. I'm going to interrogate the priestess. After saying this, Yifeng sat in front of the female priestess and looked down into her eyes. What's your name? Yifeng asked. The priestess lowered her head and didn't say a word. Not talking? Yifeng glanced at the wound on her arm, left from the last time he escaped from the gay tribe. Outsider, hand over your big ship. The gay tribe will no longer make things difficult for you. The priestess finally spoke. Her voice was full of magnetism, as if it could mess with people's minds. Ha ha ha, you're about to die and still trying to bluff? Yifeng drew his dagger, ready to show her something serious. At that moment, Chenin suddenly walked over. Brother Feng, how about this? I take her to the lower deck and use harsh methods to interrogate her. You? Yifeng narrowed his eyes, because Chenin's pants looked bad. Yes, Brother Feng. Don't worry, I'm good with women. I'm sure she'll spill everything, Chenin blushed, staring at the priestess with burning eyes. Actually, during the days when Yifeng was unconscious, he had already thought about it. But he was afraid Yifeng would blame him after waking up, so he only brought it up now. Chenin, a real man has lines he doesn't cross. Even though she's the enemy, if you use force on a woman without her consent, I won't accept that. Understand? You can kill her outright, but you can't, for example, dig her nose without her permission. Yifeng tried to put it more vividly. All right. Chenin backed away in shame, his pants still looking bad. I'm asking again, what's your name? Yifeng continued the interrogation. I'm Lu Yen Duona, the priestess finally answered. Okay, Miss Lu. Tell me the details of the grand sacrifice. How exactly does it make someone stronger? Yifeng asked. Sorry, my surname isn't Lu. It's Lian, Lu Yen Duona corrected. Fine, Miss Lian. That's not important. Tell me, how does the grand sacrifice make someone stronger? If you tell me honestly, I'll spare your life, Yifeng said seriously. Lu Yen Duona hesitated, then nodded. In the grand sacrifice, to become the chosen one must receive the blessing of our high priestess. Only those blessed by her have a chance to become beast fighters. Then they go to the north of the great swamp to serve the god. Bullshit. Yifeng slapped her, knocking her down onto the deck. Don't give me vague stuff. Get to the point. Yifeng shouted angrily. His patience was gone. I'm telling the truth. Outsider, if you don't believe me, I can't help it, Lu Yen Duona said. Yifeng picked up a red-hot iron rod. It seemed he'd have to get serious with this woman. But the next moment, Lu Yen Duona suddenly looked up and locked eyes with Yifeng. Yifeng's mind went blank. He heard all kinds of chaotic noises in his ears, and saw many natives charging toward him. Not good. Yifeng shook his head hard and opened his eyes again. Everything was calm once more. You damn witch. You tried to use witchcraft on me. Yifeng was furious and pressed the hot iron onto her. Lu Yen Duona let out a shrill scream and fainted on the spot. Splash water on her and wake her up. I don't believe she won't talk. Yifeng said coldly. It seemed these priestesses had strange abilities. This woman should be kept on the ship and slowly interrogated for priestess secrets. Splash. Chenin poured seawater on the priestess to wake her up. I'll ask, you answer. No emotional drama, no flowery words, no obvious exaggeration or belittling. Use the plainest words. Got it. Yifeng waved the red-hot iron rod in front of Lu Yen Duona. I understand. Lu Yen Duona nodded. Her face looked very bad. How do you priestesses know my exact location? Yifeng asked. God's power. Bullshit. I don't believe I can't break your mouth. Yifeng picked up the whip. The priestess fainted several times from the beatings. She had some strange abilities, but physically she was just like a normal woman, no fighting strength. In terms of combat, even Heli was stronger than her. Brother Feng, stop. Look at the way Sister Susan and the others are looking at you. Chenin pulled Yifeng. Yifeng turned around, and sure enough, several women were looking at him with wary eyes. Maybe, in their eyes, he was slowly turning into a domestic abuser. No. Yifeng would not carry that label. Chenin, lock her in the lower deck. Don't let her die, we still have many secrets to dig out. Thank you for the reward, Brother Feng. Chenin's pants looked bad again. Wait. Take her to my room. Tie her to my bed. That way, once I wake up, I can interrogate her immediately. Yi Feng changed his mind. Ah? Chenan looked disappointed. Ah what? Hurry up. In the end, Chenan brought Lian Duona into Yi Feng's room. This made many women very unhappy. Don't look at me like that. I'm just doing my job. If you don't trust me, you can come stay in my room tonight to supervise. Yi Feng shrugged. Yeah, right. Susan took the lead and walked away. Seeing that there was no drama to watch, the others also left the deck. On the deck, Badu was still there. Badu, you killed so many of my people and seriously injured the night watchman I trusted the most, so I must give my people an explanation. After saying that, Yi Feng dragged Badu to the edge of the ship. One cut to the throat. Bahado's body struggled for a long time, then Yi Feng threw him straight into the sea. Yi Feng's action scared everyone behind him into shivering. They both respected and feared Yi Feng, afraid of becoming the next one to be killed. Don't be afraid, everyone. I've always been this cruel to enemies. As long as you're of one heart with me, I'll treat you well. Yi Feng smiled and flicked the blood off his dagger. Whoosh! Everyone left the deck, not daring to meet Yi Feng's eyes. Due to serious injuries, Yi Feng decided to go rest in his couple's room. Although called a couple's room, only Yi Feng lived there. Suyun was supposedly his girlfriend, but the two had never actually done anything intimate. Back in the room, he saw Lian Hina tied to the bed. Yi Feng didn't hold back, he lay beside her and closed his eyes. Since arriving on the island, he had been seriously injured several times. Without that miraculous fruit, he probably would have died long ago. He didn't know how long he had slept when Yi Feng suddenly felt something wet under his butt. He slowly opened his eyes and saw Lian Hina staring at him with a hesitant expression. You peed the bed? Yi Feng touched the bamboo mat. You outsider, no matter how I called, you didn't wake up. Do you know how long you've been asleep? Lian Hina was on the verge of collapse. She had been holding in her urine for over 20 hours, but Yi Feng slept like a dead pig. In the end, she had no choice but to relieve herself in bed. If I don't wake up next time, just bite my ear and wake me up with pain. What bad luck, now I have to change the bedding again. Yi Feng got up, threw the bamboo mat and the straw underneath out the window into the sea, then spread a piece of cowhide on the bed. Lian Hina was still uncomfortable, rubbing her thighs together. Her lower body was also wrapped in animal hide, which was now wet. I'll help you change the hide. Saying that, Yi Feng untied her leather skirt. Didn't expect you to be hairless? Yi Feng's eyes widened, but he quickly calmed down. He was still badly hurt, this wasn't the time to do anything. He had to save his energy to steal that golden fruit. Yi Feng, my legs are tied, it's uncomfortable. Can you untie the ropes on my legs? Lian Hina asked. What do you think? Yi Feng sneered. But I need the sea breeze to dry me. As she said this, her face blushed for the first time. It's fine, I'll wipe it for you. Yi Feng then used another piece of animal hide to wipe her clean. Lian Hina, what I said still stands. As long as you tell me the secret of becoming strong, I'll let you go home. I won't go back on my word. Yi Feng lay down again, looking her in the eyes. You want the truth? Lian Hina seemed to make a decision. Of course. All right, I'll tell you. The method of creating beast fighters is only known by the High Priestess. Only she came from the north of the Great Swamp. Since we can remember, we've been brought here to the Black Tree River Basin by her. We have no memories of the north. Lian Hina looked straight at Yi Feng. It didn't seem like she was lying. Because lying takes thinking, and thinking makes you blink. But she hadn't blinked once, meaning the chance of her lying was very low. Of course, some top spies could lie without blinking, but that takes years of training. Obviously, the natives didn't have such advanced training. So you're saying, only by capturing your high priestess alive can I learn all the secrets? Yi Feng asked again. Yes. But it's impossible. The high priestess knows everything. You can't catch her. But she probably has ways to catch you. As she said this, fear flashed in Lian Hina's eyes. The high priestess is terrifying. Maybe, even what I'm saying to you now is already being monitored. I can't describe her powers. Even if you let me go, the high priestess won't spare me. The stubbornness in Lian Hina's eyes slowly disappeared, replaced by a trace of helplessness. Yi Feng thought for a moment, then pulled her head into his arms. It was encouragement, to help her keep revealing secrets. Don't be fooled by her being a priestess, she was probably only a year or two older than Ding Tuanchuan. Strictly speaking, still a young girl. To deal with such a girl, he had to give her a sense of security so she would fully lean toward him. Miss Lian, don't worry. If your high priestess comes after you, you can join my team. You've seen it, we have guns, which you call divine crossbows, and a big ship. If your high priestess wants to deal with me, it won't be easy. Otherwise, she would have acted already. Am I right? Yi Feng said comfortingly. Luyen Hina was hesitant at first, but after hearing his words, she obediently rested her head on Yifeng's chest. The priestess was also a pitiful person. Once they became a priestess, it meant making a contract with the god. For life, they couldn't have relations with a man, or else they'd suffer divine backlash. Now, Yifeng's strong masculine presence stirred her heart. Yifeng, your weapons are like nothing I've ever seen before. This divine crossbow hasn't been seen in decades. But you're the first to bring it out. Maybe, you are the savior warrior, Luyen said softly, resting against him. What's a savior warrior? Yifeng gently patted her smooth back, encouraging her to continue. It's said that before every great catastrophe, a savior warrior appears. He becomes a super strong person with the power to resist the catastrophe and save all humanity. According to the High Priestess's prediction, this warrior might come from outside, someone not from our world. Luyen Hina spoke gently. She had never felt this before, being held by a strong man. It felt safe, reliable, and warm. Congratulations, you guessed right. I am that peerless strong one. In the future, I'll lead all of humanity to victory. Most importantly, I'll take you with me. Yifeng smiled slightly, continuing to bluff. He was a smart man. Of course he didn't believe he was the savior warrior, but now he needed Luyen Hina's intel, so he had no choice but to pretend. Feng! My forehead feels so sore. Could you scratch it for me? Suddenly, Luyen Hina sounded anxious, as if she was in pain. Sure, no problem. Yifeng lowered his head and looked at the spot between Luyen Hina's eyebrows. In the next instant, his face changed drastically. He saw a small bump on her forehead. Inside it, something seemed to be moving, eerily crawling around. Feng, why haven't you scratched it yet? It's so itchy. Hurry up. If you can't do it, untie me so I can scratch it myself, quickly. Her tone grew sharp, even hysterical. Ah! Do it, hurry! Her voice turned loud and desperate. Ah! A shrill scream rang out. Bang! Blood splattered all over Yifeng's face and body. He stumbled backward several steps, shocked, staring at the headless corpse on the bed. Just now, Luyen Hina's head had exploded for no reason. What on earth happened? Pant, pant, pant. Rapid breathing shook Yifeng, his heart pounded uncontrollably. Cold dread rose from his soles and spread through him. Moments ago, she'd been peacefully lying in his arms, but now Luyen Hina was dead. Rico and Susan rushed in, rifles in hand. Yifeng, did you kill her? Susan asked. Yifeng said nothing. He could only shake his head, staring at the headless corpse. Then, among that mound of blood and flesh, a light red worm emerged, waddling its head and crawling a few steps toward Yifeng. Ugh! Rico's skin erupted in goosebumps. She stomped her foot hard. The worm burst and splattered across the floor. Get someone to clean this up? I'm going up on deck for a bit. Yifeng's hands and legs trembled uncontrollably. After sitting on the deck for a while, his shaking subsided. It was clear that Luyen Hina had been controlled by some sort of voodoo, or more precisely, cursed to explode after revealing secrets. So Yifeng was almost certain, she was driven to self-destruction by a hidden curse. And the one who triggered it? Most likely the high priestess she had mentioned. Yifeng feared nothing, neither heaven, nor earth, nor powerful beasts. But this occult power was beyond his understanding. Bai Chuxue approached and touched Yifeng's forehead. You're not ill, are you? Why are you so shaken? She asked. Me? I've always been confident, but now, I'm not so sure. You understand? A worm, it can make a human head explode. What kind of thing is that? Yifeng stammered. He didn't know how to explain it to her. A worm controlling humans to explode? No way. I've only heard of fungi controlling insects, because insects have low body temperature and are easier for fungi to control, Bai Chuxue said carefully. So you're saying that fungi can control insects? Yes. If so, can fungi control humans? No. Human body temperature is too high. Fungi can't grow or control us. Yifeng nodded and looked toward the distant beach. Chuxue, I'll need your help. From now on, you oversee hygiene aboard. No mold, no insects, this is really important. Yifeng took her hand. I understand. Bai Chuxue pulled her hand away and eyed Yifeng warily. She wasn't sure if he was assigning duties, or making an excuse to get closer. Rico and Susan together threw the headless corpse into the sea. As it sank, slender worms appeared and swam into the water, attaching to the hull. But the hull had been coated with neem oil and repelled most of them. Only a few sluggish worms managed to crawl upward. Yifeng checked the time. He had been asleep nearly 20 hours, since yesterday afternoon until today afternoon. Time for dinner. Shi Zhengliang banged on the hull with a stick. Yifeng made his way to the dining area. There, on the table were primitive dishes made from shells and conch. In the center sat a military helmet. Fong, I prepared some special dishes for you. I guarantee you'll like them. This is bamboo cup minced meat, chopped meat packed in a bamboo tube with spices sealed in. The meat and spices, along with bamboo's fragrance, concentrate together. Shi Zhengliang removed the cork. A strong aroma of meat wafted up. Yifeng grabbed some with chopsticks. His eyes went wide. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. Chef Shi, you're our treasure. The dishes made by a head chef were indeed extraordinary. Others reached for chopsticks and simultaneously gave a thumbs up, a 5-star rating. For the second dish, wild vegetables boiled in hot water. I know you've been eating meat daily with little vitamins, so I prepared wild vegetables. And the broth is not plain water but clear water filtered from savory fish soup, seasoned with just a few grains of salt. Don't oversalt it, you'd lose the veggie and fish flavors. Yifeng hurriedly took a bite. Good, good, good. He repeated it 3 times. After all that meat, he finally had a vegetable dish. The tartness of the greens and the freshness of the fish blended perfectly, making his mouth water. This next one is steamed pomfret. Shi Zhengliang unveiled the dish without commentary, letting everyone enjoy it. Yifeng glanced at the table. The earlier 2 dishes had been completely emptied. Chenin was sipping the fish broth from the shell. Yifeng picked up a tender slice of pomfret. It melted in his mouth, bursting with the fish's natural flavor. Truly authentic. A real chef doesn't rely on seasoning, they bring out the food's true taste. Clearly, Shi Zhengliang achieved that. Previously, Yifeng's meals were all seasoning flavored. But now, he was finally tasting real food. The 4th dish, braised softshell turtle. Shi Zhengliang had prepared 8 dishes today. All were devoured, even the bones were being chewed on by Chenin, eager not to waste a morsel. He eventually vomited it up and gave it to little lapdog to eat. Little lapdog now weighs nearly 100 pounds. When food isn't scarce, black bears gain fat astonishingly fast. Little lapdog. Yifeng summoned little lapdog over. The creature immediately wagged its head and jumped around before Yifeng, showing its affection for its master. When it grows up, it'll be a big help. In the future, I'll make it captain of the logistics team. It can carry heavy loads, very convenient. Yifeng told everyone. Little lapdog seemed to understand. It immediately scampered behind Ding Tuanchuan. Its closest companion now was Ding Tuanchuan, followed by Alice. Everyone has eaten well. Let me announce something. Yifeng, seeing everyone relaxed, thought he should remind them, just in case. You've heard about goo, a type of venomous witchcraft, right? Today, I personally saw its power. He then told everyone what happened to Luyen Hina. Hearing this, Ding Tuanchuan's face turned pale and she burrowed into Yifeng's arms, refusing to come out. The others also looked uneasy, the previously cheerful mood was shattered. Don't feel too much psychological pressure, or your body will fail. From today, I'm making some appointments. Yifeng's face turned serious. First appointment, by Chu Xue's head of hygiene department. She'll supervise cleanliness in all sleeping quarters. You must bathe regularly under her guidance, groom your hair with a dagger, and most importantly, guard against bugs and mosquitoes. If anyone disobeys, they'll be punished with a week of cleaning duty on the ship. Yifeng said sternly. But we don't have water. The river water is full of parasites, Chenin said. Well, we'll regularly look for clean water sources. We'll discuss that later. Yifeng looked embarrassed. The ship's equipment was basic, there was just enough fresh water for drinking and washing faces. Bathing was a luxury, but the order still needed to be issued. Second, I declare myself captain of the ship. Anyone object? Of course not. Brother Feng, you are our son. Yes, Fengke as captain, completely legitimate. I support Brother Yi. Yifeng was well accepted, virtually unanimous approval. I don't want this meeting to be a one-person dictatorship. I'm young and imperfect too. Please feel free to offer suggestions. Yifeng pretended to be modest. Brother Feng, the more you say that, the more I want to support you, Chenin said earnestly. Alice and Lena nodded, they foreigners like this kind of thing. Now, let's choose a vice-captain by vote. Votes were cast. Chang Libin and Susan received the most votes, but Chang Libin had one more, likely because he's the shipbuilding expert. He was thus chosen. Susan scoffed at it. All right. I officially appoint Chang Libin as vice-captain. But Susan's votes weren't far behind, so I named Susan executive vice-captain, since traditionally there is one captain and 2 vice-captains. Then Chenin, you've performed well and your execution is good, so I appoint you deputy leader of the security team. All men on the ship fall under your command. Of course, you still have a superior. Yifeng looked at Long Wu, who had a limp. Brother Wu knew me before any of you newcomers. He's a veteran, his marksmanship is like a god's. He was disabled in service protecting women. So from now on, he's the official security team leader, only in name. Day-to-day tasks are handled by you, Chenin. But if there's anything you don't understand, ask Wu. Yifeng said seriously. He wanted a model to set an example so people would bravely fight enemies instead of hiding like turtles. Even if they got injured, Yifeng would care for them and give them great honor. This builds cohesion. Yifeng hadn't known this before, but as leader he had learned to use power like this. Brother Yi, what about me? What official title do I get? Ding Tuanchuan looked up at Yifeng. You? Well, Yifeng grimaced. Ding Tuanchuan, I appoint you the cleaner. You'll specialize in wiping the deck, Yifeng said sternly. No way. You're the cleaner, and so is your family. Ding Tuanchuan punched Yifeng in anger. Laughter erupted in the dining area. Clearly, Yifeng was playing with Ding Tuanchuan jokingly. He liked her. All right then. I appoint Ding Tuanchuan as Supreme Commander of Cleaning Cuties of the Universe. Yifeng said seriously. Ding Tuanchuan didn't notice the trap. Hearing that she was super cute, her mood flipped. She leapt into Yifeng's arms, purring like a cat. Chenin. In the lower deck, dozens of slender worms had infiltrated. They crawled up and exploded, transforming into puffs of green mist. The mist rose, slowly enveloping the entire ship. Ah? Yifeng yawned, feeling sleepy all of a sudden. Deputy Security Chief Chenin, tonight assign 3 people to guard the deck. Everyone's probably sleepy, go sleep if you're tired. Yifeng said drowsily. Others kept yawning and became suddenly sleepy. Ding Tuanchuan's eyes drooped, then she shouted. Chenin, in my capacity as Supreme Commander of Cleaning Cuties, I order you to clean the deck tonight. She dove back into Yifeng's arms, purring again. Chenin. Little lapdog stood and twitched its nose, whining as if irritated. This little one still seems hungry. Come on, let's go to the kitchen. I'll get you something more to eat. When you grow up, I'll appoint you captain of the logistics team. Yifeng patted its goofy head. Chang Libin, yawning too, held the ship downriver. He dropped the anchor into water and hooked onto river plants. Thus, the ship floated and stopped about 200 meters from shore. On deck, 3 guards with rifles had half-closed eyes. This Chenin guy shirks guard duty and makes us, his 3 brothers, do it. Damn, I'm so sleepy. Let's take turns sleeping. Each guard 3 hours, daybreak will come. One man said, then collapsed on deck snoring heavily. Finally, the last guard holding a rifle squatted and couldn't hold on any longer, collapsing with a thud. Too sleepy. Just as the last person fell, a pair of glowing green eyes suddenly lit up in the jungle by the shore. Hundreds of resentful children walked to the riverbank, casting their venomous gazes toward the large ship 200 meters away. At the same time, a heavy sound echoed from behind. A huge carriage was pushed out by the natives, and on top of it was mounted a massive triple-bow ballista. Ma Xikong and Wong Tao sat on the carriage, both hands gripping the ballista's control wheels. After all the natives came out, 2 fair-skinned female priestesses emerged from the forest, their cold eyes fixed on the large ship. Then, the trees behind shook again as a crude sedan chair was carried out. It was carried by 8 of the largest resentful children. Inside the sedan sat a woman veiled in sheer fabric. The woman was tall, about 1.7 meters, slim and graceful, with an ethereal air about her. High Priestess. All the natives knelt on the ground, performing full prostrations. Even the jumpy, resentful children immediately stood still and upright when the woman appeared, as if encountering a natural predator. When the sedan stopped, the woman finally stepped out. Her figure was exceptionally slender, and she exuded an elegant, indescribable aura. Just one glance would etch her image into memory forever. Though her full appearance wasn't clearly visible, her ethereal presence alone outshone all the women on the ship. Especially her deep eyes, calm to the point of terror, elevating her aura even more. The High Priestess nodded at Ma Xikong. Ma Xikong, as if receiving an order, immediately aimed the ballista at the large ship. Poof! A 4-meter-long bolt shot out, trailing a rope behind it. Unfortunately, it fell short. The bolt only flew about 150 meters before powerlessly dropping into the river. I'm sorry, High Priestess, there was a miscalculation. And since your side lacks enough iron, a ballista made of wood just can't reach the expected range, Ma Xikong stammered in front of the High Priestess. He had seen countless beautiful women. But even if all those top beauties were tied together, none could compare to a single hair of the High Priestess. Her beauty was indescribable. Any man who saw her would willingly become her simp, even die for her. The High Priestess clasped her hands behind her back, the river wind blowing her white veil to and fro. At that moment, both Ma Xikong and Wong Tao were completely entranced. I don't blame you. This is the limit of your capabilities. The high priestess spoke calmly, her face showing neither disappointment nor joy, as if everything was within her expectations. Ah, thank you, high priestess, for understanding. The two quickly nodded, unconsciously wiping the drool from the corners of their mouths. Luke, can your people swim to the ship? The high priestess looked toward someone behind her. Luke was the chieftain with 7 tattoos. Although he was considered a godlike figure among the natives, his expression became unnatural in front of the high priestess. Since the high priestess has spoken, no matter how dangerous the river is, I will make them try. After speaking, Luke waved his hand forward. In an instant, dozens of natives jumped into the river, swimming toward the ship. But after a short distance, their bodies started convulsing, thrashing in the water, their mouths emitting stifled screams. What surprised Ma Sikong was that they didn't retreat but kept swimming toward the ship. But it was too late, all of them perished. Some were stripped to the bone by piranhas, others dragged into the depths by unknown creatures. I'll go myself. Luke took off his leather clothing. No. In this grand sacrifice, you have a chance to become a beast fighter. You cannot take risks. The high priestess's cold voice stopped him, then she turned her gaze toward the mass of resentful children. The children seemed to receive some kind of signal and leapt into the river all at once. Yi Feng was sleeping in the couple's room, holding Ding Tuanchuan, but his head kept tossing as if trapped in a nightmare. He dreamt of Chen Li, then Bai Guifan, and then Chen Guohua. Finally, Bai Guifan walked toward him and suddenly shouted, "Run!" Ah! Yi Feng suddenly sat up, his body drenched in sweat and glistening. Ding Tuanchuan was still sound asleep, drooling on the pillow. He glanced out the window, bird calls echoed faintly from far off the shore, it was already dawn. But around the ship, it was too quiet, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Yi Feng sensed something was wrong. He quickly checked the other cabins and found everyone else was in a deep, unnaturally heavy sleep. Then he opened Susan and Rico's room. These two women usually woke early, even before dawn, but now they were also deeply asleep. Yi Feng kept silent. He took off his worn shoes, walking barefoot to the dining area, and peeked through the cabin cracks. Hiss! Yi Feng gasped. The foredeck was filled with resentful children, and on the floor were 3 piles of flesh. A strong smell of blood wafted into the cabin. Covering his mouth, Yi Feng tiptoed to the last cabin at the stern and peeked through the gap. The aft deck was also filled with resentful children. Through a gap in the ceiling, he looked up at the mast. Even the mast had 5 or 6 resentful children clinging to it. Strangely, they were all completely silent, like a group of assassins ready to strike, not making a sound. Clearly, these children were under unified command. And whoever was commanding them must be very powerful, to keep them this coordinated. Yi Feng went to Susan's room, covered her mouth, and gently blew into her ear. Susan's long lashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes, though still dazed. "Don't speak loudly," Yi Feng whispered. Susan nodded, and he released her mouth. "Walk barefoot with me." Yi Feng led Susan silently to the dining area. Next moment, Susan's eyes widened too, slowly backing into the center of the room and clinging to Yi Feng. "Go wake the others, cover their mouths first, don't make a sound," Yi Feng whispered. Susan nodded and quietly went to wake the others. Meanwhile, Yi Feng picked up a rifle, opened a barrel of palm oil. It was fuel and would burn fiercely once lit. There were too many resentful children this time, all on deck. Most likely, fire was the only option. Clearly, they were waiting for someone to open the cabin door, so they could rush in and devour everyone inside. Fortunately, when Chang Libin built the cabin door, he didn't use rigid wood, but used old pear wood. This type of wood is especially hard, with a density almost equal to that of a skull. So the claws of the resentful children couldn't penetrate this cabin door, that's why they obediently waited on the deck. If someone else had been the first to wake up and open the cabin door, the resentful children outside would have surged in, and the result would have been everyone being eaten clean. These beasts had incredibly sharp claws, and in the narrow cabin space, they could unleash their maximum combat power. One by one, the others began to wake up and saw the resentful children on the deck through the cracks. "Brother Feng, what should we do?" Chenin looked terrified, nearly peeing himself. "First, light the torches. Then, one person hold the oil barrel. The others, load all the bullets and aim at the dining room door. In a moment, when I give the order, Susan will go and open the cabin door. Everyone must remember, at the exact moment the cabin door opens, fire all at once. Aim for the head as much as possible. Only if the resentful children's heads are blown up will they immediately lose combatability. Hitting the body or legs isn't very effective." Yi Feng spoke in a low voice, making sure his voice didn't reach the deck. "Got it." Everyone gulped and formed 3 rows in the dining room. The first row lay on the ground, aiming their guns at the door. The second row crouched and also aimed at the door. The third row stood behind. This formation allowed full firepower deployment, dealing maximum damage to the resentful children right away. But Yifeng still didn't feel safe. After all, the resentful children's poison darts were no joke. If anyone was hit, their formation would fall apart. Flip the tables over and use them as shields, Yifeng said. Everyone paused for a moment and quickly followed his instructions. Brother Feng, do you think we'll survive this time? Chenin stammered. Yifeng glanced at him. With your mental strength? Not likely. Chenin. At that moment, Longwu suddenly came over, leaning against the wall, 2 pistols tucked at his waist. Brother Feng, how could I miss this? You know my shooting skills. Longwu said. Brother Wu, then you stay in the back and hold the line. If any resentful child breaks through the fire net, shoot them in the head. Always aim for the head, Yifeng nodded. Watch me. Longwu sat on a chair, drew both guns, and aimed at the dining room door. Yifeng crouched in the middle of the second row, the center of the firepower net, so he had to be there himself. Once in position, Yifeng nodded to Susan. Susan gritted her teeth, pulled out the latch, and tensed her arms. Crash! The 2-meter-wide cabin door was flung open. On the foredeck, the resentful children immediately noticed the breach. Screech, 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 screech. They surged toward the door like a tidal wave. Fire! Bang, 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 bang. Countless bullets formed a steel torrent, blasting toward the cabin door. Bang, bang, bang. The leading few resentful children were turned into sieves, either shot through or blown apart. But more of them charged forward, and green blood splattered all over the previously quiet deck. The bullet's strong impact sent their small bodies flying backward. Yifeng quickly emptied his pistol, reloaded swiftly, and continued firing, trying to maintain a continuous barrage. In less than a minute, the corpses of the resentful children piled up into a small hill on the foredeck, and their strange stench was carried into the dining room by the river wind. Ugh! Ding Tuanchuan threw up on the spot. Thud, thud, thud. Footsteps were heard on the ceiling, more resentful children coming from the aft deck to reinforce. One resentful child suddenly leaped through the air, forming a perfect arc mid-jump, with a blowgun in its mouth. Poof! Ah! Yifeng heard Alice's scream behind him. But he couldn't turn around, he could only increase his firepower. Poof! Yifeng felt a sharp pain in his arm, he almost dropped his gun. A blow dart had pierced his arm. He didn't have time to remove it. Gritting his teeth, he kept shooting. The pistol barrel quickly overheated, reaching at least 90 degrees. The heat also spread slowly to the grip. Several people were struggling to hold on to their guns. Water! Yifeng shouted without turning his head. After a moment, Ding Tuanchuan came over holding a helmet of cold water, applying some to everyone's hands. Poof! Another poison dart flew in. Ding Tuanchuan screamed and collapsed to the ground. Tuanchuan! Yifeng roared, his bloodshot eyes glaring at the resentful children outside. In a corner, Healy kept firing arrows, but unless they hit the head, they had little effect. Longwu hadn't fired a shot yet, his role was to shoot any resentful children that made it into the dining room. Even with bullets, he couldn't waste them. The river wind howled. The green blood of the resentful children flowed from the deck into the dining room. The tables were covered in blow darts. Yifeng's eyes were bloodshot from killing. By now, they were out of bullets, only Longwu's dual pistols had any left. Finally, one resentful child broke into the dining room, leaving a claw mark on the table as it entered. Bang! Longwu fired, headshot. But without suppressive fire, more resentful children kept rushing into the dining room. Bang, bang, bang. Longwu's twin pistols showed their might, 14 bullets, only 2 missed, killing 12 resentful children. But many more were pushing in from the deck. Poof, poof. Ah! Oh no! 2 more screams. Yifeng ignored everything else, grabbed a spear, and charged into the group of resentful children. Healy hesitated briefly, then grabbed a spear and joined the fight. She had 2 poison darts, one in her arm, one in her abdomen, but since she had eaten white fruit before, she could barely hold on. Rico! Get the injured into the bedroom and block the door. Yifeng shouted and stabbed 2 resentful children with the spear. But at the same time, a bloody gash appeared on his arm. Rico has fainted too. It was Chenin shouting. Chenin! Take them to the bedroom and close the door. Yifeng had just yelled when he felt a chill on his neck. A resentful child's claw nearly slit his throat. Damn! Yifeng ripped off his shirt, grabbed 2 daggers, and started a killing spree among the resentful children. Their guns had taken out at least 60 of them. Now, around 40 remained, but in the tight dining room, the resentful children were incredibly deadly. Yifeng could only fight and retreat at the same time. On the other side, Susan's arm was hanging from her shoulder, she could only fight with her left hand. He Li's combat ability was decent, both her arms could still move. Fall back to the hallway, Yifeng shouted. The two women retreated while fighting and regrouped with Yifeng. You all go straight into the bedroom, shut the door tight, and block it with anything you can find. Yifeng continued shouting, and took another claw strike on his arm. Yifeng, I won't leave you behind, Healy said from behind. Susan, pull her in. I have a way to deal with these resentful children. Ah. Hurry up, or I won't be able to hold on. Yifeng roared in pain, using the narrow corridor to forcibly block nearly 40 resentful children. In the midst of chaos, he looked back and saw Susan had already pulled Healy into the bedroom, followed by the heavy sound of the door closing. You beasts, now it's just me fighting all of you. Yifeng rolled and charged into the group of resentful children, taking several more hits. But he managed to grab the tung oil barrel and splashed it forward. The tung oil drenched the resentful children's heads and faces. Right after pouring the oil, Yifeng rushed out of the dining room, trying to shut the door as fast as possible. But the doorway was blocked by several corpses. With no choice, Yifeng endured the poison darts and cleared the corpses away. Crash! The cabin door was finally shut. He took out 2 flints and struck them together. A flame flared up, and Yifeng lit his clothes, then stuffed them through a small window into the dining room. Boom! A large burst of fire came from the dining room, followed by thick black smoke. Screech! The resentful children inside let out shrill, miserable screams. The bedroom door was shut. Their activity area was limited to the long corridor and the relatively small dining room. In just a short while, the thick smoke choked the resentful children until they were practically ascending to heaven. Yifeng's entire body was covered in blood, and he was relying purely on adrenaline to stay standing. Even so, his legs were shaking, and he could barely keep upright. Just then, a resentful child's head suddenly poked out from the narrow window. They couldn't stand the smoke anymore and finally found a way out. They were trying to squeeze through that small window. Yifeng forced himself to stay up, swung his dagger. A monkey-like head rolled into the river. Inside the bedroom, a bit of smoke had seeped in, but everyone still held the door tightly, not allowing the resentful children to break in. Which meant, now the smoke was concentrated on the dining room and corridor where the resentful children were. Luckily, it was a new ship, the wood still had some moisture. Otherwise, Yifeng's fire attack, though it could kill all the resentful children, would have also burned the entire ship down. At that moment, a second resentful child poked its head out. Yifeng did the same, another monkey head dropped into the water. But the smoke inside was overwhelming. Even though the resentful children knew death awaited them outside, they still tried to squeeze through the small window. The window was very small, barely big enough for a resentful child to stick its head out, but squeezing the whole body out wasn't easy. Slice, slice, slice. Yifeng didn't know how many heads he had chopped. Green blood had turned the area around the window into a thick paste, like sticky cornmeal porridge. Scree, 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 scree. Inside the dining room, the sounds of the resentful children gradually weakened. Some of them were banging against the cabin door, trying to break it open. Unfortunately, the cabin door was a sliding type, it couldn't be forced open by ramming. With the intelligence level of resentful children, they couldn't comprehend how a sliding door worked. After waiting more than 10 minutes, the screeching sounds inside stopped, and there was no more banging against the cabin door. Yifeng felt dizzy, seeing double. He bit down, stabbed himself lightly in the thigh with a dagger, using the pain to stop himself from fainting. Half an hour later, Yifeng weakly opened the cabin door. Inside, the resentful children lay scattered all over, mouths wide open, eyes tightly shut, as if trying to suck in oxygen. Yifeng felt numb all over, mechanically walked to the bucket, and extinguished the small remaining flames. Cough, 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 cough. The bedroom door was pushed open. Healy and Susan rushed out and supported Yifeng. Oh my god. Susan looked at the wounds on Yifeng's body and covered her mouth in shock. At the same time, tears streamed down her face. Healy's way of showing love was more direct. She opened her mouth and began cleaning the blood off Yifeng's wounds. The other survivors also came out, looking at the corpses outside in shock. Clean up these bodies. Yifeng only said a few words before collapsing into a pool of blood. By the riverbank, the High Priestess looked toward the large ship 200 meters away with deep eyes. High Priestess, if it doesn't work, should I bring more resentful children? Luke asked, visibly annoyed. Clearly, this plan was flawless. They had made multiple preparations, yet the people on the ship still won. The High Priestess neither nodded nor shook her head, like a statue. After a long pause, she raised a slender, fair hand and quickly moved her 5 jade-like fingers. Could it be him? The High Priestess uttered 4 words, staring at the large ship in surprise. This was the first time she had shown any emotion since she appeared. High Priestess, what do you think? Should I bring another 100 resentful children? Even if they manage to kill all the ones on deck, they must have taken heavy losses. This is our chance, Luke continued. No need. Go prepare for the grand sacrifice. The High Priestess finished speaking and lightly lifted her jade-like legs, sitting on the small sedan chair. In an instant, the natives on the riverbank disappeared into the jungle one by one, leaving only Ma Xikong and Wong Tao behind, along with the huge cart-mounted ballista. Let's go, President Ma. We still need these natives, Wong Tao tugged Ma Xikong. Sigh. That bastard Yi Feng is really hard to kill. Ma Xikong let out a long sigh and also disappeared into the forest. On the riverbank, only the massive cart-mounted ballista remained, completely unattended. After all, they had tested its range, only 150 meters. Although powerful, it wasn't suitable for jungle use. However, if mounted on the bow of a ship, it would become a deadly weapon, possibly capable of hunting small dinosaurs. Yi Feng had a strange dream. He dreamed the rainforest turned into a desolate desert, and countless worms filled the world. After a long time, Yi Feng slowly opened his eyes. He saw Bai Chushua lying on his thigh, sucking something. Chushua. When Yi Feng spoke, he startled himself. His voice was hoarse, like an old man. Bai Chushua quickly lifted her head and helped him put his pants back on. That place of yours was hit with many poison darts. I've already helped you suck out the poison. Bai Chushua said, her lips dark purple. Yi Feng felt like he couldn't stand up. He forced himself to sit up. Through various cracks, he seemed to hear crying sounds. Who's crying? Yi Feng asked. Someone died. Someone is crying. Bai Chushua's face dimmed. Yi Feng was shocked in his heart. Tuanchuan? Is she okay? In his heart, although Ding Tuanchuan wasn't very useful, Yi Feng truly saw her as one of his own, because Ding Tuanchuan's loyalty to him was clearly expressed and very pure. She's been unconscious for 6 days already, but I managed to stop the poison in time. Whether she can survive depends on fate, Bai Chushua said. Then, who died? Yi Feng asked again. He wanted to stand up, but his legs wouldn't respond. He must have been lying in bed for a long time. Alice. I tried to save her, but a poison dart hit her artery. And you see a dart struck his forehead, and then. Bai Chushua listed 6 names in a row. You mean, they're already? Yi Feng didn't dare continue thinking. The ones who died this time were all important people. Yes, their bodies were given a sea burial. It was done 3 days ago. Originally we wanted to wait for you to wake up, but the corpses would start rotting and cause a plague, Bai Chushua said carefully. Ah, my chest hurts so much. Yi Feng cried out in pain and collapsed back onto the bed. This time, he slept for another 5 hours before waking up. Yi Feng felt he could walk on his own. He used a rifle as a crutch and walked step by step to Ding Tuanchuan's room. She was staying with Susan and Rico in room 1. There, he saw Rico and Ding Tuanchuan lying flat on the beds. Rico's face was dark purple, and Bai Chushua was wiping her sweat. Ding Tuanchuan's face was also purple. If not for her faint breathing, Yi Feng would have thought she was dead. Brother Feng. It was the first time Bai Chushua called Yi Feng brother. The battle a week ago was still fresh in her memory. If Yi Feng hadn't risked his life to protect everyone, they would all be dead. This respect came from the bottom of her heart. Brother Feng. Zhang Yan also walked over and held Yi Feng's arm. She had changed how she addressed him too, from just Ah Feng to Brother Feng. Yi Feng looked at Rico's complexion and grew anxious. Rico was mature and steady, thoughtful in everything. She was even more reliable than Susan. If she died, it would be the team's biggest loss. You all leave first. Yi Feng said without turning around. He was still overconfident, thinking that with the big ship and modern weapons, he could easily stand on equal ground with the natives. But he never expected the natives to have so many strange tricks, somehow getting the resentful children onto the ship without anyone noticing. 3 people were on watch and didn't even get a shot off before being killed. The 2 women obediently left the room and closed the door behind them. Yi Feng squatted beside Rico and, looking at her dark lips, suddenly had a flash of inspiration. His body had anti-poison properties. If he fed his blood to Rico, would she get better? With that thought, Yi Feng quickly stretched out his wrist and pulled out a dagger. Pfft! A white wound appeared on his wrist, but not a drop of blood came out. What's going on? Yi Feng's expression changed drastically. He thought he had some strange illness. A wound with no blood? But soon he realized, it must be because of the battle with the resentful children 7 days ago. His body had very little blood left. No blood, then, would other fluids work too? Thinking this, Yi Feng licked his lips and moved directly to Rico's mouth. For a long time, their lips remained pressed together. Eventually, they separated. Yifeng carefully observed Riko's complexion. This method actually seemed to work. Some of the dark color on Riko's face faded, and her eyelashes even twitched slightly. I get it, it works. It works. Saliva works too. Yifeng was overjoyed and moved to Ding Tuanchuan. A sweet girl's fragrance entered his mouth as Yifeng began to treat her wounds. Ding Tuanchuan had been hit in the arm with a poison dart, so her poisoning was relatively mild. In less than 10 minutes, the purple on her face faded, and she slowly opened her eyes. Big brother Yi. She reached out her arms, wanting a hug. Oh. Tuanchuan, big brother is right here. Yifeng immediately hugged Ding Tuanchuan's soft body. Just then, Bai Chuxue, He Li, and Zhang Yan walked in. We saw it. We didn't expect your saliva could detoxify. Quick, help the others too. There are still many patients. Bai Chuxue pulled Yifeng. All right. Prepare some plain water, I feel like I can't produce any more saliva. Not long after, Yifeng detoxified the wounded on the ship one by one. Finally, it was Chen En's turn. He had the lightest injury. One of Chen En's legs was swollen, but the poison had only spread to his knee. Brother Feng, we're both men. Is this really okay? I heard He Li ate white fruit too, how about letting her do it? Chen En looked very resistant. What's not okay? But I really can't secrete saliva anymore, I'll have to use other fluids. Yifeng said seriously. 10 minutes later, shouting came from Chen En's room. Take it away. Take it away. I'd rather die. Don't force it on me. Af. Yifeng walked out of Chen En's room, pulling up his pants. Looks like once he fully recovers, he'll have to find more white fruit. Also, since the natives clearly want to oppose him, he has no choice, it's time for revenge. Several of his women had died at the hands of the natives. This grudge must be avenged. But if the difficulty was too high, and it might cost his life, Yifeng would have to reconsider carefully. If revenge wasn't possible, then he'd have to find a propeller and set sail for home. Yes, back to the civilized world. Originally, he had wanted to live a happy life here with multiple wives, but harsh reality slapped him hard. Obviously, the idea of having multiple wives was no longer viable. The high priestess alone had already made his life a living hell, not to mention the once, in 80 years catastrophe. Going home might be hopeless, but he could still take the ship to deeper seas and try. If he could return, great. If not, he would keep gathering white fruit and strengthen himself to the peak. Then, use every means possible to kill off the natives, leave not a single one alive. That's right, there should still be shells in the cave. If I can transport them to the place where the natives hold their grand sacrifice, I could wipe out their entire force, right? Yifeng suddenly had a thought. First, heal. Yifeng returned to the deck, ready to let his body and mind fully relax. Only by relaxing could he recover quickly. Brother Feng, it's mealtime. You lost a lot of blood. Yesterday we hunted a wild boar, we made some pig liver soup to replenish your blood. Shi Zhengliang walked over. Thanks, Master Shi. As for food, I'll rely on you. Try to make something good so everyone can recover quickly, Yifeng said politely. Don't worry, leave it to me. You fought those monsters for us and almost died. I, Shi Zhengliang, still have a conscience. I'll do everything I can for the team. After speaking, Shi Zhengliang put down the pig liver soup and went back to the kitchen to keep working. In the Gay tribe, the natives were making intense preparations for sacrifices, and in the cages were prisoners. Some were from civilized society, some were natives, and some were ferocious beasts. Ma Xikong and Wong Tao shivered in fear. Boss Ma, they won't treat us as sacrifices too, right? If it comes to that, should we just run? Wong Tao looked warily at the busy natives. Gulp. Ma Xikong swallowed hard. I think it's possible. Recently, the way these natives look at me doesn't feel right, Ma Xikong said. Then what are we waiting for? Let's just run, go back to the cave and find some guns. Best would be to get a machine gun. With that, we'll have real bargaining power. Wang Tao urged. All right, let's find a chance and escape directly. Ma Xikong nodded. The big ship was tied at the shore. Yifeng led Chenin and Susan off the boat. Brother Feng, this thing looks like a ballista. Chenin patted the abandoned carriage crossbow on the shore. It should be a ballista. Its power isn't small. Most likely left here by the natives. Get some men down, move it onto the ship, and let the engineers fix it at the bow as a naval cannon. Yifeng made a wise decision. At once, more than a dozen men got off the boat. They tied ropes around the ballista and slowly hauled it onto the deck. Just installing this ballista took them a whole day. After it was set up, Yifeng tested its power. This thing isn't bad. It can deal with some large beasts, but against the resentful children it's kind of useless. Yifeng sighed. Ever since seeing the number of resentful children, He thought they needed to get a machine gun from the cave. There had to be machine guns there, he just hadn't found them yet. After the fierce battles on the beach and the deck, Yifeng only had about a dozen people still able to fight. Only 5 men were left: Long Wu, Cheng Libin, Shi Zhengliang, Chen En, and Bao Qifeng. Among the foreign women, only Lina, Ilian, and Neru Miko were still there, plus the severely injured Dove. Among the local women were Susan and Su Yun, the 2 sisters, Ding Tuanchuan, Zhang Yan, Xiao Mei, and Bai Chuxue. And then there was the native girl, Heli. Yifeng flexibly turned the ballista. It could swing 180 degrees, covering the entire front of the ship. It could also move up and down. This ballista is well made. Didn't expect the natives to have this kind of craftsmanship. Yifeng nodded in satisfaction. But Cheng Libin stepped forward. No, I recognize this workmanship. It has traces of my own style. Back then, I only showed my skills to Boss Ma. So I suspect Ma Xikong has joined with the natives. This ballista is his work. Yifeng frowned. The gay tribe was already hard enough to deal with. If Ma Xikong was added on top of that, wouldn't it be even worse? It wasn't that Ma Xikong himself was strong, but that he might teach the natives how to use guns, and reveal the firing range of their weapons, letting the natives guard against them. Not only gun secrets, but even other secrets of the ship could be exposed to the natives through Ma Xikong. Rest one more day. Only 3 people stay on the ship. Everyone else goes to the cave and moves all the guns, ammunition, and weapons back. Whatever we can't carry, we destroy. Absolutely must not let the natives have them, otherwise we're finished. Yifeng spoke seriously. His body had recovered to about half. The others had recovered about 60 to 70%, but time was running out. If Ma Xikong led the natives to the cave, took all the guns, and taught them to use them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even with the big ship, they would all be doomed. The others weren't fools. They realized the same thing and nodded heavily. In the primeval jungle, Ma Xikong and Wong Tao were running madly, chased by swarms of resentful children. Mr. Ma, don't run, we won't hurt you. The voices of the natives came from behind. You two, stop running, we won't use you as sacrifices. Hearing that, the 2 ran even faster. For the natives to say such words, wasn't that basically an admission? A whole day quickly passed. At dawn, Yifeng reviewed his team on the deck. They had no bullets left, so they carried no guns, only spears, bows, and daggers. Engineer Cheng, you stay on deck with Ilian, take care of Dove and 5th brother, Yifeng said. Okay. Cheng Libin nodded and held Ilian's hand. Everyone else, listen up. This time when we go into the cave, each person carries a torch. We bring out all the weapons and ammunition. The weapons that are too big, destroy them. They cannot be left for the enemy. Yifeng said. Yes. Everyone nodded. After giving instructions, the big ship stopped at the riverside. There was a protruding spot just big enough for the ship to dock. Yifeng was the first to slide down the rope ladder, catching each person as they followed. The dozen of them formed a long line and rushed toward the cave. Finally reaching the pile of rocks, Yifeng handed out tung oil torches to everyone. He struck 2 flints together. More than a dozen torches lit up. Go in. Yifeng led the way, and everyone slipped through the gap into the cave. The place was piled with rocks, the collapsed opening from the grenade blast last time. Ding Tuanchuan followed closely behind Yifeng, while Susan held a spear and guarded the rear. This time their goal was clear. No one spoke. In the pitch-black cave, there was only the sound of burning torches and heavy breathing. With the memory from last time, Yifeng smoothly reached the staircase. The water was gone, revealing mud and scattered bones. Some were human, but most were animal. Move! Yifeng's face grew grave. Deep underground, with so many animal bones, there was only one explanation. A powerful predator lurked here. From time to time it dragged animals here to eat, leaving behind so many bones. Creak! Yifeng pushed open a decayed door. Inside looked like a dormitory, with several badly rotted wooden beds. On one bed, there was still a pile of bones. This whole row should be dormitories. From now on, if you see such doors, just avoid them. Yifeng exited and walked across to the other side. Creak! Another door opened, and a foul stench rushed out. Inside was a large stove and a badly rusted iron pot. Master Shi, carry the iron pot. We'll need it later. Yifeng said. All right. Shi Zhengliang grabbed the pot's handles, tied it to his back with a rope, looking like a giant turtle. Pfft! Ding Tuanchuan just laughed, but then immediately felt the atmosphere turn wrong. Yifeng was about to leave when Bao Qifeng picked up a pile of smaller iron boxes. What are you taking those for? 1 pot is enough. Yifeng frowned. Right now their main task was moving weapons. Brother Feng, once these irons are melted, they can be made into propellers. If we try to steal propellers from a warship, it's too dangerous. Bao Qifeng said. This, alright, take them. Yifeng also helped carry 2 iron boxes. After walking for a while, Yifeng finally arrived at the research room he had seen last time. Go around. There was nothing valuable in the research room, they had to quickly find the armory. As for the previous armory, all the bullets had been taken already. The rest were damp and rusty, completely unusable. Brother Feng, there's a staircase here. Looks like this underground base has 2 levels. Chenin pointed into a hole with his torch. Without a word, Yifeng rushed down holding the torch. Whoosh! Yifeng's torch flickered, its light dimming. There's not much oxygen down here, forget it, keep moving. After that, everyone went down the stairs. There were lots of black-gray sticky substances here, the same as in the research institute. At the same time, the structure of the 3rd floor was unusual, with many iron objects around. Just as they went down, they came across an exhaust fan 2 meters wide, its blades also covered with sticky matter. What the hell is this? Yifeng looked at the disgusting stuff, feeling an indescribable discomfort. Bai Chushue stretched out a finger, touched some of the sticky matter, and sniffed it. This seems like the substance formed after corpses were burned into ash and then soaked in water, Bai Chushue said. Human corpses? Yifeng's expression changed. Don't know, but corpses anyway. Yifeng glanced at the sticky matter on the ground and walls. If it really came from animal corpses, how many corpses would it take to form so much of it? 10,000? 100,000? Or 1,000,000? Forget it, let's find the weapons. Yifeng finally entered the 3rd floor completely. After 2 whole hours, the group dragged themselves back up to the 2nd floor. Because the 3rd floor was almost entirely covered with black sticky stuff, or with huge machines, and not a single bullet was found. Search carefully. Once we find the armory, we'll be rich. A dozen torches spread out, lighting more than 20 meters around. After a while, Chenin hurriedly ran out of a room. Be Brother Feng, the stuff in there is huge, come see for yourself. His voice trembled. Yifeng quickly came over with his torch. The next moment, he was shocked too, gripping the torch with both hands. Because inside, everything was shells. In wooden crates lay shells over a meter long, likely naval artillery shells. And in the corner stood a massive object over 3 meters tall. Big Brother Yi, what's that? An atomic bomb? Ding Tuanchuan stared in shock at the huge shell. Of course not. But if this thing explodes, we'll all be buried alive. From now on, Chenin alone holds a torch in here, no more torches inside. After saying that, Yifeng handed his torch to Ding Tuanchuan. Using Chenin's torch, he began checking the shells. All just shells, useless for us. Let's go. Yifeng sighed and reluctantly left the shell storage. All men like cannons, and seeing so many shells they couldn't use was indeed a pity. Brother Feng, how about moving 2 onto the ship? We could study them later. Chenin suggested from behind. Are you stupid? If one explodes, we'll all feed the turtles. Yifeng scolded. Alright then. Brother Feng, what if we build a small boat, tie it to the big ship, and put shells on it? With ropes dozens of meters long, even if it explodes, the big ship won't be hit. Chenin was still unwilling to give up. Not a bad idea. But for now, let's focus on finding guns and ammo. Once we've cleared those out, then we'll think about the shells. So, the group continued searching. Crash! A wooden crate was smashed open. Yifeng pulled away the straw on top, revealing another layer of waterproof paper. Rip! The paper tore open. Yifeng's mouth twisted into a grin as he touched the golden bullets. Everyone, what are you waiting for? Lift this whole crate out. These bullets are almost brand new. Yifeng's excitement turned his face purple. This single crate weighed at least 200 kilograms. If they could bring it onto the ship, it would last them a year. I'll do it. Chenin grabbed the crate with both hands and lifted hard. Ugh. No good, I'm straining my guts out, this thing's way too heavy. Chenin stepped aside. Forget it, leave it there for now. I'll carry it out myself later. Yifeng said, then smashed open other crates. These are pistol bullets, so many. Ding Tuanchuan shouted from the corner. Just as she did, a wooden crate fell from above, nearly crushing her into paste. Yifeng glanced inside the crate. It was full of pistol rounds. Since pistol rounds were small, this crate probably had 4,000 to 5,000 bullets. But the top and bottom layers were damp, only the ones in the middle could be used. Find some military backpacks, pick out the bullets without mold, and carry them. Leave the bad ones, they probably won't fire. Yifeng ordered. Several women immediately began sorting bullets. Yifeng raised his torch high, looking at the top of the warehouse. There were lots of odds and ends, but one thing caught his attention. A machine gun? Yifeng almost cried. They had been in this underground base so long, finally finding the real prize. He climbed up, smashing a few wooden crates, and finally lifted down the machine gun. It weighed over 50 lbs, its barrel as thick as Yifeng's arm, though the muzzle was only thumb-sized. This is the famous Maxim heavy machine gun? Yifeng stroked the gun's body. Because it had been stored up high, it hadn't been soaked by water. A layer of green waterproof paint kept it from rusting in the damp environment. Let me see. Lena walked over and checked the machine gun's parts. She knew a bit about firearms. This gun is basically intact, Lena said happily. Quick, find matching bullets for it. Lena, do you know how to use this? Yifeng asked. Yes. Good. Everyone, look for ammo. This kind of gun has a fast rate of fire, so we need to gather more machine gun bullets. At once, everyone started searching through the warehouse. Ding Tuanchuan got soot on her face, looking like a little cat. These bullets are so long, they don't look like rifle rounds. Could they be for the machine gun? Once again it was Chenin, holding a few golden bullets in his hand. Yifeng quickly took it and tested the length against the side of the machine gun. But he wasn't sure, after all, he had never seen a Maxim heavy machine gun in real life. He had to rely on Lena. She held the bullet against the side loading port, compared it, then nodded right away. Quick, drag all these crates out. Throw away the ones with green mold, keep only the usable bullets, Yifeng said in a low voice. The Maxim heavy machine gun was usually only for fixed-point shooting, mounted in one place. It was too heavy, but for Yifeng that wasn't a problem at all. His strength now reached 1000 lbs, enough to carry the heavy machine gun and charge forward. Just imagine, a moving heavy machine gun, how much damage could it cause the enemy? Thinking of this, Yifeng couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Outside the cave, Ma Xikong and Wong Tao rushed toward the gap, chased by a large group of natives and swarms of resentful children. The two were driven to desperation, no way up, no way down. With no choice, they could only dive into the cave to look for guns. Only with guns could they escape the natives who haunted them relentlessly. These savages' tracking skills were too sharp, no matter where they hid, they would be found. Elder Guifeng, those two outsiders ran into the ghost cave. Do we still chase? A man with 4 stripes asked. Among the natives, 4 stripes already meant very high status, but facing the elder with 6 stripes, he was still very respectful. That's the ghost cave. The high priest said there's a giant serpent and countless ghosts inside. Elder Guifeng hesitated. But those two outsiders are very important to us. The high priest said that one, Ma Xikong, will bring advanced weapons to our tribe. We absolutely cannot let him escape. The 4-striped man said anxiously. All right. You take 10 men and 30 resentful children inside to chase them. I'll support from outside. Guifeng said. 4 stripes. Inside the pitch-dark cave, Ma Xikong blew into a bamboo tube. Soon, the bamboo tube flared with fire. This was a fire tube he had gotten from the natives. It was filled with charcoal and some flammable willow fluff. As long as the charcoal inside kept some heat, opening it and blowing gently would make flames appear. Let's go. We must find guns. Otherwise, we'll have to swim home. Ma Xikong said. The two carefully walked downward. But after less than 20 meters, they heard dense footsteps outside the cave, along with the squeaks of resentful children. We're screwed, the natives have come in too. The two quickened their pace. Mr. Ma, our gay tribe needs you, please don't leave us. Behind them, 4 stripes saw the flame. I don't believe your crap. Ma Xikong began to run. The cave's cold wind made the flame flicker unsteadily. One side chasing, one side fleeing, they soon reached the underground base. The water had completely drained away, leaving half a foot of mud. Forget it, go down. Ma Xikong stepped into the mud. But at once, his eyes went wide. From deep in the base, several torches glowed, and he heard Yifeng's annoying voice. With this machine gun, we can finally have a foothold on this island. But we can't waste bullets carelessly, this thing fires too fast, 500 rounds per minute. If we're careless, all the bullets will be gone. After Yifeng finished, his eyes narrowed. He thought he saw a small flame at the staircase, but it quickly went out. An illusion? Yifeng shook his head. Maybe his wounds were too serious, blood loss making his mind unstable. No, he had to ask Master Shi to cook him something nourishing soon, to recover his blood faster. Ma Xikong and Wong Tao had already hidden in the corner of the stairs, blowing out the flame with one breath. They could only hope to slip by unnoticed, otherwise, they'd be trapped between two groups. The team carried their loads and finally reached the staircase. Yifeng lifted 1 foot out of the mud and stepped onto the smooth stairs. The next moment, his face grew solemn. Ever since eating the silver fruit, his sensing ability had grown stronger. Now, he felt something was secretly watching him. Damn, don't tell me, it's that giant serpent from last time? Yifeng's backside tightened. Quick, speed up and get out of here. On his shoulder, Yifeng carried the Maxim. In one hand he held a huge crate of bullets. Behind him, 4 men carried 2 boxes of machine gun ammo, gasping for breath. Chenin and Shi Zhengliang carried rifle bullets, also exhausted. Further back were more rifle bullets, carried in backpacks by everyone. They didn't really need more guns, since the ship still had many rifles and pistols, just no bullets. So this time in the cave, Yifeng mainly took bullets, second was the machine gun. Cannons weren't much use in the tropical rainforest, unless they met something like a dinosaur. Watching the torches gradually fade away, Ma Xikong let out a long breath of relief. Suddenly, he touched his neck. Wong Tao, did you drip spit on my neck? Ma Xikong asked. No. I feel something sticky on mine too. Thought you peed yourself from fear. Wong Tao also looked puzzled. Not good, enemy attack. Yifeng immediately saw the 10 natives ahead. They raised torches high, walking deeper into the underground base. Clang! The Maxim was set down. Lena instantly fed the ammo belt into the side port. The natives stared strangely at the iron lump in Yifeng's hands. So it's Yifeng. Brothers, this is our chance. I order you to fight with all your strength, to avenge our dead kin. The 4-striped man lifted his spear, planting the torch into the ground. But in the next instant, sparks shot out from the iron lump. Then came the dull, rumbling sound. Do-do-do-do-do-do. The 3 natives in front had no time to react, their bodies were instantly torn apart. Yes, torn into pieces. After all, the Maxim's bullets were very large. Hitting bone, they exploded. Not good, it's an even scarier divine crossbow. For Stripes had just spoken when a huge hole appeared in his chest. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Yifeng released the trigger, staring at the pile of mangled flesh ahead. The heavy stench of blood filled the cave. This power, too strong. Chenin gasped for air, unable to resist stroking the barrel. Ah! The scorching barrel blistered his hand. Don't waste time, let's get out of here. After speaking, Yifeng pulled down his pants and pissed on the barrel. But just then, from deep in the base, came Wong Tao's cry. Ah mom, my legs gave out, boss ma, pull me up. As soon as the voice fell, Ma Xikong and Wong Tao appeared within the torchlight. Yifeng sneered, raised the heavy machine gun, and aimed at the 2 men. Truly effortless, this trip was worth it, even catching 2 big fish. But in the next moment, Yifeng's expression changed. Behind the 2 men suddenly appeared 2 lantern-sized green lights. The green lights swam toward them in the darkness in a swaying motion. Ah! Ding Tuanchuan's eyes rolled back, and she fainted from fear. That huge thing finally came into the range of the firelight. Yifeng gasped coldly. It was a giant cobra. Just its raised upper body was 5 or 6 meters tall, its thick body like a barrel. As for its coiled belly, it was thicker than 2 barrels together. Yifeng estimated that with one bite, it could swallow a fat pig whole without even burping. Run! Yifeng roared. The others finally recovered from shock and ran screaming toward the outside of the cave. But Yifeng leveled the heavy machine gun, aiming at the giant snake's head. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. The heavy gunfire thundered, the muzzle flashes lighting the stone walls in flashes of brightness and shadow. Empty casings fell to the ground like rain, clinking crisply. The giant snake took 5 or 6 bullets, its body coiling tightly, yet its head stayed steady, as if ready to strike at any moment. Yifeng fired while retreating, step by step moving toward the exit by the light of the muzzle flashes. Hiss! Blood gushed from the snake's body, its hissing cry echoing through the cave. Ma Xikong narrowed his eyes and suddenly fled in the opposite direction. But Wong Tao didn't react, still running toward Yifeng. Do-do-do-do. His body was blown apart instantly, bursting into a mist of blood. Good thing they had brought the Maxim heavy machine gun, otherwise Yifeng would have been swallowed whole. After dozens more rounds, the giant snake could no longer lift its head. It hissed again, then turned and slithered deeper into the cave. Damn it, I'm exhausted. Yifeng set the Maxim on the ground and wiped the sweat from his forehead with his arm. Wong Tao's flesh mixed with the natives' flesh until there was no telling civilization from savagery. Brother Feng, not good, there are still many resentful children at the entrance. Yifeng turned and saw Chenin and the others running back. It's fine, just resentful children. Carry the bullets and follow me. After driving off the giant snake, Yifeng was full of confidence in the Maxim. All right. The group carried bullets, hiding behind Yifeng. As soon as they reached the cave entrance, Yifeng saw the group of resentful children with glowing green eyes. The heavy gun roared again. These creatures might withstand rifle or pistol bullets, but not machine gun rounds. When hit, their bodies exploded. Whether struck in the body or head, the resentful children were instantly disabled. After 90% were gunned down, a shocking scene appeared. The resentful children fled? They were afraid? But in Yifeng's memory, these creatures had always been fearless unto death. In that instant, he understood. The resentful children were fearless because they despised their enemies, believing that even if they themselves died, their companions would still slaughter every foe. That's why they had that spirit of disregarding death. But once they realized that even total sacrifice couldn't destroy the enemy, fear would take hold. And fear spreads. Ha ha ha, who said resentful children aren't afraid of death? Aren't they running now? Chenin pointed toward the caves outside. Out. Yifeng carried the Maxim and pushed out of the cave. Almost as soon as he saw daylight, the sky dimmed slightly. What's that? Yifeng squinted toward the sun. In the next instant, he kicked Chenin back inside and hid behind a rock himself. Dense poison needles and arrows rained down like a storm. 2 poison needles struck Yifeng's shoulder. There's a native army outside. Yifeng shouted, bracing the Maxim into a gap in the rocks. Lina instantly fed the ammo belt into the side port. In front of the cave stood more than 30 natives, led by Guifeng. Behind the natives were at least 200 resentful children. Their breeding ability was terrifying. No matter how many were killed, more came. But now things were different. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Hellfire spewed from the muzzle. The natives and resentful children clustered together became living targets. Each bullet took down 2 or 3 lives. The natives were either blown apart or fell like dominoes under stray rounds. Guifeng, being an elder, dodged quickly behind a large tree, staring in shock at the fire spitting from the cave. The resentful children at first charged fiercely, but in front of modern weapons, ferocity meant nothing. The grass ahead was splattered with green blood, the creatures' bodies blown to pieces by heavy machine gun rounds, a foul stench rising skyward. At that moment, Guifeng finally witnessed the terrifying destructive power of civilization across 1,000 years. Resentful children, retreat. The elder quickly recognized the situation, decisively calling them back. Though they could breed endlessly, now was the key time of the great sacrifice. He had to keep enough of them, otherwise, the great sacrifice might end up as another's prize. The resentful children were already terrified. At the call, they retreated into the forest like a tide. But Yifeng didn't stop. Carrying the heavy machine gun, he rushed out of the darkness. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. The small forest ahead was leveled, the scene horrific. Caw! Caw! More than a dozen vultures circled in the sky, eager over the hellish scene below. Yifeng's face changed, and he finally stopped firing. Quick, carry the bullets onto the ship, this place is no longer safe. After speaking, Yifeng grabbed a lump of organs and pressed it against the red-hot barrel. In the next moment, the smell of roasted meat spread. No water, no urine, only corpses could cool the gun barrel now, or Yifeng couldn't hold it. Rushing, they finally returned to the big ship. The heavy crates of bullets were set on the deck, the wood creaking under the weight. Wow, so many bullets? Chang Libin rushed over, stroking the golden rounds, his eyes full of joy. So tired. Didn't expect one trip down there would take almost a whole day. Master Shi, trouble you, make us something to eat, everyone's hungry. Yifeng collapsed on the deck. All right, leave it to me. Shi Zhengliang quickly led several women into the kitchen. This time in the base, Yifeng was the most exhausted. The others were fine, only straining when lifting bullets. Fifth brother, please take care of maintaining this Maxim heavy machine gun, and also sort through the bullets again. We only did a rough check, carefully pick out the ones that obviously won't fire. No problem. Longwu sat down beside the bullets, leaning on his crutch. Brother Feng, are we going to the underground base again tomorrow? Bao Qifeng asked. What's the point of going back? That giant snake was only wounded by me, it's not dead yet. Yifeng shook his head. But we still need to get more iron, melt it, and cast it into propellers. Bao Qifeng said. Yifeng suddenly had a headache. He almost forgot the most important thing. The ship was currently running with a lotus leaf propeller, moving slower than he could swim in the river. Everyone's tired today, let's relax first. We'll think about these problems tomorrow. Yifeng waved his hand. 2 hours later, a party began on the deck. Shi Zhengliang had cooked plenty of good food again. For sight, taste, and smell, it was the ultimate enjoyment. Even Susan, usually so cold and aloof, treated Shi Zhengliang with respect. Master Shi, could you teach me in the future? Susan asked politely. No. There's a saying, if you teach the apprentice, the master starves. It's our trade's rule. If you want to learn, you have to figure it out yourself. Back then, my nickname was Lu One Hand. You understand, right? Shi Zhengliang suddenly acted smug. Master Shi, can you teach me? I'm so cute. Ding Tuanchuan squeezed in. You may be cute, but I still won't teach. To tell you the truth, even my own son I wouldn't pass my secret to. Shi Zhengliang said proudly. His small figure suddenly seemed bigger. Yifeng also squeezed in. Master Shi, at least teach me? I saved your life. Brother Feng, I know you saved my life. No doubt about your character. Whatever you want to eat in the future, just tell me, I'll cook it anytime. But still, I won't teach. Shi Zhengliang was firm. He had his own calculation. On this ship, he was the only cook. If he taught others, one day he might be treated as expendable. Forget it then. Let's all be happy. Tonight, I'll sing a song for everyone, Boundless Skies. Yifeng picked up a fake microphone made of bamboo. No, Brother Feng, we're all friends here. Please don't sing. So awful. Everyone on deck desperately covered their ears. I'll sing then. Chenin stepped to the center of the deck. I can't hold on to love, I just watch it slip away. After just 2 lines, the crowd drove him off the stage. Chenin, your song didn't touch my heart. I won't turn around for you. Yifeng turned his back to him. After several eliminations, Yifeng realized that only Heli sang well. After all, natives like to sing without instruments, which became her biggest strength in the jungle. Susan and Suyun sang okay, but without accompaniment, it still felt strange. On deck, it became a deserted island version of The Voice. But on the jungle shore, a huge black creature slipped underwater, slowly swimming toward the big ship. I officially announce, the champion of this voice competition is Yifeng, me. Applause, everyone. Yifeng crowned himself the winner. TCH. Ding Tuanchuan raised her middle finger. It's getting late, everyone go back to your cabins, I'm sleepy too. Tonight's night watch, Yifeng had just spoken when Longwu stepped forward. Brother Feng, since coming onto the ship I haven't helped much. And now our numbers are fewer, so count me for the night watch. Longwu said. No need, 5th brother. You were injured on duty, this treatment is what you deserve. I'll arrange others for the watch. Yifeng tried to persuade him. No. The more you take care of me, the more uncomfortable I feel. Give me something to do, please. Longwu looked eager to work. Ever since becoming crippled, he'd been anxious every day. Not about the natives, not about the island's creatures. But about being slowly pushed to the margins of the team. This wasn't civilized society. Survival of the fittest was becoming the rule. Longwu could feel it, if not for Yifeng protecting him, others barely wanted to deal with him. Yes, he once protected Su Yun, Ding Tuanchuan, Zhang Yan, and Rimiko. Those 4 women used to respect him, the cripple, for a while. But as time passed, they hardly spoke to him anymore. At most a nod when meeting, without even a smile. Perhaps this was like the saying, no filial children at the bedside of long illness. Unless he grew a new leg, over time he would still be marginalized. All right. Then who will watch the night with 5th brother? Yifeng looked around. I will. Chenin stepped up. Good, thanks to you too. Yifeng then went to his cabin to sleep. No other thoughts for now, recovering his body was the first priority. Longwu sat on deck, eyes fixed on the shore, while his hands stayed busy picking bullets, separating the bad ones. Chenin paced the deck, turning the Maxim side to side, aiming toward the jungle. 5th brother, did you hear the sound of paddling? Chenin suddenly asked. Paddling? Longwu stood with his crutch, looking around the deck. Didn't seem like natives were rowing over. But he thought he heard a splash, as if something broke the water. Longwu quickly raised his torch, looking to the side of the ship. The next moment, his eyes widened. A giant cobra was slithering up the hull, its body clinging as if with suction, firmly sticking to the planks. Not good, snake. Longwu roared, lifting his pistol. Hiss. The cobra lunged forward, but without grip, it slipped and fell back into the water. Otherwise, its mouth could have swallowed Longwu whole in one bite. What snake? Chenin rushed over with his rifle, glancing at the huge splash beside the ship. He threw his torch into the river. In that brief flare of light, he finally saw the massive shadow in the water. Holy shit! Chenin nearly pissed himself. Thud thud thud. Heavy footsteps sounded as Yifeng rushed to the deck with everyone. Brother Feng, it's the snake from the cave. It almost climbed onto the deck. Luckily 5th brother was quick, or we both would have been swallowed. Chenin stammered. Yifeng looked at the great splash in the river and threw another torch. Sure enough, in the thick water plants, a huge black shadow slid past. We're screwed, big trouble, I didn't think that cobra would hold a grudge. I shot it badly during the day, is it here at night for revenge? Yifeng's face darkened. If he had known, he should have chased it down until it was dead. Now it was worse. Besides the natives and Ma Sikong, there was another enemy, the snake. The scariest part was that it could move underwater, and their ship had no sonar system. They couldn't defend against it at all. Susan, please join the night watch too. 3 people, keep torches on the sides of the ship at all times. Don't let that thing climb up. Yifeng said. Susan realized the seriousness and joined the watch team. During the day it was fine, human eyes could see several kilometers. But at night, snakes didn't rely on eyes to hunt. They used the heat sensors on their tongues to detect prey. That made them suited to water and dark caves. After giving instructions, Yifeng went back to his cabin, but just in case, he shut and locked the window too. What if that big snake crawled in through the window? A cobra that size would surely have extremely strong venom. Even with the silver fruit, he might not withstand one mouthful of poison. Just then, Yifeng heard footsteps in the corridor. Brother Yi, Brother Yi. It was Ding Tuanchuan's cute voice, whispered. Yifeng opened the door immediately, only to see Ding Tuanchuan in strange clothes. Her skirt was pulled up to her thighs, her face had something smeared on it, and her eyes were heavily shadowed. Yifeng remembered that Heli knew some native makeup styles. Likely Ding Tuanchuan learned from her. Little one, what are you doing here at midnight instead of sleeping? Yifeng asked. Ding Tuanchuan's face turned red. She bowed her head, hands tightly clasped, looking shy. Speak. Yifeng sighed. Brother Yi, I'm so small, that snake could swallow me in one bite. But if we hold each other, it won't be able to swallow us both at once. I'm scared. As she said this, her face flushed. You just want me to hold you while you sleep. Why so many excuses? Yifeng looked kindly at her. In his heart, Ding Tuanchuan was already like a little sister. Ah? Ding Tuanchuan couldn't hold back, she jumped into Yifeng's arms. All right, tonight I'll hold you. Then the big snake won't eat you. Yifeng closed the door, held her small body against him, soft like a fat cat. After some time, he fell asleep breathing her faint scent. In the water plants, the huge cobra raised its head, cold eyes staring at the ship for a long while. At last it turned its body and slipped into the river, swimming upstream. Not only it, across dozens of kilometers, other giant black shadows stopped dozing or feeding, raised their heads to the stars, and also ran toward the rivers upstream. Creatures of land and water both moved upstream, as if drawn by something. Whoosh! In dense forest by the coast, a massive shadow reached a cliff, jumped, and spread huge wings. On the stern deck, Susan sat, sharp eyes on the forest. Then she felt the moonlight dim. She quickly looked up. A giant shadow flew upstream, its shadow nearly covering the whole ship. Is that a plane? Susan wasn't sure, but it looked like one. Only a plane could be that big. Hey, we're here, we're here. She jumped up, waving her torch at the sky. But the shadow didn't stop, soon vanishing into the clouds. Chenin lowered his head, seeing Susan's disappointed face. Sister Susan, are you sure it was a plane? To me, it looked like a bird. Chenin said hesitantly. Are you stupid? No bird could be that big. Even pterosaurs weren't that huge. It must be a rescue plane. Susan said firmly. Generally, women's eyesight was worse than men's, nature's rule. Yifeng was too tired. Last night, Susan's shouting hadn't woken him. He slept until naturally waking. Opening his eyes, he saw Ding Tuanchuan staring at him with wide eyes, muttering. Little Tuanchuan, you're still not up? Yifeng rubbed his eyes. You pressed me so hard, I couldn't move. Let me go, I need the bathroom. She said. Yifeng noticed one of his legs was across her, pinning her down. Sorry, go quickly, don't wet the bed. You wet the bed. She rushed to the toilet. The bow had a women's toilet, the stern had a men's. They were just holes on deck, dropping waste into the river. With so few people, it wouldn't pollute such a huge river. Yifeng relieved himself, then stood on deck looking at the shore. Several little birds perched on the mast, chirping nonstop. It was the first time birds landed on the ship, surprising Yifeng. At the same time, the forest birdsong grew dense, almost a chorus. Somehow, Yifeng felt those calls were joyful. Hey, morning! Yifeng greeted the others. Don't you feel the forest birds are noisier than before? Of course, because the great sacrifice is starting. The stronger beasts and predators all go there. Heli pointed upstream. The great sacrifice? What's that got to do with beasts migrating? Yifeng asked curiously. The others gathered around. The great sacrifice doesn't just create powerful beast fighters, it also creates powerful beasts. The golden fruit makes humans stronger, but beasts that eat it also grow stronger. Heli said seriously. Yifeng's thoughts lit up. If the golden fruit gave strength, didn't that mean he had a chance too? His team was already strong, with the ballista and the Maxim heavy machine gun. They had a chance to fight for it upstream. Since the golden fruit can make humans stronger, I think we should try. We have a big ship, if we can't win we can sail away. Plus, we have the heavy machine gun. What do you think? Yi Feng looked at everyone. Brother Feng, I firmly support your wise decision. Chenin was the first to step out, his face full of excitement. Men, who doesn't want to become stronger? Brother Feng, the golden fruit, can it make my leg grow back? The always low-key Long Wu also spoke, his eyes filled with an almost crazy desire. Yi Feng knew that sometimes, lies could move people more than the truth. There's a certain chance it could grow back, Yi Feng said slowly. I also firmly support Brother Feng's decision. Long Wu raised both hands high, his eyes brimming with tears. I support too. I support too. A group of people howled on the deck, as if the golden fruit was already in their mouths. After waiting a while, Bao Qifang's cold voice came. The propeller is broken. If we want to drive the big ship upstream, I'm afraid it'll take months. His words were like a shot of tranquilizer, making everyone stop their excitement. All right, now, who will go with me to the underground base to get iron? Yi Feng asked. I'll go. I'll go too. Everyone responded enthusiastically, all wanting to become as strong as Yi Feng. It's an unusual time now. How about this, I'll take 3 people with me, each carrying 100 lbs of iron. 4 people means 400 lbs of iron, that should be enough to forge a propeller, right? Yi Feng said. I must go, because you don't know how to choose iron. Some iron isn't suitable for repeated smelting, Bao Qifang said. Fine, then I'll pick the people. Engineer Bao, Chenin, Heli, the 4 of us will go to the underground base and try to bring back as much iron as we can. But this time entering the underground base is very dangerous. That giant snake might have gone back inside, and that thing holds grudges. With its size, just one bite would inject venom that could instantly kill us, leaving no chance to react. This underground trip could be 9 deaths and only 1 life. Yi Feng spoke heavily. Chenin's face changed, and he slowly retreated behind the others. Bao Qifang narrowed his eyes and suddenly pointed at Cheng Libin. Brother Feng, Cheng is more professional than me at selecting materials, so I've decided to give this glorious task to him. Little Bao, what nonsense are you talking? I don't know anything about raw materials. You should still go with Brother Feng. Engineer Cheng, wasn't it always you who purchased the engineering department's materials before? You even took quite a lot of kickbacks for it, so you should go. The 2 of them immediately started quarreling. Yi Feng felt an unbearable headache. As the team leader, he couldn't force them, otherwise the team would lose cohesion. The best was if they volunteered. If Engineer Bao doesn't want to go, then fine. I hope someone will volunteer to go with me to find raw materials. If we succeed, then he will be the hero of the whole team, and I will personally make him a banner of honor. If you wanted the team to contribute on their own, you had to give them a sense of collective honor. However, everyone turned their heads away, pretending they didn't hear. Forget it. Since that's the case, this underground trip will be me, Heli, and Chenin, HM? Where's Chenin? Halfway through speaking, Yi Feng realized Chenin was gone. Brother Feng, I'm in the toilet. Just now I suddenly got diarrhea. I'm afraid I can't go. Chenin's voice came from inside the toilet. Yi Feng's face turned dark. Heli, just the 2 of us then. When it's done, I'll change the 3 tattoos on my arm into 4 tattoos for you. Heli nodded heavily. In the end, Yi Feng and Heli took weapons, ropes, and torches, and approached the cave. As soon as they reached the entrance, Yi Feng pulled Heli back. A large number of wild beasts were there. There were wolves, wild dogs, and hyenas, gnawing on the corpses of natives. Go, don't disturb them. Yi Feng gripped his rifle tightly, step by step moving toward the pile of rocks. Beasts with food usually wouldn't attack humans, so the 2 passed through the corpse pile smoothly. Inside the pitch-black cave, 2 torches lit up. Yi Feng ran in front, Heli followed behind, only their faint breathing echoing in the cave. With memories of the previous trips, they smoothly reached the underground and found a large pile of iron. Engineer Bao once said, softer iron has very low carbon content, which means it hasn't been smelted much. That's the best material. Yi Feng slashed a piece of iron with a dagger, judging its hardness. Generally speaking, the harder the iron, the higher the carbon content. But Yi Feng didn't need high carbon iron, only soft iron. 2 hours later, Yi Feng's body was hung with hammers, axes, and some engineering tools he didn't even recognize, more than 200 kilograms in total. With his current strength, carrying 200 kilos was no problem. Heli had only eaten 1 white fruit, so she only carried a little over 40 pounds of iron. Let's go! Yi Feng panted heavily, tossing aside his torch. The torch landed on a patch of black-gray sticky substance. Crackle! The black-gray sticky stuff actually began to burn slowly under the torch. Not good. Quickly, separate the black-gray stuff around it, or else it'll blow up the whole underground base. Yifeng was scared stiff, threw down the iron tools, and quickly pushed the sticky substance aside with his hands. A lump of sticky matter the size of a fist kept burning for a very long time, burning stronger and stronger. After more than half an hour, the fist-sized lump was finally burned into complete charcoal. This stuff, it burns that long? Yifeng seemed to have caught onto something important. The next moment, his eyes burst with hope. Ha 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 ha. Heli, we're rich. If we can find a steam engine on the battleship, this black-gray stuff can be used as fuel. Then we won't need manpower to power the ship anymore. Just one person, feeding these into the furnace at intervals, could keep the ship moving endlessly. And it would run super fast, dozens of times faster than manpower, and save labor. Do you understand? Yifeng grabbed Heli's shoulders, shaking her. Feng, I don't understand at all. Heli's face was full of question marks. It's really hard for you to understand. Never mind, I'll just collect some of this black-gray stuff and bring it back to the ship. Ah, pity that chemical engineer already died. If he were still here, he could have studied its origin. But it's fine, Bai Chushue can study it, doctors know a bit about chemistry too. After speaking, Yifeng found a container and filled it with the black-gray substance. Let's go. This was really an unexpected gain. Yifeng smiled as he led the way forward. He didn't know that his conversation with Heli had been overheard by someone in the dark. After leaving the cave, the two returned to the big ship smoothly, encountering no danger, almost like a dream. On the deck, Yifeng untied the rope from his shoulder, and a heap of raw materials fell onto the wooden boards. Bao Qifeng took the lead in clapping. The others quickly followed. Clap 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 clap. The sound of flesh hitting flesh echoed on the deck. Yifeng pressed his hands down to stop the flattery. This time entering the underground base, we went through 9 deaths and 1 life. That giant snake kept chasing us, biting, but luckily I used my clever mind and agile body to finally shake it off. So this time, Heli and I both made great contributions. From now on, Heli will be promoted to manager. As for managing what, I haven't decided yet. Anyway, she doesn't need to do anything. She can walk around the ship with her hands behind her back. Cleaning the dormitory is no longer her job, it will be shared by everyone. No objections, right? Yifeng said seriously. No objections, this time it was all thanks to Big Brother Yi and Sister Heli. Ding Tuanchuan was the first to raise her hand in agreement. I have no objections either. From now on, the girls' dormitory cleaning will all be done by me, Chenin. I'll take care of cleaning the women's toilet, Bao Qifeng also said. Yifeng was very satisfied with this. Heli had made a contribution, she must get benefits, otherwise who would risk their life next time? At the same time, he also wanted to set an example for the others. Feng, but we didn't see the giant snake underground, Heli said honestly. Yifeng. Shua. Everyone turned suspicious eyes toward him. Let's not talk about unhappy things. Heli must have been so scared that she lost her memory. This time in the underground base, I also found a treasure. Yifeng finished speaking, opened the container, and pointed at the black-gray sticky substance inside. See this? Just a lump the size of a fist can burn for about half an hour. It can completely be used as fuel for the big ship. But there's one condition, we must get a steam system from the warship and install it on the big ship. Then we won't need people on duty in the engine room anymore. Just one person will be enough to keep the big ship full of power. It might even reach a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. Yifeng's trick to shift attention worked. Everyone quickly gathered around, curiously looking at the black-gray sticky substance. Brother Feng, 100 kilometers per hour? Our ship can't take that. It's not made with iron keel. If it really goes that fast, it will fall apart right away. Chang Libin poured cold water on the idea. Then how fast can our ship handle at most? Yifeng asked, a little disappointed. At most 30 kilometers per hour, and even that can't be done often, otherwise the ship's lifespan will shorten, Chang Libin said. Fine. Then let's keep it at 20 kilometers per hour. Even like this, it's still more than 10 times faster than before, Yifeng comforted himself. At this moment, cries for help suddenly came from the shore. Help, help! Is anyone on the ship? Please save us. Yifeng narrowed his eyes, raising his rifle. On the shore, 6 or 7 ragged people appeared. Judging from their torn clothes, they should be from civilized society. Yifeng was about to speak when suddenly, a spear flew out from the forest and pierced through the last woman. That group of people no longer cared about the danger in the water and jumped into the river, desperately swimming toward the big ship. Then, more than 10 natives appeared on the shore. Open fire! At the command, rifles and machine guns roared. Dense firepower made the natives scatter in panic. In less than a minute, 5 or 6 corpses were left on the shore, the rest fled. Yi Feng threw a rope into the river and pulled up the young woman at the front. What are you standing around for? Pull the others up too. We need people now. Yi Feng shouted to Susan. Only then did everyone react, quickly reaching out to the people in the river. Soon, all of them were dragged up. They quickly stripped off all their clothes, pulling parasitic catfish out of their body openings, the process extremely erotic. Thank you for saving us. The young woman said weakly. Yi Feng quickly took off his shirt and covered her body. It's nothing. We're all people of civilized society, helping each other is only right. Yi Feng said righteously. Behind him, Bai Chushua curled her lips. Humph. When you met us back then, you didn't say that. Isn't it just because the ship is running out of people that you're so kind now? Did you escape from the natives' tribe? Yi Feng asked. Yes. They wanted to use us for sacrifice. We had no choice but to escape. But over 30 people escaped with us, now only 1, 2, 3, now only 6 of us are left. The woman looked exhausted. These savage natives really deserve to die, using living people for sacrifice. Don't worry, on my ship I'll guarantee your safety. Someone, prepare water and food for our fellow companions, Yi Feng shouted behind him. I'll go. Shi Zhengliang rushed into the kitchen. 2 hours later, the 6 people were finally full. 4 of them fell into deep sleep. But the young woman was still awake. My name is Yang Li. Yang Li stretched out her hand. My name is Yi Feng, currently the captain. The two shook hands. After eating and drinking, Yang Li's face glowed, her temperament no worse than most women on the ship, only slightly behind Susan and Rico. Miss Yang, you escaped from the big ship. What is the situation in the natives' tribe now? Yi Feng asked. The natives, many warriors already escorted the sacrifices upstream. Now there are not many warriors left in the tribe. Also those resentful children, almost all have left the rotten ship, also going upstream. The resentful children left on the rotten ship are all old, weak, and young. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had the chance to escape. Yang Li said weakly. Oh? Yi Feng stroked his chin, his eyes narrowing. This was an opportunity. The natives had indeed all gone upstream for the big sacrifice. Most importantly, only the old and weak resentful children were left on the warship. Didn't that mean he could now get the propeller? If only he could get a complete steam system. Combined with the black-gray fuel, it would be of great use. Suyun, take them to arrange bunks, let them sleep well. Everyone else, come to the deck for a meeting. Yi Feng finished speaking, taking the lead onto the deck. Blowing in the river wind, Yi Feng began his speech. Do you all understand? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. There are few resentful children left in the warship, and the fighting natives have gone upstream. So today we rest well, tomorrow morning we set sail toward the natives' tribe. The warship must still have some steam engine equipment. Even if some parts are damaged, I believe with repairs they can still be used. Anyway, we have Engineer Chang and Engineer Bao here. Everyone has no objections, right? No objections. The neat response rang out. Yi Feng dozed for a while on the deck, and time reached dusk. The 6 people woke up one after another, but they still looked weak. Stay on the ship and recover your health. We are a harmonious team. If you need anything, just ask. After you recover, I will assign you work. Yi Feng gently comforted the 6 survivors. Chang Libin was studying the black-gray fuel, Bao Qifang was drawing propeller designs on the deck. The others were more relaxed, chatting in pairs, talking about light things. Everything was moving in a good direction. Yi Feng made up his mind that once he got the steam system, he would reinforce the big ship with iron, trying to reach a speed of 50 kilometers per hour. At the same time, when they got enough iron, he would surround the ship with iron wire mesh to prevent things from climbing up at night. Yi Feng, since the ship is built, why don't we just sail home? A fat man came over, he seemed to have regained some strength. I have my own plan. Yi Feng raised his eyebrows. He felt this fat man was not a good type. From his looks, with a face full of flesh, big belly and big butt, he looked like those Northeast gang bosses often seen in short videos, his voice also rough, full of street gang air. Wife, this guy doesn't want to sail the ship home. What should we do? The fat man looked at Yang Li. So they were husband and wife. No wonder when Yi Feng was chatting with Yang Li, this fat man's eyes at him were strange. Husband, forget it. This is his ship, we should just follow orders. Yang Li said. Fine. The fat man finished, then gave Yi Feng a warning look before returning to the cabin to rest. But Yang Li walked over and bowed to Yi Feng. Sorry, my husband used to mix in society, his temper is bad. Please tolerate a little. Yang Li was very sensible. It's fine, it's fine. Yi Feng awkwardly returned the bow. Indeed, in the morning his look at Yang Li was a bit too direct. That fat man being unhappy was normal. At night, Yi Feng held a party on the deck, mainly to let the newcomers feel the friendly atmosphere of the team, so their hearts would settle. But as everyone was showing talents, Yi Feng suddenly heard a slap. The fat man had smacked Yang Li hard across the face. Yi Feng frowned but finally endured. That was their family matter, he could not intervene. Bitch, can't you walk when you see a handsome man? I tell you, alive you are my woman, dead you are my ghost. From now on, your whole life can only belong to me. The fat man pulled Yang Li's hair with one hand, cursing nonstop. Zhang Haodian, don't go too far. Between husband and wife there should be tolerance. Why must Yang Li follow you for life? If you treat her badly, she has the right to divorce you. Chang Libin stood out righteously. Old man, don't talk too much. Do you fancy my wife or what? Zhang Haodian pushed Yang Li aside and stepped closer to Chang Libin. What nonsense. I only came to mediate because I couldn't stand it. You're really strange. Chang Libin's breath became heavy facing Zhang Haodian. After all, this guy was 1.89 meters tall, fat, with a strong sense of oppression. We're all men, don't think I don't know what's in your heart. But you can only think. Look at you, half your body is already in the grave, and you still think about that between men and women? Aren't you ashamed? Zhang Haodian acted like a street thug, forcing Chang Libin into a corner. Yi Feng feared he would strike, so he signaled Susan with his eyes. Susan nodded, blocking Zhang Haodian. Zhang Haodian, Engineer Chang is right. From now on, you are not allowed to hit your wife. Understand? Susan said coldly. Facing a woman, Zhang Haodian suddenly changed, his fierce face turning flattering. Sis, you're right, ha ha ha, I'll change in the future. But my wife just likes me hitting her, I can't help it. How about this, sis, let's get to know each other. I still don't know your name. Zhang Haodian reached out with dirty hands. You don't need to know who I am. Susan said, then stepped back beside Yi Feng. Unexpectedly, Zhang Haodian followed, flirting with Susan in front of Yi Feng. Sis, your boyfriend shouldn't be Yi Feng, right? I can tell you two haven't done that thing. It's fine if we know each other. Besides, on this deserted island, sometimes a woman will need a man. Maybe I can help you. Zhang Haodian said with a grin. Susan's face changed, her hand slowly reached for her dagger. Yi Feng directly pressed her hand down. As the team leader, he now knew the importance of manpower. Zhang Haodian was disgusting, but Yi Feng's vision had broadened, no longer the mindset of a commoner. Everyone had their value. For example, Zhang Haodian, being so fat, carrying equipment from the warship would be perfect. Even if not as porter, with his size, he could at least be a meat shield, a first-rate cannon fodder. When Susan ignored him, Zhang Haodian went to chat with other women. Yi Feng's eyes narrowed. He had almost already sentenced this guy to death, but not now, he still had value. Yang Li shrank in the corner, silent, as if already used to it. Yi Feng sighed and ended the party early. Everyone go to sleep, tomorrow we still have work. He finished and was the first to rest. Night watch was arranged by Susan. In the middle of the night, Yi Feng suddenly heard screams from the next cabin. His face changed, he thought a cobra had crawled onto the ship. But when he rushed into cabin 1 with his gun, he found Zhang Haodian had broken in, stripped naked, and was lying on Yang Li's bed tightly holding her. Zhang Haodian, get out, this is the women's cabin. Zhang Yan shouted angrily. I don't care what women's cabin. My wife sleeps here, so I will also sleep here. Just act like you didn't see anything. Zhang Haodian looked shameless. Yi Feng couldn't hold it anymore. He grabbed Zhang Haodian's hair and dragged him out of the cabin. Damn! Zhang Haodian roared, throwing a punch at Yi Feng. But that little strength, maybe strong to ordinary people, was nothing in Yi Feng's eyes. He grabbed Zhang Haodian's wrist, threw him over his shoulder, and directly subdued the fat pig. Go back to your men's dorm honestly, otherwise next time, I'll throw you off the ship. Yi Feng patted his face. If it weren't for tomorrow's work of moving equipment, Yi Feng really wanted to throw him down now. Soldiers should be few but elite, there was no need to tolerate this useless waste. Seeing that he couldn't beat Yi Feng, Zhang Haodian rolled his eyes, the flesh on his face squeezing into a smile. Yes, I didn't expect you to be so strong. I admit it, from now on I'll listen to you. Zhang Haodian smiled apologetically, but a trace of viciousness flashed in his eyes. After all Yi Feng had gone through on the deserted island, he could already see through Zhang Haodian's petty schemes. From now on, go back to your men's dorm. Remember, no troublemaking. After dealing with Zhang Haodian, Yi Feng went back and slept soundly again. The next morning, when Yi Feng opened his eyes, he found Ding Tuanchuan squeezed in his arms. Little one, when did you come in? Yi Feng pinched her chubby cheek, feeling a kind of fatherly affection. After all, she was still young. Yifeng had no such thoughts. The ones who truly stirred his primal desire were only mature beauties like Zhang Yan and Susan. On the deck, Yifeng sent Zheng Liang to prepare breakfast. The 3 night watchmen went to rest, while Yifeng personally manned the crossbow, aiming at the shore. "Brother Feng, morning." Just then, Zhang Haotian came up to the deck, greeting Yifeng friendly. "Morning to you too." Yifeng sneered inside. This guy was a bit like Su Jiaying from before. "Brother Feng, I recently heard about your deeds. So you've contributed so much to the team. I was wrong before. I only obey leaders who truly care for everyone, and you are one of them. If you need anything in the future, just say the word, I'll go through fire and water." Zhang Haotian patted his chest, looking righteous. Yifeng glanced at him. I really will need your help in the future. Relax for now." Then Yifeng greeted Cheng Libin. Cheng Libin nodded and gave a left rudder. The big ship crawled forward at turtle speed toward the tributary where the natives lived. Although it was only a few dozen kilometers from here to the natives' tribe, at the ship's current speed, it would take a whole day. This strengthened Yifeng's determination to get a propeller. "Chenin, Zhang Haotian, Heli, you stay on deck with me on duty. Others go rest, restore your energy, soon we'll have a hard battle." Yifeng ordered. Susan nodded and took the women back to the dorm. Cheng Libin continued steering. The other men said they could stay with Yifeng on duty. "No need, all of you go back." Yifeng stared ahead, speaking without turning his head. By noon, Yifeng's big ship entered the first tributary. This tributary was nearly 10 kilometers wide, narrowing as it went upstream. "Engineer Cheng, furl the sail, so we don't draw attention," Yifeng said. Crash! The huge sail was taken down and folded. After another 2 hours, the ship turned into the second tributary, narrower, only a little over 5 kilometers wide. "Heli, after we turn into another tributary, will that be your gay tribe's settlement?" Yifeng asked. This was his second time at the natives' tribe, so he didn't clearly remember the route. "Yes, 5 kilometers further, turn into the second small tributary, and that's our gay tribe's settlement." Heli nodded. Yifeng found it strange. Logically, such a vast Black Tree River basin could support at least hundreds of millions of natives, right? It shouldn't only have one gay tribe. Yet he had only ever encountered gay people. By a rough look at the tribe size, it held at most over 5,000 people. "Heli, the Black Tree River basin is rich, so many fish and meat. Why are there only so few people?" Yifeng asked. This, according to legend, long ago there were many tribes here. But disaster after disaster greatly reduced the population. According to the high priest, it's the gods who control the population of the Black Tree River basin. Heli said. Yifeng sneered. Those priests only knew how to fool people. Heli was badly brainwashed. Creak. Cheng Libin turned the rudder right, and the big ship finally entered the last tributary. Here the river was about 2 kilometers wide, getting narrower upstream. Tall trees almost completely blocked out the sky over the river. At the same time, the narrow river teemed with creatures. Leeches, piranhas, crocodiles, all kinds of water snakes, countless. "Brother Feng, we can't go further. Too many water plants in the river, they could tangle the propeller." Cheng Libin shouted from the captain's room. "All right? Wake everyone, get ready to work," Yifeng said. Soon, everyone was on the deck. Yifeng opened the warehouse beside the deck, bringing out all kinds of guns. Now, weapons will be distributed. This is a hard battle, deciding how we will live the next 10 years. If we don't get the propeller, we will be struggling to survive in the Black Tree River basin. If we can get the propeller and steam system, we will enjoy life in the Black Tree River basin. So I hope everyone works together, set aside personal grudges. At this, Yifeng glanced at Zhang Haotian. This time there was no neat chorus, but everyone nodded in agreement. Weapons and ammunition were finally distributed. Only Susan and a few others got rifles. Most had pistols. Because pistols could fire continuously, they were actually better than rifles for close combat. Susan had a rifle because she was going to serve as sniper. Move out. 2 crates of machine gun ammo were lifted to the shore with ropes. Yifeng carried the Maxim heavy machine gun and was the first to step onto land. The first moment on shore, he aimed the gun at the jungle, guarding against anything rushing out. Behind him came the sound of splashes. Turning back, Yifeng saw over a dozen people jump off the ship, each with a grave face and firm eyes. Move out. Form a long snake formation, keep your steps as light as possible. Yifeng spoke, then led the way. Susan stayed at the rear as guard. After moving upstream about 2 kilometers, Yifeng stopped and had everyone lie on the ground, looking toward the natives' tribe. Sure enough, the tribe wasn't as lively as before. On the riverbank only a dozen native warriors patrolled, the rest were mostly old, weak, women, and children. On the broken warship, the resentful children were squeaking non-stop, but clearly their cries were much weaker than last time, not like those from strong ones. Everyone listen, next, light the homemade smoke bombs and throw them accurately onto the warship. First, smoke out the remaining resentful children inside. Susan, climb up this fig tree and act as sniper. Helly, Ding Tuanchuan, you two stay here and operate this Maxim heavy machine gun. Remember, only shoot when the natives rush toward the warship. Bullets are precious, save them. Then, Yangli, you and this lady take pistols to guard the machine gun. Don't let the enemy flank from behind. After giving instructions, Yi Feng took out the smoke bomb from his waist. The others also picked up their smoke bombs. The next moment, more than a dozen bamboo tubes spewing black smoke fell onto the huge warship. Some smoke bombs were even thrown directly inside through the windows. In just a moment, sharp squeaks of resentful children came from the warship. Because the smoke bombs contained spicy powder, their effect was powerful. The resentful children couldn't last even 10 seconds before rushing out altogether. The natives on the riverbank also noticed the anomaly and started moving toward the warship. Elder Guifang, did the resentful children set the great ship on fire? A native leader asked. Probably. These beasts, without priests controlling them in the tribe, are becoming more and more unruly. Forget it, that big ship is not very useful anyway. If it burns, let it burn. Guifang said indifferently. Since barely escaping Yifeng's hands last time, he had become cautious. Now in the tribe, only he remained as a six-feather elder. The others had carried sacrifices upstream. Probably already dozens of kilometers away. Now, all men, follow me onto the warship. Yi Feng shouted, taking the lead running toward the warship. The others also shouted and followed. Not good, outsiders are here. The natives immediately spotted Yi Feng. Then, spears and arrows filled the sky. Bang bang bang. Susan on the tree fired without hesitation, killing several natives with bows. There are enemies in the trees, charge with me. A leader led 5 or 6 warriors forward. Bang bang bang. Unfortunately, before they reached the trees, Susan picked them off one by one. Even the Maxim heavy machine gun below hadn't fired yet. Resentful children. The native leader's face changed, immediately giving the order. Although only old and weak resentful children were left on the warship, they still had some combat strength. In an instant, hundreds of resentful children swarmed toward the forest. Help me hold the ammo belt, Lena said to Ding Tuanchuan. Ding Tuanchuan held the belt with both hands. Rat-a-ta-ta-ta. The heavy gunfire rang out, flattening a patch of forest in front. The leading resentful children didn't even react before their bodies exploded apart. Yang Li and another woman also raised pistols. You two don't shoot, just watch the flanks, don't let the resentful children surround us. Lena's voice carried through the heavy gunfire. Yang Li nodded and aimed her pistol at the sides. There were too many resentful children. Susan sniped the distant ones precisely, but those charging into the trees could only be mowed down with the heavy machine gun. For a time, green blood flew everywhere in the forest, corpses of resentful children hanging all around. Ding Tuanchuan nearly vomited, but she knew the danger now and forced herself to endure. The heavy machine gun finally suppressed the resentful children's charge. Guifang had long hidden behind a large rock, staring in shock at the fire in the forest. Meanwhile, Yi Feng and 7 or 8 men entered the warship. From the outside it didn't seem so big, but inside the warship was immense. The interior was filled with hay, nests made by the resentful children. A strange odor spread through the whole ship. The warship had 7 decks, over 80 meters long, more than 30 meters wide. Rooms lined up neatly, plus 8 anti-aircraft gun turrets, most barrels corroded beyond use. Don't mind those, let's go down the spiral stairs to the engine room. Focus on finding the propeller, then the steam system. Yi Feng shouted. The group went downward, crossing 5 or 6 stairways, finally reaching the engine room. Feng, brother Feng, this steam system is too big. Our ship can't possibly install something like this. Bao Qifang's face went pale at the 4 huge machines. Can we simplify it? Yi Feng asked. Even simplified, it won't fit. Any single part of these steam systems weighs as much as our whole ship. Simplification won't help. Bao Qifang's face was grim. Then let's search for small boats. Maybe we can take propellers off them and still use manpower. Yi Feng said, starting to search the dark engine room. After looking around, they were disappointed. Not a single small boat, nor any small propellers. Brother Feng, this trip was for nothing. I think we should just go back and build a propeller ourselves. Bao Qifang said. Yi Feng heard gunfire from the shore, unsure how long Susan and the others could hold. The The next moment, he squatted and touched the warship's bottom. The bottom is dry, no water seeped in. Yifeng shouted. So what? Bao Qifeng was speechless. At a time like this, Brother Feng still cared about such things? Don't you get it? The engine room hasn't taken on water. That proves the warship's hull is intact. We might be able to move this warship downstream. Yifeng said. Everyone was shocked, quickly feeling the floor of the engine room. Right, no water. We can definitely move this warship downstream. Bao Qifeng also realized. Ha ha ha, with such a big ship, in the future we can do somersaults all over the deck, even hold marathons. Chenin shouted excitedly. The warship was far more luxurious and sturdy than their big boat. I just saw, the reason this warship stayed in the river instead of being washed downstream is because vines grew onto it, tying it in place. Now, let's go to the deck, cut off the vines with daggers. The current will naturally push the ship downstream. Then we'll tie it at the lowest point with ropes, slowly clean the whole warship, repair what steam engines we can. In less than a year, this warship can rule the Black Tree River. Yifeng said. Go, up to the deck. Charge, brothers. The group, excited like injected with chicken blood, rushed to the deck. Yifeng drew his dagger and slashed fiercely at the century-old vines.
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.